The Wasteland Hero. The old highways looked less like roads than scars. Grant moved along one of them before sunrise, keeping to the broken lane where weeds pushed through the split blacktop and ash drifted in the shallow dips. The world had not ended in one clean shot. It had been chewed apart by wars, blasts in the sky that killed machines, plagues of fear, hungry governments, hungry men, and all the smaller cruelties that came afterward. Cities had burned until their names became warnings. Towns became forts. Farms became traps. A man who walked alone either knew what he was doing or had already accepted death. Grant had not accepted anything except motion, silence, and the rifle cradled in his hands. He had been a husband once, a father once, and a man who believed the locked door and honest work were enough to keep evil outside. The ruins had taught him how childish that belief had been. Now he measured every ridge by line of sight, every stand of pine by ambush range, every smell on the wind by what it might hide. Smoke meant fire, camp, food, or bait. Blood meant a kill, a warning, or a butcher yard. Laughter meant too many armed men were relaxed in one place. He had learned those meanings the hard way, and the lessons had taken pieces from him he never expected to get back. The pack on his shoulders held strips of dried rabbit, a dented tin of beans, a spool of wire, 2 candles, a folded tarp, 3 small bars of soap, and 7 rounds wrapped in oilcloth. He carried more weight and caution than in gear. His boots were patched with tire rubber and deer hide. His coat had been repaired so many times that no single piece of cloth could claim to be original. Under it, 2 knives sat where his hands could find them in the dark. A revolver rode low at his hip, ugly and heavy and dependable. The rifle was older than the collapse, but he had cleaned it until the metal had a dull, patient shine. He stopped at the crest of a shallow rise and studied the valley ahead. A trading post stood 2 miles east beside an old fuel station. Someone had painted Mercy in white letters across the roof, as if a word could change what men did under it. From this distance he could see smoke from 3 cook fires, a patched windmill, a fence made of car doors, and 2 guards walking the outer line. The place had walls, but walls in the wasteland meant only that someone inside had something others wanted. Grant did not trust walls. He trusted distance, cover, and the habit of leaving before anyone noticed he had arrived. A crow lifted from a rusted truck cab below him. Grant watched it rise, then watched the brush beneath the truck. Birds left for reasons. A moment later, a thin man with a red scarf shifted in the weeds, thinking he was hidden. Another lay under the truck bed with a pipe gun pointed at the road. A third waited near the culvert, fingers wrapped around a length of chain. They had picked a good place for travelers who stared at Mercy's station instead of the ground around them. Grant almost admired the choice. He did not let admiration last. He eased backward, dropped to one knee, and moved down the slope without letting gravel speak under his boots. The man in the culvert heard him too late. Grant came from behind, hooked one hand across the man's mouth, and drove the knife under the man's ribs with a short, savage push. The man bucked hard, kicked mud, and tried to shout through Grant's palm. Grant lowered him into the ditch and held him there until the struggle quit. He wiped the blade on the dead man's sleeve and took the chain because tools mattered more than trophies. The thin man with the red scarf turned at the small sound of links settling in Grant's fist. Grant flung the chain across the weeds, caught the man's wrist, and pulled him off balance before the pipe gun could swing around. The shot went high and slapped rust from the truck cab. Grant crashed into him, drove a knee into his belly, and hammered the knife down. The thin man folded with a wet gasp. The third raider rolled from under the truck, panicked and fast, pipe gun barking twice. Splinters jumped from an old fence post near Grant's head. Grant dropped flat, drew the revolver, and fired once. The raider's cheek burst open, and the back of his skull painted the weeds behind him. The valley returned to morning quiet, except for the crow complaining from the naked limb of a burned tree. Grant lay still and listened. He did not move because victory made fools stand up. It made them grin, breathe loud, check pockets too soon, and miss the 4th man. He counted his breaths. He listened for a boot scrape, a curse, the click of a hammer being pulled back. When nothing answered, he rose and searched the bodies with cold speed. 2 bad rounds. a strip of jerky that smelled wrong, a brass button, a folded picture of a woman and child, creased so many times their faces were almost gone. Grant stared at that picture longer than he should have. Then he put it back inside the dead man's shirt and walked away. Mercy Station opened its gate after sunrise, not because the guards trusted him, but because he approached with his hands visible and his rifle angled down. Trust had little value. Procedure had value. 2 guards watched him from behind plates of scrap metal bolted to tractor frames. One was a girl young enough to have learned math after the collapse and old enough to have killed before breakfast. The other had gray in his beard and a tremor in his left hand. Grant gave them his trade token, a washer stamped with a crooked M, and waited while they decided whether a lone man with hard eyes was worth trouble. Inside the walls, the trading post smelled of frying grease, horse sweat, sour beer, old fuel, and bodies that had learned to live with too little water. Stalls crowded the cracked lot. Men sold cartridges by the single round. Women traded jars of salt, sewing needles, old batteries, candles made from animal fat, and map scraps that might be truth or bait. A preacher in a torn suit shouted above judgment from the bed of a pickup with no tires. A boy no older than 10 stood beside him, ringing a cracked handbell. Nearby, 2 women in painted coats watched the crowd from the porch of the brothel house, their smiles tired and sharp as broken glass. Grant bought coffee that had been stretched with roasted roots until it tasted like dirt pretending to be bitter. He drank it anyway. Heat mattered. Caffeine mattered. The woman behind the counter looked at the blood on his sleeve and did not ask whose it was. Questions were expensive in Mercy. Answers cost more. She held out her palm. Grant set 3 brass casings in it, and she slid him a heel of bread wrapped in newspaper from a year no one had bothered tracking. The headline spoke of peace talks. Grant almost laughed, but laughter was another thing he saved for people who still had room for it. A dispute broke out near the livestock pens where goats, pigs, and 2 thin horses stood under shade made from billboard vinyl. A broad man accused a trader of watering his animals too little. The trader accused him of counting ribs too much. Hands drifted toward guns. The crowd bent away from the argument, leaving a circle without admitting it. Grant did not care who was right, but the broad man had a girl tucked behind him, and she had that empty stare children wore when they had seen adults turn into weather. Grant moved before he thought better of it. He stepped into the circle with the coffee cup still in his hand. The trader looked at him and sneered. The broad man looked relieved and ashamed of it. Grant said, "Let the animal drink, or sell it to someone who will keep it breathing long enough to matter." The trader laughed and reached for the pistol under his vest. Grant threw hot coffee into his eyes, smashed the tin cup across his mouth, and caught the pistol before it cleared leather. He did not shoot. He broke the trader's trigger finger against the wooden rail and pushed him face first into the dust. The crowd made a sound like a single breath being taken. The broad man whispered thanks. Grant did not answer. Gratitude was a hook, and hooks found soft places. He returned the pistol without bullets to the trader's own table, took the water bucket, and filled the trough himself. The horse drank with desperate gulps. The girl behind the broad man watched Grant as if trying to decide whether he was a monster with manners or a man wearing monster skin. He knew that look. He had seen it on his daughter's face the last week she was alive, when every adult voice in the house sounded scared and every plan turned to smoke. By noon, Mercy Station grew louder. Dice rattled in cups. Someone tuned a guitar with only 4 strings. A woman argued over antibiotics that might have been flour pressed into tablets. Grant kept his back to walls and his eyes on reflections in glass, polished metal, and puddles. He had not survived by being stronger than everyone else. Strong men died when they believed strength was a shield. He survived by assuming every greeting had a knife hidden behind it. Every offer carried a debt, and every soft bed belonged to someone who wanted to know where he kept his bullets. He needed 3 things before he left: salt, a new map, and information about a raider line moving captives east. The last mattered more than the first 2, though he told himself it did not. Captive lines meant slavers. Slavers meant women and children forced into wagons, men chained until their ankles bled, old people discarded when they slowed the pace. Grant had passed such lines before. In the early years, he had avoided them because one man could not fight the whole ruined world. Then he saw a little boy with his son's shoulders being dragged behind a cart, and something in him turned from grief into iron. The map seller sat under an umbrella patched with duct tape. His name was Harlan, though he had used 3 other names in 3 other places. Grant had not killed him because Harlan's lies were useful when sorted from his fears. The map seller's hands fluttered over paper as Grant approached. "I heard you had trouble on the North Road," Harlan said. Grant placed the red scarf from the dead raider on the table. Harlan swallowed. "That kind of trouble, then," Grant said. "Captives moved east last week. I want the road they took." Harlan suddenly became interested in dust on his sleeve. Grant leaned closer. "I can pay for truth, or I can leave you with everyone knowing you sell roots to men who take children." Harlan's mouth twitched. He glanced toward the brothel porch, toward the guards, toward every place help might be found, and found none of it willing. "South Spur," he said. "Past a dry creek, not a full line. Maybe 20 people, maybe less." They were marked for a place called Bellwether. Grant had heard the name. A town with a market, a hanging tree, and a mayor who smiled while other men screamed. He gave Harlan 2 cartridges and took the map anyway. He left Mercy Station before evening. The gate guard with gray in his beard watched him go. "Road gets mean after dark," the guard said. Grant kept walking. "Road is mean in daylight, too." The guard gave a tired little grin and let the gate chain fall behind him. Outside, the land opened in rust colors and dead grass. Grant did not look back. Trading posts made people feel safe, and feeling safe made them careless. Careless people slept near bright fires, told strangers their names, drank from open cups, and woke up poor if they woke at all. At sunset, he found the remains of a family camp beside a dry creek. The ashes were 2 days old. A child's shoe lay in the sand. 3 sets of drag marks led toward the South Spur Road. He crouched near the shoe and felt the old pressure rise behind his ribs. Not pain exactly, not grief in the way poets might name it, but a hard, airless thing that made the world narrow. He could still see his wife standing in the kitchen with a butcher knife because the rifle had jammed. He could still hear his son asking why the dogs would not stop barking. The wasteland never let memory rot. It preserved the worst parts like meat packed in salt. Grant buried the shoe under a flat stone. He told himself it was foolish, then did it anyway. The sky turned violet and cold slid out of the ground. He set no fire. He ate jerky in the dark, drank from his canteen, and studied the map until the roads became lines inside his head. Bellwether sat 3 days away if a man traveled hard and did not get delayed by bullets, floodwash, fever, bad luck, or kindness. Kindness had delayed him more than bullets lately, and he hated that most of all. Sleep came in broken pieces. He dreamed of a porch painted blue, though he knew the paint had peeled long before the end. He dreamed of small hands pressing his face, of his wife's hair smelling like smoke from a good fire instead of a burning roof. He woke before dawn with the revolver in his hand and his heart slamming. The creek bed was empty. The stars were fading. Far off, something howled once and went silent. Grant sat until his breathing obeyed him. Then he packed his gear and stepped onto the South Spur Road. The second day brought heat, flies, and the kind of open country that made a man feel watched by the sky itself. He crossed abandoned fields where old corn stalks still stood like black needles. He passed a church with no roof and pews dragged outside to make barricades. Beside the altar, someone had painted names in charcoal. Grant did not read them all. Reading names made them people, and people made weight. He already carried enough. Still, he paused at the last name because it had been written by a child's hand, uneven and fierce. The name was Mama. He took off his hat and stood there until the wind shifted. Near dusk, 2 riders appeared on the ridge behind him. Grant saw them in the reflection of a cracked phone screen he used as a mirror. They kept distance, which meant they were either cautious or waiting for more men. He left the road, cut through a wash, and climbed into a stand of scrub pine. When the riders followed, he let them pass below him. Their saddles were decorated with bits of bone. One had a string of children's teeth sewn into his hatband. Grant's hands went still. Some men were hungry. Some were afraid. Some had been made cruel by years of losing. Others had simply found out they enjoyed the new rules. He killed the first rider with the rifle, the shot cracking through the pines and knocking the man sideways out of the saddle. The second spun his horse and fired blind into the brush. Grant moved before the echo died, slid down the bank, and came up near a cedar stump. The rider saw him and raised a shotgun. Grant fired again. The rider folded over the saddle, slid down, and hit the dirt with one boot still caught. The horse bolted, dragging him until the boot tore free. Grant searched the bodies, took 4 shells, a half bag of oats, and the hat with the teeth. He burned the hat in a little pit and watched until the string snapped. Every mile taught him the same lesson in a different language. Rusted billboards promised vacations to places that no longer answered maps. Gas stations stood with pumps ripped open like gutted animals. In the distance, apartment towers rose from the flat land with black windows and empty balconies, each one a hive abandoned after smoke drove the last families out. Grant never lingered near places that looked rich with salvage. Rich meant visited. Visited meant trapped. Trapped meant graves under floorboards and smiling men behind counters asking too many friendly questions. He preferred poor ground. Poor ground at least told the truth about what it had to offer. He had a rule about fires. If he saw 1 flame, he counted 3 men. If he saw 3 flames, he counted 10. If he smelled cooked meat, he assumed someone nearby had stolen it or killed for it. Rules like that kept him alive, but they also kept the world at a distance. He did not know the names of most people he passed. He did not ask where they came from unless the answer could save his skin. A name could become a prayer. A prayer could become a promise. Promises were how the dead kept hands on the living. Once, near an overpass collapsed by a military blast years earlier, he found a mural painted on concrete in bright childish colors. It showed a family walking toward a green hill, the parents holding hands with 2 children between them. Someone had later painted black flames over the hill and red tears on every face. Grant stood there longer than he meant to, not because the picture was good, but because some person had wasted precious paint on grief. That mattered. In a world where salt, medicine, and bullets counted more than art, grief still found a wall and demanded to be seen. The wasteland had changed the sound of mourning. Before, dawn carried engines, doors, televisions, plumbing, radios, and the low human hum of a country too busy to hear itself. Now dawn came with wind, birds, distant gunshots, coughing animals, and the creak of rope against improvised gates. Grant had learned to wake inside that silence without trusting it. The quiet after the collapse was never peace. It was only the pause between one hunger and the next. He did not think of himself as brave. Brave men charged because the story had taught them charging meant honor. Grant moved because staying still allowed grief to catch him. He killed because some men made killing the only language left in the room. He helped when he helped because every so often a stranger's face lined up with a face he had buried in memory, and the old pain became too loud to ignore. None of that felt heroic. It felt like damage finding a direction. By the time Bellwether's smoke rose on the horizon, Grant had memorized the ridges around it, the likely water routes, the gullies where a man could crawl unseen, and the grave markers outside the west ditch. He saw fresh earth there. Too much of it, a town that buried that often either suffered raids or committed them. He watched for mourners and saw none. That told him enough to keep the rifle loose in his hands. That night, he sat under a dead cottonwood and cleaned the rifle by touch. He spoke to no one, but his silence was not empty. It held the names of the dead. It held the shape of the shoe under the stone. It held the old argument he had with himself every time he found another trail of captives. A man could spend his whole life cutting chains and still die with the world chained around him. A man could also walk away and live longer. Grant had tried walking away once. His feet still remembered the direction. His soul hated him for it. By morning, he saw smoke from Bellwether's outer fires. The town sat low in a basin, built around a grain elevator and the remains of a rail yard. From the ridge, he counted guards, wagons, watch barrels, and the shape of a pen behind the stock barn. He could not see captives from that distance, only movement. Too many guns for one man, too many angles. He studied it until his eyes burned, then backed away. He needed a plan, supplies, and maybe a way inside that did not involve dying before he found the people from the creek. Mercy Station had given him a road. Bellwether would demand blood for entry. Grant had plenty to spend, but he preferred making other men pay. Chapter 2. Mercy Men. Bellwether was not a town so much as a threat with roofs. Grant entered it 2 days later through the west gate, walking behind a merchant wagon loaded with cracked jars, turnips, and 2 cages of hens that complained louder than the wheels. The guards searched the merchant, stole 3 turnips, laughed at their own courage, and barely looked at Grant because he had made himself look tired and poor. That was another trick the Wasteland taught. Men who feared strong strangers often ignored worn ones. Grant had rubbed dust into his coat, tied his rifle in a bedroll, and let a limp ride his step until the guards saw only another drifter with nothing worth taking. Inside the gate, Bellwether pressed close around him. Sheet metal roofs leaned over plank walks. Old train cars had been turned into rooms, bars, and locked houses with curtains made from feed sacks. A sign nailed to the grain elevator read, "Oh dear!" Below it, 3 men sat in chairs with rifles across their knees. Their boots were clean. Clean boots meant power. Grant kept his face dull as he passed. He had learned that hatred showed in the eyes first, and men who sold people were always looking for hatred in others. They feared revenge more than law because law had died, but revenge kept crawling out of ditches. He found the bar by following the smell of yeast, sweat, and lamp oil. It occupied an old depot whose platform had been fenced with bed frames and cattle panels. Someone had painted the name, "The Last Stop," above the door. The room beyond was dim even at midday, packed with smoke and low voices. Bottles sat behind the bar like relics in a church. A woman with a shaved head played cards with 2 guards and took their money without smiling. A piano with half its keys missing stood in the corner, wearing dust like a shroud. Grant chose a table against the wall where he could see the front door, the back hall, and the mirror behind the bar. The bartender looked him over and set down a cup without asking. "Water costs less if you don't bleed on my floor," she said. Grant placed the casing beside the cup. "Then I will try to stay polite." She gave him water that tasted of tin and a strip of salted meat that might once have been goat. Her eyes flicked to the shape of the rifle in the bedroll. "Polite men do not usually sit there." Grant drank. "Impulsive men sit in the middle." That earned half a smile. It was gone before anyone else could see it. He listened while pretending not to. Bellwether's market would open at dusk. A convoy had arrived from the north. 3 bosses were expected but not named with comfort. Men called them the Company, the Mercy Men, or the 3, depending on how drunk they were and how near their guard sat. Grant heard one name whispered twice, Vale. He filed it away. A name was a handle, and a handle let you drag a man closer to judgment. He also heard the word livestock used with laughter, and the cup in his hand creaked before he noticed his fingers tightening. The 3 men approached just after the room's noise dipped. Grant saw them in the mirror before they reached his table. The first was tall, clean, and handsome in a way that seemed practiced. He wore a tan coat and a silver watch chain, useless in a world where time belonged to sun and hunger. The second was broad, red-faced, and cheerful, with hands scarred from work he likely made others do now. The third was narrow and pale, with quick eyes and a mouth that moved as if chewing on insults. They carried themselves like men used to rooms adjusting around them. Grant did not adjust. The handsome one touched the back of the empty chair. "Mind if we sit?" Grant looked from his hand to his face. "You already decided!" The broad one laughed and dropped into a chair. The narrow one stayed standing, annoyed by laughter that did not belong to him. The handsome man sat last. "Name's Gideon Vale. This is Merritt Shaw, and the sharp-faced saint over there is Silas Pike." Pike's lips peeled back. "I do not care for jokes," Grant said. "Then you pick poor company." Shaw laughed again, louder this time, and several heads turned before deciding they had seen nothing. Vale studied Grant with warm eyes that never stopped measuring. "We saw you come in. Quiet step, not a beggar, not a fool. You have the look of a man who has made hard choices and lived with them." Grant drank his water. "That a compliment or a sales pitch?" Vale smiled. "Both, if I am lucky." Pike leaned close enough for Grant to smell mint leaves on his breath, a rich man's habit in a poor world. "We hear things. North Road. Red Scarf Gang, 2 bone riders in the pines. Men like you leave marks. Grant set the cup down gently. Men who talk too much leave witnesses. Shaw raised both hands, still grinning. Easy now. We are not here to test you, Grant said. Everyone says that before they do. Vale's smile softened, as if Grant's distrust amused and saddened him at once. Fair enough. We are building something in this basin. Routes, guard posts, work crews, and food stores. A little order where there used to be panic. Men with your skill could do better than wandering from ditch to ditch. Grant looked toward the window where a guard shoved the thin boy out of the way with a rifle barrel. Order has a smell. Yours smells like fear. Vale did not flinch. That made him more dangerous. Men who flinched could be red. Vale only folded his hands. Fear keeps thieves honest, Grant said. Hunger makes thieves. Fear makes slaves. The word landed at the table like a thrown knife. Pike's eyes sharpened. Shaw's grin cooled. Vale remained pleasant, which told Grant the man had practiced hearing ugly truths without showing the cost. You have strong opinions for a man drinking our water, Vale said. Grant slid another casing beside the cup. Now it is bought water. For a moment, the table held quiet. Around them, the last stop pretended to be busy. Cards slapped. A chair scraped. Somewhere in the back room, a woman coughed until it sounded like tearing cloth. Vale leaned back. Join us for a season. We pay in ammunition, food, shelter, and choice. Grant almost smiled. Choice belongs to the man offering it, not the man taking orders. Pike muttered. He thinks he is clever. Grant looked at him. I think you are loud. Shaw's big hand covered his mouth, but the laugh escaped through his fingers. Vale let the humor pass, because useful men allowed small insults when hunting bigger prizes. I am serious, Grant. Hearing his name from Vale's mouth made the room tighten. Grant had not given it. His hand did not move, but every part of him became ready. Vale nodded toward Harlan, the map seller near the bar, who suddenly found his cup fascinating. Information travels faster than wagons! Do not take offense. A name is only a name, Grant said. A name is a door. You tried the handle. Pike's fingers drifted toward his coat. Grant's revolver cleared leather under the table and pressed against Pike's thigh before anyone else at the table saw it move. Pike froze, throat bobbing. Grant kept his gaze on Vale. Tell him to lift his hand slowly. Vale's smile vanished for the first time. Silas, do as the man says. Pike lifted his hand. Grant held the revolver there another breath, then eased it back. He did not lower his voice. You came to recruit me. Do not mistake that for owning the room. Vale was quiet long enough that Shaw stopped grinning entirely. Then the handsome man nodded once. Point taken. No offense meant. Grant said, offense is not the issue. Vale's expression changed again, returning to warmth like a mask set back on a nail. You prefer to be alone, Grant said. I prefer not to wake up owing men I dislike. Shaw rubbed his scarred knuckles. You dislike everyone, or are we special? Grant looked at him. You were making an effort. This time even the bartender laughed under her breath. The conversation might have ended there, but Vale was not a man who accepted a closed gate without checking for a side path. He stood and adjusted his coat. Have it your way. We do not need marriage vows. Maybe a short job then. 2 weeks. Easy road if the weather holds. Good pay. You walk away after. Grant said, I already said I don't join crews. Vale replied, I heard that. This is not a crew. It is a contract. The word had a cleaner sound, and Vale knew it. Contracts let men pretend choices still had shape. Grant looked past him at the bar mirror. Harlan would not meet his eyes. That meant the job was either dangerous, dirty, or both. Most jobs in the New World were both. What are you moving? Grant asked. Vale turned back, pleased that the hook had caught even a little. Livestock, a herd from a private ranch south of here. The owner wants them brought through rough country. We lost guards last month to raiders, and I would rather hire skill than bury friends. Shaw nodded, as if this were the simple truth of it. Pike smiled too fast. Grant did not answer at once. Livestock meant meat, milk, hide, trade, survival. A few cattle could feed a settlement or start a war. It explained the pay and the need for guns. It did not explain Pike's smile. Why me? Grant asked. Vale said, Because you are one man and you do not ask for a share beyond what is promised. Because you do not drink enough to talk. Because you see things before they happen. Grant said, because I can be blamed if it goes bad. Vale spread his hands. Because you can keep it from going bad. The bartender came by and refilled Grant's cup without being asked. As she leaned near, she whispered so softly the words barely crossed the table. Do not take mercy work. Then she moved on, face blank. Grant watched her pour for another customer. Vale watched Grant watching her. People here are fond of drama, Vale said. Grant replied, people here are afraid of you. Pike snapped, people here eat because of us. Grant said, that is what every boot says to every neck under it. Vale sighed, and for a heartbeat he looked tired rather than polished. The world ended, Grant. Men like us did not make that happen. We only learned how to keep breathing after. You may hate the shape of things, but hate does not fill dishes. Grant thought of the child's shoe by the creek, the family camp cold in the sand, the drag marks going south. Neither does pretending people are cargo, he said. Vale's eyes held his. You keep saying that word. I offered you cattle. Grant heard the carefulness in the answer. It was not denial, not proof, only carefulness. Shaw leaned in, voice lower. Pay is 20 good rounds now, 20 after, plus dried beef and 2 bottles of clean alcohol. Medical grade, not bar poison. That last part touched a practical part of Grant's mind. Clean alcohol meant trade, cleaning cuts, buying favors, surviving infection. The rounds meant a winter of options. The meat meant weeks of food. He hated that the offer mattered. Hunger made insults of morals. Need made doors out of traps. He had seen men sell their names for less. Grant stood. The chair legs scraped, and half the room stiffened. I will think on it. Pike smiled. Don't think too long. Grant stepped close enough that Pike's smile died. I think at the speed I choose. Vale lifted a calming hand. Tomorrow at first light by the south yard. You can say yes there, or you can keep walking. No hard feelings. Grant looked at all 3 of them. There are always hard feelings. People just lie about when they start. He left the last stop through the side door into an alley that smelled of cabbage, urine, and wet ash. The bartender followed 3 minutes later carrying a bucket. She threw dirty water into the gutter and did not look at him where he stood behind a stack of crates. You were supposed to keep walking, she said. Grant replied, you were supposed to mind your bar. She set the bucket down. Men who work for Vale stop being men or stop breathing. That is all I know. Grant asked, livestock? Her face tightened. That word means different things in Bellwether. He waited for more, but fear locked her mouth. Grant did not press. Pressing frightened people often broke the part that might speak later. He took one of his last cartridges and set it on the crate, for the warning. She looked at it like he had placed a live coal in front of her. Warnings are free when they are all a person has left. Grant said, nothing is free here. She pocketed it, then whispered, if you go, keep your eyes open when you reach the ranch. Count legs before horns. She picked up the bucket and returned inside. Grant spent the night in a rented stall above the livery, not because it was comfortable, but because the loft had 2 exits and the hay muffled movement below. He set a tin cup against the ladder so anyone climbing would rattle it. He placed the thread across the window. He slept in pieces, waking each time the horses shifted or the town dogs barked. Near midnight, 2 men paused under the loft and spoke in low voices about a shipment, a girl who bit Merrick and a buyer from the east. Grant held still in the hay with his knife in his hand until they left. At dawn, he watched the south yard from the roof of the livery. Vale stood beside 3 wagons and 12 armed men. Shaw checked harness straps. Pike slapped the boy for dropping a crate, then smiled when the boy scrambled to pick it up. There were no cattle in the yard. That did not prove anything. Herds could be farther south. Wagons could carry gear. Lies often dressed themselves in reasonable clothes. Grant knew he should leave Bellwether and follow the captive trail on his own. Instead, he saw the boy rub his cheek and keep working because crying would cost him more. Grant climbed down. Vale greeted him with a smile bright enough to sell a rotten apple. I hoped you would come, Grant said. I came to hear the contract clear. Vale pointed to the wagons. 4 days south, maybe 5. We collect the herd, escort it north through the pass, and deliver it to the East Market Road. You receive half pay now, half on delivery. You take orders only in matters of route security. You are not company, you are hired protection. Grant looked at the men, the crates, the empty spaces where truth should have stood. I walk away when the job ends. Vale nodded. With my blessing. The last stop had its own laws, most of them unspoken and all of them enforced faster than any judge from the old world could have managed. Spilled drink earned a glare. A drawn blade earned a broken wrist. A drawn gun earned silence first, then thunder. Nobody sat with both hands under the table, unless they wanted every eye measuring the distance to the nearest door. Grant liked places with clear laws, even rotten ones. Rot could be studied. Confusion killed faster. Vale's voice had the cadence of old speeches, the kind delivered from courthouse steps when flags still snapped over clean uniforms. That unsettled Grant. Crude men were easier. A crude man wanted what he wanted and reached for it with dirty fingers. Men like Vale built language around hunger until hunger looked respectable. They could make a cage sound like policy and a grave sound like progress. Grant had seen towns surrender to that kind of voice because it promised that cruelty would be organized, and organized cruelty looked safer than chaos to people already exhausted by fear. Pike, by contrast, wore his nature like a rash. His eyes moved to weakness the way flies move to meat. Grant watched him study the serving girls, the limping drunks, the boy carrying ash buckets, anyone who might not be able to strike back. A man like Pike made the world simpler. He was a snake on open ground. The danger lay in the fact that Vale had chosen to keep him close. Useful monsters always said more about their masters than about themselves. Shaw was harder to place. The big man laughed too easily, fought too willingly, and carried guilt like a stone hidden inside his coat. Grant had seen that type before too, men who had crossed lines, then built a personality loud enough to keep from hearing the echo. They were not safe. Sometimes they were worse than the ones who enjoyed evil cleanly. But sometimes, if pushed against the right wall, shame could make a man do one decent thing before the dark swallowed him again. When Grant signed the contract, he did not feel trapped. He felt the way he did before stepping onto thin ice, alert, irritated, and aware that turning back might be wiser than proving the crossing possible. The cartridges in his palm were real. So was the bartender's warning. So was the route south. A man with no trust still had to choose which danger opened the next door. Grant chose the door with Vale's smile behind it. Grant did not care for blessings, but he cared for the trail this job might open. If Vale lied, Grant would learn where the lie lived. If Vale told the truth, Grant would earn enough to keep hunting the captive line. Either way, standing outside the gate helped no one. He held out his hand. Vale placed 20 cartridges in his palm, each one clean, dry, and real. The weight of them was seductive. Grant closed his fist around the pay and said, 2 weeks. I do not carry your colors. I do not punish your workers. I do not shoot anyone for making you look small. Shaw muttered. That last rule could get busy. Vale ignored him. Agreed. Pike stepped close as Grant signed the paper with a mark instead of his full name. Try not to get noble on us, Pike said. Grant folded the paper and put it inside his coat. Try not to give me a reason. Pike's eyes glittered with hatred too eager to hide. Vale clapped his hands and called the wagons forward. The south gate groaned open. Bellwether spilled them into the morning, and Grant walked beside men he already suspected he might have to kill. He told himself the contract was only a road. Roads could be used in either direction. Sometimes they led a man to pay. Sometimes they led him to the truth beneath a pretty lie. Chapter 3. The Contract Road. The first day south of Bellwether passed under a sky the color of hammered tin. Grant walked ahead of the wagons when the ground narrowed, behind them when the trail opened, and never in the middle where a man could be trapped between wheels and guns. Vale noticed, but said nothing. Shaw noticed and seemed entertained. Pike noticed and grew irritated, which Grant counted as a useful side benefit. The rest of the guards were a mixed lot. Hungry veterans, former farmhands, 2 brothers who spoke only to each other, and a woman named Lisa who carried a shotgun with the easy grip of someone who had used it often enough to stop being proud of it. They crossed fields abandoned after the second winter of the collapse, when seed ran out and diesel turned to rumor. Old irrigation arms stood crooked across the land like dead insects. Farmhouses had been stripped to frames. Barns leaned with their doors hanging open, revealing darkness that smelled of straw, mold, and things best left unnamed. Grant marked every structure as a possible nest for raiders. He marked every rise as a place for a rifle. He marked the guards by their habits. Shaw sang when bored. Pike checked his pistol after every insult. Vale rode near the front and spoke to men by name, making command feel like friendship. At midday, one of the wagon wheels cracked near an orchard where the trees still produced small, bitter apples. The crew halted in a defensive ring without being told, which meant they were trained better than they looked. Grant took the high ground under a dead oak and scanned the rows. He found 3 signs of recent movement: a broken branch still pale at the snap, a strip of cloth caught on bark, and flies gathering where no fruit lay. He whistled once. Lisa looked up. Grant pointed 2 fingers toward the orchard. She nodded and shifted her shotgun without calling attention to herself. Vale came to stand beside him. "Trouble?" Grant said. "Someone watched this road within the last day." Vale followed his gaze. "Raiders," Grant replied. Maybe hungry people deciding whether you look edible." Vale smiled faintly. "Do I?" Grant looked at his clean coat. "You look expensive. That is worse." Vale seemed to enjoy that answer. "You have a talent for making conversation feel like a search warrant." Grant kept watching the trees, then stopped hiding things. The smile faded at the edges. "Everybody hides things now." Grant said, "Some hide food, some hide graves. Those are not the same." Shaw and 2 guards repaired the wheel while Pike complained about the delay, as if noise could speed wood. Grant slipped into the orchard alone. The air changed under the branches, cooler and thick with the smell of fermenting apples. He moved without brushing leaves. 20 yards in, he found the body of a man tied to a trunk with wire around his chest. His throat had been cut badly, not cleanly. A warning: a sack lay at his feet with a loaf of bread inside, untouched. That meant the killing had not been for food. Grant crouched and studied the ground. 6 people had stood there. 1 had dragged the heel. 1 wore a boot with a missing sole nail. A whisper of movement came from the next row. Grant rolled behind a trunk as a silent bolt sank into the bark where his chest had been. He hated those weapons because they were quiet and made cowards feel clever. A woman burst from cover with a hatchet raised. Grant caught her wrist, drove his shoulder into her center, and put her on the ground hard enough to empty her breath. A boy came after her with a spear made from a kitchen knife tied to a broom handle. Grant kicked the spear aside and pinned him with the rifle barrel. The boy could not have been more than 14. His face was feral with terror. More shapes emerged from the trees, not raiders in bone and paint, but starving people with farm tools and hollow cheeks. Lisa arrived behind Grant, shotgun lifted. Pike came crashing through brush a few moments later with 3 guards and a grin too eager for permission. Well, Pike said. "Thieves in the apples." Grant did not move the rifle from the boy, but his voice went cold. "They have not stolen anything yet." Pike raised his pistol. "They tried to kill you," Grant said. "So have better men. Lower it." Pike laughed as though Grant had performed for him. "You forget who pays you." Grant turned his head just enough to meet Pike's eyes. "You pay me to protect the root, not to murder hungry children." The word murder tightened the orchard. The starving woman under Grant's knee began to cry without sound. Lisa kept her shotgun steady, but she aimed at the ground now. Vale arrived, taking in the body tied to the tree, the peasants, Pike's raised pistol, and Grant's expression. "Silas," he said softly, "put that away." Pike's jaw worked. For one breath, Grant thought the narrow man might force the issue. Then Pike holstered his pistol with theatrical disgust. Vale spoke to the starving group as if addressing townsfolk at a meeting. He promised food for information and safe distance if they did not follow. It was a handsome speech. Grant watched their faces, not Vale's. They wanted to believe him because belief could be eaten for a little while. The woman told them that men with black scarves had taken over the old ranch road. She said travelers vanished near the quarry. She said she'd seen wagons moving at night with covers tied down tight and heard crying from inside. Vale listened with grave attention. Pike looked bored. Shaw looked at Grant, and for once the big man's grin did not appear. When the wheel was fixed, Vale ordered a sack of meal and 2 canteens left in the orchard. Grant saw him do it. He also saw Pike mutter to one of the brothers, who spat toward the starving people before climbing onto the rear wagon. Mercy wore many faces, Grant thought. Vale preferred his clean. Pike preferred his wet. Shaw preferred his hidden behind laughter. The road accepted them all and kept no ledger anyone could read until bullets started writing in the margins. They camped that night in the shell of a roadside school. The classrooms had been emptied of desks and filled with old straw. A mural of planets still covered one wall, each one smiling with cartoon eyes. Someone had scratched names through earth. Grant took first watch from the roof, where the tar paper cracked under his boots. Below, the guards cooked beans with apple slices stolen from the orchard. Vale shared a flask with Shaw. Pike sharpened a knife he had not used all day. The horses stamped and blew in the cold. Lysa climbed onto the roof near midnight and sat 10 feet away without asking permission. Grant did not look at her. She said, "You made Pike look small." Grant replied, "Pike came that way." She almost smiled. "He will remember," Grant said. "I hope his memory is heavy." She hugged her shotgun across her knees. "You really did not know what kind of men you signed on with?" He watched the black line of the road. "I knew enough to expect lies. I needed to know where they led." Lysa was quiet. Then she said, "Roads like this lead to places you cannot wash off." Grant answered, "I ran out of clean years ago." She did not leave. Wind moved through the broken roof vents with a sound like whispering children. After a while, she said, "I had a sister. Men took her from a camp near Amarillo. I joined company because I thought getting close to the roots might help me find her." Grant knew better than to offer comfort. Comfort was often a lie told by people who wanted silence. He said, "Did it?" Lysa's hands tightened on the shotgun. "I found out she was sold east before I ever signed up. By then I owed food, bullets, and 2 favors. Company keeps books. It calls debt the same thing as loyalty." Grant looked at her then. In moonlight, her face seemed carved from tired stone. "Why tell me?" She stared at the road. "Because Pike wants to kill you. Shaw does what Vale says, and Vale smiles like a preacher standing over a pit. Because you looked at those orchard people and did not see target practice. Because if this job is what I think it is, someone needs to be ready when you turn." Grant did not ask what she meant. He already knew. He only said, "When I turn, do not stand behind the wrong man." Lysa gave a small nod and climbed down. The second day brought rain that smelled of metal. It came hard and sudden, turning dust to slick brown paste. The wagons lurched and slid. Horses fought the traces. Shaw cursed cheerfully while pushing a wheel through a rut. Pike stayed under a canvas cover and shouted advice no one needed. Grant walked in the rain with his hat pulled low, grateful for the noise because it covered movement. Twice he left the road to scout ahead. Twice he found signs that the black scarf men had been there. Boot prints under ledges, fresh ashes hidden under mud, a strip of black cloth tied to a fence as a marker. By afternoon, they reached the quarry. It yawned beside the road, a gray pit filled with rainwater and rusted machines. The trail narrowed between the pit and a wall of limestone. Grant stopped before the first wagon entered the cut. Vale rode up. "Another feeling?" Grant said. "An obvious place to die." Shaw looked at the cliffs and spat rain. "I hate obvious places." Pike called from the wagon. "Then walk faster and make it less obvious." Grant ignored him and studied the limestone. The shadows were wrong. Too many dark pockets. Too many stones that looked recently shifted. He found the tripwire stretched ankle-high across the trail. It was fishing line, almost invisible in rain, tied to a stack of loose rock above the cut. If the front horses had hit it, the slide would have crushed the lead wagon and pinned the rest in the kill lane. Grant pointed it out. Vale's pleasant face hardened. "Black scarves?" Grant said. "Or someone who wants us to think so." Vale watched him. "You suspect everyone," Grant answered. "It saves time." They disarmed the trap and moved through the cut undercover, but the ambush still came from the quarry floor. 6 men rose from behind rusted equipment and opened fire. The first shot took a guard from the saddle. The second punched through a wagon plank near Pike's head, which made him shriek more from surprise than fear. Grant dropped behind a boulder and picked targets with the rifle. One man spun and fell into the rainwater. Another tried to run along the machine track, and Grant put him down before he reached cover. Lysa's shotgun thundered from the rear, driving 2 attackers behind an engine block. Shaw charged down the slope with a roar, firing a revolver in each hand, like a man who had decided caution was for people with fewer scars. He reached the engine block as Lysa's next blast forced the attackers low. Shaw kicked one man in the face, shot the other through the throat, and came up laughing with rain streaming from his beard. Pike finally joined the fight when it was almost finished, firing 3 wild shots and claiming 2 dead men already claimed by gravity. Grant saw everything, he always did. The living could lie after a fight. The ground could not. The last attacker tried to crawl away with his belly torn open by buckshot. Grant reached him first and pressed the boot against his rifle. "Who sent you?" The man's teeth were pink. "Black flag at the ranch," he gasped. "They pay for company heads." Vale crouched beside Grant. "Which ranch?" The dying man laughed and blood bubbled at his lips. "All roads end there." He tried to spit at Vale but lacked strength. Grant ended it with his knife, because leaving a man to drown in his own blood was a cruelty even the Wasteland did not require. After the quarry, the crew looked at Grant differently. Some with respect, some with annoyance. Pike with open hatred. Vale with interest sharpened into calculation. Shaw slapped Grant on the shoulder, which nearly got his wrist broken. "You see traps like a dog smells meat," Shaw said. Grant stepped away. "Do not touch me." Shaw raised his hand, smiling. "That seems fair. I like my fingers where they are," Grant said. "Then teach them manners." The big man laughed, but his eyes stayed thoughtful. They buried the dead guard under a pile of quarry stones. Vale said words over him about courage, order, and building a future. Grant stood apart and watched the rain wash blood into the gravel. He wondered how many futures had been built on graves by men who spoke well. He wondered how many listeners knew and clapped anyway. When Vale finished, Pike complained that the delay would cost daylight. Lysa stared at the fresh stones as if she had buried more than a coworker there. Grant kept count of the remaining guns, 11 not counting his. Too many if he had to turn in open ground. Fewer if fear helped. They reached the old ranch road near evening. A wooden sign still hung from a leaning post, the painted name nearly gone. Under it, someone had carved 3 fresh marks, a V, a hammer shape, and a thin slash. Grant saw Vale's eyes flick to them. Shaw saw them too. Pike looked pleased. The marks confirmed what Grant had suspected since the last stop. This was not a simple hired escort stumbling through danger. This road belonged to the men who hired him. The traps, whispers, and warnings were part of a map he had not yet seen. Camp that night was tense. No one sang. No one gambled. The guards ate fast and kept weapons near their knees. Grant sat beyond the firelight and cleaned mud from his boots. Vale approached alone, hands open. "You are wondering why those marks are on the sign," Grant said. "I already know why. I am wondering which lie you will choose." Vale lowered himself onto a stone. "The ranch operates under our protection. That does not make it wicked." Grant looked at him. "Protection is a pretty word when the people being protected can leave." Vale's jaw tightened. "You have a habit of judging before you see," Grant replied. "I have seen enough men hide ugly things behind gates." Vale stared into the fire. For the first time, the practiced warmth cracked enough to show irritation beneath. "You think the old world was cleaner. It bought cheap shirts made by starving hands. It filled prisons. It let children sleep under bridges while rich men argued about decency on screens. We did not invent cruelty. We only stopped disguising it," Grant said. "That is the speech men give when they want permission to become worse." Vale looked back at him. "And what are you, Grant? A lonely gun pretending his killings are different?" The question struck closer than Grant liked. He kept his voice level. "I do not sell the people I spare." Traveling with armed men reminded Grant why he stayed alone. They made too much noise even when trying for quiet. They argued about food, complained about weather, laughed at stories that should have made them ashamed, and measured courage by how loudly a man could dismiss death. Alone, Grant could hear the shape of danger before it arrived. With a crew, he had to hear through boots, wheels, jokes, coughs, and Pike's constant need to prove that silence was afraid of him. The contract road kept revealing small histories. A child's bicycle lay half buried near a mailbox painted with flowers. A military helmet hung from a fence post with a bird nest inside it. Someone had built a shrine in the cab of a delivery truck, setting plastic saints beside spent casings and a melted phone. Grant did not understand all the prayers people made after the old systems failed. He understood the need for an object to hold fear when hands had to carry water and guns. Vale used the miles to study people. He praised the brothers for quick work, remembered that Lysa preferred black coffee, asked Shaw about an old leg ache, and ignored Pike just enough to keep Pike hungry for approval. Grant saw the pattern and disliked its elegance. Good leaders used attention like water, giving it where life needed. Coaxing. Vale used it like bait. Men followed him because he made them feel seen while quietly deciding what parts of them could be spent. At the quarry, after the last shot faded, the smell of wet limestone mixed with blood and powder. It was a clean mineral smell ruined by men. Grant had always hated that most battlefields became ordinary again too quickly. Rain fell. Birds returned. Mud swallowed brass. The world did not care that a man had been alive 1 second and meat the next. Maybe that was mercy. Maybe it was insult. He had never decided. Lysa's confession stayed with him longer than he wanted. A sister sold east. Debt dressed as loyalty. Fear mistaken for choice until the mistake became a chain. He had known hundreds like her since the collapse. People who did one wrong thing to survive, then another to pay for the first, until the road behind them burned too hot to cross back. The Wasteland did not only create villains, it created people too tired to remain innocent. The closer they came to the ranch road, the more Grant sensed the job tightening around him. Vale spoke less. Pike smiled more. Shaw drank whenever the wagon stopped. Lysa watched the rear trail as if hoping pursuit might offer a cleaner problem than what waited ahead. Grant kept his own counsel and sharpened his knife under a canvas flap while rain tapped above him like fingers asking to be let in. Vale stood. Tomorrow you will see the herd. Do your job, take your pay, and keep your moral sermons for someone who can afford them, Grant said. Tomorrow I will see what you call a herd. Vale wolfed away, coat dark against the fire. Grant watched him go and knew the thin thread holding the contract together had almost snapped. He should have left under cover of darkness and taken Lysa if she would come. Instead, the trail ahead might lead to the captives from the creek, to the boy from the wagon whispers, to the girl who bit Merrick, to all the hidden truth. Grant had spent years avoiding attachments. He had not learned how to avoid consequence. In the hour before dawn, he woke to a sound beneath the rain, someone crying into a gag. It was distant, muffled, and quickly silenced. Grant sat up, every nerve alive. Across the camp, Vale's men pretended to sleep. Lysa sat with her eyes open beside the rear wagon. She had heard it too. Pike stood near the dark road, smiling at nothing. Grant's hand settled on the revolver. The contract still had 1 day left before it revealed its true face. He already felt his own face hardening to meet it. Chapter 4. South of Trust. Morning came gray and sour. The rain had moved east, leaving the ground slick and the air full of steam rising from mud. Grant walked without speaking as the wagons rolled under the carved sign and onto the ranch road. Fences appeared first, not the loose scrap fences of trading posts, but long, straight runs of wire repaired with discipline. Someone had resources here. Someone had hands enough to keep posts upright and brush cleared from both sides of the trail. That could have meant cattle. It could have meant prisoners. Grant kept his rifle low and his eyes moving. The guards felt the change too. Men who had joked 3 days earlier now rode with shoulders tight. Pike seemed brighter with every mile, as though approaching a feast. Shaw grew quieter. Vale rode ahead, his coat brushed clean despite the road, his back straight, his face unreadable. Grant had known men like him before the end, men who could walk through a room of suffering and see only systems. They spoke of necessity as if the word had been handed down from heaven rather than shaped in their own mouths. At mid-morning they passed the line of burned cars pushed off the road. Each windshield had been marked with the same three signs: V, hammer, slash, the brands of the three. The marks bothered Grant more than flags would have. Flags tried to inspire. Brands tried to claim. A buzzard sat on the roof of a minivan, too fat to bother flying as they passed. Through the open side door, Grant saw children's drawings still taped to the interior panel. A sun. A house. 4 stick figures holding hands. The paper had faded, but the hands remained connected. Pike caught him looking and snickered. Sentimental? Grant did not slow. Curious how often you laugh near dead children. Pike's face twisted. You keep testing my patience, Grant said. You keep proving it is small. The nearest guards pretended not to hear. Shaw made a low sound that might have been warning or amusement. Vale turned in the saddle. That is enough. Both of you. Grant looked past him toward the low hills. The argument had done what he intended. It made Pike angry enough to forget caution. Angry men revealed seams. By noon, the land opened into a basin ringed by scrub hills. The ranch sat at its center behind double fences and 2 watch platforms. The old main house had been expanded with shipping containers, sheet metal halls, and canvas awnings. Barns stood in a row behind it. One barn had fresh paint, 2 armed men at the doors, and no animal smell on the wind. Grant smelled wood smoke, manure from a small pen of actual goats, boiled cornmeal, and the sour stink of too many frightened bodies kept too close. His stomach turned cold. He did not let it show. The gate opened before Vale reached it. Men inside cheered him. Not all men, Grant noticed. Some cheered because they were paid to. Others because not cheering would be remembered. A one-eyed foreman with a ledger embraced Vale and nodded to Shaw. He dipped his head slightly to Pike without warmth. Grant stayed near the rear wagon and counted. 23 visible guns. 2 rifles on the west platform, 1 on the east, 4 men near the barn, 3 at the inner gate, 6 scattered near the cook shed, the rest moving. Too many for a clean fight. No fight was clean, but math still mattered. Vale dismounted and spread his arms as if welcoming Grant to a neighbor's farm. Here we are, Grant said. Where is the herd? Vale's smile held. Being prepared. Pike laughed under his breath. Shaw looked away. Lysa stood beside the rear wagon, face pale and set. The foreman eyed Grant. This, the extra gun? Vale nodded. A careful man. Show him quarters near the tack room, Grant said. I sleep outside. The foreman frowned. Vale replied smoothly. Let him. Some men rest better under weather. Grant did not rest. He spent the afternoon learning the ranch by pretending not to. He helped unload crates because hands at work could go places idle. Men could not. He carried feed sacks past the goat pen and saw that there were only 12 animals, not enough to justify 5 wagons and a hired gun. He stacked ammunition boxes in a shed and noticed the east wall had a loose plank near the ground. He filled water barrels and watched 2 guards drag a covered cart from the painted barn to a locked rail car behind the house. Something inside the cart kicked once. One guard cursed and struck the cover with a baton until the kicking stopped. Grant's vision narrowed. He set down the water bucket before he crushed the handle. Across the yard, Lysa saw his face and gave the smallest shake of her head. Not yet, it said. Not in the open, not with so many guns. He hated that she was right. Rage was simple. Timing was work. He turned away and forced himself to study the platform ladders, the guard rotations, the path of shadows across the yard. If he was going to tear this place apart, anger would light the match, but patience would choose where to set it. At supper, workers lined up by rank. Guards first, ranch hands second, debt men third. The debt men wore gray strips tied around their wrists. They kept their eyes low and their dishes close. Behind them, a second line waited near the painted barn. Women, older men, 2 boys, and a little girl with 1 braid undone. Their wrists were tied with rope. A guard called them stock. Another told them to stand straight because buyers like posture. Grant felt the past rise so hard he nearly lost the present. His daughter's braid had always come loose on the left side, always the left, no matter how gently his wife fixed it. Pike watched Grant from the guard table, delighted. Vale sat beside the foreman and spoke as if nothing unusual stood 30 yards away. Shaw drank from a tin cup and looked at the ground between his boots. Lysa stood at the end of the table, body angled toward the captives, shotgun within reach. Grant understood then that she had known, maybe not every detail, but enough. He also understood the trap inside the truth. If he moved now, he died and the captives stayed chained. If he waited too long, some would vanish into the rail car before dawn. A boy in the tide line stumbled. He could not have been more than 11. The guard behind him struck him across the back with a stick. The boy made a sound and tried not to fall. Grant's chair scraped. Every man at the guard table looked up. Vale's eyes locked on him with a quiet warning. Pike's hand slid toward his pistol. The guard lifted the stick again. Grant walked over before anyone gave him permission. He took the stick from the guard's hand and broke it across his own thigh. "Hit him again," Grant said, "and I will feed you the pieces." The yard went still. The guard's face flushed. "That is company property." Grant stepped closer. "Then company should teach it manners." Pike stood so fast his chair fell. "I have had enough of this drifter." Vale raised one hand, and Pike stopped only because everyone saw the hand. Vale walked toward Grant, each step measured. "The boy is not your concern." Grant looked at the child, then at the little girl with the undone braid, then back at Vale. "You said livestock." Vale's voice cooled. "And you heard what you wanted to hear." Grant said, "I heard a lie wearing boots." Vale's face changed. The warmth did not vanish. It hardened into something formal. "You were hired for security. You will provide it until delivery. After that, you may leave with pay, righteous disgust, and whatever stories make sleep easier." Grant said, "Those people leave too." Pike laughed. Shaw muttered, "Silas, shut up." Vale ignored them both. "They are dead stock, court stock, war stock, and abandoned mouths gathered under contract. The world has no room for useless sentiment." Grant felt his hand wanting the revolver. "The world has room for men like you?" Vale leaned close enough that only Grant heard the next words. "Be careful. You are one gun inside my fence." Grant answered in the same low tone. "Then why are you sweating?" Vale's eyes flickered. It was small, but Grant saw it. Behind Vale, the boy with the bruised back stared at Grant as if witnessing a door appear in a wall. That look was dangerous. Hope made captives move before plans were ready. Grant stepped back, not because Vale had won, but because the yard had become a powder barrel and too many children stood near the spark. He spent the rest of supper under watch. 2 guards followed him when he checked his bedroll near the tack room. Pike passed close once and whispered, "Accidents happen on long roads." Grant replied, "Mostly to fools who announce them." Shaw came later, carrying a bottle. Grant did not accept it. The big man sighed and sat on an overturned bucket. "You are going to do something stupid," Grant said. "Likely." Shaw took a drink. "Merrick Shaw is not a good man, in case you were sorting labels, but I know a hopeless fight when I smell it." Grant looked at the painted barn. "Hopeless is a word men use when they like staying comfortable." Shaw rubbed both hands over his face. In the fading light, the scars across his knuckles looked pale. "Vale found me starving after Denver burned. I did bad things before him and worse after. I will not pretend different. But Pike is poisoned even by our measure, and Vale has started believing his own speeches. That scares me more than cruelty." Grant studied him. "Are you warning me or clearing your conscience?" Shaw gave a sad, crooked smile. "I doubt I have enough conscience left to clear. I am telling you that if you start shooting tonight, half the yard kills you, and the other half kills each other before those people reach the gate." Grant believed him. It made no difference to the decision, only to the method. "Where do they keep keys?" Shaw's eyes closed briefly. You did not hear sense in a single word. Grant waited. Shaw looked toward the main house. "Foreman carries yard keys. Vale has rail keys. Vale has rail keys." Pike keeps cage keys because he likes hearing people ask. The big man stood. I did not tell you that, Grant said. You told the bottle. Shaw lifted it in a bleak salute. Bottle talks too much. He walked away, leaving the smell of cheap whiskey behind. Night settled over the ranch in layers. First the workers vanished into sheds. Then the dead men were locked behind a fence near the cookhouse. Then the captives from the barn were counted, fed scraps, and led back inside. Grant counted with the guards, 32 people in that line. 10 women, 13 men, 7 children, 2 elderly men who leaned on each other. They were not livestock, not stock, but people. Names he did not know yet. Lives that had been seized and relabeled by men who liked tidy words. Lysa came to him when the first watch changed. She did not waste time. There was a drainage trench behind the barn, barred at both ends. East bar is rusted. I can get 2 people through at a time if nobody shines a lamp down, Grant asked. Why have you not used it? Her mouth tightened. Because 2 people get out and 30 die. Because I needed keys. Because I was afraid. Choose whichever answer makes you hate me fastest, Grant said. Fear is not the same as choosing Pike. Her eyes shone, but she did not let tears fall. Do you have a plan? Grant looked at the watch platforms. I have the start of one. The start was ugly. The guard on the east platform smoked every half hour and turned his back to block wind. The loose plank in the ammunition shed opened behind stacked crates. The goats were penned beside dry hay. The foreman's ledger room had 1 window and no bars, because men with ledgers often believed numbers protected them. Vale's rail keys would be harder. Pike's cage keys might be easiest, if pride made him come close. Grant mapped it all in his head while keeping his face empty. His body ached from holding back violence. His heart ached from the girl with the braid. He trusted neither ache. He trusted the map. Just before midnight, a scream came from the painted barn. It was cut short, but not soon enough. Grant moved toward it and found 2 guards at the door. One blocked him with a rifle. Not your post, Grant said. I heard trouble. The guard smirked. Trouble is inside, and it belongs there. From behind the door came a child's sob. Grant saw his own hand close around the guard's rifle barrel. He could break the man's face against the door, take the key, start the fire, and die before the second platform understood the night had changed. He could do it. He could waste everything in one burst of grief. Lysa stepped from the dark. Vale wants him at the main house, she said. The guard hesitated. I did not hear that. Lysa lifted her shotgun slightly. You want me to fetch him and explain you delayed his hired scout? The guard cursed, but moved aside. Grant released the rifle barrel. Lysa did not look at him until they were away from the door. You almost started. Grant said, Yes, she whispered. Don't start with your eyes closed. It was the closest thing to a prayer he had heard in years. Vale did not want him at the main house. Lysa had bought him 30 seconds and a reason to cross the yard. Grant used both. As they passed the ledger room, he slipped a nail from his sleeve into the latch. As they passed the goat pen, he loosened the gate rope. As they passed the ammunition shed, he nudged the loose plank outward with his boot. Small things, quiet things. A plan was often just a row of small things waiting for the first loud one to call them by name. They stopped near the water barrels where shadows pooled. Lysa said, Dawn is delivery. Rail car leaves after first light. Buyers meet them at the east road. Grant looked at her. Can you get the dead men to open the cook fence when fire starts? She swallowed. Fire? Grant said. Men run toward fire or away from it. Either way, they stop watching doors. She nodded slowly. Some dead men will help. Some will hide. Grant replied. Hiding is help if they do not block the way. Pike appeared from the dark behind them, clapping softly. How touching, he said. Lysa spun with the shotgun, but 2 guards stepped from either side with weapons raised. Pike smiled at Grant. I told Vale you were trouble. He said you were useful trouble. I said useful trouble is still trouble. Grant kept his hands away from his guns. You practiced that while looking in a mirror? Pike's smile twitched. Take his weapons. The guards moved in. Grant let them take the rifle, the revolver, 1 knife, then the second. They missed the wire in his collar and the small blade sewn inside his boot. They dragged him to the main house, where Vale waited in a room lit by 3 oil lamps. The walls were covered with old maps marked in colored grease pencil. Routes, markets, camps, and names. Grant saw enough in one glance to understand that this was not one ranch or one ugly convoy. It was a network with veins across 3 states. Vale stood beside the table, disappointment arranged carefully on his face. "I wanted this to go better," Grant said. "You wanted me obedient," Vale replied. "I wanted you practical." Pike shoved Grant into a chair. "I wanted him dead." Ranches before the collapse had meant fences, cattle, barns, dogs, fuel tanks, and men who rose before dawn because animals did not care about human exhaustion. This place imitated that memory just enough to mock it. The fences were too high. The guards were too many. The barns were too quiet in the wrong places. The dogs did not wander, they paced on chains near doors. Grant saw no children playing, no women hanging washed by choice, no old men sitting in sun because the day had given them permission to rest. Everything here moved by order or fear. The little girl with the braid became a knife inside his mind. He tried not to look at her again after supper, which meant he looked more than once through reflections, gaps between bodies, and the polished side of a water pail. She stood straight because fear had taught her posture. She held the bruised boy's hand because children understood loyalty before adults explained usefulness. Grant did not know her name. That made it worse and easier. A name would have made a promise. A missing name made a debt owed to the entire world. Vale's explanation of stock, debt, courts, and war was not madness. That was what made it poisonous. Every piece of it had a practical edge. Hungry towns did abandon people. Camps did take captives in raids. Debts did swallow families. Courts in the Wasteland did sentence thieves to labor because prisons required food nobody wished to spare. Vale had taken all those ugly truths, tied them together, and called the rope necessary. Grant hated him more for making evil sound organized enough to survive. Grant's anger had changed over the years. In the first winter after his family died, it had been wildfire, burning everything it touched and leaving him half mad with it. Later, it became a furnace, useful but dangerous if opened too far. At the ranch, watching children counted beside goats, it became something colder. Cold anger let him count keys. Cold anger let him loosen ropes and mark windows. Cold anger let him wait while every living part of him begged to start killing. Lysa's fear did not make her small. Grant saw that while she described the drainage trench, she shook, but she stayed. She admitted cowardice, yet stood in the dark planning treason against men who would make her death slow if they caught her. Courage, Grant had learned, was not the absence of shaking. It was choosing where to point the shaking hands. In Vale's map room, the scale of the operation tried to crush him with its simple lines. Red routes, blue camps, black markets, green supply caches, names written in columns, numbers beside them, human beings reduced to marks that could be moved, sold, punished, replaced. Grant had once balanced household bills at a kitchen table with his wife laughing because he hated math. Now he looked at arithmetic made from suffering and felt the last fragile restraint inside him begin to give. Vale looked tired. "You can still finish the job. Ride out at dawn. Guard the delivery. Take your pay. You may leave. Tell yourself you could not save everyone because no one can. That is true enough to live with." Grant looked at the maps. He memorized 3 marks before Pike stepped between him and the table. "And if I refuse?" Vale's expression did not change. "Then you become an example, and the people you upset tonight suffer for the lesson." There it was, the honest face under all the polished masks. Grant leaned back, as if considering. Under the chair, his fingers found the wire hidden in his collar seam. He met Vale's eyes. "You know what men like you never understand?" Vale sighed. "I suspect you will tell me," Grant said. "A man with nothing left to lose is not brave. He is easy. You should fear the moment he finds something worth losing again." Pike frowned. Vale's eyes narrowed. Outside, a goat bleated. Then another. Then the loosened gate banged against the fence. A guard cursed in the yard. It was not the fire yet. It was only the first small thing stepping into the light. Grant smiled for the first time since Bellwether, and it had no humor in it. Chapter 5. The Livestock. Lie. The goat pen broke open at the worst possible time for Vale's patience and the best possible time for Grant's hands. Outside, hooves clattered against barrels. A guard shouted, Another laughed, then cursed when a goat rammed his knee. Pike turned toward the noise, annoyed by anything that pulled attention from his triumph. Grant moved with the wire. It came free from his collar in one smooth pull, looped around Pike's wrist, and yanked the narrow man's pistol hand down, just as the gun cleared leather. The shot blew a lamp apart. Fire kissed the table edge. Darkness leaped into the room with a roar of panic. Grant drove his shoulder into Pike and smashed him into the map table. Vale lunged for the pistol near the lampstand. Grant kicked the table, sending maps, markers, and burning oil across the floor. The room filled with smoke and orange light. Pike clawed at Grant's face. Grant headbutted him hard enough to split the skin over Pike's brow, then stripped the pistol from his hand. He fired once at the guard in the doorway. The man dropped backward into the hall. Vale fired from near the far wall, the bullet tearing through Grant's coat and burning a line across his side. Grant did not give the pain room to speak. Lice's shotgun thundered outside. Someone screamed near the cook fence. The ranch yard woke all at once, not as an army, but as a kicked nest. Men ran toward the main house, toward the barn, toward the loose goats, toward the first lick of fire climbing the curtain. That was the mercy of chaos. It made trained men choose, and every choice opened a gap. Grant slammed Pike's head into the table again and took the cage keys from his belt. Pike slumped, groaning. Grant wanted to finish him. He wanted it with a purity that frightened even him. Instead, he grabbed the key ring and ran for the hall. A guard came through the smoke with a hatchet. Grant shot him in the chest, caught the falling body, and used it as cover when another man fired from the porch. Splinters burst from the doorframe. Grant shoved the dead guard forward and shot under the arm, taking the porch gunman low in the belly. The man folded around the hit and fell from the steps. Outside, night had become red confusion. The goat pen burned where a lantern had been knocked into hay. Dead men poured from the cook fence because Lysa had either opened it or scared someone into doing so. Some ran for the outer fence. Some grabbed tools. Some stood frozen, unable to believe a door could open without a trick behind it. Grant sprinted toward the painted barn. His rifle leaned against the porch rail where the guards had placed it after taking it from him. He snatched it without slowing. Shots cracked from the east platform. One dead man spun and fell. Grant dropped to one knee, aimed through smoke and sparks, and fired. The east platform guard pitched over the rail and hit the ground near the water trough. The west platform swung toward Grant. Lysa fired from beneath it, blasting the ladder supports. The platform tilted. The guard grabbed at air, dropped his rifle, and vanished behind a fence with a scream cut short by the crash. At the barn door, two guards tried to hold the line. One raised a shotgun at Grant. Shaw came from the side like a charging bull and drove a fence post through the man's chest with so much force it pinned him against the plank wall. The second guard stared in horror long enough for Lysa to hit him with the butt of her shotgun. Shaw looked at Grant across the smoke. "I am not doing this for you." Grant threw him Pike's pistol. "Then do it for whoever is inside." Shaw caught it, looked ashamed, and turned to cover the yard. The first key did not fit. Neither did the second. Behind the door, people cried and begged because begging had become the language men with keys taught them. Grant forced his hands to slow. Rage made fingers stupid. The third key turned. He pulled the door open, and the smell hit him. Fear, waste, old straw, sickness, blood, and bodies packed too tight. Lantern light from the yard spilled across faces. 32 people stared at him as if he might be a new cruelty wearing a different coat. The little girl with the loose braid stood near the front, holding the bruised boy's hand. Grant could not speak for a breath. Then he said, "You are leaving. Stay low. Follow the woman with the shotgun. Anyone who can carry someone, carry them." They did not move. Hope had to thaw before it could run. Grant stepped inside, grabbed the nearest chain, and unlocked it. Metal fell in straw. That sound did what words could not. The captives surged forward, not wild but desperate and disbelieving. Lysa appeared in the doorway. "Drainage trench," Grant told her. "2 at a time until the yard clears. Then east fence." She nodded and began sorting people with brisk commands that sounded harsh because gentleness would waste seconds. A woman with a split lip clutched Grant's sleeve. "My mother is in the rail car!" Grant looked beyond the barn toward the locked car behind the main house. Firelight showed shapes moving around it. Vale's delivery men were trying to hitch horses in the chaos. The rail car did not move by rail anymore. It sat on a reinforced wagon frame, iron sides bolted over old wood, a portable cage. Grant cursed under his breath. The woman would not let go. "Please," she said. "They took the old ones first." Grant looked at Lysa. She had heard. Her face tightened. "Go," she said. "I have these." Grant crossed the yard through smoke, gunfire, and running bodies. A guard swung at him with a shovel. Grant shot him through the knee, then through the head when the man tried to raise a pistol from the ground. Another came from the left with a club. Grant ducked under the strike, drove his knife into the man's inner thigh, and shoved him aside as blood pumped black in the firelight. He did not look back. The rail car mattered. The keys in his hand jingled as he ran. Pike's keys might open cages, but Vale had the rail keys. Grant would have to get them the hard way. Vale stood near the rail car with 3 guards and the one-eyed foreman. His coat was smeared with soot. The pleasant mask was gone. Under it lived something older and uglier than business. "Kill him!" Vale said, and the guards obeyed. Grant dove behind a water barrel as bullets punched through the staves and sprayed him with cold water. He fired from the ground, hit one guard in the throat, rolled, and fired again. The second guard fell against the railcar wheel. The foreman charged with a machete. Grant rose into him, caught his wrist, and slammed his face into the iron side of the car. Teeth scattered across the dirt. The foreman still fought. Grant broke his wrist against the wheel rim, took the machete, and buried it in the man's neck. Vale ran. Grant expected it and hated him for confirming it. The handsome man sprinted toward the main house, not to fight, but to reach a horse or a hidden door. Grant brought the rifle up. Shaw crashed into the last guard before Grant could shoot, and the 2 men went down in the mud. Grant's sightline vanished. He swore and chased Vale. On the porch, Pike appeared from the smoke with blood running down his face and murder in his eyes. He had found another gun. "You should have killed me," Pike said. Grant fired first. The shot tore through Pike's shoulder and spun him into the railing. Pike fired as he fell. The bullet punched into Grant's left side like a hammer made of fire. Grant staggered but did not fall. He put a second round into Pike's chest. The narrow man slid down the porch post, mouth opening and closing around curses that no longer had breath to carry them. Grant turned for Vale, but the main house door slammed. A lock clicked. Flames licked along the curtains inside. Grant could go after him or open the rail car. A week earlier, he might have chosen revenge, maybe a day earlier. Then the old woman inside the rail car cried out, and the choice made itself. He searched the dead foreman first, then the guards. "No rail key!" Shaw limped to him, bleeding from a cut across his scalp. "Vale has it," Shaw said. "Of course he does." Grant looked at the main house. Smoke pushed from the eaves. "Door is barred." Shaw wiped blood from his eye. "Back pantry has a crawl space." Grant stared at him. Shaw gave a cracked laugh. "I told you, I have done worse things than help." Grant started toward the back of the house. Shaw caught his sleeve. "He will not let you walk out." Grant pulled free. "I was not asking him." The crawl space stank of rat droppings and damp wood. Grant shoved through on his belly while smoke thickened above the floorboards. His side burned with each movement. He ignored it because ignoring hurt was easier than bargaining with it. Inside the pantry, he pressed down. The house was catching fast. He rose into smoke, wrapped a cloth over his mouth, and followed the sound of coughing. Vale was in the map room, stuffing papers into a satchel with one hand while holding a pistol in the other. Even at the end, he tried to save roots before people. Grant stepped through the doorway. Vale saw him and fired. The shot grazed Grant's upper arm. Grant fired back and missed because smoke turned the room into ghosts. Vale ducked behind the table. "You think this changes anything?" he shouted. "There are other ranches, other roads, other buyers. You are one angry man in a dead country." Grant moved along the wall. "Then you should have had no trouble leaving me alone." Vale laughed, ragged and furious. "You were useful." Grant answered, "That was your mistake." Vale flung the satchel through the window and followed it. Grant lunged but caught only smoke and broken glass. He reached the window in time to see Vale hit the ground outside, roll, and stagger toward the horse line. Grant aimed. A support beam cracked above him. Fire dropped from the ceiling in a sheet. He had one clear shot through smoke and sparks. Then a child screamed from the rail car again, and the shot went wide as Grant turned away from the window. Vale vanished behind the stable. Grant found the rail key hanging from a hook beside the map table. Not on Vale, near him, hidden in arrogance, not in care. He tore it free and ran from the burning house as the roof began to sag. Outside, the yard had become a battlefield of desperate choices. Captives crawled through the drainage trench. Dead men fought guards with shovels and stones. Lysa dragged a hurt woman toward the ditch. Shaw stood over 2 bodies near the barn, Pike's pistol empty in his hand. Grant reached the rail car and jammed the key into the lock. The door opened on darkness and heat and the stink of terror. 6 people were inside, chained to side rails. 3 were elderly. One was a pregnant woman with dried blood on her dress. One was a man missing 2 fingers. The last was an old lady with white hair, sharp eyes, and a face lined deep by a lifetime of refusing to be fooled. She looked at Grant, looked at the burning ranch, and said, "Took you long enough, stranger." Grant stared at her for half a second, then laughed once, rough and startled. It was not a one-word sound, but it was the first honest thing the night had pulled from him. He unlocked them fast. The old lady helped the pregnant woman before accepting help for herself. "Name is Edna," she said while Grant cut the chain near her feet. "If you are planning on dying, do it after we get out, because I am too old to crawl over you." Grant said, "I will schedule it later." Edna grunted. Smart mouth on a grim man, that is new. Bullets snapped against the rail car. Grant shoved everyone low. "Out the far side," he ordered. "Stay behind the wheel frame." Edna looked at the rifle in his hands. "You got a plan," Grant said. "Parts of one," she replied. "That is more than most men have." They were halfway to the drainage trench when Vale's remaining riders swept in from the south pasture. Grant had missed them in the earlier count because they had been beyond the hill line, waiting for delivery dawn. 6 riders, rifles high, cutting across the basin to seal the escape. Lysa saw them and screamed for people to run. The captives scattered too wide. Grant took a knee and fired until the rifle clicked empty. 2 riders fell. A 3rd horse reared and threw its man. The others kept coming. Shaw stepped into the open with a captured rifle and fired once before a bullet hit him in the chest. He dropped without a sound. Grant ran to him because some debts could not be left unpaid, even by men who claimed not to keep ledgers. Shaw stared at the sky, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Did I do enough?" he asked. Grant looked at the bodies near the barn, the open rail car, the people running. "You did more than you were told," Shaw tried to smile. "That might be the kindest thing anyone says about me." He died before Grant could answer. There was no time to close his eyes. Grant took the rifle from his hand and turned back to the riders. The last 3 reached the yard. One slashed at a fleeing man with a saber. Grant shot him through the spine. Another fired at Lysa and missed. She did not. Her shotgun took him from the saddle in a spray of red. The final rider lowered his rifle at the little girl with the loose braid. The world slowed to a cruel, bright point. Grant's own rifle was between shots. He knew he would not make it. Then Edna threw a bucket at the horse's face. The animal shied. The shot went high. Grant fired and blew the rider backward over the saddle. The escape broke open after that. The east fence came down under the weight of dead, men and captives pushing together. People poured into the drainage wash beyond the ranch, stumbling, carrying children, dragging the weak, crying without knowing whether the sound meant fear or freedom. Grant stayed until the last of them passed. Lysa was among them, her shotgun empty, her face streaked with soot and tears. "Come on," she shouted. Grant turned toward the stable. Vale was there, mounted now, with a rifle in his hands, and Pike slumped bloody across a second horse. Pike was not dead after all. Hate had kept him breathing. Vale fired. The bullet hit Grant in the back below the shoulder blade. It felt like being kicked by a mule made of lightning. His legs buckled. The ground rushed up. Lysa screamed his name, though he did not remember giving it to her. Grant rolled onto his side and tried to lift the rifle. His right hand would not obey. Vale rode closer, face blackened with smoke, eyes shining with fury. Pike hung in the saddle beside him, pale and grinning through blood. Useful trouble, Vale said. I should have shot you in the bar. Grant tried to answer, but breath would not gather. Vale dismounted and kicked the rifle away. Behind him, flames swallowed the main house roof. Pike slid from his horse, staggered, and spat near Grant's face. Still noble? Pike whispered. Grant looked past him toward the wash where the last captives vanished into darkness. Yes, he thought, though he did not waste breath on the word. Vale crouched and searched Grant's coat, taking the first half of the payback round by round. You cost me a ranch, a root, and men I had use for, Vale said. You save scraps and think that makes you righteous. Grant forced air into his lungs. They are people. It came out rough, but it came out whole. Vale's face hardened. People are what power says they are. Grant's hand crept toward the small blade in his boot. Pike saw the motion and stomped on his wrist. Something cracked. Grant's vision flashed white. Pike laughed until coughing bent him. Vale stood. Leave him. Fire and flies can argue over the rest. Pike raised his pistol. Vale caught his arm. I said leave him. I want stories to say he crawled off and died alone. Pike looked disappointed, but he obeyed because cowards often obeyed bigger cowards with better coats. They rode out through smoke, taking only what horses could carry. Grant lay in the mud and watched them become dark shapes against the burning ranch. The world narrowed to heat, blood, and the sound of people escaping beyond the fence. He should have felt victory. He felt cold. He tried to move and found the effort too large. Stars appeared above the smoke in scattered pieces. He thought of his wife. He thought of his children. He thought of the little girl with the braid running because a bucket had changed the angle of a gun. That was enough. It had to be enough. Hours passed, or minutes. Time had lost its spine. At some point, rain began again, soft this time, hissing on coals. Grant woke to hands on his coat. He tried to reach for a weapon that was gone. A woman's voice snapped near his ear. Quit trying to die. I did not crawl back here for a corpse. Edna's face floated above him, pale under soot, fierce as a church bell. She had a lantern shielded by her shawl and a knife between her teeth. Grant tried to speak. She pressed a finger to his lips. Save your breath, hero. You are going to need every piece of it. The first seconds of a fight were never clean. Stories made them clean later, shaving away confusion until courage looked like a straight road. In truth, the room filled with smoke, heat, broken glass, shouting, and bodies moving too fast to name. Grant survived those seconds because he had long ago stopped demanding clarity before acting. He followed weight, angles, breath, and threat. Pike's wrist under wire. Vale's hand near a pistol, a guard framed by a door, a lamp flame crawling toward paper. Each piece mattered only until the next piece tried to kill him. When the barn opened, the captives did not cheer. That was how Grant knew the story had not yet become a story. Real freedom arrived ugly. It smelled like straw and fear. It made people hesitate because every previous command had carried punishment behind it. It made mothers look for missing children before looking for exits. It made old men apologize for moving slowly. Grant hated every second spent convincing them the door was real, and he hated himself for understanding why they needed those seconds. Shaw's choice stunned the yard more than the fire. Men who had served beside him expected laughter, brutality, maybe selfish flight. They did not expect him to drive a post through a guard to protect people he had helped chain by silence. That moment did not erase his crimes. Nothing erased them. But it changed the next breath. And sometimes, the next breath was the only territory a dying world allowed a man to reclaim. Edna's eyes cut through confusion the moment Grant opened the rail car. Some people looked rescued. Edna looked inconvenienced by captivity and personally offended by every man involved in arranging it. There was fear in her, of course. Only fools lacked fear. But hers sat behind anger, and anger sat behind a mind still working. Grant recognized usefulness when he saw it. He did not yet know that the old woman would become the thread connecting him to the men who escaped. He only knew she had thrown a bucket at a rider and changed a child's fate. The shot in his back ended the night without ending the fight. Grant had been hit before. Knives, fists, splinters, bullets that grazed, infections that almost took him during fever months. This was different. It stole structure. His limbs became distant workers waiting for orders they could not hear. The mud smelled close. Firelight moved at the edge of his vision in slow, swimming waves. He had always imagined death would roar. Instead, it narrowed the world until a single breath became a mountain. Vale's decision to leave him alive was cruelty dressed as strategy, and it told Grant more than any confession could have. Vale wanted stories managed. A clean execution made a martyr. A body lost in ash became rumor, and rumor could be shaped. Pike wanted immediate satisfaction. Vale wanted control. That difference would matter later. Lying in the mud, Grant did not have strength to follow the thought to its end, but some deeper part of him stored it beside the names and marks from the map room. Edna, returning through the burned yard alone, was madness of the finest kind. She had freedom in her hands and came back into smoke for a stranger who had opened a cage. Grant would later tell himself she did it because she needed revenge, because she needed a weapon, because she had no patience for owing debts. All of that was true. None of it erased the first truth, which was that the old woman had looked at a dying man and refused to let the Wasteland have him cheaply. She rolled him with surprising strength, saw the bullet hole in his back, and cursed in a way that would have impressed soldiers from any century. Grant blacked out before she finished. When his eyes opened again, he was being dragged across wet straw inside the painted barn. The captives were gone. The ranch was mostly ash. Edna had come back alone. That made no sense, so he knew it was true. She barred the barn door with a plank, dropped beside him, and opened a small tin of stolen medical tools. "You picked a bad place to get shot," she said. Grant managed. "Was not my choice." Edna snorted. Men always say that after choosing trouble. The night kept offering proof that people could change sides without becoming clean. Debt men who had once watched captives shuffle past now lifted children over the fence. A god who had mocked the tide line dropped his weapon and ran into the dark, saving nobody but also harming nobody else. A woman who could barely stand carried a smaller woman on her back until both vanished into the wash. Grant saw pieces of it between shots and smoke, and each piece struck him harder than praise ever could. The world was not saved by pure souls. It was shoved forward by damaged people choosing, for one desperate minute, not to add to the damage. Later, if anyone asked where the plan began, no one would give the same answer. Lysa would say it began in the orchard when Grant refused to let Pike murder hungry children. Edna would say it began when fools mistook old age for weakness. A free boy would say it began when a stick broke across Grant's thigh instead of across his back. Grant, if forced to answer, would say plans did not begin cleanly. They gathered like storm clouds, fed by small wrongs until the sky could no longer hold them. Pain taught its own language as the minutes thinned. There was the hot bite in his side, the dull crush in his wrist, the deeper tearing pressure under his shoulder, and the 1,000 small stings from splinters, ash, and glass. Each one called for attention. Grant gave them none. Attention belonged to exits, guns, keys, children, and the position of Vale's horse. A body was only useful if it carried the work a little farther. He had believed that too long, perhaps, but the belief kept him moving when gentler wisdom would have laid him down. The old ranch died loudly. Roof beams cracked. Ammunition cooked off in the shed with sharp, spiteful pops. Goats screamed from the far pasture until someone cut the last of them loose. The map room burned with all its careful routes, but Grant knew paper was not the network. Men remembered roads. Men carried names. Men rebuilt profitable evils faster than honest homes. Even as flames ate the ledgers, he understood that tonight had not ended the mercy men. It had only made them bleed. When the freed people reached the wash, some wanted to wait for him. Lysa drove them on with curses and pleading because she understood what Grant had understood from the first shot. Rescue was not complete when the door opened. Rescue was complete when the slowest person reached a place the enemy could not easily follow. Feelings could wait. Gratitude could wait. Survival had no patience for ceremony. Grant never saw the little girl look back from the ridge, but she did. Edna saw it later and remembered. The child stood with one hand in the bruised boy's grip and the other pressed to her loose braid as flames painted the basin behind her. She did not know the man's name. She knew only that he had broken a stick, opened a door, and fallen in the mud while others ran. Children carried stories differently than adults. They did not polish them first. They carried the heat. The people running through the wash would remember different pieces of the same night. One would remember Lysa's shotgun flashing near the broken platform. Another would remember Shaw turning his gun on men who had believed him loyal. A child would remember the old woman with the bucket. None of them would agree on the exact order of events, and that was how truth worked after terror. It shattered into witnesses, and each witness carried a shard. Grant had once believed revenge was a straight line. Someone harmed you, you found them, and the world balanced for one clean second. The ranch proved revenge was a knot. Pull one cord and children fell out. Pull another and old women returned to burning yards. Pull another and a guilty man died asking if he had done enough. The 3 men who had hired him were still alive or half alive, and that meant the line ahead would not be straight at all. Edna did not have the luxury of tenderness. Tenderness took time, water, clean cloth, and safety. She had none of those. She had a lantern, stolen tools, rainwater caught in a dented pan, and a stubborn belief that a man who opened cages should not be left to rot on the first night of his usefulness. She cut, pressed, cleaned, and cursed with the rhythm of someone who had delivered babies, butchered chickens, and buried husbands before the world ever called itself ended. When Grant drifted, the dark offered him familiar rooms. He saw the blue porch again. He smelled bread from a morning that had no right to survive in memory. He heard his daughter laughing from somewhere just beyond a door. Then Edna's voice dragged him back by the collar of his soul, rough and bossy and alive. For the first time in years, someone sounded angry that he might leave. The ranch had fallen, but its smoke rose like a signal to men farther down the network. Vale would see it from a ridge and turn humiliation into strategy. Pike would nurse hatred into a sharper thing. Shaw would remain where he fell, a bad man with one decent choice cooling beside him. Grant would wake, if he woke, into a war larger than the contract he had signed. The last thing he saw before the dark took him was Edna leaning over him with blood on her sleeves and fury in her eyes. Outside, the ranch burned down to bones. Somewhere beyond the wash, free people carried the story into the night, adding breath to it with every mile. They would say a lone gunman had opened the cages. They would say he had stood against the mercy men. They would say he had fallen. Stories did what bodies could not. They traveled even when legs failed. Grant did not know any of that yet. He knew only the old woman's hand pressing hard against his back and her voice ordering him to live like obedience still mattered. Chapter 6. The stable after midnight darkness returned before pain did. Grant came up from it in pieces, not as a man waking from sleep, but as a body dragged across broken glass toward a thin line of light. At first there was only cold straw beneath him, rough against his cheek and stiff with old dust. Then came the smell of animals long gone from the stalls, old manure turned sour, mildew in the beams, rust on iron hinges, and something sharper that belonged to his own blood. He tried to breathe deeper, and the motion lit fire across his back. The fire ran from his ribs into his spine and down through his legs, and for a moment the world narrowed to the sound of air scraping through his teeth. He did not cry out. That was one habit the Wasteland had beaten into him until it became part of his bones. Noise called wolves, men, and worse things than either. His eyes opened to a blur of rafters. Moonlight leaked through gaps in the roof boards and pale strips, laying itself across hanging dust like fingers searching for a body. He saw a lantern turn low on a nail. He saw a bucket. He saw a shape seated beside him in a broken chair, small and still under a gray shawl. His hand twitched toward the knife that should have been at his belt. "Easy there," the shape said. "You go reaching too fast, and you will tear yourself apart before any enemy gets a second chance." The voice belonged to an old woman. It was dry as corn husks, but steady. Grant kept his gaze on her, measuring the distance, measuring the ache in his limbs, measuring how many ways he could fail before he even got upright. His knife was not at his belt. His pistol was not in his coat. His rifle was nowhere in sight. His boots were on, which meant whoever had dragged him here had not been interested in stealing everything. That made the situation less clear, not safer. "Where is my gun?" he asked. The old woman leaned forward. Her face came into the lantern light by slow degrees. She had deep lines around her mouth and eyes, skin darkened by weather and work, hair braided back in a silver rope. She looked too thin for the heavy shawl around her shoulders. She also looked at him without fear, and that annoyed him more than he expected. "Which one?" she asked. "You had enough metal on you to start a little war." "All of them. Hidden, where shaking hands cannot find them." Grant tried to lift himself on one elbow. His body refused with such savage force that blackness crawled up the edges of his sight. He stopped, pressed his mouth closed, and wrote it out. The old woman did not touch him. He respected that before he meant to. "You took them." "I saved them," she said. "Same as I saved you." "You are welcome to be bitter about either thing once you can stand." He turned his head enough to see the rest of the stall. A sheet had been hung across the open side, not enough to stop a determined attacker, enough to hide him from someone glancing in. He was lying on a door that had been taken off its hinges and covered with horse blankets. A strip of cloth crossed his chest and wrapped beneath his arms. His shirt had been cut away at the back. A second cloth, cleaner than anything in this place had a right to be, was pressed against the place where the bullet had gone in. Memory arrived hard. The road. The promise of livestock. The laughing men with their easy smiles and clean rifles. The stockade at the end of the trail, filled with people instead of animals, women with ropes at their wrists, children staring without sound. A boy with one swollen eye. A girl clutching a scrap of red cloth as if it were the last piece of a home she could still name. Grant turning his gun on the men who had hired him. The first two dropping before they knew the bargain had changed. Shouts followed, dust followed, muzzle flashes. Then the strike from behind, hot and heavy, slamming him forward as if the sky itself had kicked him. He remembered the dirt against his mouth. He remembered a boot nudging his ribs. He remembered a voice saying he was too stubborn to die but not worth another bullet. His fingers dug into the blanket. "The people," he said. The old woman's face changed. It did not soften. Softness had no place in the camps, not the kind that survived. Something behind her eyes tightened, as if she had shut a door inside herself. "Gone before sunset," she said. "Loaded on wagons and on foot. They split the line 3 ways after you fell. Some toward the river road, some toward the old refinery. Some kept here until the bosses decide what market takes them. The bosses. 3 of them. They do not stay anywhere long. They use smiles, guards, and other people's hunger. The men you shot work for them. The man who shot you works for them too." Grant closed his eyes. The fire in his back beat with his pulse. Under it lay a second pain, older, colder, and much deeper. He saw his wife in that dark behind his lids, not as she had looked when she laughed in their kitchen before the world turned cruel, but as he saw her last, standing behind a cracked window with their little boy against her hip, while distant fires painted the glass orange. He had been outside with a rifle, telling himself he could hold the line until morning. Morning had come to ashes. He opened his eyes before grief could get its hooks into him. "How long was I out? Most of a day and half a night." "You pulled the bullet?" She lifted a small tin plate from the floor. Something dark sat in it, flattened at one side. "Dug it free while you cursed men I have never met." "You tried to bite me once." "Did I?" "You missed." Grant stared at her. Against every decent instinct he still possessed, a short, rough laugh came out of him. It hurt enough to make his vision flash. "Name," he said. "Mine or yours?" "Your name. You already know mine if you heard me curse." "Edna," she said. "Most folks say Miss Edna if they want me to share water or lie for them. Since you are bleeding on my door, you may start with Edna, and we will see if you earn the rest. Why help me?" Edna looked toward the sheet hanging over the stall door. Beyond it, the stable groaned in the night wind. Somewhere far off, men laughed around a fire. The sound came thin and loose, the kind of laughter men made when nobody had told them no in a long time. "Because you stood up," she said. "That has become rare. Standing up got me shot. Lying down gets people sold. I prefer your kind of foolishness." Grant studied her hands. They were knotted with age, spotted, steady. One held a strip of cloth. The other rested near a small skinning blade on the overturned crate beside her chair. She had placed it where he could see it. Not hidden, not offered. A warning and a courtesy in the same gesture. You live here? He asked. Nobody lives here. People endure here until someone decides what they are worth. I cook when they make me. I clean when they order it. I keep my eyes down and my ears open. They think old women are furniture with a heartbeat. That makes them sloppy. They will find out you help me. Only if you make enough noise to bring them. Grant swallowed against a dry throat. Edna lifted a cup to his lips before he could ask. The water tasted of iron and smoke, but it went down colder than mercy. He drank too fast. She pulled the cup away. Slow, she said. Your body is angry enough already. Do not give it new reasons. He would have argued, but she had the tone of a woman who had outlived too many arguments to be impressed by another one. He let his head settle back. Where are the men who hired me? They are gone. The big one with the white scarf rode north with 2 wagons. The narrow-faced one took the eastern road. The third, the one with rings on his fingers, stayed long enough to make sure the camp moved clean, then left after dark. They call them bosses, but the camp hands never say their true names, where captives can hear. Describe them. Edna did. Grant listened with the careful hunger of a starving man. One was lean and pale, with lips that never stopped moving. One had a pleasant face and dead eyes, and wore rings taken from people who no longer had hands to wear them. One had a voice like warm honey poured over a blade, a man built broad across the chest, always positioned where others might die before he did. She gave details without drama, the tilt of a hat, a scar along a jaw, a habit of tapping 2 fingers against a belt buckle, small things that stayed when names were absent. Grant stored each detail in the part of his mind where he kept distances, wind shifts, and the last round in a magazine. How many guards remain? He asked. Enough to kill you twice in your current shape. That was not a number. It was the number that matters. He almost smiled again, but pain kept his mouth flat. The captive's still here. How many? Her eyes flicked toward the far wall. 26. Mostly women and children. 3 men too old or hurt to fetch a good price unless someone needs labor until they drop. They are kept in the second storage barn, not here. This stable was abandoned after sickness took the last horses. That is why I brought you here. Nobody wants to smell bad luck. I need to move. You need to breathe until morning. Morning is too late. Edna's voice sharpened. Morning is what you get if you want to stay alive. I did not pull hot metal from your back so you could crawl 6 yards and die in the yard like a proud dog. The words struck harder than he expected, not because they were cruel, but because they carried the plain authority of someone who had already done the work. Grant turned his face away. The wall boards were gray and splintered. Through one crack he saw a slice of the yard. Firelight moved across the dirt. A guard passed with a lantern in one hand and a bottle in the other. Grant watched the man's shape until it disappeared. You do this for all strays? He asked. Only the ones who start wars by accident. Was not an accident. Then you are more foolish than I guessed. You should leave, he said. I have been told that by better men and worse ones. They will kill you if they learn what you did. They might. They might kill me tomorrow for burning porridge or for reminding some guard of his mother. That is the kind of place this is. Do not flatter yourself into thinking your trouble is the only trouble here. Grant had no answer for that. That afternoon became a test of patience. And patience was a skill Grant possessed only when bullets were involved. Edna made him stay down. She changed the cloth again. She checked his eyes, pressed his wrist, and muttered about fever. He asked questions until she threatened to pour the broth over his head. She told him guard rotations, wagon routes, and which men drank too much before moonrise. She described the storage barn, its chain, its rear wall with boards soft from rain. She told him about a drainage ditch that ran behind the barn and out toward a dry creek bed. It stank in wet weather and carried rats in dry weather. Men avoided it because men avoided anything that made them feel low. Can a person crawl through? Grant asked. A child can. A hungry woman can if she is desperate. A broad man with a hole in his back should not try. Can the boards come loose? With time. How much time? Less if the guards are busy watching something burn. Their eyes met. You have thought about this, he said. Edna's mouth tightened. Every day, thinking is not doing. It can be the start of it. She looked away first. Do not make promises to people in chains unless you mean to carry the weight. Grant thought of the little girl crying into her sister's shirt. He thought of the men who had laughed while selling human beings as livestock. He thought of the three bosses scattering like roaches beneath lifted wood. A slow calm settled over him, colder than rage and more useful. "I do not make many promises," he said. "The ones I make tend to be expensive." Hours later, when the camp finally sagged into drunken noise, Edna returned with smoke in her shawl and a ring of keys pressed into her palm. Grant stared at them. "How exactly?" "The coffer likes to keep both hands around a cup when the liquor is strong." "You stole from him?" "I borrowed from a dead man who has not died yet. He will notice. Not before midnight. After that, I expect several things will be on fire, so his attention may divide." Grant pushed himself up. This time he made it to one elbow, then to a sitting crouch. Sweat broke across his face. The stable spun and steadied. Edna washed him without praise. "You are gray," she said. "I have been worse colors. That is not comfort. It was not meant to be." She handed him his belt, holster, and a folded shirt with rough stitches along the side. He dressed in slow movements, each one chosen. His back throbbed, but the bullet was gone and the bleeding had slowed. Pain could talk. It did not get a vote. Edna lifted the keys. "Midnight," she said, "when they are drunk enough to forget fear, but not asleep enough to dream themselves innocent." Grant checked his pistol, then slid it into the holster. He took the skinning blade because it was the first weapon this new war had offered him. He looked toward the yard, where firelight licked the gaps beneath the stable door. "They should have killed me twice," he said. Edna gave him a hard smile. "That was their mistake." Midnight came with a wind from the west. It carried dust, smoke, and the rotten sweet smell of spilled mash liquor. Edna moved first, crossing the yard with a bucket in one hand and a bundle of greasy rags in the other. No guard watched an old woman carry filth. They saw labor, not danger. Grant followed in the shadow of the stable wall, every step a bargain with pain. He had wrapped cloth tight beneath his shirt to keep his back from pulling open. The pressure made breathing hard. Breathing hard was better than bleeding out. The first fire began behind the south pots. It was small at first, a licking orange tongue under the grease rack. Then the wind found it. Flame climbed into old burlap and dry brush. Someone shouted. A man ran past Grant without seeing him, half drunk and fully confused. Grant let him go. Killing that one would not open the barn. Edna reached the chain while the yard turned toward the fire. Grant covered her from the dark beside the water trough. His rifle lay there wrapped in feed sacks, exactly where she had promised. The feel of it in his hands steadied something inside him, not peace. Peace belonged to another age. This was alignment, the clean fit between purpose and tool. The key stuck. Edna's shoulders tightened. Grant saw her twist, pause, twist again. The chain scraped. Across the yard, boots pounded closer. "Fire is spreading," a guard yelled. "Get buckets. Move now," another voice answered. "Where is the old woman?" Grant stepped from the trough shadow. The guard who had asked the question came around the corner with a lantern raised. He had a shotgun cradled lazy in one arm and surprise written across his face. Grant shot him through the throat. The blast cracked the night open. The guard fell backward, lantern flying from his hand. It hit the dirt and rolled, throwing wild light across the barn wall. The yard froze for one breath. Then the camp exploded into motion. Edna got the lock open. Grant seized the chain and pulled. It clattered down like a snake made of iron. Inside the barn, faces appeared in the dark, pale and wide-eyed, too frightened to understand freedom when it arrived. Armed and bleeding. "Out the rear," Grant said. His voice cut through the panic. "Stay low." "Move when she points. Do not stop for anything that falls behind you." A woman near the door stared at the rifle in his hands. "Who are you? Not your buyer. That is enough for now." Edna pushed past him into the barn. Her old voice became iron. "You heard him. Children first through the loose boards, hands over mouths. Anyone who screams gets carried, and I am too old for carrying fools." That did what kindness could not. People moved. Gunfire answered from the yard. Bullets slapped the barn boards. Splinters leaped. Grant fired at muzzle flashes, not men. One flash vanished. Another dropped low. A third swore and crawled away. He backed into the doorway, making himself the thing the guards had to see while Edna shoved captives toward the rear wall. The coffer appeared near the pump, one hand at his empty keyring, the other lifting his revolver. His eyes found Edna alive. Understanding turned his face ugly. Grant shot the revolver out of his hand with more luck than care, then put the next round in his chest. The coffer sat down hard against the pump as if resting after work. He did not rise. Edna was outside in the drainage ditch, waving the last girl through the stinking weeds. "Go," Grant said. "You first," Edna answered. "Do not start. Then do not stand there bleeding like a sermon." A bullet punched through the boards near his head. That ended the argument. Grant dropped into the ditch. Mud took his knees. Edna shoved the loose boards back as well as she could from the outside, hiding the hole in shadow. They crawled along the ditch while the barn behind them filled with shouts. The drainage ditch led under a collapsed fence and into a dry creek bed crowded with thorn and trash. The captives gathered there, shaking, crying, clutching one another. Grant counted fast. 26, every one of them. The count steadied him more than any bandage. "North Creek runs west for a mile," Edna whispered. "After that, there is an old culvert under the road. I told the oldest woman where to go. She will lead them to the quarry caves." "You are not going with them." It was not a question. He heard the answer before she gave it. Edna looked toward the burning camp. Firelight moved over her face, showing every year and every choice. No chance. They will know. They will suspect many things. Old women survive by becoming smaller than suspicion. Besides, if I run, they hunt the captives harder. If I stay, I am just the angry cook who lost keys to a drunk. They will hurt you. They already do. Grant stared at her. The part of him that had avoided people for years wanted to call her foolish, wanted to drag her into the creek bed and force her towards safety, wanted to turn debt into command. But he had seen her in the yard. He had seen how guards looked past her. She could hear things he could never reach. She could move through their cruelty like smoke through boards. "Why now?" he asked. Her eyes shone in the firelight, but no tears fell. "Because I have buried too many people whose names never troubled the men who sold them. Because someone needs to listen where monsters brag. Because you cannot kill what you cannot find." Grant looked at the freed captives. A little girl clung to her sister's skirt. She was not crying now. Her eyes were fixed on him with an expression he did not want and did not know how to carry. "I do not rescue people," he said quietly. Edna snorted. "You picked a strange night to discover that." The camp bell started ringing behind them. The guards had found the empty barn. "Go," Edna said. "Take them as far as the culvert. Then disappear. I will send word when I can." "How exactly? There are traders who owe me." "There are children who listen. There are cracks in every wall men build. Watch for 3 black stones stacked beside road signs. Watch for red thread tied under mile markers. If I can send paper, I will. If I cannot, I will send signs." Grant memorized it all. Then Edna reached up and pressed something into his hand. It was the flattened bullet she had pulled from him, cleaned of blood and wrapped in cloth. "Keep it," she said. Men like that should not be allowed to forget what failed. Grant closed his fist around it. "I am coming back for them," he said. "Which them?" He looked toward the burning yard, beyond it to the roads where the bosses had scattered, beyond that to every camp like this one hiding under smoke and hunger. "All of them that matter." Edna's smile was sad and fierce. "Then stay alive long enough to be useful." He turned without another word, because words were too expensive just then. He led the freed captives into the creek bed, moving west beneath a sky without mercy. Behind him, the camp burned bright enough to mark the start of a story Grant did not want. Beside the ashes, Edna walked back into danger with her shawl tied around her shoulders, already practicing the lies that would keep him fed with truth. Chapter 7. Not Over. The creek bed cut through the wasteland like an old scar left by water that had abandoned the country. Grant led the freed captives through it until the fire behind them became a red smear over the low hills. Thorn branches clawed at sleeves and skin. Dry mud cracked beneath their feet. Every few yards someone stumbled, and every time Grant stopped long enough to keep the group from breaking apart, even as pain chewed deeper into his back and made a hot chain of his spine. He hated the slowness. He hated the whispered fear. He hated the way children tried to be brave because the adults around them were already caring too much. Most of all, he hated the feeling that settled over him as they followed his shadow through the dark. It was not duty, not exactly. Duty sounded clean. This was heavier and dirtier. It was a debt made of faces. The oldest woman among the captives walked close to him. Her hair was tied beneath a rag. She had one swollen cheek and a posture that said she had learned to stay standing through worse than fatigue. The old lady said the culvert was ahead, she whispered. It is. You know it? I know roads. That all? Grant glanced at her. That is enough. She accepted the answer with the exhaustion of someone who had no strength left for pride. Behind her, the little girl who had cried every morning rode in her sister's arms now, asleep despite the jolting walk. The sister could not have been more than 15. She carried the child with both arms and no complaint, though her legs shook. Grant saw his son for half a second in the shape of the girl's cheek against a torn collar. He shoved the memory down so hard it became almost useful. They reached the culvert after an hour that felt like a season. It ran beneath the old highway, a black concrete melt half-choked with tumbleweed and trash. Beyond it, the land opened toward quarry country, where pits and caves made hiding possible if people were careful and lucky. Luck was thin currency, but it still spent better than hope. Grant crouched at the entrance and listened. Wind moved through the tunnel. No boots, no voices, no engine. He motioned the group through. Single line, he said. No lamps until you are inside. Watch for snakes. Step where the person ahead steps. The older woman paused beside him. What happens after the caves? You wait 2 nights. If nobody follows, move south by dawn. There is an orchard settlement beyond the dry lake. They do not welcome strangers easy, but they hate slavers more than they fear hungry mouths. Tell them Edna sent you. Will they believe us? They will if you show them this. He pulled a small brass token from his coat, one of the few pieces of useless old-world junk he had kept because it had once opened a train locker in a city that no longer had trains. The orchard settlement used similar tokens for trade because paper money had become kindling in lies. He pressed it into her palm. Tell them a man with a bad temper paid ahead. She looked down at the token, then up at him. You could come with us. No chance. You are hurt. Not enough, a child near the tunnel mouth whispered. Is he the one who killed the guards? Grant heard the fear and wonder in the child's voice. It made him step back as if the words were heat. The older woman noticed. People will talk about tonight, she said softly. People should talk less and hide better. That is not how people work. Grant looked toward the red glow behind the hills. Then people have not learned much. She did not flinch from him. Maybe they learned that one man came back when no one else did. He wanted to tell her he had not come back for them, not in the pure way she meant. He had gone back because the men who shot him needed to discover their mistake, because the sight of chained children had torn open a grave in him, because Edna had put keys in his hand and made retreat feel like filth. None of that was heroism. It was rage with direction. Instead, he said, keep moving. The group disappeared into the culvert. The last to enter was the older girl carrying her sleeping sister. She stopped directly in front of Grant. Thank you, she whispered. 2 simple words nearly undid him. He had taken curses better. He had taken bullets better. Gratitude reached into places he had boarded over years ago, and he did not want anyone touching those rooms. Go with your people, he said, rougher than he meant. She nodded and vanished into the dark. By noon, smoke from the camp had thinned to a gray smear. Grant lay in a ditch 200 yards out and watched through cracked field glasses. The storage bar had burned along one side but still stood. Men moved through the yard in smaller numbers than before. 3 bodies lay covered near the pump. Another had been dragged beside the cook shed. The south wagon was a black ribcage of wheels and charred canvas. Edna was alive. He saw her near the pots, hunched over a basin while a guard shouted down at her. She kept her head lowered. The guard slapped the basin from her hands. Water spread through the ash. Grant's sight narrowed. His rifle found the guard's chest before thought caught up. No chance. The word was not spoken, but it hit him hard. One shot would kill the guard and expose Edna alive. One shot would make her sacrifice worthless. One shot would satisfy the animal and betray the work. Grant breathed out and eased his finger away. Edna bent slowly, picked up the basin, and shuffled back toward the cookshed. As she turned, she lifted her right hand to adjust her shawl. 3 fingers touched her cheek, then her throat, then the center of her chest. A signal? Maybe pain. Maybe nothing. Grant kept watching. A few minutes later, she carried scraps toward the pig pit behind the shed. She walked close to the fence line and dropped a handful of peelings near an old fence post marked with a rusted horseshoe. Then she moved on. Grant waited until the yard looked away. Then he withdrew into the scrub, circled around, and reached the fence post from the outside near dusk. Beneath the peelings was a strip of cloth wrapped around a sliver of tin. Scratched into the tin with a nail were marks, not words, a road line, a broken bridge, 3 dots, an arrow north by northeast, at the bottom a single letter E cut deep enough to catch the last light. Grant almost laughed. Edna had been an informant less than a day, and already she was better at it than most scouts he had known before the world fell. He studied the tin until he understood. One group had taken captives toward the river road, but the bosses would not stay there. The 3 dots were likely the 3 men. The arrow pointed toward a trading station north by northeast, maybe a place called Bitterwell if the old map still mattered. He had passed near it once and avoided it because the smoke had smelled of bad company. Good enough. Bad company was becoming his direction. He took the tin and buried the peelings. Before leaving, he looked once more toward the camp. Edna had disappeared into the cookshed. The guard who had struck the basin still stood near the yard, laughing with another man. Grant memorized his face too. Not because the man mattered, because remembering was free, and someday the bill might come due. At midday, he found the first sign that Edna's mark had been true. A wheel rut fresh enough to hold shade. Horse droppings still damp. Cigarette ash in the road, the paper rolled tight with blue thread at the end. He crouched, touched the ash, and smelled the tobacco. Good tobacco, not camp trash, boss tobacco. He followed slower after that. Near evening, he reached a ridge overlooking Bitterwell. The station had been built from the bones of an old truck stop and a water tower that leaned but still held. Sheet metal walls enclosed the pumps. Smoke rose from barrel fires. A sign with missing letters creaked over the entrance, and beneath it men traded cans, bullets, liquor, and bodies in plain view of the road. Grant saw cages near the back. Not many. 6 people maybe. He saw armed guards on the roof, 2 at the gate, one sitting in the cab of a dead tanker with a scoped rifle across his lap. He saw a black car under a tarp beside the office, cleaner than anything else in the yard. Then he saw the narrow-faced boss. The man came out of the office wiping his hands on a white cloth. He was thinner than Edna had described, almost delicate in the wrists, with a head that seemed too large for his neck and a mouth built for complaint. He spoke to the gate guards with sharp little gestures. One guard laughed at the wrong moment. The narrow-faced boss slapped him hard enough to turn his head, then smiled afterward as if forgiving a child. Grant settled behind a rock and brought the rifle up. The distance was long but possible. The wind was crossing from left to right. Grant could take the shot. The boss stood still for 3 heartbeats, chin lifted, chest open. Then a woman in chains was dragged between them by a guard. Grant held. The boss moved. The shot vanished into impossibility. His jaw tightened until his teeth hurt. At sunset, a trader caravan rolled in from the north. Grant watched the gate open, watched men crowd around the wagons, watched the narrow-faced boss disappear into the office. He could still attack. He could crawl close after midnight, cut through the rear fence, start another fire, kill until the yard broke. He had done versions of it before. But Bitterwell was not the camp. It was larger, harder, meaner, full of armed men who expected trouble from every direction. His back was still healing. He had no partner. He had no way to move captives if he opened the cages. He hated the truth, but did not ignore it. The first rule of surviving bad country was simple. Never make anger do the job of planning. He pulled back before full dark, found a drainage hollow, and waited. Around midnight, 2 riders left Bitterwell heading west, not east. One carried a satchel. Grant followed on foot for 3 miles, keeping low and silent. The riders stopped at a stone mile marker where the highway split. One dismounted, tucked something beneath a loose rock, and rode on. Grant let them go. Messages were sometimes more valuable than messengers. Under the rock he found paper wrapped in wax cloth. The writing was neat, slanted, and cruelly precise. Move stop before dawn. Hero rumor came from South Camp. White scarf says shooter may be alive. Ring hand says if true, draw him through the small houses and break in where people can watch. No names, no fires near records. 3 shares remain 3 shares. Grant read it twice. Hero rumor. He folded the paper and looked toward Bitterwell, where lanterns burned under a dead sign. People were already talking. That was bad. A ghost could move freely. A story drew traps. But the note held something better than danger. It held proof that all 3 bosses were communicating. It held pieces of their habits. It held a reference to small houses, perhaps a settlement or brothel station east of the river. It held the fact that they did not know for sure he lived. Grant could use that. He returned to the ridge before dawn. Bitterwell was stirring. The cages had been emptied. Wagons were loading. The narrow-faced boss stood near the black car, arguing with a broad man whose white scarf gleamed in the gray light. White scarf! The one Grant had almost shot from the culvert ridge. The third boss was not visible, but the note placed him somewhere in the web. Grant watched the 2 men speak. The narrow-faced one pointed south, then east. White scarf shook his head. They were too far for voices. Body language was enough. Men who hurt others for a living often trusted command more than caution. Caution was entering now, and none of them liked how it fit. A guard let a child pass the car. The child stumbled. White scarf did not look down. The narrow-faced boss did, and his expression showed not pity but irritation at damaged goods. Grant's vision sharpened. He could not kill both from here. The distance, the wind, the guards, the captives, his own shaking strength, all of it argued against the shot. A younger version of him might have fired anyway. That younger man had buried a family. Grant lowered the rifle. "Not over," he said. The words were a vow now, not comfort. By mid-morning, the bosses split again. White Scarf rode north with 4 guards. The narrow-faced man took the black car east along the highway, 2 trucks behind him, cages covered with tarps. Grant had to choose. He chose east, because covered cages meant people still alive and moving toward market. The world was full of people passing tiny sparks under the boots of men who thought fire belonged to them. He could not take the motel that night. Not alone. Not hurt. Not with captives inside and a trap waiting to call his name. So he did something harder. He left. He walked until the red lanterns disappeared. He found a culvert, cleaned his back with shaking hands, changed the cloth, and ate cold beans from a dented can. The fever was lower. The rage was not. He took out Edna's bullet and set it beside the note. The bosses knew a rumor. They did not yet know the shape of the man coming for them. They expected a charge, a speech, a heroic fool framed by firelight. They would learn differently. Grant slept with his rifle under his hand and woke before dawn to the distant sound of engines leaving the motel. The narrow-faced boss had moved again, just as Edna had warned. Always moving, always leaving others behind to absorb punishment. Grant did not chase at once. He crossed the road after the convoy vanished and approached the motel from the rear, through trash and gray weeds. The place stank of old smoke, sweat, and fear. A dog barked once, then recognized the shape of danger and hid. A guard stood behind the washroom with his belt open, pissing into the dirt. Grant came up behind him, clamped one hand over his mouth, and drove a knife in under the ribs. He lowered the man gently, because noise was for people with backup. Inside the washroom, he found 3 women filling buckets. They froze when they saw the blood on his sleeve and the rifle in his hand. "I am not here for you," he said. "How many guards stayed?" The oldest of the 3 stared at him with dead eyes that had not always been dead. "Enough guards. How many captives left behind?" 4 people. 2 too sick to move. 4 people. 2 too sick to move. 2 they are punishing. Where exactly? She nodded toward the last rooms on the lower level. Room 12 and the old laundry. The narrow man? Gone before dawn. Took the paying stock east. Said anyone asking about him gets nailed to the sign. Grant considered. Did the guards know he left them short? For the first time, a flicker crossed her face. Not hope. Something more dangerous. Real interest. They know, she said. They are angry. Good enough. Stay here until you hear 3 shots close together. Then take whoever can run and go through the garbage pit fence. Who are you? He almost said nobody. Then he thought of the note, hero rumor. He thought of how stories move faster than men and sometimes kicked doors open before a boot touched wood. A mistake they failed to finish, he said. He left them with the dead guard's pistol and moved into the motel court. The fight was not clean. No fight in close rooms ever was. Grant killed the first guard on the stairs with the knife because the man turned too late and died with surprise still soft on his face. He shot the second through a door when the man lifted a shotgun at the women in the washroom. The blast deafened the lower hall and filled it with plaster dust. A third guard came out of room 8 wearing only pants and rage. Grant broke his knee with a kick, took the revolver from his hand, and slammed the butt into his temple until the rage stopped moving. Then the motel woke completely. Men shouted from balconies. Someone fired through a wall. Splinters flew from the doorframe beside Grant's head. He crossed the court low, shot one muzzle flash, rolled behind a concrete planter, and reloaded with fingers that wanted to shake. His back burned. He ignored it. A guard on the roof leaned over with a rifle. Grant fired twice. The first shot sparked off the railing. The second opened the man's cheek and sent him spinning backward out of sight. 3 shots close together. Grant raised the pistol and fired them into the air from behind the planter. The signal cracked over the court. Doors opened. Not all at once. Fear never moved that neatly. But the women from the washroom came first, dragging 2 others. Then a man with a bruised face ran from room 12 carrying someone wrapped in a blanket. A boy crawled out of the laundry window. The motel's victims moved like smoke through cracks, every one of them expecting punishment to fall from the sky. Grant made himself the punishment instead. A guard charged across the court with a hatchet. Grant shot him in the stomach, then again in the chest when he kept coming. Blood spilled black on the cracked concrete. Another man tried to herd the fleeing women back with a rifle, screaming that property did not run. Grant put a round through his open mouth. The word property ended there. By the time the court quieted, 7 guards were dead, 2 had fled, and the motel belonged to silence. Grant did not stay to accept thanks. He moved room to room, checking for hidden threats, freeing the sick, gathering ammunition and water. The women helped once they understood he was not ordering them back. The oldest one from the washroom found keys in the office and unlocked a cabinet full of papers. "Records," she said. "They keep records for payments." Grant crossed her. Ledgers filled the cabinet. Names, descriptions, prices, destinations, guard rosters, coded routes, marks beside buyers. His stomach turned colder with every page. The narrow-faced boss signed with a little mark, shaped like a hooked tooth. White scarf used a double line. Ring hand used a circle with 3 scratches through it. "Can you read these?" the woman asked. "Enough, guards." "Then read this." She handed him a folded sheet from the bottom drawer. It listed deliveries to 3 places over the next week. Bitterwell, River Market, a place called Mercy Junction, though the name was surely a joke kept alive by men without shame. At the bottom was a note in the narrow-faced boss's hand. "If the shooter appears, do not kill quickly. Signal the 3 shares. Public fear sells better after public failure." Grant folded the note. The woman washed his face. "You are the shooter." "I was hired to move livestock," he said. "They lied about what kind." "So you changed sides?" "No chance. I found out what side I was already on." She looked as if she might cry, but she did not. In the Wasteland, people saved tears for when their hands were empty. "Where will you go?" she asked. "After them? Still alone?" "That is how I travel. That is how men die." He almost told her he knew. Instead, he packed the ledgers he could carry, soaked the rest in lamp oil, and set the office burning. Records could guide him, but they could also guide the next butcher. He kept enough truth to hunt by and destroyed the rest. As smoke climbed from the motel office, the freed people gathered near the garbage pit fence. Some stared at him. Some avoided looking, as if gratitude might make him vanish. The older woman from the washroom held the dead guard's pistol at her side. "People are calling you something," she said. "They should stop. They will not." "Then they can be wrong." She gave him a tired smile. "Wrong stories still travel. Grant turned toward the east road where the narrow-faced boss had gone. He did not have the strength to chase yet. He did not have enough ammunition for a convoy. He had maps now, and notes, and Edna somewhere behind him in a camp full of men who would hurt her if the wind shifted wrong. He had a name people were trying to place on him, heavy as a coat he did not want. He stepped over the dead guard at the washroom door and retrieved his knife. "It is not over," he said. This time nobody answered. They did not need to. The smoke answered for them, climbing into the morning with a blackness that could be seen for miles. Bonnage for the 2 miles, doubled back through a drainage wash, then turned north under the broken shade of power lines that no longer carried anything but birds. Rest without distance was an invitation. Rest without cover was suicide with a blanket. By late afternoon, he found a grain silo with its ladder still bolted to the side. The lower door had been torn open years earlier by scavengers. Inside, old seed dust coated the walls and mice moved through the dark like whispers. He climbed to the second maintenance platform, pulled the ladder after him with a length of wire, and let himself sit for the first time since the motel. The moment he stopped, pain caught up. It came not as one thing, but as a crowd. The bullet track in his back throbbed beneath the cloth. His shoulder ached from firing. His knuckles were split. His ribs felt bruised from breathing. Fever moved under his skin in slow waves, not high enough to make him useless, high enough to remind him the body kept its own ledgers. He unpacked the papers taken from the motel office and spread them on a grain sack. The light through the silo slats striped the pages. Route lists. Payment marks. Names that might be real or might be bait. Descriptions of people reduced to height, age, teeth, strength, fertility, scars. Grant read until the words blurred, then read again because disgust was not an excuse to stop. The 3 bosses appeared everywhere without appearing fully. Tooth mark. Double line. Scratch circle. The narrow-faced one. The white scarf. The ring hand. They had built a trade that survived by never becoming a place. Camps moved. Markets shifted. Guards rotated. Records split. Captives were renamed, repriced, and sent onward until no family could follow the trail. Every page said the same thing in different codes. People were easier to steal when the world had already stolen law. Grant copied what mattered onto smaller strips. Mercy Junction in 3 days. River Market in 5. A way station near the old rail bridge tonight, if the motel schedule had not changed after his raid. He circled it with a charcoal nub. A way station meant guards. It might mean captives. It might mean a message point where Edna's signs could reach him. He slept for less than an hour and woke with the rifle already in his hands because something had changed in the air. Outside, a horse snorted. Grant eased to the slat and looked down. 2 riders had stopped beside the silo. They wore dusters patched at the elbows and carried rifles across their saddles. Not slaver guards by uniform, because there was no uniform, but men in bad company had similarities. A looseness in the way they watched the road. A habit of touching weapons when they mentioned other people. One had a strip of white cloth tied around his wrist, not the scarf of the boss, maybe a sign of loyalty or stolen fashion. The other wore a necklace made of keys. "Smoke came from the little houses," said the key necklace man. "You think it was him?" "I think you asked too many questions," said the other. "Boss said the shooter was dead. Boss says what keeps men loading wagons. If he is alive, why are we riding toward the bridge with only 2? Because the narrow rat says he went east. We are going north. That is how directions work." Grant listened, still as dust. The key necklace man spat. "I heard he gutted 6 at the camp after getting shot. I heard he took a bullet out with his own fingers and fed it to the old woman." "That is stupid. Stories get stupid when people are scared." The other rider shifted in the saddle. "White Scarf is scared. That is enough story for me." They rode on. Grant waited until the hoofbeats faded, then lowered his rifle. The rumor had grown legs and teeth already. He had freed people, killed guards, burned a motel office, and now men were inventing things because the truth was not large enough for fear. That made him harder to predict, but easier to see. Every frightened guard would start looking over his shoulder. Every boss would start laying bait. Every captive might start watching the roads for a man who did not want to be watched. He gathered the papers and climbed down after dusk. The old rail bridge lay north across low country, where mesquite had taken the fields. Grant moved under starlight, stopping often, using dry creek cuts and collapsed fence lines. He found the first sign at midnight. 3 black stones stacked beside a tilted road marker. The sight stopped him in the road. Edna's sign. The stones were small, shiny with soot, placed carefully where no wagon wheel would scatter them. Beneath the bottom stone lay a scrap of burlap. Inside was a piece of bone scratched with marks. Edna had not risked paper this time. The marks were cruder, but he knew her hand by the force of the lines. Bridge not boss. Children there. Tooth mark passes before dawn. Too many for you if loud. Old, culvert west. Chain rusted. Signed E. Grant read it in the dark by touch and moonlight until it lived in him. Children there. The words changed the shape of the night. He reached the rail bridge from the west, as instructed. Once, trains had crossed the ravine on steel beams, moving grain, oil, and people who believed schedules were promises. Now the tracks ended in weeds on both sides. The bridge itself had partly collapsed, leaving a twisted span over a ravine full of trash and stagnant water. Below the western embankment sat the way station, built into old maintenance sheds and fenced with wire. Lanterns hung low. Men moved in pairs. A covered wagon stood near the shed doors. Grant heard crying from inside it. Children there! He counted 9 guards before he saw the 10th. Too many for a direct hit. Too many with his back still tight and his ammunition low. The chain Edna mentioned hung on a side gate near a culvert that drained into the ravine. Rusted, yes. Weak, maybe. The culvert was narrow, half filled with silt. It led behind the main shed, close to the wagon. Grant lay in the weeds and planned. He had learned years ago that most men guarded against the attack they feared, not the one they deserved. These guards feared a shooter on the ridge. They watched the high ground, the road, the bridge skeleton. None watched the ditch below their feet. Pride always looked up. He slid into the ravine and crawled through cold mud that smelled like old metal and dead frogs. Twice he had to stop to breathe through nausea. Once a rat ran over his wrist and vanished into reeds. He reached the culvert mouth and found the rusted chain looped through a grate. It would not open quietly by hand. Quietly was preferred. It was not required. He wrapped the chain in cloth, wedged his knife through the weakest link, and twisted. The metal complained. A guard above coughed. Grant froze. The guard moved on. Grant twisted again. The link snapped with a dull pop. He eased the grate inward and crawled through. The space beyond was tighter than he expected. Concrete scraped his shoulders. Mud soaked his shirt. Pain flared down his back. He pulled himself by elbows and boot toes, inch by inch, until he reached broken boards beneath the maintenance shed. Voices came through the floor. Toothmark says, "Move before light," one guard said. Toothmark can kiss my boots. Kids are hard to move in the dark. They cry, they trip, they bite. You want to tell him that? I want him to pay more. Everybody wants more. That is why we have kids in a shed. They laughed. Grant closed his eyes for 1 second. Not from grief, from the need to keep his hands from moving too soon. He found a gap in the boards and looked up. 2 guards sat at a table, cards spread between them, rifles leaned against the wall behind. A third slept on a cot near the stove. Keys hung from a nail above the table. Beyond them, through an open interior door, Grant could see the wagon shed and the cage inside it. Small shapes huddled under a tarp. He pushed his knife up through the gap and pried the board slowly. It lifted with a groan hidden beneath the wind. One guard looked toward the sound. Rats? The other said. Big rats. Everything got big after the bombs, if you ask drunk men. Grant waited until they returned to the cards. Then he pushed the board aside, reached up, and pulled himself through the floor. The first guard saw him and opened his mouth. Grant threw the knife. It struck the man low in the throat and pinned his voice inside him. The second guard lunged for his rifle. Grant crossed the floor in 2 steps, caught the rifle barrel, and drove it sideways into the man's face. Bone cracked. The sleeping guard rolled off the cot, tangled in his blanket. Grant shot him once before he found his feet. Outside, someone shouted, "Inside!" Grant grabbed the keys and blew out the lantern. Darkness swallowed the room. A bullet punched through the wall where the lantern had been. Another followed. Grant dropped to the floor and crawled toward the interior door as men fired at shadows. The children in the wagon began to scream. "Quiet," he called, not harsh but hard. "I am opening the cage. Get ready to run where I point." A small voice answered, "Are you the dead man?" The question cut through the gunfire in a way no bullet could. "Not tonight," Grant said. He unlocked the cage. 7 children stared out at him, dirty-faced, hollow-eyed, too thin under oversized coats. The oldest was a boy, maybe 12, with a split lip and a piece of sharpened tin clenched in one fist. He held it up as if prepared to fight Grant with it. "Keep that," Grant said. "Use it only if someone grabs you." The boy nodded, terrified but listening. Grant pointed toward the back gap. "Through the shed, under the floor, into the culvert. Stay together. Crawl until you see weeds and water. Then climb west and hide in the wash." "What about you?" the boy asked. "I make noise. You leave." Noise arrived without his help. The guards outside kicked the shed door open and fired blind. Grant shoved the children behind a stack of crates and returned fire. His first shot hit a lantern outside. Flames splashed across the doorway and ran up spilled oil. Men cursed and fell back. Grant fired twice more, then moved before anyone could fix his position. The children crawled under the floor. He heard their small bodies scraping through the gap. "Good enough." A guard came through the side window, boots first. Grant caught him by the ankle and pulled. The man hit the floor hard. Grant slammed the crate lid into his face, took the pistol from his belt, and kicked him toward the growing fire. The man rolled away screaming. The shed filled with smoke. Grant's eyes watered. The door was death. The floor gap was too slow for him now. He kicked out a rear panel weakened by rot and dropped into the mud behind the shed. A guard stood there with his back turned, aiming toward the ravine where the children were fleeing. Grant shot him behind the ear. The other guard saw the muzzle flash. Bullets snapped through the dark. Grant ran low along the fence, hit the side gate with his shoulder, and tore it open where the chain had broken. He fired at shapes, not waiting to see them fall. The camp had become confusion. Men shouted that children were in the ravine. Men shouted that fire had reached the shed. Men shouted that the shooter was in 3 places at once. Let them think so. Grant reached the ravine and slid down the embankment. Mud took him to the hip. He dragged himself free and found the children crouched beneath brush where he had told them to hide. The oldest boy still held the sharpened tin. "Count," Grant said. "7," the boy whispered. "All 7," Grant nodded. Above them, the shed roof caught fire. The glow lit the underside of the broken bridge in red lines. "Follow the ravine west until it splits," Grant told the boy. "Take the right side. There is a stone stack near the road. A woman named Edna left it. Wait there until dawn, then move south toward the orchard settlement if no one follows." "You're not coming? I have to make sure they chase me instead." The boy swallowed. "Are you really a dead man?" Grant looked at the burning shed, at the guards scrambling above, at the ravine water shining like oil. No chance. "Then what are you?" Grant had no answer. He wanted to give. He thought of Edna walking back into Camp Danger. He thought of the motel women. He thought of the little girl asleep in her sister's arms. The Wasteland kept asking him to become a shape other people could survive around, and he resented it with something close to fear. "A man who is angry at the right people," he said. "Move now." The children moved. Grant climbed the opposite side of the ravine and fired 3 shots toward the bridge, exposing his position on purpose. Guards took the bait. They ran after him across open ground, away from the west ravine. He let them see him for just long enough, then vanished into the bridge shadows. The chase lasted half a mile. One guard fell to a shot through the thigh and was left cursing in the dirt. Another lost his nerve when Grant doubled back and killed the man behind him with a knife. The last 2 stopped chasing after they found the second body propped against a rail post with his own cap placed over his face. Grant did not usually decorate death. Tonight, he needed fear to do some traveling for him. By dawn, he was alone in a culvert east of the bridge, shivering under a stolen coat. He cleaned his back again. The bleeding had started fresh during the crawl. He pressed cloth against it and waited until the shaking slowed. Outside, smoke from the way station joined the morning haze. He found the next sign 2 hours later. 3 black stones again, this time beneath a rusted mailbox on a road that led nowhere useful. Under them lay a strip of red thread tied around a thorn twig. No message, no map, just direction. Edna was alive and still moving information through cracks. Grant sat beside the mailbox and let his head rest against the post. He was so tired that the sky seemed to pulse. He laughed once, low and humorless. "You stubborn old woman," he said. The wind carried the words away. He followed the red thread marks through the day. Some were tied under mile markers, some hung from fence wire. Once he found a scrap tucked into the hollow of a dead tree, only to discover it was not from Edna, but from someone else who had heard enough to imitate the signs. It held a line written in charcoal. "Wasteland hero, my brother was taken to River Market. Please help." The last word was almost his undoing. He folded the scrap and put it with the others. The name sat on the page like a trap. He did not want prayers. He did not want people leaving hope in dead trees. Hope made people careless. Hope made them wait for rescue instead of sharpening tools. Hope made a man responsible for roads he had not chosen. Yet he carried the scrap. Toward evening, he reached a bluff overlooking a trading post built around a dry swimming pool. No bosses, no main convoy. Just smaller operators buying and selling under patched umbrellas while armed men watched the gates. Grant saw 2 captives in the deep end of the empty pool, wrists tied to a ladder rail. He saw a child on the pool steps with a collar around his neck. He saw no sign of the brother from the note. He could walk away. The bosses were elsewhere. Every hour spent here let the 3 shares move farther from his reach. One of the guards kicked the child off the step into the deep end. The child hit the cracked concrete and curled around his knees. The guard laughed and looked around for approval. Grant sighed. "Damn it," he said, and began moving down the bluff. This fight had no elegance at all. He waited until a dust gust blew across the post, then shot the gate guard through the side of the head. Before the body hit the ground, he put 2 rounds into the men at the pool rail. Traitors scattered. Someone screamed about the hero, and the word turned panic loose faster than gunfire. Grant moved through that panic like a blade through cloth, not stopping to threaten, not stopping to explain. A man raised a shotgun toward the captives. Grant shot his hand apart and then his chest. Another tried to run with a girl tied by rope to his belt. Grant cut the rope with a bullet and broke the man's neck against the pool fence. By the time the dust cleared, the post had emptied of everyone brave enough to be cruel only in groups. He freed the captives and found no brother from the note. The woman tied to the ladder rail had seen him, though. Her brother had been there yesterday. Sold toward River Market before sunset. Tall man, missing 2 fingers, blue shirt. Grant wrote it on the back of the scrap. "I cannot promise," he said. The woman nodded, as if promises had become too expensive for her, too. "You came anyway." He did not know what to do with that, so he gave her the captured shotgun, showed her how to check it, and pointed the free group toward an irrigation ditch that would hide them until moonrise. He searched the trading post office and found another coded ledger. Toothmark had passed through that morning. The narrow-faced boss was not at River Market anymore. He was moving south toward Mercy Junction to meet the other 2, 3 shares together. Grant felt the world narrow. He left the post burning behind him, not because fire solved anything, but because smoke spoke where he could not. It told the bosses their business was no longer quiet. It told guards that wrong work had consequences. It told captives in nearby pens that someone was breaking doors. By nightfall, he had become a rumor he could no longer outrun. He saw it in the way travelers moved when they spotted him on the road. Some hid, some lifted empty hands. Once, from a distant ridge, a woman raised a lantern 3 times and then covered it. A signal of thanks or warning, he could not tell. He did not approach. Gratitude was getting crowded around him, and he was afraid one day he would turn into need so large he would drown in it. He made camp under an overpass covered in old graffiti. The concrete held heat from the day. He sat with the ledger spread around him and traced routes with a blackened fingertip. Mercy Junction lay 2 days south if he moved hard. His body argued against hard movement. The bosses would not wait because his stitches pulled. No stitches, he corrected himself. Edna had used thread pulled from a flour sack and hands older than any clinic. It would hold or it would not. He slept badly. Near dawn, he woke to the sound of feet. The rifle came up. A boy stood at the edge of the overpass shadow, not one of the bridge children. Older, maybe 16, thin as wire, with a bundle clutched to his chest and terror-fighting determination on his face. He raised both hands. "I was told to bring this," the boy said. "By who?" "Old woman. Gray braid, mean eyes. Said if I dropped it, she would haunt me before she died and after." Grant lowered the rifle 1 inch. "Sounds like her." The boy set the bundle on the ground and backed away. "She said you would ask for names. She said I should not give mine because names get people followed. That is smart. She said you would say that too." Against pain and exhaustion, Grant almost smiled. The boy ran before Grant could ask more. Grant waited, checked the horizon, then opened the bundle. Inside was dried meat, 2 small medicine bottles, 6 rifle cartridges wrapped in cloth, and a folded strip of canvas marked in Edna's hand. "Mercy Junction is bait, but real. 3 bosses meet after moonrise tomorrow. They have captives on display to draw you. White Scarf wants you angry. Toothmark wants you alive. Ring Hand wants crowd watching. Do not come alone if you can help it. I know you will come alone." Signed E. Grant read the last line several times. "Do not come alone if you can help it." The wasteland seemed to hold its breath around him. He had spent years making sure alone was not just how he traveled, but who he was. Alone could not betray him. Alone could not die because he cared. Alone did not leave a shirt hanging beside a dead hearth, or a child's wooden horse in ash, or a voice in memory asking him to come back soon. Alone had kept him alive. Alone might get him killed before he finished this. He packed the bundle. He did not have an answer. He only had a direction. South Road. Chapter 9. Doors Made for Kicking. The road south did not deserve to be called a road anymore. It was a memory of pavement buried under dust, cracked by roots and interrupted by places where scavengers had broken the surface apart to pry out rebar. Grant followed it because men with wagons followed whatever remained of old maps, and men who traded in people loved routes that made their evil efficient. He moved before sunrise, stopped during the brightest heat, and moved again when shadows grew long. Edna's medicine took the edge off the fever, but left his mouth bitter. The cloth on his back stayed cleaner now. Each hour without fresh bleeding was a small victory he did not celebrate. Celebration made noise. Celebration made noise. By noon, he found the first body. A man hung from a cottonwood near a dry creek crossing, boots missing, hands tied behind the trunk. A board had been wired to his chest. The message was painted in black pitch. "Heroes, pay double." Grant stood beneath the tree and read it once. The man had been dead less than a day, not a guard. Too thin, nails broken, rope burns at the wrists. A captive or a trader who had helped one. The bosses were widening the circle, making examples out of anyone who might pass a note, hide a child, or stack stones beside a road. Grant cut him down. It took time he did not have. He did it anyway. He dragged the body into the shade, covered the face with the man's own torn coat, and buried the board beneath creek sand. He could not dig a grave with his shoulder and back aching, not a proper one. He piled stones enough to keep scavengers uncertain. It was not enough. It was what he had. "I did not ask you to pay," he said to the covered face. The dead man gave him no forgiveness. Grant walked harder after that. The next sign came at dusk. "Not Edna's stones." A strip of red cloth tied too high on a fence post, visible from the road. Bait, or someone frightened enough to be careless. Grant circled before approaching. He found tracks in the dust. 3 men had waited behind a collapsed wall across from the post. They had left hours ago. One smoked blue thread tobacco. One had a limp. One carried a child for a short distance, judging from the small bare footprints that appeared, dragged, and vanished near wagon ruts. Grant crouched over the tracks until the light faded. The men had gone southeast, away from Mercy Junction. A side operation maybe, a decoy maybe. The bosses wanted him angry. Edna's message had warned him. "White Scarf wants you angry." Grant looked south toward the main road, then southeast toward the drag marks. "Damn you," he whispered to men who were not there. He went southeast. 2 hours later, he found the outpost. It had been built inside an old feed store at the edge of a ruined farming town. The storefront windows were boarded. A faded rooster still smiled from the sign above the door, absurd and cheerful over a place that smelled of sweat and rusted chains. A generator coughed behind the building, feeding light to a string of bulbs across the front. 2 guards sat outside on crates. Another watched from the roof. A fourth paced near the rear loading dock. Grant saw no bosses, no wagons loaded for market, but he saw movement behind the boards. He heard a small cough cut short. He had missed the main road for this. Good enough. The feed store sat at a crossroads. On one corner stood a burned diner. On another, a collapsed hardware shop. Across from the store was a church with half its roof missing. Grant entered the hardware shop first. He found nails, old wire, a cracked mirror, 2 cans of paint so dried they had become stones, and a shelf full of mouse dirt. In the back, he found what he needed, a box of roofing tacks, a length of chain, and 3 glass jars. The generator was the outpost's heartbeat. Men who had light in the wasteland learned to look at what light showed them, not at the dark beyond it. Grant crawled behind the diner and broke the first jar near the rear road, scattering glass into the dust. He spread roofing tacks in the shallow rut where any running man would step. He looped the chain low between 2 posts near the loading dock, hidden by weeds. Then he climbed through the church wall and waited. He let the roof guard see movement first. Not much. A sleeve flicker in a window. Enough movement. "Something in the church," the roof guard called. The 2 men on crates stood. One lifted a lantern, the other spat and raised his rifle. The rear guard came around the corner to look. Grant shot the roof guard first. The man fell through rotten shingles and crashed into the porch roof with a sound like dropped furniture. The crate guards turned toward him. Grant fired again from a different window, hitting the lantern. Flames splashed across the dirt. One guard stumbled back. The other fired wildly into the church. Grant was already moving. He crossed through the rear of the church, out the broken vestry, and into the alley behind the feed store. The rear guard ran for the loading dock and hit the load chain at full speed. His feet flew forward. His head struck the boards with a flat crack. Grant stepped over him and cut the generator line with a hatchet taken from the hardware shop. The lights died. The outpost shouted itself awake. Inside the feed store, captives cried out. Guards cursed. Someone fired through the front boards, bullets punching holes into the night where Grant was no longer standing. He entered through the rear, past sacks of old feed turned hard as brick. The first man in the storeroom came at him with a shotgun. Grant caught the barrel, shoved it up, and the blast tore a hole through the ceiling. He drove the hatchet into the man's collarbone, pulled it free with effort, and kicked the body aside. A second guard fired from behind the counter. Grant dropped, rolled behind a stack of pallets, and tossed the cracked mirror across the floor. It slid into the open, catching a sliver of the guard's shape in the muzzle flash. Grant fired through the pallet gap. The guard folded behind the counter. "Stay down," Grant called to the captives. "Hands over heads, faces to the floor." A man answered from the dark. "Who are you? Your chance if you listen." He moved deeper. The main pen had been built from livestock panels bolted across the grain aisle. 8 people inside, 2 children, 1 old man, 5 women. At the far end, a boy lay on his side, breathing in little jerks. The child from the tracks, maybe. Grant's anger went quiet again. Quiet anger was the one that aimed best. The lock on the pen was thick. He did not have the key. He did not have the key. A guard appeared at the far office door with a woman in front of him and a pistol pressed to her temple. "Drop it," the guard shouted. Grant did not drop the rifle. The guard's face shone with sweat in the weak moonlight through the boards. "I said drop it, hero!" There it was again. The name, thrown like a hook. Grant let the rifle lower halfway. The guard smiled. Men who use shields always wash the weapon, not the hands. Grant's left hand moved under his coat, drew the small pistol taken from the motel, and fired from the hip. The shot struck the guard's pistol hand. His gun went off into the ceiling. The woman dropped. Grant's second shot hit the guard over the eye. The store fell still except for sobbing and the generator ticking itself silent outside. Grant found the keys on the dead man in the office. He opened the pen. Nobody moved at first. Freedom had to be translated when fear had been spoken too long. "Out the back," he said. "There are tacks in the road and glass near the diner. Step where I step." The old man rose on trembling legs. "You came from the stories. I came from the road. Move, now!" They obeyed because his voice left no room for debate. He carried the injured boy himself despite the pain that flashed white through his back when he lifted him. The boy weighed almost nothing. That made Grant angrier than if he had been heavy. Outside, one of the crate guards was still alive, crawling toward a dropped rifle. Grant shifted the boy in his arms and aimed with one hand. The guard froze. "I can tell you where they went." Grant stopped. "Talk now." "Mercy Junction," the guard said quickly. "All three. They wanted you at the main square tomorrow night. Said you would come if we hung signs and took kids. Said you cannot help yourself." Grant looked down at the boy in his arms, at the captives moving through the dark, at the board he had buried beneath creek sand. "What else?" "They got an old woman," the guard blurted. "Not with them. Not yet. They know there is one passing word. They are asking camps." White Scarf said, "When he finds her, he will peel truth out slow." Grant's face changed so slightly that only a frightened man watching for death would see it. The guard saw it. "That is all. I swear." "No, it is not." "It is. You said they wanted me in the square." "How many guards?" 30, maybe more. Rooftops and windows. They will put captives in the open, make you choose shots." "Where is the narrow one staying?" "Old courthouse." "Where is the narrow one staying?" "Old courthouse." "East side rooms." White Scarf. "Rail office near the tracks. Ring hand. Moves around. Likes the saloon cellar. Says walls are thick." Grant absorbed each word. The guard began to cry. I told you. Let me go." Grant held the boy against his chest and looked at the man crawling in dirt among glass and tacks. "You helped steal children to make me angry. I had orders. So did I once. I changed them." He shot the guard once and turned away before the body settled. The freed captives were gathered behind the church. The old man had found a wheelbarrow and lined it with coats for the injured boy. Grant set the child inside as gently as his arms allowed. "There is an irrigation canal west of here," Grant told them. "Follow it north until you find a concrete pump house with a blue door. Wait there through sunrise. If men come from the road, hide in the culvert. If a woman with a gray braid sends a sign, trust it. Trust nobody else because they smile." One of the women stepped close. She had a cut across her cheek and a fire in her eyes that had not gone out. "We can fight." "Then fight by living long enough to choose the field. You fight alone." "That is not advice." She almost smiled. "Maybe it should be." Grant did not answer. He took ammunition from the dead guards, water from the store, and a torn map from the office wall. Before leaving, he painted over the rooster sign with black soot and wrote 3 words large enough for any rider to read. Not for sale. It was theatrical. He knew it. He disliked himself for it. Yet by dawn, every guard who passed would know someone had walked into their locked pen and made a joke out of ownership. Fear was a weapon. So was humiliation. He left the outpost burning behind him and returned to the main road before first light. He had lost half a night and saved 8 people. The bosses had expected the detour to slow him. It had. But the guard had given him the layout of Mercy Junction, and that made the lost time worth blood. By mid-morning, he reached a ridge where the road dipped toward a town built beside dead railroad tracks. Mercy Junction spread below in brown and gray angles. The name was painted across an old depot sign, letters cracked, the word mercy hanging over a place that had none. Grant studied it from behind a screen of mesquite. They had prepared a stage. Then he saw the board hanging from the gallows, "W Welcome Hero." Grant lowered the field glasses. The smart move was to leave, regroup, find help, wait for Edna, gather weapons, create an advantage. The smart move was not to walk into a town built to eat him. He looked at the cages. There were captives inside, visible enough to pull at him. Bait, yes. Real bait, Edna had said. That meant people breathing behind bars while men gambled on his conscience. He could not take the town alone, not in daylight, not with prepared marksmen, not while the bosses wanted him exactly here. He needed to change the question. Instead of asking how to attack Mercy Junction, he asked what Mercy Junction needed to remain a trap. It needed light in the square. It needed crowds controlled. It needed crowds controlled. It needed guards confident. It needed guards confident. It needed the bosses able to communicate. It needed him angry enough to enter where they aimed. Fine then, he would break those things before stepping close. For the rest of the day, he circled the town. He found the water carts parked near the west gate. He found the generator shack behind the garage. He found the bell rope that ran from the courthouse to a tower frame. He found the latrine trench where guards went alone and careless. He found the ditch that led beneath the rail office floor. He marked the path between saloon cellar and rear alley. Near sunset, he found 3 black stones under a burned telegraph pole. His heart kicked once. Under the stones was a strip of cloth. Edna's writing was cramped, likely done fast. "They know about me, but not my face yet," Camps questioned. "I stay useful. Mercy is trap and message. Do not save pride. Save people if you must." Toothmark hates dark. White Scarf hates being ignored. Ring Hand trusts money more than men. Signed, E. Grant read the line about her face twice. "They know about me, but not my face yet. Not yet." He folded the cloth and pressed it into the inner pocket of his coat. At dusk, Mercy Junction lit its barrel fires and lanterns. The square filled. Guards dragged 2 captives onto the gallows platform and tied them to posts. One was the brother from the dead tree note, if the missing fingers and blue shirt were true. His face was swollen, but he stood. The other was a woman with gray in her hair and blood on her sleeve. Not Edna alive. Grant's breath returned only after he knew that. White Scarf stepped onto the platform. Grant did not listen. He watched the rooftops. Men leaned toward the speech, rifles relaxed. White Scarf loved the tension. Edna had said he hated being ignored. Good enough. Grant crawled to the generator shack. The man guarding it was young, bored, and more interested in the speech than the dark behind him. Grant took him silently, dragged him behind the fuel drums, and cut the lines feeding the square lights. Then he opened the fuel valve just enough to spread a shining puddle beneath the shack floor. He did not light it yet. Grant reached the ditch beneath the rail office just as the first signal bell rang. Or tried to. The severed rope snapped loose, caught on the water cart, and dragged the cart sideways when a guard pulled from the tower. Water barrels toppled. Men shouted. Horses screamed. The crowd turned from the gallows. Grant lit the fuel beneath the generator shack. Fire climbed with a soft whoomp, then roared. The square lights died as the shack bloomed orange. Darkness took the rooftops. Men fired at shadows. Someone screamed that the hero was at the west gate. Someone else screamed he was in the courthouse. The captives on the gallows ducked as bullets cracked overhead. Grant was under the rail office floor by then, moving toward White Scarf's rooms not to kill him yet, but to steal the trap's teeth. He came up through a loose panel behind a desk and found 2 guards standing over a table full of rifles, ammunition, and signal flares. They looked at him in stunned silence. "Evening," Grant said. Then he shot both before either reached a weapon. He gathered the flares and threw them into the stove. A moment later, red fire burst against the ceiling and smoke filled the office. He took ammunition, smashed the spare rifles against the stove edge, and kicked open the rear door. In the square, chaos had turned thick. The crowd scattered. Guards tried to form lines and failed. The brother in the blue shirt had slipped one hand free of his rope. The woman beside him kicked a guard in the knee and nearly fell from the platform. Grant could leave now. He had damaged the trap. He had learned the town. He had proven he would not come on command. Then the narrow-faced boss stepped onto the gallows with a pistol in each hand and shot the woman through the leg. Her scream cut through the square. Grant stopped. There were moments when strategy died and something older took the wheel. He knew that danger. He knew it was exactly what they wanted. He also knew that leaving her there would rot him from the inside. He ran toward the gallows through smoke and bodies. A guard saw him and shouted. Grant shot him without slowing. Another swung a rifle from a rooftop. Grant fired upward and missed. A second shot from somewhere else dropped the rooftop guard before he could aim again. Grant did not see who fired. He reached the platform steps as the narrow-faced boss turned. For one clean second they saw each other across firelight and fear. The boss's eyes widened, not with terror, but recognition. "You," the boss said. Grant fired. A guard slammed into him from the side at the same instant. The shot went wide, tearing the boss's sleeve instead of his heart. Grant hit the platform rail hard. Pain burst through his back. The guard drove a knee into his ribs. Grant headbutted him, tasted blood, and shoved the man over the rail into the crowd. The narrow-faced boss was already running. Grant raised a pistol. Empty chambers. He hurled it at the boss's head. It missed by inches and clattered across the platform. The boss vanished into smoke behind the courthouse. Grant cut the blue-shirted man's rope with his knife and hauled the hurt woman upright. "Can you move?" She gritted her teeth. "Badly enough." "Badly is enough." The blue-shirted man stared at him. "My sister left a note?" "She did." His face cracked between grief and relief. "She is alive?" "When she wrote it. Move if you want to improve the odds." They moved. Grant got them off the platform as the saloon cellar doors burst open and Ring Hand's men poured into the alley. Grant saw the boss himself for a moment, rings flashing as he pointed toward the gallows. He was smaller than Grant expected, compact, well-dressed, with a face that looked almost kind until he smiled. Money had polished him. Cruelty had hollowed him. Grant fired with a taken rifle and drove the men back long enough for the captives to reach the dark behind the water carts. He wanted Ring Hand. He wanted the narrow-faced boss. He wanted White Scarf. Wanting was cheap. Ammunition was not. A hand caught his sleeve near the cart. The older woman from the gallows, pale with pain, pointed toward a drainage lane. "There ahead. It leads out. Go now. Come with us." I have to make sure they look at me. They already do. That was true enough to almost be funny. Grant stepped into the open street and fired at the courthouse windows. Men answered from 3 directions. The world became muzzle flashes, smoke, screaming horses, and the slap of bullets against wood. He retreated by inches, drawing eyes and rifles while the rescued captive slipped into the drainage lane. At the edge of town, he found the shooter who had saved him from the rooftop guard. Not a friend, not even someone he knew. A woman in a trader's coat crouched behind a feed trough with a long rifle braced across it. She had gray eyes, a shaved head, and a scar that pulled one corner of her mouth down. "You are welcome," she said, did not ask. "Clearly enough. You look busy getting killed." "Why help?" She jerked her chin toward the drainage lane. "My cousin was on that platform. Blue shirt, missing fingers." "I heard a story that a man was causing trouble for the right people. I came to see if stories could shoot straight." Grant sat back against the cabinet and closed his eyes. He could hear her voice in the words. Dry, hard, alive. For the first time since the camp, he let himself breathe without measuring each breath against the next threat. Only for a moment. Only long enough to feel the strange shape of relief. Then he opened his eyes and reached for the map. The bosses were splitting again. He had missed killing them, but he had damaged the trust between them. That was a door too. Some doors were made for kicking. Others were made by patience, pressure, and the slow rot of men who deserved each other. Grant would use either kind. Chapter 10. The Name on the Road. By the second morning after Mercy Junction, Grant heard the name before he saw the people using it. He was moving through low scrub east of the rail line, following a dry wash that kept him below the road. His back had settled into a deep ache instead of a hot bite, which he counted as improvement. The stolen cartridges rode in his coat pocket. Edna's notes sat wrapped in oiled cloth beneath his shirt. The ledgers from the motel and the feed store had been reduced to small pages, folded flat and hidden in different places on his body. If one pocket was taken, the hunt could still continue. Ahead, a pair of traders had stopped beside a broken delivery van. Their mule stood with its head low. One trader worked at the wheel while the other watched the road with a shotgun. They were not slavers. Grant knew the difference in posture. Slavers watched for property and profit. These two watched for the next thing that might eat them. "You think he's real?" the one at the wheel asked. "Who exactly?" "The Wasteland hero." The shotgun trader spat into the dust. "No chance. My cousin said he saw him at Mercy Junction. Said he walked through fire and shot ropes off captives. Your cousin drinks lamp oil when liquor runs out." He had a blue shirt man with him, missing fingers. That part was true. Even if there is a man, hero is a stupid thing to call him. Heroes die clean in old stories. Out here, men die dirty, or they become dirty enough to continue. Grant almost approved of that. The wheel trader lowered his voice. Folks say he is hunting the 3 shares. The shotgun trader looked around then, uneasy. Folks should say less. The 3 shares here. Grant moved on without showing himself. The name followed him through the day. He saw it scratched into the side of a culvert with charcoal. Hero went south. He saw it painted small beneath an old gas sign, followed by a crude arrow that pointed the wrong way. He found a strip of paper tucked into a cracked road reflector. Hero, if you read this, my mother was taken toward the river. No name, no date, no direction clear enough to trust. Just need. Left where a desperate person hoped a desperate story might pass. Grant folded it and added it to the others. By noon, there were 5 scraps in his coat. By dusk, 9. Each carried a loss. A brother, a mother, a husband, 2 daughters, a boy with a burn scar, a teacher from a settlement that had tried to stay neutral until neutrality got priced by the pound. Every scrap pulled at him, not because he believed he could answer them all, but because someone had written them with hands that shook and then walked away hoping paper could do what law no longer could. He hated the name more with every note. Hero was too bright. It showed where to aim. It made people wait on one man when they should be hiding knives in their sleeves. It turned rage into worship and worship into disappointment. Grant had been disappointed by people enough to know it went both ways. Near nightfall, he reached a trading line outside a place called Red Pump. It was not a town, just a crossroads market, built around a well that produced water tasting of rust. People came anyway because rust water beat thirst. The market had rules painted on a sheet of metal at the entrance. No shooting inside the rope, no stealing from stalls, no buying flesh. The last rule had been added recently, letters fresher than the rest. Grant stood in the shadow of a dead billboard and watched. Markets were dangerous because everyone was armed and everyone pretended not to be nervous. He needed supplies, he needed news, he needed to know where the bosses had gone after Edna's last note. Going in meant being seen. Staying out meant starving for information. He changed his coat for a faded canvas jacket taken from a roadside corpse weeks earlier, wrapped a scarf over the lower part of his face against dust, and hid his rifle under a blanket roll. He walked through the rope gate with the stoop of a man more tired than dangerous. It was not difficult acting tired. Nobody stopped him. A few looked. Many looked away. Looking too long invited stories. Grant bought cloth strips, salt, and 2 cans of peaches so dented the sellers swore they were either fruit or a lesson. He listened more than he spoke. The 3 shares had split after Mercy Junction. White Scarf had gone north to punish unreliable guards. Toothmark, the narrow-faced boss, had gone east with a smaller convoy trying to recover reputation by moving valuable captives fast. Ringhand had vanished into money, which meant buyers, which meant the river or a private auction. Edna's note had been right. Profit protected itself first. Grant found a stall selling old maps and leaned over them long enough for the map seller to start talking. Looking for somewhere or away from somewhere? The seller asked. Depends who asks. Everyone is looking away from Mercy today. Heard it got loud. Grant grunted. Toothmark? He said. He passed through? The map seller's eyes sharpened. That is not a casual question. No chance. Questions like that cost more than salt. Grant placed 2 cartridges on the map. Her hand covered them fast. He did not come in, she said. 2 known. Sent riders. Bought medicine, rope, and children's shoes. Grant felt his jaw tighten. Which direction? East Road first, then south by the tower line. But if you are thinking of following, understand this. He is baiting someone. Word is, he wants to prove the hero bleeds. Everyone bleeds. That is true. Some bleed in ways that make other people stand taller. Grant did not like how she looked at him then. Not recognition, exactly. Suspicion with a lantern behind it. I am not who you think, he said. Most people are not. That never stops need from naming them. He took the map and left before conversation became a net. At the blade-sharpening stall, The burn-scarred woman handed him his knife and said quietly, "There is a message under the pump stone." Grant did not look at her too quickly. For who? For a man who hates being thanked. That described half this market. For the one old Edna called a stubborn mule with ammunition. That described him too well. He paid her with salt and waited until the market shifted toward evening meal. Then he approached the pump as if filling a canteen. The stone at its base rocked under his boot. Beneath it lay 3 black pebbles and a folded sliver of paper, no larger than 2 fingers. Toothmark has 6 children and 4 women in covered cart. Moving to old radio tower by dawn, then south to dry canal. He wants you seen. Do not be seen where he wants. White scarf sends riders behind you. Ring hand buys watchers. I am safe enough. Signed E. Safe enough was the kind of phrase that meant unsafe but breathing. Grant tucked the note away and filled his canteen. When he straightened, a boy stood across the pump staring at him. Maybe 10. Hair cut uneven, one eye bruised yellow. He held a wooden toy horse in both hands. Grant's breath caught before he could stop it. His son had owned a wooden horse. Not the same. Of course not the same. This one had a broken leg and wheels made from bottle caps. But for one terrible second, the market vanished and he stood in the doorway of his old house, watching a little boy make hoof sounds along the floor while his mother laughed from the stove. The boy at the pump lifted the toy. "For the hero," he said. Grant looked around. People were not staring openly, but too many had gone quiet. "Keep it," Grant said. "My sister said heroes need luck. Your sister is wrong. Heroes need food and better sense." The boy did not smile. She was taken. She said it before. Grant's throat tightened. Then keep it until she comes home. What if she does not? There were 1,000 honest answers, all of them cruel. Grant crouched, ignoring the pull in his back, until he was closer to the boy's height. "Then you keep it because she touched it," he said. "That makes it yours and hers both. Do not give that away to a stranger." The boy's fingers tightened around the horse. "Are you him?" "I am a man passing through. My sister said men passing through never stop." Grant stood because crouching had become too hard, and because the boy's eyes were doing damage no weapon had managed. "Sometimes they do," he said. He left Red Pump before dark, aware of eyes following him, aware that denial had become useless. You could tell people not to build a story around you. They would nod, then use your shape anyway because stories were shelters when walls failed. An hour east of the market, the first rider tried to kill him. Grant heard the horse too late, hooves muffled by dust, until the animal burst from a wash at his left. The rider wore a white strip tied around his arm and carried a short carbine. Grant threw himself behind a road barrier as the first shot snapped past his shoulder. The motion tore pain across his back. He hit the ground hard, rolled, and came up with his pistol. The rider circled, firing from the saddle. Not a master. Brave enough from height, sloppy at speed. Grant waited through 2 shots, then fired when the horse turned broadside. He aimed for the rider's thigh. The man screamed and fell, foot catching in the stirrup. The horse bolted, dragging him 20 yards before the boot slipped free. Grant approached with the pistol steady. The rider clutched his leg and reached for a knife. Grant kicked it away. "White scarf?" Grant asked. The man spat at him. He said you would ask. Then answered different. He said you killed campmen from behind. Said you burned women alive at mercy. Said you are not a hero, just a butcher with people clapping. Grant's face did not change. Lies did not surprise him. They were just smoke from another fire. "How many riders behind me?" The man laughed through pain. "Enough guards." Grant pressed his boot lightly against the injured leg. The laugh became a shout. "4," the man gasped. "4 behind. 2 ahead by Tower Road. White scarf wants you turned south. Toothmark waits there." The trap had layers. Good enough. Layers meant men who feared a direct line. Where is Edna? The rider blinked. Who exactly? Grant believed the ignorance. That eased one small knot inside him. "Tell White Scarf something if you crawl back," Grant said. "Tell him I heard his lie and thought it sounded scared." The rider's eyes widened. "You letting me live? You are more useful embarrassed." Grant took the man's weapons, cut the white strip from his arm, and left him with a belt tied above the leg to slow the bleeding. Mercy was not the word for it. strategy was cleaner. He used the rider's own horse tracks to build a false trail south, then cut east through scrub before moonrise. The 4 riders behind followed the false line. Grant heard them pass in the dark, arguing in whispers. He let them go. The 2 ahead by Tower Road waited for a man who would not arrive where expected. By dawn, he reached the old radio tower from the north instead of the west. The tower rose from a hilltop like a metal skeleton holding up the sky. At its base stood a maintenance compound surrounded by chain fence. Toothmark's covered cart sat inside with 2 trucks and a black car. 6 guards visible, more likely within the shed. The narrow-faced boss paced near the car, his sleeve still torn from Grant's shot at Mercy. He looked smaller in daylight, twitchier, his mouth working even when no one stood close enough to hear. The covered cart shifted. A child cried out, then stopped. Grant lay in the rocks above the compound and studied the scene. This was the trap. Not Mercy, not the road, not the rider. This hilltop, with open approaches, crossfire from the shed, and captives in the center. Toothmark wanted him seen. He wanted proof the hero bled. He wanted fear restored by spectacle. Edna's line returned. Do not be seen where he wants. Grant looked up at the tower. The maintenance ladder still climbed its side for 200 feet. Halfway up, a platform leaned over the compound. No sane man would climb it and win with a bad back and men below. No guard was watching it because no sane man would climb it. Grant was tired of being sane for men who sold children. He circled behind the hill, climbed through brush, and reached the tower base on the blind side. The metal was cold under his hands. The first 20 feet were easy. The next 30 were pain. After that, pain became weather. He climbed slowly, keeping his rifle slung tight, placing each boot with care. The tower swayed. The world fell away beneath him. Rust flaked under his fingers. Twice he stopped with his forehead against the rung and waited for dizziness to pass. At the platform, he crawled flat and looked down. The compound spread beneath him like a map. Guards had arranged themselves to watch roads and gates. None looked up. Toothmark stood beside the cart, rehearsing words to a guard who nodded too hard. Grant unslung the rifle. He did not aim at Toothmark first. He aimed at the front truck's engine block and fired. The shot cracked from above, impossible to place. Metal sparked. Men shouted. He fired again into the rear truck's tire, then into the generator, then into the generator, then into the lock on the cart's rear chain. The 4th shot broke it enough that the captives inside pushed the doors open in panic. Only then did Grant put the rifle sight on Toothmark. The boss looked up. Their eyes met across distance and height. Grant fired. Toothmark jerked sideways as a guard slammed into him, either saving him or trying to save himself. The bullet tore through the guard's shoulder and knocked both men down. The compound erupted. Guards fired upward, bullets whining off tower metal. Grant rolled behind a support beam as sparks stung his face. "Run!" he shouted down to the cart. "North fence! Right now!" The captives moved because the cart had opened and the guards were looking skyward. Children spilled into the compound. One woman grabbed 2 by their collars and dragged them toward the north fence. Grant shot the guard nearest them. Another tried to swing the black car around as a shield. Grant put a round through the windshield, and the driver slumped against the horn. The sound blared across the hill, one long, ugly note. Toothmark crawled toward the shed, one hand pressed to his side. Not dead, hurt maybe, protected by 2 guards. Grant fired, missed as the tower shook under incoming rounds, then ducked as bullets punched the platform. The captives reached the north fence but could not open it. Grant saw the problem. Chain and padlock. He had no angle on it. He drew a flare stolen from Mercy Junction, struck it against the platform rail, and dropped it into the dry brush outside the south fence. Fire took fast. Wind pushed smoke across the compound. Guards coughed and shifted. The woman at the north fence found a pipe and began beating the lock. Grant fired into the ground near the nearest guard's boots, driving him back. A child squeezed under the fence where earth had washed away. Then another. Then the lock gave, and the group poured through. Grant had done what he came to do. Toothmark was alive, but bleeding or frightened. The captives were moving. The compound was disabled. Now he had to survive the climb down. The tower ladder below him sparked under gunfire. He crawled to the far side and looked for another option. There was a maintenance cable running down toward an anchor point outside the compound. It was steep, rusted, and likely to tear his hands apart. It was also not a ladder full of bullets. Grant wrapped his belt around the cable, hooked his arms over it, and slid. The descent ripped a sound from his throat he did not intend to make. Heat seared through his palms. The belt smoked. The ground rushed up too fast. He hit the slope hard, rolled through brush, and came to a stop against a rock that knocked the air out of him. For several seconds, he could not move. Gunfire still cracked above. Smoke spread. The horn blared. Children ran north through scrub behind the woman who had broken the lock. Grant forced himself up on one elbow. A guard came over the slope with a pistol drawn. Grant's rifle was 10 feet away. His pistol was under him. The guard smiled. A shot rang from the north scrub. The guard dropped. Grant turned his head. The woman from the captive stood beyond the fence line, holding a guard's rifle awkwardly but well enough. 2 children clung behind her. "You said run!" she shouted. "I did! You were not running! Working on it!" She ran to him, grabbed his rifle, and shoved it into his hands. "Then work faster!" Grant almost laughed, but his ribs would not allow it. He rose with her help, hated needing it, and accepted it because dying from pride would be a stupid chapter in a story he already disliked. She tore strips from her sleeve and wrapped his hands with efficient, angry care. "My name is Liza. I know, names get people followed. I am tired of having fear choose my manners." Grant did not know what to say to that. "Grant," he said finally. She nodded once. "Grant, then." Nodded once. "Grant, then." Not. "Hero." "Not if I can help it." He directed them toward a ravine that would lead to Red Pump if they moved carefully. Liza knew the market and said she could get the group there. Grant gave her the map seller's mark and 2 cartridges to pay for water. "Come with us," she said. "No chance. Because Toothmark is still alive. Because all 3 are. You cannot keep doing this alone." He looked at the children resting in the scrub, then at the smoke rising from the tower. "People keep telling me that. Maybe people are right when they keep surviving long enough to tell you." He had no answer. That did not sound foolish, so he gave her the captured rifle instead. "Take them west before the smoke draws scavengers." Liza held his gaze for a long moment. "The name is bigger than you now. You know that?" "Names can die. So can men." That is the first true thing anyone said today. She shook her head and led the group into the ravine. There it was. The threat was widening again. White Scarf had not found Edna, but he was reaching toward her shape. He was reaching toward every person who had passed a note, moved a stone, handed over a cartridge, or whispered a direction at a pump. The name on the road had become a weapon in both directions. Grant sat beneath the dead tree until the light faded. He took out Edna's bullet, the boy's note about his mother, the sister's note about the brother, the message from White Scarf, and the latest scrap from Edna alive. He laid them in a row on the dirt. Alone had kept him alive. Alone had also made every helper more exposed, because no one stood between them and revenge once he passed through. He thought of Liza saying he argued with praise like it was a tax collector. He thought of the nameless trader woman at Mercy Junction firing from the trough. He thought of the map seller, the blade sharpener, the boy with the wooden horse, the old woman who had walked back into a camp full of men and taught stones to speak. The wasteland was not waiting for one hero. It was already full of small rebellions, each one hidden under a shawl, a market stall, a toy horse, a rifle fired from smoke. Grant had mistaken solitude for strength because it was the only strength he trusted. But the bosses had networks, roots, watches, records, money, and fear. A lone bullet could kill a man. It took more than that to break a machine. He gathered the papers and stood slowly. His back hurt, his palms burned, his body felt older than the dead world around him. None of that mattered enough. The river road lay east. White Scarf wanted him there. Toothmark was hurt and shamed. Ringhand was protecting profit. Edna was safe enough, which meant not safe. People were leaving messages under stones and pumps because they had decided fear was no longer the only thing worth sharing. Grant looked down the road where the dark gathered. "Fine," he said to the night, making the word part of a longer breath so it would not stand alone. "We do this the hard way." He stepped east. Behind him, on the dead tree, He left white scarf's nail driven back through the paper. Beneath the threat, in charcoal, he wrote a message of his own. KEEP, talking! By morning, travelers would see it. By noon, Red Pump would hear. By night, if the roads were kind and fear was slower than hope, Edna would know. The Wasteland hero was the name people had chosen because they needed one. Grant still did not want it. But for the first time, he wondered if a name could be used like fire, dangerous, hungry, and worth carrying if it kept the dark from owning everything. The man had known Grant would come, and he had made sure the road showed enough cruelty to keep him moving even after the tracks turned false. It was a clever kind of trap, not the kind that closed all at once, but the kind that spent a man's anger grain by grain until he arrived, tired, hurt, and hungry for a shape he could finally kill. Grant knew that before noon. He followed the road anyway. The old pavement came up through the dirt in black scales. Weeds grew in the cracks, pale from dust and heat. On both sides, the world lay open and stripped. Farmhouses stood with their roofs caved in. Mailboxes leaned over ditches like drunks that had been forgotten by the party. A long line of telephone poles marched beside him, every cable gone, every crossbar broken by weather or by men who needed firewood more than they needed memory. He moved in the drainage ditch when the road rose too high. He crossed open ground only when the wind could cover him. He wore a scavenged poncho over his shoulders, not for rain, because rain had forgotten this stretch of country, but to break up his outline against the brush. His rifle stayed wrapped in burlap until he needed it. The pistol rested under his coat where his hand could find it without thought. His back still burned when he walked too long. The place where the bullet had hit him had closed ugly under Edna's work, but it pulled when he breathed hard and punished him for turning too fast. He did not call it weakness. Weakness was a word men used when they wanted to feel brave about ignoring warning signs. Grant called it information. Information kept the man alive if pride did not shout over it. At dusk, he found the first marker. It was 3 stones stacked under a cedar stump, exactly as Edna had promised through one of her scraps. Under the middle stone was a strip of shirt cloth, and inside the cloth was a sliver of tin scratched with a nail. Salt Hill, not certain. Guards moved. Children, before sunup. 3 carts. Bosses may watch from far. The last line had been pressed deeper than the others. Do not trust easy doors. Grant read the message twice, then once more by touch after the light faded. He hid the tin in the lining of his coat. Edna had not written the warning for decoration. Easy doors killed more men than locked ones. Salt Hill had been a school once. Grant reached the ridge above it the next morning and lay flat behind bitterweed while the sun climbed. The school sat in a shallow basin beside a dry football field. Someone had put sheet metal over the windows and stacked cars along the back fence. A flagpole still stood in the courtyard, but no flag hung from it. A chain dangled from the top, tapping the pole in the wind with a sound like a spoon against a tin cup. He counted guards for an hour. 8 moved in the open. 2 walked the roof with rifles. 1 stayed by the front doors. Another sat in the shade near the side entrance, boots up, hat over his face, shotgun across his knees. There would be more inside. There were always more inside, because men who bought and sold people liked walls between themselves and judgment. No sign of white scarf, no black car, no narrow-faced boss with a ruined arm from the tower fight. No ring hand wearing stolen shine in the sun. Only guards, carts, and the faint sound of a child coughing somewhere behind the metal-covered windows. Grant's jaw tightened. Wrong place, but not empty. He stayed until the guards changed positions. A woman in a brown dress came out carrying a bucket. She walked with her head low. A guard said something to her and laughed. She did not answer. When she passed the chain gate, she looked up at the ridge for less than a breath. Grant did not move. He had learned years ago that some people looked at empty places because hope had made liars of them too often. He did not give her a sign. Not yet. By late afternoon, heat shivered above the field. Grant slid back from the ridge and circled west, using a dry creek bed that smelled of mud baked into stone. The school had a storm drain under the bleachers. Most men would have thought it too small. Grant had become familiar with small spaces since the collapse. He had slept in culverts with rats and crawled through vents full of ash. The world had narrowed many times, and he had always hated it, but hatred did not change the width of a pipe. The storm drain grate was wired shut, not welded. That told him the men had prisoners to keep in, not enemies to keep out. He cut the wire with a stolen pair of fence pliers, moved the grate inch by inch, and slipped inside on his stomach. The pipe took him under the field. It smelled of rust, mouse droppings, and old rain. His shoulders scraped concrete. His injured back complained until every foot became a private argument. He kept moving. The pipe opened into a locker room where the floor was slick with mildew and old tiles gleamed under dust. Someone had dragged desks in front of the interior door. Beyond the door, voices rose and fell. Grant listened. Two men were arguing about cards. One accused the other of dealing from the bottom of the deck. The accused man said there was no bottom anymore, not in cards and not in life, which made the first one angry enough to kick a chair. Grant waited through the argument until both men laughed. Laughter lowered the guard faster than liquor. He moved the desks enough to slide through. The first man died with the card deck still in his hand. Grant caught him from behind, one arm clamping his mouth while the knife worked fast under the ribs. The second man saw the movement, reached for his pistol, and met Grant's thrown blade before his fingers closed. The blade struck high in his chest. He staggered into the lockers, knocking metal with a thunder that seemed too loud for the room. Grant crossed the floor and caught him before he fell. He lowered the body slowly, not because he respected the man, but because dead weight made noise. From the hall, a voice called, "You two break something again!" Grant took the pistol from the second guard, checked the chamber, and answered in a rougher version of the dead man's voice. Chair went over. "Mind your own mess." "You still owe me 3 shells, the voice said. "Come get them." That brought footsteps. Grant stood beside the door with the pistol low. The guard entered grinning, and the grin vanished when he saw the floor. Grant shot him twice before sound could turn into a warning. The man's body crashed against a trophy case. Glass rained over tarnished plaques and a faded photograph of children in clean uniforms, smiling in a year when the world still pretended it would keep them safe. The camp woke. Grant did not try to stay quiet after that. Quiet had served its use. He kicked the hall door open and moved into the school. Salt Hill became a narrow war of lockers, old classrooms, and stairwells painted with peeling murals. A guard fired from the principal's office. Grant dropped to one knee, felt the bullet whip over his hair, and put 2 rounds through the plywood desk the man thought would protect him. Another came out of a science room with a machete raised. Grant shot him through the throat before the blade finished its swing. Blood sprayed across a poster showing the water cycle, dark spots over painted clouds. A bell rang. Not the school bell. A handbell, frantic and ugly, from somewhere deeper in the building. Men shouted. Boots hammered above him. Captives began screaming behind locked doors because people who had been caged learned that sudden noise usually meant someone else had decided their bodies were cheaper than mercy. Grant moved toward the screams. At the first stairwell, 2 guards tried to pin him from above. He shot the lower man in the knee and let him tumble into the second. Both rolled down in a thrashing knot. Grant stepped aside, fired once into the man still holding a rifle, then crushed the other guard's wrist under his boot until the pistol fell free. The guard looked up at him with wide eyes. "Which room?" Grant asked. The guard spat blood on the tile. Grant pressed the hot barrel against the man's cheek, not hard enough to burn, hard enough to promise it. "Children are coughing behind a door. Which room?" "Cafeteria," the guard rasped. "Back hall, chain on the service door. Bosses here." The guard's face twitched with something like relief. "No bosses, never were. We only got orders." Grant stared at him for a moment. That relief offended him. Men who followed evil for pay often wanted credit for not inventing it. "Orders still count," Grant said. He left him breathing because the man had answered fast. He also took the man's boots. A man with crushed fingers and no boots would not join the fight soon. The cafeteria doors were chained from the outside. 2 women stood behind the glass, faces pale and eyes too large. Children clung to their skirts. One boy held a table leg like a club. He could not have been more than 9, but he had lifted his chin as if preparing to die in a room that smelled of old grease and fear. Grant shot the padlock. The sound made the children flinch. The chain dropped. He pulled the door open and stepped back so they could see the hall behind him, the bodies, the smoke, and the way out. "Through the locker room," he said. "Storm drain under the bleachers. Crawl west until the pipe ends. Stay low in the creek bed. Nobody moved." He understood. Freedom did not look like a man covered in blood holding a hot pistol. Freedom should have had a cleaner face. The woman in the brown dress pushed through the group. She had a bruise under one eye and flour dust on her sleeves. "You are him," she whispered. "Move them," Grant said. "Talk later if you live." That did what gentleness could not. She turned and began giving orders. Her voice changed from frightened to sharp, and the children obeyed because sharp voices were familiar. 2 old men helped carry a girl with a fever. The boy with the table leg stared at Grant as he passed. "Are you the Wasteland hero?" the boy asked. Grant looked down the hall where a guard was reloading behind a trophy case. "Today I am the door," he said. "Use it." He fired down the hall before the guard finished reloading. The prisoners moved. Grant became the rear wall of their escape. He shot a man coming from the gym, slammed another through a classroom doorway, and took a cut across his forearm from a knife he did not see in time. The cut was shallow. It still made his grip slick. He wiped his hand on the dead man's shirt and kept moving. The roof guards came down too late. One leaned over the stairwell and sprayed bullets into the hall. The captives dropped to the floor, crying out. Grant shoved a rolling cart into the open and fired from behind it. His first shot cracked the wall. His second punched through the guard's jaw. The man fell backward out of sight. The second roof guard fled toward the front door. Grant let him run for 3 seconds. Then he picked up a rifle, braced against the doorframe, and shot the man through the back as he crossed the courtyard. The body slid in the dust beneath the empty flagpole. The chain above him tapped metal, calm as a clock. When the last of the captives reached the locker room, Grant went the other way. He searched the offices. He found ledgers, branding irons, coils of rope, and a shelf filled with children's shoes sorted by size. He found a map tacked over the principal's desk. Red circles marked trade stops, barns, bridge crossings, and dry wells. 3 circles had been slashed through. One was Salt Hill. Another was the tower he had burned before. The third sat near a place called Mercy Junction. The bosses were erasing exposed pieces. Grant pulled the map down and folded it inside his coat. In a locked drawer, he found a pouch of coins, 5 cartridges, 2 vials of cloudy medicine, and a ring too small for any guard's hand. He took the cartridges and medicine. He left the ring on the desk because some owner might be alive and still searching for proof. Then he set fire to the ledgers. Paper caught fast. Names curled into black flakes. Debts vanished. Prices vanished. Roots blackened. Grant watched until the flames climbed the wall, then backed into the hall. Smoke rolled after him. Outside, the captives had gathered in the creek bed, not far enough, but fear had shortened their legs. Grant counted them. 32. More than he expected. Too many for one gun to guide safely. The woman in the brown dress met him at the mouth of the storm drain. "Where do we go?" "West first, then split. No big groups after sunset. Big groups leave big tracks. Some cannot walk far. They walk as far as they can. Then the ones who can carry. Her eyes narrowed at the harshness. Then she looked back at the school as smoke began to pour from broken windows. "The bosses were not here," she said. "I know. They said you would come. They said if you were real, you would bleed for strangers until nothing was left." They laughed about it. Grant's hand closed around the strap of his rifle. The boy with the table leg stepped closer. "My sister was taken 2 days ago. She had a yellow scarf." They put her in a cart with 3 others. The man with rings was there. Grant turned to him. "Which road?" "South toward the wind farm. My mother told me not to forget. I did not forget." The boy's face trembled with the effort of staying hard. Grant crouched until they were eye level, even though his back hated him for it. "Remember her laugh too," Grant said, "not only the cart." The boy stared at him. Then his mouth folded, and he looked away before tears could shame him in front of the others. Grant stood and handed the woman the cloudy medicine. Fever girl gets this. Small sips. Do not trust anyone offering wagons unless you know their people. If you reach Red Pump, ask for Liza. Tell her Grant sent you. Grant, the woman repeated, as if the name had more use than the myth. That is enough. A distant horn sounded from the east. Grant looked toward it. Not a vehicle horn, a hand horn, long and low, blown from the road. Someone had seen smoke. Someone was calling reinforcements or carrion pickers. Either way, time had thinned. Go, he said. They went. The old men carried the fever girl between them. The woman took the smallest child on her hip. The boy kept the table leg. Grant watched until the brush swallowed them. Then he returned to the ridge. Salt Hill burned below him. The school that had once taught children letters now gave the sky a black lesson. Smoke crawled over the field. Dead guards lay in the courtyard. Somewhere inside, a ceiling beam cracked and fell with a roar. Grant felt no satisfaction. The wrong men had died. Evil had lost another room, another ledger, another handful of guns, but the three bosses were still moving. White Scarf had wanted him here. Ring Hand had passed south. Narrow Face was either healing or plotting. Edna was still inside the machine, listening to men who would cut her apart if they guessed the shape of her courage. Grant looked at the folded map in his hand. The wind farm lay south. He had come to Salt Hill to chase a ghost and found children behind a chain. That was the cruelty of the hunt now. Every wrong turn still held someone who needed him. Every delay saved the few and cost others he could not reach. His anger tried to become something simple. He did not let it. Simple anger wasted ammunition. As the horn sounded again, closer this time, Grant wiped blood from his forearm with a strip torn from a dead guard's sleeve. He cleaned the pistol, checked the rifle, and counted what remained. Not enough bullets for the whole world. Enough for the next men who thought the world belonged to them. He slipped down the south side of the ridge while smoke covered his movement. Behind him, Salt Hill kept burning. Ahead of him, the old wind farm turned slowly in the heat haze, its dead blades standing like broken bones over the land. Grant left one last mark at Salt Hill before he disappeared. He carved an X through the school name on the cracked sign and drove a dead guard's knife into the wood beneath it. The meaning did not need a speech. Anyone using the place after sunset would understand that the building no longer belonged to men who priced children by weight. Sometimes the wasteland needed simple language, and steel in a sign was as simple as Grant knew how to make it. The smoke followed him longer than he expected. It clung to his coat and hair, turning every breath into a reminder of classrooms burned clean of ledgers and chains. He did not think of the fire as victory. Victory would have been White Scarf in the dirt and Edna walking free under open sky. Salt Hill was only a cut across a larger beast. Blood showed. The beast could bleed, but it was still moving. Grant traveled until the school smoke became a smear behind the horizon, then stopped in the lee of a collapsed grain bin to study the map again. The paper had been folded and unfolded by too many dirty hands. Corners were soft with sweat. Red circles showed places where bodies had been held, moved, counted, and priced. Black slashes showed operations the bosses considered burned. Between those marks ran pencil lines that looked at first like roots, and then, the longer he stared, like veins. The machine had a body. It had arteries, habits, and places where pressure gathered. That mattered because bodies could be hurt in ways that made motion fail. He had spent the first months after Clara and Ben died thinking the only honest answer to cruelty was the closest man with a gun. Then the years had taught him that men with guns were often fingers, not fists. Cut one off and another curled around the same trigger. Salt Hill had proven it again. Guards had died. Ledgers had burned. Children had run into the brush. Still, the three bosses moved west and south, laughing behind layers of hired meat. Grant needed more than rage. He needed the machine to cough blood from places the bosses did not expect. He marked the wind farm with a bit of charcoal and studied the road from Salt Hill to Old Lark. 2 wells, 1 bridge, 1 narrow canyon, and a ruined way station sat between the circles. Any wagon heavy with captives would need water. Any crew moving goods by dawn would need a place to check harness, trade horses, or argue over shares. Grant copied each feature onto a scrap of cloth in case the paper failed him. When he finished, his fingers were black. A storm line showed far to the northwest, not rain, only dust lifted by weather too weak to become mercy. It turned the sunset copper. In that light, the wasteland looked almost beautiful, which was one of its cruelest tricks. Distance softened broken houses. Color hid rust. Wind made grass move like water over graves. A man could stand in the right place at the right hour and almost believe the world had not become a butcher shop with roads. Grant did not allow himself almost for long. He cleaned the cut on his forearm and tied it with cloth. The skin around his old back injury pulled tight when he reached for the knot. He took inventory by touch. 42 rifle rounds, 19 pistol rounds for his own weapon, 11 for the spare he had taken, 2 knives, 1 coil of thin wire, half a tin of Edna's bitter paste, and enough dried meat to keep hunger from making decisions for another day. Not enough for a war. Enough to reach the next lie. Near dark, 3 coyotes came down the ridge towards Salt Hill. They stopped when they smelled smoke and men, then broke apart and vanished. Grant envied them for that clean instinct. Coyotes did not mistake vengeance for duty. They did not carry names they had never asked for. They did not wonder whether every saved child made the next unsaved child heavier. He slept in pieces beneath the grain bin, waking whenever the wind shifted. Once, in the hour before dawn, he dreamed of a classroom before the collapse. Ben sat in the front row with a pencil behind his ear, solemn as a judge, telling Grant that every board wanted a nail and every lost thing wanted a map. Clara stood near the chalkboard laughing at both of them. Then the chalkboard became the Salt Hill map, and every red circle opened like an eye. Grant woke with his hand on his pistol. The sky was gray, his throat tasted of smoke. The dream faded, but the idea stayed. Lost things wanted a map. Captives wanted a route that did not end at another cage. Bosses wanted every road to point toward profit. Grant folded the map and started south before the sun cleared the ridge. Chapter 12. The Road of Stolen Voices. The road to the wind farm had once carried service trucks, school buses, and families driving north for cheap gas and clean restrooms. Now it carried only prints. Grant read them because prints told fewer lies than mouths. Narrow wagon wheels had cut the dust in pairs. Several horses, poorly shod, had passed 2 mornings ago. 6 or 7 walkers had stumbled beside the carts, their steps uneven where ropes pulled them out of rhythm. A heavier boot with a chipped heel moved beside the line. That boot came close to the walkers whenever the tracks bent. A man with that kind of habit used his hands often. Bringhand might have been there. He might have sent others. The wasteland loved almost. Grant moved under a white sky. The wind farm grew larger by degrees. Tall towers stood across the plain, some still upright, some folded at the middle, some stripped for parts until they looked skeletal. The blades did not turn except for one far to the east that shifted whenever the wind pushed hard enough. It groaned once each turn, a long metal complaint that carried for miles. He found the first dead traveler near noon. The man lay beside a culvert with his face in the dust and his pockets turned out. He had been shot twice. No rope marks on his wrists, no signs that he had been part of a captive line. Grant crouched beside him, careful not to disturb the ground more than needed. A pack had been dragged away. 2 sets of boots had stood close while the man died. One had a missing heel nail. The other wore mismatched soles. Kidnappers, not slavers on a route. Different sickness. Same disease. Grant rose and looked south. A smear of dust moved near a shallow cut in the land where the road dipped between 2 low hills. Voices came on the wind. Not words at first, just human noise sharpened by fear. He left the dead man with his face turned from the dirt and moved toward the sound. The kidnappers had chosen a good place. The dip hid them from the north until a traveler was already among them. A burned bus lay on its side across the shoulder. 2 rusted cars narrowed the road on the other side. Anyone pulling a small cart would have to slow. Anyone trying to run would find the ground broken by old washouts and thorn scrub. Grant reached the western hill and crawled through cactus and wire grass until he could see down. 5 attackers were in the road. 2 more watched the slope with rifles. A family cart had been overturned near the bus. A gray mule lay dead in the traces. 3 bodies were on the ground near the cart. An older man with a white beard. A woman in a blue coat. A boy, almost grown, sprawled with one hand still reaching toward a dropped shotgun. Near the bus, a young woman fought with both wrists tied. Her hair had come loose in dark tangles. Blood streaked one side of her face. 2 men were trying to drag her toward the shadow of the bus, while a third laughed and told her she would wear herself out. She did not wear herself out. She drove her knee into one man's thigh hard enough to make him yelp, twisted her tied hands over his wrist, and bit the other man's forearm until he screamed. The third man stopped laughing and raised his rifle butt. Grant shot him first. The bullet hit the man's temple and threw him sideways into the bus. The young woman dropped with him, not because she was hit, but because she had the sense to make herself smaller when rifles started speaking. The 2 hill watchers turned toward Grant's muzzle flash. Grant had already rolled left. A bullet snapped through the brush where his head had been. He fired from a new angle and caught one watcher in the throat. The other ducked behind a limestone shelf and began firing wild. Down in the road, the kidnappers scattered. Grant moved faster than they expected. He slid down the back of the hill, crossed behind a screen of thorn, and came up beside an old culvert that opened near the bus. He had no interest in a fair exchange. Fair exchanges were for towns with laws and men who intended to see tomorrow without shame. One kidnapper ran toward the cars with a pistol in hand. Grant shot him through the ribs. Another grabbed the young woman by her hair and pulled her upright as a shield. "Stop right there!" the man shouted. Grant did not stop. He kept walking, rifle low, eyes on the man's hand. The young woman saw him and stopped fighting for half a breath. Her expression changed, not to relief, but to calculation. Grant knew that look. It was the look of someone who did not want rescue to be another cage. The kidnapper pressed a knife against her side. "I said stop!" Grant's voice stayed flat. "Let go and run. You drop that gun or she opens." The young woman shifted her tied hands. It was not much. A turn of the wrist, a lean against the man's grip. She gave Grant a sliver of space without knowing whether he could use it. He could. The rifle cracked. The kidnapper's knife hand burst red at the knuckles. He screamed and shoved her away. Grant shot him again before the scream ended. The woman hit the dirt, rolled under the dead mule's trace bar, and kicked the fallen pistol toward herself with bound hands. She could not grab it fast, but she put her body between the weapon and the nearest attacker. That mattered. The mismatched soul man charged from behind the bus with a hatchet. Grant's rifle clicked empty. The man heard the click and smiled. Grant threw the empty rifle into his face. Bone cracked. The hatchet swing went wide. Grant closed the distance and drove his shoulder into the man hard enough to slam him against the bus. Pain flared in Grant's back, sharp and mean. He ignored it, trapped the man's weapon arm against metal, and struck until the hatchet fell. The man tried to bite him. Grant hooked a thumb under the man's jaw and pushed his head back against the bus window frame. The frame did the rest with a wet crunch. A rifle fired from the hill. The last watcher had changed position. Dust jumped near Grant's boot. Grant dropped behind the dead mule. Another shot thudded into the cart. The young woman had managed to get the fallen pistol between her tied hands. She held it awkwardly, wrists crossed, barrel shaking. "Left ridge," Grant said. "I see him," she snapped. "Do not waste a round." I was not planning to write him a letter. That was the first thing she said to him. The watcher rose to fire again. The young woman fired first. Her shot missed his chest but hit the limestone near his face. He flinched hard, and Grant used the moment to pull his pistol and put 2 shots into the man's upper body. The watcher rolled down the slope, leaving a dark stripe on the pale stone. Silence returned in pieces. The dead mule's harness creaked. The wind moved grit across the road. Someone inside the bus groaned. Grant turned toward the sound. One kidnapper, the one whose forearm the woman had bitten, was crawling toward a shotgun under the cart. Grant stepped on the weapon before the man's fingers reached it. "Please," the man said. "We were hungry." Grant looked at the bodies beside the cart. The white-bearded man, the woman in the blue coat, the boy almost grown. "So were they," he said. The pistol sounded once. The young woman did not flinch at the shot. She sat in the dirt with bound wrists, chest heaving, face streaked with sweat and blood that had begun to dry. Her eyes went to the three bodies near the cart, and whatever strength had kept her upright shook like a wall hit by a storm. Grant cut her wrist rope. She pulled away the instant the rope fell. Not far. Far enough to make clear she belonged to herself. She rubbed her wrists, then crawled to the woman in the blue coat. "Mama," she said, and the word was not small even though it broke. Grant turned his face away. There were things a man should not watch unless invited by grief, and grief did not invite strangers. He checked the dead kidnappers. He took ammunition, water, a length of clean cloth, 2 knives, and a folded paper that showed trade markings around the wind farm. One mark had been circled with a black thumbprint. The circle sat beside an old maintenance shed south of the towers. He looked back at the young woman. She was kneeling between the bodies now. One hand rested on the older man's shoulder. The other clutched the dead boy's sleeve. Her mouth moved, but no sound came. Grief had stolen the first words and left her with breath alone. Grant knew that place. He had lived there after the fires took his family. He had stood in ash with his son's blanket in his hands and made no sound because the world had already taken more than it deserved, and he would not give it his voice too. He waited. Waiting was the only kindness he trusted himself to offer. After a time, she stood. She swayed once, then steadied. Her eyes came to him. They were green, though dust made everything else gray. She looked younger than the hard set of her jaw, older than the blood on her face. "Your name?" Grant asked. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand and left a red smear. "May, listen. Any others with you?" "Not anymore." "Where were you headed?" "North by daylight. We heard Red Pump had a wall and rules. We heard wrong roads were safer than staying where the raiders knew us." "Red Pump is real. Rules depend on who is awake." Her laugh came out harsh, almost a cough. "That sounds about like the whole world." Grant walked to the overturned cart and lifted one side. It was broken, but not useless. Food had spilled into the dirt. A sack of beans had split. A jar of peaches lay shattered, syrup darkening the dust like amber blood. He found a shovel tied under the cart. May saw it and stiffened. "No," she said, and then caught herself because one-word sentences were the kind of thing grief forced out before sense could dress them. She swallowed and tried again. "Not here in the road. They hated open ground. My father said even a dead man deserves shade." Grant looked at the hills. There were cottonwoods along the dry wash, their leaves gray but alive. "Shade then," he said. Together they moved the bodies. May would not let him carry her mother alone. She took one side, even though her wrists bled where the rope had burned her. Grant did not argue. Argument would have robbed her of the last duty she could perform. They laid the family beneath the cottonwoods and dug while the sun lowered. The ground was hard. Grant's back screamed by the second hour. May's hands blistered and split. Neither of them stopped until the graves were deep enough that animals would have to work for their cruelty. At sunset, May placed 3 stones at the head of each grave. She took a strip of blue cloth from her mother's coat and tied it to a cottonwood branch. It moved in the evening wind, small and stubborn. "My father was Aaron Bell," she said. "My mother was Ruth. My brother was Sam." He thought he was grown because his voice had started changing. He still hid sugar in his pockets for me when he could find it. Grant stood beside her. "Remember that part." She turned her head. "What now? The sugar?" "Not only the blood." Her eyes searched his face with sudden attention. "Who did you lose?" The question hit him in a place no bullet had reached. He looked toward the road, where the bus lay black against the fading light. "Enough," he said. "That is not an answer. It is the one I have." May looked as if she might push. Then she did something more surprising. She nodded once and let the silence stand. They made camp in the wash because darkness moved faster than either of them could. Grant set a small fire inside a ring of stones and kept it low. May cleaned her wrists with water from a canteen, hissing between her teeth but making no complaint. He gave her the clean cloth and one of the knives he had taken. She tested the edge. "You giving this to me, or asking me to hold it until you decide I look suspicious?" "Giving it." That was almost trusting. "Careful, stranger. People might talk. People talk too much already." She sat across from him, face orange in the low fire. "You are him, are you not?" "Depends who is asking. The men called you a road ghost before you shot their friend. One said the Wasteland hero was hunting bosses. Another said that was campfire garbage. Both can be true. So you are him. Grant fed a twig into the fire. Name got loose. Names do that when bodies drop behind them. He looked up at her then. She had cleaned enough blood away that he could see the cut near her hairline. It would bruise badly by morning. Her hand shook when she thought he was not watching. Her eyes did not. "I am headed south," he said. "You should head north at daylight. Red Pump is 3 days if you keep off the main road." "I am headed south too." "No, you are grieving and angry. Those feel like direction, but they are not." May's gaze hardened. "Those men were taking us south before you interrupted. The people behind them are south. Whoever gave them permission to own the road is south. I can still see the one with rings who traded with them 2 towns back." He looked at my brother like he was choosing livestock. "I am going south. You will get killed. So might you. I know how to make that difficult. Teach me." The answer should have been refusal. It sat ready in his mouth. He had reasons stacked like stones. He did not travel with strangers. He did not carry grief that still had fresh blood under its nails. He did not let someone else's hope tie itself to his shadow. The Wasteland had punished every version of that mistake. May leaned forward before he spoke. "Do not tell me to live safe. My safe is under 3 stones. Do not tell me I am too hurt to think. I know exactly what I saw. Do not tell me revenge will not bring them back, because only fools think it will, and I am not asking for miracles. I am asking for a direction and a chance to make the men who did this afraid before they die." The fire popped. The wind farm groaned in the distance. Grant looked at the knife in her hand. She held it correctly, blade down, wrist loose, not like someone posing with danger. Someone had taught her enough to survive one bad moment, not enough for the war she wanted. "At daylight," he said, "you walk north." "At daylight," she said, "I walk where I decide." They stared at each other across the fire. Grant looked away first, not because he yielded, but because the dead under the cottonwoods did not need 2 living fools arguing over what loss allowed. "Sleep," he said. "I take first watch." May wrapped her hands and leaned against the root. "I do not trust you enough to sleep. Good enough, stay alive out of spite." A ghost of a smile touched her mouth, brief as a spark. "That I can do," she said. "The night deepened," she said. The night deepened. Grant watched the road. Behind him, May stayed awake longer than her pride could support. Her breathing finally slowed near midnight, uneven at first, then heavier. Even in sleep, one hand kept the knife. Grant did not blame her. The wind farm turned once in the dark and groaned again, like the old world trying to say something after all its words had rusted away. Grant listened to it and wondered how many dead waited south. Then he looked at May, curled beneath a dead man's coat, and wondered how many living would follow him no matter how hard he tried to leave them behind. Before sleep finally took May, she whispered the names again. Aaron, Ruth, Sam. She said them in order, then out of order, then with small details attached, as if the dark might try to steal the shapes if she did not guard them. Grant kept watch and pretended not to hear. In truth, he held every name carefully. Names were the last property the dead owned, and he had learned not to handle them carelessly. Grant buried the kidnappers away from May's family, shallow and without stones. It was not respect. It was sanitation and caution. Bodies drew animals, and animals drew noise, and noise drew men with hungry eyes. May watched him work with a face carved flat by exhaustion. When he finished, she said nothing about Mercy. That was good. Mercy had not been invited to that road. Grant did not sleep while May did, not truly. He sat with his back against the cottonwood and watched the road through the spaces between leaves. The dead family rested under fresh earth behind him. The dead kidnappers lay shallow and separate beyond the wash. The difference between the 2 burials was not visible from the road, yet it mattered to him. The wasteland had taken many formal things from mankind, but it had not taken the ability to decide who deserved stones. May shivered once in her sleep. Her hand tightened around the knife. She muttered a name, maybe Sam, maybe June, and then went quiet again. Grant stared into the low coals and thought about what grief did to young people when it arrived, before they had finished becoming themselves. It hardened some, hollowed others. Some turned cruel because cruelty felt like proof they had not been beaten. Others remained soft in hidden places and spent the rest of their lives defending those places with knives. He did not yet know which kind May would become. He knew only that she had looked at her dead and then looked south. That was dangerous, not because revenge was wrong. Grant had stopped pretending he occupied higher ground than vengeance. Revenge had kept him alive on nights when food, faith, and sense had all failed. But revenge was a horse that ran itself off cliffs if no one held the reins. May had fresh blood in her heart and no reins yet. Near midnight, a pair of lanterns appeared far down the road. Grant covered the coals with ash and slid into the brush. The lanterns moved slowly, bobbing at walking height. Two men came into view pulling a handcart piled with scrap. They stopped near the overturned bus, cursed at the dead mule, and searched the bodies Grant had already emptied. One found nothing and kicked a corpse as if the dead had disappointed him personally. May opened her eyes at the sound. Grant touched 2 fingers to his lips, then pointed down. She obeyed, but her gaze sharpened with the hunger to act. The scrap men were not part of the kidnapping crew. They were carrion men, surviving at the edge of other people's disasters. Ugly, but not worth the bullet unless they found the graves. They did not. They took a wheel from the cart, argued over the dead mule's harness, and left before moonset. May waited until their lanterns vanished. "You let them walk! They were stealing from thieves! They kicked one of the bodies! Dead men do not bruise!" "Living people do when men like that get bored." Grant looked at her in the darkness. "Maybe so, but bullets are promises. Do not spend them on maybes unless maybes are about to spend first." She hated the answer. He saw that clearly. She also thought about it, which was why he did not try to soften it. Before dawn, he rose to check the tracks the scrap men had left. May watched him from beneath the cottonwood roots, pretending to rest while studying every movement. He knew then she would be gone soon, not because she was sneaky enough, because the road inside her had already turned. A person about to obey did not watch exits with that much care. He almost warned her not to try it. Instead, he let the warning die. Orders would only prove to her that leaving was necessary. If she ran, he would follow. If she stayed, he would still have to decide whether the left side of his path had room for another gun. The answer troubled him long before sunrise. So were 1 canteen, 3 strips of dried meat, and the smaller pistol from the dead kidnappers. She had left his rifle, his pack, and every cartridge that fit his weapons. She had also left a message scratched into the dirt with a stick. "DID not steal from you. Borrowed from bad men. Follow, if you want to complain." Grant stared at the words for a long moment. Then he closed his eyes. Edna would have laughed until she coughed. Liza at Red Pump would have said he had earned the trouble by trying to order a grieving woman like a pack mule. His wife, if the dead were allowed opinions, would have raised one eyebrow and asked him exactly what he expected after speaking to May like she had no bones of her own. Grant rubbed a hand over his face. "Damn it, Maybelle," he said, making the curse part of a breath and not a lonely sentence. Her tracks were easy to follow because she wanted them seen. That did not make them careless. She avoided the road. She used patches of stone when she could. She crossed a stretch of sandy wash backward for 6 steps, which might have fooled a drunk or a man who wanted to be fooled. Then she left a small arrow of pebbles pointing south as if mocking him. Grant followed at a steady pace and tried not to admire her. The sun had barely cleared the low hills when he found the first sign that she had met trouble and offended it. A man lay under a mesquite tree with his pants half torn and one boot off. He was alive, tied with his own belt to a root, gagged with a sock, and furious enough to turn purple. His knife had been taken. His canteen hung just out of reach from a branch. A rough scratch on his forehead bled into one eyebrow. Grant crouched beside him and pulled the gag down. The man sucked air. "Crazy girl robbed me." "Did she? I offered trade. She hit me with a rock." Grant looked at the man's hands. Rope scars crossed the left palm. the kind made by pulling lines around wrists, a slaver's habit or a kidnapper's, sometimes both. What did you offer? The man's eyes slid away. Food first. Grant picked up the gag and held it where the man could see. Try again. Information then. About what? Wind farm. Men there. Market there sometimes. I do not know names. Grant studied him. You work for Ringhand. The man's face went still. That was enough. Where is the girl? South Ridge. She said if I lied, she would come back and cut something I prefer attached. Grant almost smiled. She probably meant it. Untie me. No chance. The man jerked against the belt. You cannot leave me like this. I can. You taught me by example. Grant put the gag back, not tight enough to choke, tight enough to improve the world for a while. He took the canteen from the branch and poured half the water into the dirt in front of the man's face, then left the rest hanging where he might reach it if he worked hard until evening. Mercy did not have to be comfortable. May's trail climbed the south ridge. Grant found her at the top, lying flat behind a shelf of stone, watching the wind farm through a cracked pair of binoculars. She did not turn when he approached. You walk loud when annoyed, she said. You stole a pistol. Borrowed from dead kidnappers. I wrote that down. You tied a man to a tree. He tried to sell me my own safety. I took offense. Grant lowered himself beside her and looked through his scope. The wind farm spread below them in a field of rusted towers and broken service roads. At the center stood a maintenance station made of concrete block and corrugated metal. Smoke rose from a cook fire behind it. 2 carts waited near a fenced yard. One had a yellow scarf tied to a slat. The boy's sister. Grant's anger went very still. May saw the change in him. You know that scarf? A boy at Salt Hill described it. His sister was in a cart southbound. May looked back through the binoculars. Then she may be here. I counted 4 guards outside, 2 on the roof, more inside. 1 man with rings came out at dawn. He left in a truck heading west. I was going to wait until dark. You were going to attack this alone. I was going to look first, then attack if looking made me mad enough. That is not a plan. It was becoming one. You interrupted the becoming. Grant stared at her. She kept watching the station, but her jaw had that stubborn angle again. You should not be here, he said. You keep saying that like the road is listening. The men below will kill you. They killed my family already. I understand the concept. He wanted to shake her. He wanted to walk away. He wanted, for reasons that irritated him, to make sure no one ever again put rope on her wrists. None of those wants gave him command over her. Do you know how to clear a room? He asked. She glanced at him. I know how to enter angry. That gets people dead, usually the angry one. Then teach me something before you start bleeding wisdom. He should not have laughed. The sound came out low, rough, and brief, but it was laughter. May looked at him fully then, surprised enough that some of the hardness slipped from her face. There it is, she said. I knew your face had other settings. Do not get used to it. I will cherish the memory until your next scowl. That should be about 6 seconds. His scowl arrived sooner, which made her smile despite the graves behind them and the captives below. It was not a happy smile. It was a blade with light on it. Grant looked back to the station. Dark gives us cover, but it gives them time to move the carts. Ringhand already left. He may have sent orders. Then we go before dark. Not from the front. May pointed to the east side. There is a drainage trench under Tower 17. It runs behind the fenced yard. 1 guard checks it every half hour. He does not look down because men with rifles think ground is beneath them in every sense. Grant studied the trench. She was right. You counted his pattern. I had nothing else to do while waiting for you to complain. Show me where the captives are. She handed him the binoculars. Her fingers brushed his. She did not flinch from contact, but he felt her notice him noticing. That was how she was, he was beginning to understand. May saw small reactions the way he saw tracks. It made her dangerous in a room and worse in a silence. Through the binoculars, he saw a storage cage behind the station. 8 people sat inside. 2 children, 3 women, 2 men with bound hands, a teenage girl with a yellow scarf at her neck, face turned toward the towers. Alive for now. Grant lowered the binoculars. We cut the eastern guard first. You stay in the trench and cover the cage. If anyone moves to shoot captives, you shoot them. If I go down, you open the cage and run them east. May's expression changed. If you go down, Plans include bad outcomes, or they are wishes. Then include the part where I drag your heavy self out. No chance. That answer is getting tired. Tired answers live longer than proud ones. May studied him for a moment. You really expect to die every time you walk toward trouble. I expect trouble to try. That is not the same thing. Close enough. She shook her head and checked the pistol. You are an exhausting man, Grant. The use of his name landed strangely. Most people said Wasteland hero with hope or fear. Edna said his name like she was reminding him he had a mother once. May said it like she had decided the myth could stand outside while she spoke to the man inside it. He looked away first. They moved at midday because the heat made men lazy. Grant circled low through the ravine. May followed without complaint. She did not step where loose gravel would slide. She did not breathe loud when they crawled under torn fence wire. Twice he gestured for her to freeze, and twice she stopped so cleanly she might have been cut from stone. At Tower 17, the drainage trench stank of oil and dead weeds. They slid into it, belly first. The Eastern Guard came around the station 5 minutes later, rifle hanging loose, hat tilted back. He paused to spit into the dust and scratch his neck. He did not look down. Grant rose behind him and took him with the knife. May watched without blinking. That worried him less than it should have. People who looked away from killing sometimes confuse mercy with ignorance. May looked, understood, and stored the cost somewhere behind her eyes. They dragged the body into the trench. You still want this? Grant asked. I wanted my family alive, she said. This is what is left. No answer fit that. The station fight began with May's shot. A guard by the cage saw Grant crossing the yard and turned his rifle toward the prisoners. May fired from the trench, awkward but fast, and hit him under the arm. The shot spun him against the fence. The captive screamed and dropped. Grant ran through the gap between two cars as bullets snapped around him. He shot the nearest roof guard before the man could lie flat. The second roof guard fired down, striking sparks from the cart rail. Grant ducked, came up, and put a round through the man's thigh. The guard fell from the roof, hit the awning, tore through it, and landed in a heap behind the station. May shifted positions without waiting for orders. She moved along the trench, firing at the station windows whenever a muzzle appeared. Her shots were not perfect, but they were brave in the right way, not wild, not foolish. She made men keep their heads down, and that gave Grant room to move. He kicked the station door open and entered low. Inside smelled of beans, sweat, and oil. A guard lunged from behind a workbench. Grant shot him through the chest. Another came through the back hall with a revolver. Grant fired first and missed because the man's shoulder moved at the last breath. The revolver roared. Heat slapped Grant's side, close enough to tear his coat. He drove forward, slammed the guard into shelves, and broke his nose with the pistol grip. The second strike dropped him. From outside, May yelled, "Left window!" Grant turned in time to see a man bringing a shotgun toward the broken glass. Grant dove behind the workbench as the blast shredded tools and old manuals. May fired twice. The shotgun man jerked away from the window and did not reappear. Grant smiled despite himself. She had covered his blind side. The last guard tried to run with a ledger tucked under his coat. Grant caught him at the back door. The man threw the ledger at his face and reached for a blade. Grant let the ledger hit his shoulder, trapped the man's wrist, and put him against the door frame hard enough to crack wood. Where did Ringhand go? Grant asked. I do not know. Grant pressed harder. Try again with your teeth still in place. West, the guard gasped. To Old Lark. He said the hero would follow the scarf and not the coin. He said the girl with the yellow scarf was bait if Salt Hill did not hold you. When did he leave? At sunup. He took the pretty ones and the strong ones, left the rest for market. May appeared in the doorway behind him. Her face had gone pale beneath the dust. Pretty ones, she repeated. The guard looked at her and made the mistake of smiling. You would have fetched a good price. May shot him in the knee. Grant did not stop her. The guard collapsed screaming. May stepped closer, pistol shaking now, anger cracking the edges of her control. Where are the carts from the road? She demanded. We only bought what runners brought, he cried. Your people fought. Dead ones a wasted profit. I did not choose it. May raised the pistol. May raised the pistol. Grant's hand closed gently over the barrel and pushed it down. Not hard, not command, just enough to make her look at him. He talked, Grant said. He talked because he is afraid. Fear has uses. Killing him now spends one. Leaving him broken sends a message that costs us less. Her eyes filled, not with tears exactly, but with the pressure of them. My brother had his hand on a shotgun. He was 17. They shot him like a dog in the road. I know. You do not know. Not Sam. I know the shape. For a second she looked as if she might strike him, then the pistol lowered. The guard kept sobbing at their feet. May stepped back. Then send your message. I need air. Grant let her go. He opened the cage. The girl with the yellow scarf came out last, trembling so hard her knees nearly failed. Grant asked her name. "Tess," she said. "Your brother is alive," he told her. "He sent me after the yellow scarf." Her face crumpled. She covered her mouth with both hands. One of the women held her before she fell. May stood near the fence with her back to them. Grant watched her shoulders rise and fall. He wanted to say something. The want surprised him because he had built a good life out of not saying things that could be turned against him. But the silence between them now felt less like safety and more like another road where someone might be left behind. He settled for work. They loaded the captives with water, beans, and the station's spare shoes. Grant marked a route east toward the same creek system that could eventually bend north to Red Pump. Tess insisted on carrying a pistol. Grant gave her one with 3 rounds and made her repeat the rule twice. Run first, fire only if running failed. When the free group disappeared into the towers, May returned to the station. "I am not going north," she said before he could speak. "I noticed. I can shoot. Only sometimes. I can watch. Better than you shoot. I can learn." Grant looked at the station, at the dead guards, at the broken man inside who would tell the next camp that a woman with green eyes had shot him and left him breathing. He looked at May's bandaged wrists, at the way she stood with exhaustion trying to bend her and will refusing. "Following me is not joining a cause," he said. "It is sleeping cold, eating little, and watching people die because you were one breath too late. It is missing the men you want and killing the ones they sent. It is being called a hero by strangers who will never understand what the word costs." May listened without interrupting. "I am not kind," he said. "I am not safe. I do not know how to be responsible for another person anymore." "Good," she said. "I am not asking you to own me. I am asking to walk beside you until I decide not to." "And if I decide not to, then I keep walking where you can see me and make your life difficult." He stared at her. She looked back, daring him to pretend that would not work. At last, Grant turned toward the west. Old Lark waited somewhere beyond the towers, and Ring Hand was ahead of them again. The hunt stretched longer with every step. May had made her choice, and pretending otherwise would only waste daylight. "Stay on my left unless I tell you different," he said. "Never cross my line of fire. Do not fire at shadows. Do not talk during approach unless blood is about to spill. When I stop, you stop. When I move, you move. If I say run, you ask which direction after your feet are already moving." May's mouth curved. That almost sounded like permission. It sounded like rules. Rules from a man who says rules depend on who is awake. "I am awake." "Then lead hero." Grant grimaced at the name, which made her smile wider. "Never call me that when I can hear you. That is going to be a difficult habit to break when it bothers you so beautifully. May, listen. Grant, listen." Her tone matched his exactly. For the first time in days, for the first time in longer than he wanted to measure, he felt the edge of laughter again and had to push it down like a dangerous thing. They left the wind farm as the sun lowered behind rusted towers. The freed captives moved east. The broken guard screamed inside the station until his voice became hoarse. The yellow scarf no longer hung on the cart. Tess had taken it with her, a small strip of color moving through dust toward whatever counted as safety. Grant and May walked west. She stayed on his left. At first, that was all. The prisoners from the wind farm did not cheer when the cage opened. Cheers belonged to people who had not yet learned how quickly a rescued moment could turn. They moved in stunned silence, touching air, touching their own arms, touching the fence as if making sure it would not reach back. May watched them with her jaw clenched. Grant saw in her face the terrible knowledge that rescue was real and still too late for some. May took one thing from the station, besides ammunition. It was a little brass thimble from a shelf near the ledgers, dented but whole. She held it in her palm for a long time before tucking it into her pocket. When Grant raised an eyebrow, she said her mother had used one just like it and dared him to call the object useless. He did not. The road could spare room for one small piece of memory. They moved away from the station slowly at first, because May kept looking back. Not toward the broken guard or the dead men, toward the cage. The door hung open, swinging whenever the wind crossed the yard. Empty cages could look like victory to fools. To May, it seemed to look like accusation. Grant understood. Empty only meant people had passed through. It did not promise where they went next. He let her look until she chose to turn. "You keep doing that," she said as they entered the field of towers. "Doing what?" Letting silence have the first word. Silence talks less nonsense. That sounds wise until a person needs directions. He pointed west. "There is the direction. A poet of the road," May said. "Women must have lined up for miles before the world ended. They had better judgment." "That is not denial. I am making a note." She was limping a little, though she would have denied it with enough force to make the lie impressive. Grant shortened his stride without mentioning it. She noticed anyway and gave him a sideways look. "If you slow down because of me, I will be insulted. I slowed because tower shade hides movement. That is either true or kind, and both make me suspicious. Stay suspicious. It keeps eyes open. The towers groaned above them. Some had maintenance ladders still bolted to their sides. Others lay cracked across the ground like felled giants. Grant used the fallen blades to mask their route, moving from shadow to shadow until the station vanished behind rust and heat. Twice they found signs of ringhand's root, a cigar end still fresh enough to smell sweet, and a strip of fine cloth caught on a bolt, dark blue with gold thread. The man liked comfort, even while trafficking in misery. Grant hated that detail more than he expected. Evil wrapped in luxury always carried an extra insult. May found the third sign. It was a child's button pressed into mud near a water trough. She lifted it carefully and wiped the dirt away. The button was bone white, carved with a tiny flower. She stared at it until Grant saw her throat move. "Could be Tessa's group," he said. "Could be someone who never reached the cage we opened. Could be." She closed her fist around it. "Do you keep things?" He thought of the bullet Edna had pulled from his back, the scraps of messages, the nail memory of Ben, and the names he tried not to say too often. "Some things." "Then I am keeping this. Not because I know whose it is. Because someone should wonder." Grant nodded. That was the right kind of anger, not the kind that fired blind, but the kind that held evidence gently. When they reached a ridge west of the towers, he made her practice reloading behind cover. May cursed the pistol, the cartridges, her sore fingers, and the existence of springs. Grant corrected her until she could load without looking down every second. She grew irritated, then focused, then better. That sequence told him more about her than brave talk had. Pride that survived instruction could become skill. Pride that rejected correction became a grave. At sunset, they found a shallow cave under a shelf of stone. Grant checked it for snakes, men, and bad air. May checked it after him because she said trust was not the same as laziness. He approved, though he did not say so. They ate cold beans with knife tips. May made a face at the first bite. "This tastes like regret learned to swim. It is food," again with identification instead of praise. "I did not cook it." Then praised the can for enduring us. He looked at her across the cave mouth. She was filthy, bruised, grieving, and somehow still willing to quarrel with beans. Against his better judgment, the corner of his mouth moved. May pointed at him. "I saw that expression." "Saw what?" "The tiny beginning of joy." "Do not be embarrassed. It died quickly." Grant turned toward the darkening plain before she could see more of his face. Below them, the wind farm became a forest of black spears against the last red light. Somewhere west, Old Lark gathered men with guns around captives who did not know help was walking too slowly to suit anybody. For the first time since Clara and Ben, Grant had someone beside him who could make the waiting less empty and more dangerous at the same time. Chapter 14. Left side of the gun may learn the first rule before nightfall. The rule was not how to shoot, though Grant corrected her grip twice before the sun touched the horizon. It was not how to step, though he made her walk a strip of broken road until she stopped kicking loose gravel ahead of her. The first rule was that quiet had layers. There was the silence of not speaking, which nearly anyone could manage for a minute when fear helped. There was a silence of not touching what did not need touching. There was the deeper silence of letting the land speak first. Grant taught by doing more than by explaining. May hated that at once. "You could use words," she said after he caught her sleeve before she brushed a dry branch. "I have met them before. We are on friendly terms." "Branch was louder than you." "Then tell the branch to hush. It listens better." She gave him a look sharp enough to cut hide, but she stepped around the branch. They walked until the last light bled out behind the old towers. Old Lark lay 2 days west if the map and the broken guard had told the truth. Truth was never guaranteed from a man screaming on a floor, but fear often made maps clearer. Grant did not expect Ring Hand to sit waiting. Men like that did not become bosses by trusting walls. He would move through Old Lark, buy loyalty, spend captives, and vanish before the dust settled. May did not ask where they would sleep until he angled off the road into a stand of scrub oak. "I thought we were making distance," she said. "We are, alive distance." "That sounds slower than angry distance. Angry distance gets found." She opened her mouth, then closed it when he pointed at the road behind them. In the last gray light, 3 riders appeared far back, moving along the wind farm track. They were too distant for faces, close enough for purpose. One rider paused where Grant and May had left the road. The horse lowered its head, sniffing dust or weeds. The rider lifted a hand and pointed. May's expression sobered. "They followed from the station." "Most likely. You knew?" "I expected it. That would have been a useful word to share. You were stepping on branches." She looked as if she wanted to argue. The riders began moving faster. "Save it," Grant said. "Now you learn the second rule, which is, people chasing you believe the path keeps going forward. Make them pay for that belief." He led her into the scrub, then doubled back through a dry channel hidden by brush. They moved low and fast. May stumbled once, but caught herself without noise. Grant marked the wind, the slope, the way the riders would have to enter single file between 2 thickets if they chose the obvious line. They chose it. Men in a hurry often did. Grant positioned May behind a fallen trunk with a view of the gap. He touched 2 fingers to his eyes, then pointed to the left rider. He pointed to himself, then the right. He held up one finger and lowered it slowly. May nodded. Her face had gone pale, but her pistol stayed steady enough. The riders came through the gap with rifles across their saddles. They expected tracks ahead. They did not expect judgment from the side. Grant fired first. The right rider folded backward and fell under his horse. May fired a fraction too late, but her shot struck the left rider in the chest and knocked him out of the saddle. The middle rider yanked his horse hard, cursing, and fired blindly into the brush. Grant's second shot hit the horse's tack near the bit. The animal reared. May moved without being told, crawling right to widen the angle. When the rider fought to control the horse, she shot him through the ribs. He fell hard and did not rise. The horses bolted south. May exhaled a breath that shook at the end. "I hit him." "You did. He was looking right at me. Most do at the end." She swallowed. "Do you get used to it?" Grant checked the bodies before answering. One rider still breathed through a wet rattle. He had a patch on his vest, 3 link circles burned into leather. Ring Hand's mark. Grant took his ammunition, then pressed cloth against the man's side, not to save him from the world, but to keep him awake. "Where is Ring Hand?" Grant asked. The rider laughed blood onto his chin. "You are both dead." May came around the trunk, pistol raised. Grant did not look at her. "Where exactly?" "Old Lark." Then west again. "He said the girl would slow you. He said heroes always collect anchors." May's mouth tightened. "Did he now?" The rider's eyes moved to her, and malice did the work. Pain had not finished. "He said you would be easy to sell once he peeled the man away from you." May lifted the pistol. Grant spoke before she fired. "He wants that anger pointed wild. This man is not leaving here." "No chance, but he can answer one more question first." May's breathing was hard. For a moment, the entire scrub seemed to listen. Grant leaned closer to the rider. "How many at Old Lark?" The rider's grin showed red teeth. "More than enough." Wrong answer. Grant pressed his thumb against the man's shattered rib. The rider screamed. May turned her face away, then forced herself to look back, not because she enjoyed it, but because she refused to let the world choose what she could bear. 12, the rider gasped. Maybe more if White Scarf's boys arrived. Ring Hand is moving goods by dawn. There is a bell tower, shooters on top. Any captives? Some things, not many. Pretty stock went west. Labor stock waits. Grat released him. May, listen. She looked at him. Your choice. The word surprised her. She had expected him to stop her. He could see it. He could also see the cost of turning every decision into a chain. If she was going to walk beside him, she had to know where her own line sat. The rider laughed weakly. She does not have it in her. May stepped closer, held the pistol with both hands, and shot him once. Afterward, she lowered the pistol very slowly. Grant waited. She looked at the dead man and then at him. Do not ask me if I am fine. I was not going to. Good enough. I am not. Most honest answer there is. They hid the bodies under brush and pulled the saddles from the nervous horses once they caught 2 of them an hour later. May knew more about animals than Grant expected. Her hands gentled where they had been hard with men. She murmured to a skittish mare until it stopped rolling its eyes. We had horses before the Southern gang burned our place, she said when she noticed him watching. My mother said animals know when people lie, so I should practice honesty around them if nowhere else. Your mother sounds sensible. She was. It made her very annoying. The affection in her voice slipped out before grief could cover it. She heard it and looked away. Grant pretended to check a saddle strap. They did not ride long. Hooves left trails. Men could read from a distance, but speed mattered for a few miles. They cut west across hardpan where prints broke shallow. Near midnight, they reached a ruined orchard and made camp inside the shell of a packing shed. The roof sagged, but held. Old crates lined the walls. Mummified apples lay in one corner like black stones. Grant set no fire. May complained with her eyes, but not her mouth. He handed her 2 cartridges. Reload now. She took them. You are trusting me with more ammunition. You hit 2 riders. 3 if you count the stone I frightened. I do not. You are difficult to impress. Good enough. Impressing me keeps people alive less than listening does. May loaded the pistol carefully. My father said a person who cannot take praise usually thinks praise is a debt collector. Grant looked toward the broken doorway. Your father had sayings for everything? He had daughters and then a son, so he needed many speeches. Most were bad, some stuck. You had daughters? May's hands paused. The air changed. Grant regretted the question before she answered. I had an older sister, she said. Her name was June. Fever took her the 2nd winter after the lights died. My mother said grief had made a spare room in us by the time Sam was born, which was rude and true. Grant nodded once. He did not offer the polished comforts people used when they wanted pain to leave the room. May seemed to appreciate that. After a time, she asked, Was it a wife? He knew what she meant. He could have refused. The refusal was familiar, shaped by years, waiting like a loaded gun. Instead, he leaned back against the crate and watched moonlight cut through holes in the wall. Wife and son, he said. May's breath changed. She did not say she was sorry. He liked her better for that. What were their names? The names were harder than the fact of them. Facts could be armor. Names were skin. Clara, he said. His name was Ben. May repeated neither name. She only nodded as if accepting 2 people into the room without grabbing at them. How old was Ben? He was 6. Sam was 6 when he decided he would marry the moon because no girl in our settlement deserved him. June told him the moon was too bright for a boy who forgot to wash his ears. He cried for half an hour. The story came out with a small laugh that broke near the end. Grant saw her wipe at her cheek in the dark. He gave her the courtesy of looking away. Ben used to steal nails, he said after a while. Not for mischief. He said every board in the world wanted to be attached to another board, and somebody had to help. I found nails in his pockets, under his pillow, inside a flour tin. Clara said he was either building a house or preparing to ruin my feet. May smiled into the darkness. He sounds useful. He was trouble. Useful trouble, then. Grant's chest tightened. The words did not hurt the way he expected. They still hurt, but they warmed at the edge, like touching a stove after the flame had gone. Outside, an owl called from the dead orchard. Wind moved through branches that had not fruited in years. May shifted closer to the wall, wrapping her coat around herself. "You can sleep. I will watch. You are exhausted." "So are you. I can manage. I did not ask if you could perform suffering professionally. I said I will watch." He looked at her. She looked back. There it was again. The stubborn wall of Maybelle. Not ignorance, not childish pride. A demand to be treated as someone whose choices mattered. Grant handed her the watch cap from his pack. "Put this under the pistol grip if your hand shakes. It quiets the frame against wood. Wake me at the first sound that does not belong." Her face softened. That almost sounded like trust. It sounded like instruction. "You keep hiding sweet things under gravel. There are no sweet things here." "You liar. You gave fever medicine to a girl you did not know. You left water for a man you hated. You remember nails in a boy's pockets. You are full of sweet things and furious about every one of them." Grant stared at her, caught between anger and something more dangerous. "Watch the door," he said. May's smile returned, tired but real. There is the scowl. "I missed it." He turned his hat over his eyes and tried to sleep. Sleep did not come fast. He listened to May's breathing, to the tiny click when she shifted the pistol against the watch cap, to the far groan of the wind farm now behind them. He expected fear at letting someone else hold the watch. Fear came, but not alone. Under it was relief so unfamiliar that he did not know what to do with it. Near dawn, May woke him with 2 fingers against his boot, not a shake, not a whisper. Exactly as he would have done. Grant opened his eyes and found her pointing through a crack in the wall. 3 figures moved along the orchard road, lantern hooded, rifles ready. "Are they scouts?" she breathed. "Maybe so. Can we avoid them?" He listened. A 4th figure moved beyond the first 3. Then a 4th figure moved beyond the first 3. Then a 5th. A wagon creaked somewhere behind them. "Not scouts," he said. "A sweep." May's face changed from sleepy to sharp. Grant took the rifle. "Now you learn the 3rd rule. I was afraid school was closed. When cornered, choose the corner they think is safest." He pointed to the sagging loft above them. May looked up. "That thing looks ready to die. Then nobody expects us on it." "I hate when that makes sense." They climbed. The loft boards bent under their weight. Grant distributed his steps across joists and showed May where to place her knees. The sweep entered the packing shed below 5 minutes later. 4 men and 1 woman with a rifle, all wearing ring hands burned circle mark. The wagon waited outside, iron wheels squealing softly. A captive sat bound in the back with a sack over his head. "Tracks came this way," one man said. "Tracks came everywhere," the woman answered. "Old Lark wants the road clean before dawn." "Ringman says the hero has a girl now." May glanced at Grant, her brows lifted as if to say she was famous already. Grant did not indulge her. Below, a guard raised his lantern toward the loft. Grant shot the lantern. Darkness and flame burst together as oil splashed across the floor. The men shouted. May fired into the closest shape. Grant dropped through the smoke onto the second man, driving him down with both boots. Pain speared his back, but he rolled through it, came up, and fired twice. The woman with the rifle swung toward him. May shot from the loft, missed, then shot again and hit her shoulder. The woman's rifle fired into the wall instead of Grant's chest. The 5th guard ran for the door. Grant's pistol was empty. May saw it before he said a word. She tossed him her loaded pistol from the loft. He caught it and shot the runner through the spine. Silence struck hard after the last body fell. The loft cracked. "May," Grant said, "down now." She slid toward the ladder just as the centerboard gave. For one terrible breath, she vanished through splintering wood. Grant lunged and caught her wrist. The motion tore fire through his back and side. May dangled above the floor, boots kicking air, eyes wide. "Do not let go," she said through clenched teeth. "Was not planning to." "Good, because I would haunt you loudly." He dragged her up enough for her to hook a knee over the beam. She climbed the rest of the way, shaking with effort. When she reached the safer joist, she pressed her forehead against the wood and laughed once, breathless and wild. "That was educational," she said. Grant lay flat, breathing hard. "You threw me your pistol. You looked like you needed one. You left yourself with nothing." "I had faith in your catching skills." "That was stupid." "It worked. Stupid often works once." She crawled toward the ladder and looked back at him. Then teach me the smart version before I do it twice. Grant wanted to answer with another warning. Instead, he nodded. They freed the captive from the wagon. He was a young man named Corin, taken from a field still near Old Lark. He had seen Ring Hand the night before, heard talk of captives being moved west before sunrise, and knew of a dry irrigation tunnel that entered the town under the old churchyard. He told them this while gulping water and shaking so hard the cup clicked against his teeth. "Why tell us?" Grant asked. Corin looked at the bodies in the shed, then at May, who stood with blood on her sleeve and sawdust in her hair. "Because you are already dead if I do not, and maybe I am too if you fail." May tilted her head. That was practical and grim. "I like him." Grant gave Corin a horse and sent him east with enough food to reach the wind farm captives if he followed the towers. Then he and May stripped the sweep of ammunition, burned the wagon, and left the orchard before the smoke grew tall. They walked west again as dawn opened red across the fields. This time, May did not stay only on his left because he told her to. She stayed there because the left side had become hers. By the time dawn fully opened, May's hands no longer trembled from the loft fall. That did not mean she had forgotten it. She touched the red mark around her wrist now and then, where Grant had caught her. Each time she did, she looked away before he could ask what memory had gone through her. Grant respected the silence, though part of him wanted to know. Wanting to know was becoming its own kind of risk. The orchard behind them smoked in small, dirty breaths after the wagon burned. It was not enough smoke to carry far, but it gave the morning a bitter taste. Grant liked bitter tastes more than sweet ones on the road. Sweet made people nostalgic and careless. Bitter reminded them that the world still had teeth. May said that sounded like something a man invented after eating terrible cooking for too long. They kept Corin's directions close. The irrigation tunnel he described did not appear on the boss's map, which made it valuable and suspect in equal measure. Grant drew it in charcoal on the back of a feed label while May watched. The tunnel entered under the old churchyard, passed beneath a dry canal, and opened somewhere near Old Lark's feed store, if Corin had counted turns correctly while blindfolded and terrified. Terrified men could miscount. They could also remember strange details with perfect clarity, because fear hammered them into the mind. "We trust him?" May asked. "We test what he said." "That is not the same as trust. Most useful things are not." May leaned over the rough map. Her hair fell forward, hiding one bruise. "If the tunnel is real, Ringhand may know it too." "Maybe so. Then he might set men inside." "Maybe so. Do you ever get tired of maybe? Maybe keeps people from marrying bad plans." She snorted. "You must give beautiful wedding speeches." Grant added 3 marks where lookouts might stand. May stopped joking long enough to study them. That ability to shift from teasing to attention kept saving her from his worst expectations. She could laugh near danger without forgetting. Danger was there. Many people could only do one. They crossed a field of dead sunflowers after noon. The stalks stood taller than May, black heads bent under seed long eaten by birds. Grant moved through them carefully. Dry leaves whispered against his coat. May followed, pistol close to her chest. Halfway across, she touched his shoulder. He froze. She pointed low. There is a tripwire. It ran ankle-height between 2 stalks, nearly invisible beneath dust. Grant followed it with his eyes to a rusted can full of scrap metal and shotgun shells rigged to a spring. Crude, ugly, effective against anyone moving fast. He looked at May. She raised her brows as if to say she had earned a point. He disarmed it slowly, then handed her the loose shells. "Good eye," he said. May stared at him as though he had kissed her in front of a crowd. That was praise. Do not make it weird. Too late. I am building a shrine. Build it quietly. They found 2 more wires before leaving the field. May found one of them first. Grant found the other by seeing where birds avoided landing. Old Lark's outer teeth were sharper than he had hoped. That meant the town either expected him or expected everyone. Both were bad. One was personal. Near evening they reached a low ridge from which Old Lark could be seen at last. It had once been a small town wrapped around a grain elevator and a church with a white steeple. Now the steeple had been reinforced into a bell tower, and the bell itself hung black in the opening like a waiting mouth. Barricades blocked the 2 main streets. Smoke rose from cook fires behind walls of car bodies. A crane arm lifted something near the old depot, maybe scrap, maybe a cage. May lay beside Grant on the ridge, looking through the binoculars. How many people got it? Visible 21, hidden, enough to hurt. That is a terrible number. Terrible numbers are honest. She passed the binoculars back. I see the feed store. Corin's tunnel could open behind it. There is a wagon yard beyond. If they move captives at dawn, that is where they gather. Grant studied the town until his eyes ached. He saw ring hands mark on 2 doors. He saw men in the tower with long rifles. He saw a woman carrying water to a chained group near the depot. He did not see Ring Hand. That absence bothered him. He knows we are coming, May said quietly. Most likely. There is that word again. Good words do steady work. So do good partners. He looked at her. She did not smile this time. Her face held the challenge, but not the playful kind. She was asking whether he understood what had already happened between the wind farm, the orchard, and this ridge. Not romance. Not yet. Though something warm and foolish had started pressing against the boards he had nailed over that room. She meant the fight. The road. The fact that his left side was no longer empty. Grant turned back to Old Lark. We go in after moonrise. May smiled then, small and satisfied. That means you heard me. It means moonrise is useful. Useful trouble, she whispered. He pretended not to hear, and she pretended to believe him. Chapter 15, A Smile in a Dead Orchard. They did not reach Old Lark that day. Grant could have forced the march. Years of living alone had trained him to punish his body until distance surrendered. He could walk with fever. He could run with blood in his boots. He could ignore hunger until his hands started shaking, then eat without tasting and keep moving. Alone, he had made survival into a kind of cruelty directed inward. May changed the arithmetic. She did not ask to stop. That was the problem. Asking would have made refusal simple, and Grant was very skilled at simple refusals. Instead, she kept pace until the sweat dried white at her temples, until the rope burns on her wrists reopened, until her left foot began landing a little softer than her right. She hit it well. Grant had spent too many years reading limp patterns to miss it. At mid-afternoon, he turned off the road toward a low line of cottonwoods gathered around a cracked cistern. May glanced at him. Did we get lost? Or are you about to tell me trees are tactically important? We rest. She looked suspicious. You said Old Lark moves goods by dawn. Old Lark also has rifles. Tired feet walk into bullets. That sounds reasonable. I distrusted. Sit down before I change my mind. May lowered herself beside the cistern with exaggerated caution. There is the warm bedside manner I have come to depend on. I am not a doctor. You are barely a conversationalist, but hope is a stubborn weed. Grant ignored that because he had no answer that would not encourage her. He checked the cistern first. It held 2 feet of water at the bottom, green on top but usable after boiling. He set a small smokeless fire between stones and rigged a cloth filter over a dented pot. May removed her boot with the stiff dignity of a person determined not to wince. Her heel was blistered raw. Grant crouched in front of her. You should have said something. You looked busy brooding. I did not want to interrupt the ceremony. Foot injuries get people killed. Lots of things get people killed. You keep a wide collection. He held out his hand. Let me see. The joke faded a little. She placed her foot in his hand, watching his face more than the injury. Grant cleaned the blister with boiled water, careful despite his rough hands. May gripped the edge of the cistern but made no sound. You have done this before, she said. Walking ruins feet. Feet complain. That is not what I meant. He wrapped the heel with cloth and tied it flat enough to fit the boot. Clara used to get blisters when we hiked before the world ended. She liked seeing places from high ground. Said it made the day feel larger. I carried half the supplies, and she still pretended I was the slow one. May's expression softened, but she kept her voice light. Was she right? Usually, yes. Smart woman. Very funny. He finished tying the cloth and started to pull away. May caught his wrist. Her fingers were warm despite the cuts. Thank you, she said. The words were ordinary. The way she said them was not. No teasing, no challenge, no challenge. Just gratitude set between them like a cup of clean water. Grant nodded because anything more would have shown too much of the strange ache moving through him. May let go slowly. You know, when you are not growling or shooting people, you are almost gentle. Almost is doing heavy work there. I did not say fully gentle. I do not want to scare you. I scare harder than that. I am starting to doubt it. He stood and checked the road through the trees. Doubt quieter. She laughed softly. He hated how much he liked the sound. They remained under the cottonwoods until the sun dropped. Grant cleaned weapons. May practiced drawing the pistol from the holster he had altered for her. At first she fumbled the angle. Then she slowed, listened, and repeated the motion until it smoothed out. Grant corrected her stance. Her shoulder brushed his chest when he adjusted her arm. She looked back over her shoulder. Careful, Grant. A woman might think you are trying to hold her hand. He stepped away as if burned. May grinned. There it is, the mighty Wasteland hero, fearless before raiders, undone by a joke. Keep your wrist straight. My wrist is straight. Your ears are red. It is dust. Very emotional dust. He picked up his rifle and walked to the edge of the trees, which only made her laugh again. Grant told himself the laughter was useful, because it meant she still had air in her lungs and spirit in her bones. That was all. It had nothing to do with the way the dead orchard seemed less dead while she sat in it, nothing to do with the fact that her teasing found cracks in him that grief had missed. When evening cooled the air, May helped him prepare a rabbit caught in one of the old wire snares near the cistern. She said her mother had taught her to cook anything that did not cook her first. Grant said little and ate what she handed him. It was better than most meals he had eaten in months. She watched him take a second piece. Praise is allowed. It is food. That is not praise. That is identification. It is good food. Look at that. A full sentence and everything. Do not get greedy. May leaned back against a tree, smiling. Firelight played across the bruises on her face. The smile did not erase the pain there, but it refused to let pain have the whole room. Grant found himself staring too long. She noticed, of course. What now? It is nothing. That was a suspicious nothing. You have blood on your cheek. I washed. You have blood on your cheek. I washed. You missed some. She rubbed the wrong side. Grant pointed. She rubbed too low. He sighed, took a damp cloth, and leaned in before thinking better of it. May went still. He wiped the dry blood from the edge of her cheekbone. The motion was small. It still drew the world tight around them. Her eyes stayed on his. The fire cracked. Somewhere beyond the trees, a night insect started its thin song. Grant lowered the cloth. May's voice changed, softer and more careful. You have some too. Most likely. You going to let me return the favor, or does that violate one of your many tragic rules? He should have refused. He did not. May took the cloth from his hand and wiped a streak of soot near his jaw. Her fingers brushed his beard. She was close enough that he could see the tiny gold flecks in her green eyes, close enough to feel how deliberately she kept the touchlight so he could step back if he needed to. That consideration unsettled him more than boldness would have. You are very serious up close, she said. It is almost impressive. May, listen. That tone again. You use my name like a warning sign. It might be. For me or for you? He had no safe answer. She smiled, but it held less mischief now and more courage. I know you are scared, not of me shooting badly or stepping on branches, of this, of anyone getting near enough to matter. Grant turned his face toward the dark road. You do not know me well enough to name what scares me. Maybe not. But I know what it looks like when a person keeps all the doors barred even after the fire is already inside. The words went under his ribs. He stood too fast. Pain pulled across his back. May saw it and rose halfway. Grant, listen, stay by the fire. I was not trying to corner you. You did not. Then why are you running 12 feet away like I drew a blade? He stopped at the edge of the trees. The question deserved anger, because anger would be simpler. It deserved silence, because silence was safer. Instead, for once, he gave it the truth in a voice rough enough to cut itself. Because everyone I let close turned into a grave. May did not answer at once. The fire popped behind him. The cottonwoods moved above them. When she spoke, her voice was quieter than the leaves. That is not because you let them close. It still happened. Rain falls on good and bad roofs. That does not mean the roof invited the storm. He closed his eyes. Clara had said something like that once, standing in their kitchen with both hands on a chipped mug, arguing that fear was not a plan for marriage. The memory came so sharply that he almost smelled coffee, real coffee, from a world that had not deserved to end. May stepped no closer. She let the space remain his. "I am not asking you to promise me anything," she said. "I am not asking you to stop hurting because I flirted near a sad little fire. I am telling you that I like you, which is inconvenient, poorly timed, and apparently dangerous to your breathing. I am also telling you I can like you from over here while you glare at the trees." Against every defense he had left, a laugh escaped him. May brightened, as if she had won a battle. "There it is again. Twice in one day. I should carve marks in a stick." "Do not." "Too late in my heart." He looked back at her. She sat down again by the fire, hands raised in false innocence. Her face was bruised, tired, and alive. He felt the pull of that aliveness like gravity. "You are trouble," he said. "Useful trouble," she replied. The words struck both of them because they had used them for Ben. May's smile softened, and Grant saw that she remembered. That care undid more of him than the joke had. He returned to the fire, slower this time. He sat across from her, far enough to breathe, close enough that the silence did not become a wall. For a while, they listened to the night. Then May asked him about Clara. Not the end, not the fire, not the fire, not the ash. She asked what Clara had found funny, what food she missed most after the first shortages, whether she had sung. Grant answered in pieces. Clara hated canned carrots, loved old jazz records, and sang off-key without shame. She once threatened to cut Grant's hair in his sleep because he kept saying he would trim it and then forgetting. Ben had sided with her because he wanted to use the scissors. May told him about June, Aaron, Ruth, and Sam. June had stolen pears from a preacher and justified it by saying the preacher stole hope every Sunday. Aaron Bell had taught his children to mend harness and distrust men who smiled before naming a price. Ruth had kept a ledger of births and deaths in their settlement because she believed names deserved ink. Sam had tried to raise a baby raccoon and got bitten for his devotion. The stories did not heal anything. They made the dead larger than the way they died. That was enough for one night. Near midnight, they banked the fire and took turns sleeping. May slept first, curled on her side with one hand under her cheek. Grant watched the road and tried not to watch her too often. When her shift came, she touched his boot again, the same silent signal from the orchard. "Your turn," she whispered. He sat up. "You sure?" "I am sure enough. Sleep before you start managing my certainty." He lay down with his hat over his eyes. Sleep came easier than he expected. That alarmed him, but not enough to stop it. He woke before dawn to May humming under her breath. The tune was low and rough, almost swallowed. Not pretty in the old world sense. Pretty had been polished, recorded, sold. This was different. This was a person keeping herself company without asking permission from the dark. Grant opened his eyes. May stopped at once. "Did I wake you?" "No chance." That was suspiciously gentle. "You feeling feverish? I can go back to Rude. Do not strain yourself on my account." The horizon paled. Old Lark waited west with Ring Hand's mark on its doors and shooters in a bell tower. The day ahead would likely be ugly. Men would die. Captives might be gone before Grant and May arrived. White scarf and narrow face was still beyond reach, drawing lines with other people's pain. Edna was still buried inside danger, sending crumbs and warnings as if courage could be folded into tin. For a little while before the road demanded blood again, the cottonwoods held a pocket of quiet. May broke it by nudging his boot with hers. "When this is over," she said, "and before you say it is never over, pretend I finished the sentence. When this part is over, you owe me a real meal somewhere with walls, maybe a table that does not wobble, maybe coffee if the world decides to apologize." Grant checked his rifle, refusing to look amused. "Coffee is a myth. So are you, and yet here you sit, scowling at breakfast. I do not owe meals. You clean my foot and let me touch your tragic face. That is practically courtship in this economy." He choked on the sip of water he had just taken. May laughed so hard she had to press a hand over her mouth. "You did that on purpose," he said. "Absolutely yes. I needed to know if you could make that sound." "What sound?" Human panic. Very rare. Very satisfying. He glared at her. She smiled back with wicked delight. The road had taken her family 2 days ago. It had put rope on her wrists, blood on her face, and fresh graves under cottonwoods. It had not taken that smile. Grant found himself fiercely glad, and the feeling scared him more than the road. He stood and shouldered his pack. We move. May rose, testing her wrapped heel. See, that is why I flirt. Your vocabulary grows when frightened. Left side, always bossy. May, listen. Left side, no crossing your line, no firing at shadows. Run first and ask directions while moving. I listen sometimes. Sometimes is not enough. Then keep teaching. They left the cottonwoods with the sun behind them. Old Lark lay ahead, hidden beyond a rise in a broken strip of highway. The day smelled of dust, old smoke, and trouble. May walked on Grant's left, not behind him, not ahead, beside him. He told himself that was tactical. He told himself that was tactical. For once, he did not quite believe the lie. Their camp under the cottonwoods had one luxury. Grant did not name until it was almost gone. It had shade that did not belong to a roof, and that meant it could not fall on them if bullets struck the wrong beam. May stretched her fingers in that shade and said the leaves sounded like skirts brushing together at a dance she had never attended. Grant said dances were loud traps. May said he had clearly been invited to the wrong ones. When they packed to leave, May tied the blue scrap from her mother's coat tighter around her wrist over the fresh cloth Grant had given her. It was not practical. It could catch on brush, darken with sweat, and mark her to anyone who remembered the road. She wore it anyway. Grant did not tell her to take it off. Some things kept a person upright better than caution did. The highway ridge before Old Lark gave them 1 more hour of cover, so Grant used it for work he did not want to rush. He blackened the pale edges of May's bandages with ash so they would not catch moonlight. He wrapped a strip of cloth around the pistol grip to quiet it against buttons. He made her crawl 20 yards through gravel, then do it again because her canteen tapped stone on the first try. She cursed him creatively under her breath. He corrected her as if he heard nothing. By the 3rd crawl, she moved like the ground had accepted her weight. Better, he said. May rolled onto her back and stared up at the darkening sky. I may faint from all this affection. Do it quietly. You first praised my eye in the sunflower field, then praised my crawling. At this rate, by winter you may admit I breathe well. Do not get ahead of yourself. She laughed, then winced because laughing pulled at bruises. Grant noticed and handed her the canteen without comment. She drank, watching him over the rim. You know, she said, a worse man would use all this teaching to feel powerful. You use it like you are trying to hand me tools before a roof caves in. Roof may cave. That was not denial. You count those too closely. Some people collect coins. I collect your almost confessions. They are rarer. Grant checked the spare magazine, though it did not need checking. You talk more when nervous. I talk more when alive. I have found the habit useful. The words should have been light. They were not. Both of them felt the graves behind the joke. May looked toward Old Lark, where the tower bell hung in the dark. A faint clank traveled over the ridge, metal on metal from the wagon yard. I am scared, she said. Grant waited because she had not asked him to remove it. Not of dying only, she continued. Everyone is scared of that unless they are lying or broken. I am scared I will freeze when someone needs me. I am scared I will shoot wrong. I am scared I will see Ringhand and forget every smart thing you tried to pound into my skull. Fear is not failure. You say that like you believe it for other people. He looked at her then. She had found another door without touching the handle. Grant could have looked away. Instead, he leaned back against the ridge and let the dark hide enough of his face. I was scared when Salt Hill caught fire, he said. Scared the children would panic in the pipe. Scared the roof. Men would cut them down before I could reach the stairs. Scared the bosses were laughing somewhere close enough to see me fail and far enough to live. May listened as if each word mattered. I was scared in the orchard when the loft broke, he said. Scared I would miss your wrist. Scared I would catch you and tear open the old injury in my back badly enough that neither of us could run. Scared because I cared which one happened. Her eyes shone in the last light. That one sounded very close to a confession, she said softly. Do not collect it yet. Too late, Grant. It is already in my pocket with the button. The smile she gave him was gentle enough to hurt. He looked toward old Locke before he did something reckless, like touch her hand in a way that was not medical, tactical, or accidental. The town's cook fires flickered through gaps in the barricade. Men shouted at one another near the depot. A child cried once and was quickly hushed. The sound changed May's face. Whatever warmth had gathered between them banked itself into purpose. Grant saw the shift and respected it more than any flirtation. She could feel and still focus. She could want and still listen. He handed her 3 extra rounds. If we get split, you move east through the tunnel. Do not wait inside the town. Do not come back for me unless you can do it without throwing your life into the same hole. You keep trying to give me instructions that end with abandoning you. Because I need you to survive the plan, not decorate it. May closed her hand over the rounds. Then hear mine. If you go down where I can reach you, I am reaching you. If you hate that, stay on your feet. Grant could not argue without lying about what her words did to him. He nodded once. The moon lifted thin and pale over the broken highway. Its light touched the steeple, the depot roof, the old feed store, and the dark strip where Corrin's irrigation tunnel should begin under the churchyard. Old Lark waited with guns, cages, and Ringhand's absence sitting at its center like bait. May checked her pistol and moved to Grant's left. Ready now? She whispered. Steady first, he whispered back. She breathed in, held it, and let it out. Steady enough. They slid down the ridge together. Chapter 60, The Chapel Yard Raid. Grant read Edna's message beneath a sheet of rusted tin, while rain tapped on the metal like thrown pebbles. The note had come inside a tobacco pouch, carried by a trader who never stopped smiling and never looked Grant in the eye. May stood beside him with her coat dripping, her hair dark from the storm, and a rifle held low across her chest. The coordinates pointed to a place called the Chapel Yard, a church ruin turned holding pen, where captives were sorted before being marched farther west. Edna had drawn the place with a steady hand. 2 shacks on the north road, a collapsed bell tower, a cracked schoolhouse behind the chapel, a rope alarm tied from a gatepost to a tin can wall. She had marked the pens with 3 little squares and written that the 3 bosses had passed through 2 days earlier. They were gone again, but the guards still carried their brand on black cloth stitched to the left shoulder. Grant stared at the mark until the paper softened in the rain. May leaned close enough for him to feel the heat of her shoulder through his coat. She did not flirt this time. Her voice was low and practical as she traced Edna's lines with one finger. She saw the gaps he saw, the dead ground behind the schoolhouse, and the ditch that cut under the fence. Grant expected her to ask where he wanted her, but she did not. She named the place before he could, and the corner of his mouth shifted before he could stop it. They watched the chapel yard from a ridge made of old highway gravel and scrub cedar. Fires burned in cut barrels. Men moved between the pens with long guns and cheap swagger, drunk on power because the world had given them permission to mistake cruelty for strength. Through the rain, Grant saw shapes huddled behind plank walls. He could not make out faces, but he did not need faces. Every bent head became someone he had once failed to save. May set her pack down and opened it with careful hands. She laid out cartridges, a coil of wire, a knife, 3 short lengths of cloth, and the dented spyglass she had taken from the kidnappers who killed her family. She moved like somebody who had made grief useful. Grant noticed the change in her and felt a strange mix of pride and fear. A partner was not a pack mule or a shadow. A partner was a life tied to his choices, and that made every choice heavier. They waited until the guards stopped looking out past the firelight. The rain helped them. It softened footsteps, blurred sight lines, and made men pull their collars high. Grant slipped down the ridge first, slow and silent, using the ditch as cover. May followed 10 paces back with the easy patience of a hunter who understood that speed was only good when it served quiet. Twice he glanced back and found her exactly where she should be. The alarm rope was stretched waist-high between 2 posts. Grant touched it with 2 fingers and felt a faint tremble from the cans at the far end. May crouched beside him, cut a strip of cloth, and wrapped the rope before he sliced it. The cloth swallowed the snap. The cans did not sing. Grant looked at her, and she lifted one eyebrow, as if to say he was not the only person in the wasteland with sense. The first guard died behind the schoolhouse, with his hand still inside his coat. Grant caught him by the collar before he fell and lowered him into the mud. May took the second before he could turn, her blade sliding clean and quick, her other hand clamped over his mouth. Blood ran black in the rain. She held him until the last kick left his boots, then eased him down with a grim respect that told Grant she had learned the price of noise. They moved together through the back lane. Grant went left when May went right. She crossed the gap while he covered the barrel fire. He crossed the next while she kept her rifle on the chapel steps. No spoken orders passed between them. The work became a language of breath, hands, and the brief pressure of eyes. Grant had spent years believing silence meant being alone. That night, silence became proof that someone understood him. Inside the chapel, the old pews had been torn apart and built into cages. The captives lifted their faces when Grant entered, and terror reached for hope before hope dared stand. A little boy clutched a woman's skirt. A man with half his beard missing held both hands up, afraid Grant might be another raider come to choose among them. May stepped around Grant and put 2 fingers to her lips, not for quiet alone, but for calm. A guard came from the vestry with a lantern and a pistol. Grant's rifle cracked once. The lantern burst against the wall, throwing fire across damp stone, and the guard dropped with a red splash down his shirt. The captives flinched. May did not. She had already turned, already moved, already caught the next guard at the side door with a shot that folded him into the threshold. Grant saw it and felt a fierce certainty settle in his chest. The yard woke angry. Men shouted, boots slapped through puddles. The tin can wall began clattering where somebody had found the severed alarm rope and pulled it by hand. May shoved the first cage open while Grant put shots through the door frame to keep the guards outside ducking. Splinters jumped from the wood. The smell of gun smoke mixed with wet ash and old straw. The captives pressed toward freedom, then froze at the violence waiting beyond it. Grant told them to go through the ditch, not the road. His voice was hard enough to cut panic into pieces. May repeated the order softer, adding faces to it, telling the old and the young to keep hands on coats and shoulders. People obeyed her because she sounded like she believed they would live. Grant had never thought about that difference before. He could force movement. May could give it direction. The third cage held 2 women, 3 children, and a rail-thin man who kept saying that the bosses were coming back at dawn. Grant unlocked the chain with the key ring from a dead guard and felt the old anger flare again. He had missed them. He was always 1 camp late, 1 rumor behind, 1 body removed from the men who had put a bullet through him and left him for the buzzards. May touched his sleeve, quick and grounding. They fought their way out by sections. Grant broke the yard lamps one by one. May used the darkness as if she had shaped it herself. A man rushed her with a hatchet, and she stepped aside, drove a knife into his ribs, and shoved him into Grant's line of fire. Grant shot through the man's shoulder into the gunman behind him. 2 bodies hit the mud together. The captives kept moving through the ditch, hunched and frantic, toward the ridge. One of the guards reached the north shack and brought out a crank gun mounted on a scavenged axle. Grant saw the barrel swing toward the ditch and felt time narrow to a hot white thread. Before he could aim, May fired from the chapel steps. Her first shot shattered the gunner's hand. Her second punched his throat apart. Grant turned on the loader and put him down before the weapon could spit fire. He looked back at May and she gave him a tight nod. They found the ledger in the north shack beneath a false plank. May discovered it because she noticed the floor did not sound right under her boot. The book listed names, prices, routes, and debts, written in neat columns by someone who thought neat ink could make evil look like business. Grant wanted to burn it, but May stopped him. The names mattered, she said. Some free people might use them to find kin. Revenge was not the only thing a record could serve. Her words annoyed him because they were true. He wrapped the ledger in oilcloth and shoved it inside his coat. Outside, the last hired men tried to run. Grant let one reach the road, then shot the dust near his feet and watched him fall flat from fear. May kept a rifle on the man's back while Grant crossed the road. The guard sobbed that he only took meals and orders. Grant told him that orders did not clean blood from a man's hands. The guard gave up a detail Edna had not known. The 3 bosses were tightening their circle, moving through camps in a new pattern, never sleeping in the same place twice, and traveling with decoy wagons. He named a dry mill, a cattle underpass, and a burned town called Dovetail. Grant listened without blinking. May listened too, but she watched Grant more than the prisoner. She could see the fury in him getting sharper, which meant it could cut him as well. Grant left the guard tied to a signpost for the freed captives to judge. That choice surprised May, and he knew it. Years ago, he might have killed the man because the world had trained him to treat mercy as a leak in the wall. But the captives had suffered under that guard. The choice belonged to them more than it belonged to Grant. When May realized what he had done, the pride in her face made him uncomfortable in a way no gun ever had. They retreated before dawn with the freed people strung behind them like a ragged caravan. Rain gave way to a bruised gray sky. The children stumbled. The old leaned on the young. A woman sang under her breath, so soft the sound barely held together, but others picked it up until the ditch path carried a broken hymn into morning. Grant walked point and pretended not to hear it. May walked rear guard and did not pretend at all. At the ridge, they handed the captives to a merchant family. Edna trusted, people who ran hidden routes between safe farms. Grant wanted to leave before thanks could start. May caught him by the strap of his pack and forced him to stand still long enough for an old man to grip his hand. The man spoke through tears, not loudly, not dramatically, but with a ruinous plainness. He said Grant had come when everybody else had looked away. Grant could face 10 rifles easier than that sentence. He pulled his hand free, nodded once, and stepped back. May did not laugh at him. She did not tease him where it would hurt. She simply stood close, letting her shoulder touch his for the length of one breath. In that breath, Grant understood that she was learning where his pain lived. The thought scared him more than the raid had. The ledger gave them enough to hurt the bosses again, but not enough to catch them. Grant spread the damp pages under a tarp and marked routes with bits of shell casing. May studied the names of camps, the payments, and the dates. She found the pattern first. The bosses were not moving at random. They circled their holdings like wolves circling a carcass, appearing after trouble, vanishing before revenge could arrive, and using frightened men as both shield and smoke. Grant wanted to say that he had seen the same thing. He had not. May saw people as paths, habits, and needs. Grant saw targets, cover, and exits. Both ways kept a person alive, but together they made the map wake up. She tapped Dovetail twice and said the town was too obvious. Grant tapped the cattle underpass and said obvious places were useful when a man wanted his enemy to ignore them. Their disagreement did not weaken the plan. It shaped it. By noon, Grant admitted she had earned more than a place behind him. He did not say it kindly, because kindness still sat wrong in his mouth. He said she would take the eastern approach next time and call the shot if she saw danger first. May went still, then smiled in a way that made his ribs feel too tight. She thanked him with no joke attached, which somehow made it worse. They buried the dead guards in shallow pits away from the chapel. The freed captives refused to leave the bodies exposed, not out of love for the men, but because the wasteland already had enough ugliness scattered on top of it. Grant helped because May helped, and because the children watched. Shoveling mud over murderers did not make the world clean, but it told the living they did not have to become the same as the men who had caged them. Before they left, May scratched a mark into the chapel door with her knife. It was not a name and not a boast. It was a simple line through the black cloth symbol the guards had worn. Grant asked what she was doing. She said people needed to know the bosses could be cut. Grant looked at the mark, then at the cages standing open in the rain. The idea of a symbol made him uneasy, but he could not deny the strength in it. They rode out as the sun burned through clouds and made every puddle shine like broken glass. Grant kept expecting pursuit, but the road behind them stayed empty. May rode beside him instead of behind him. Neither of them discussed it. The change happened without permission, like many dangerous things. Grant told himself it was practical. 2 rifles forward gave better coverage. The lie was thin, and May's quiet smile said she knew it. That evening, they stopped in the shell of a feed store. Grant cleaned his rifle while May cleaned hers across from him. Their movements matched without effort. Cloth over steel. Chamber checked. Cartridges counted. Knife edge tested against the thumbnail. It should have felt like routine. Instead, the space between them felt full of all the things the raid had proven. Grant had wanted a ghost life. May had stepped into it and made herself solid. When the night deepened, the freed people's hymn still clung to Grant's thoughts. He hated that it moved him. He hated more that May saw it without making him explain. She lay on her bedroll with one hand under her cheek and watched the dark doorway. After a long while, she said the chapel people would tell the story by morning. Grant said stories brought trouble. May answered that trouble was already chasing them, and stories might bring hands willing to help. Grant did not answer because she was right again. Outside, coyotes cried beyond the dead road, and somewhere far away, thunder rolled over the plains. He closed his eyes but did not sleep. In his mind, he saw May on the chapel steps, steady in smoke, taking the shot that saved the ditch. He saw the old man gripping his hand. He saw Edna's thin letters marching across wet paper. Then he saw 3 men without faces, always moving, always one breath ahead. By dawn, Grant had made his peace with one truth and denied another. He accepted that May was his partner in every way that mattered to the fight. He refused to accept that the thought of losing her had become a fear with teeth. That kind of fear made men slow. That kind of fear made men hesitate. Yet when she woke and gave him a sleepy smile through tangled hair, he felt the fear rise anyway, and he knew it was already too late to cut it out. Before they left the chapel for good, Grant climbed the broken bell tower and studied the roads with May below him. From that height, the world looked less like a land and more like an unhealed scar that had learned to imitate geography. Smoke lines marked settlements. Empty highways gleamed through the scrub. Far away, a water tower leaned over a town with no movement in it. The bosses could be anywhere in that distance, and the thought made his hands tighten around the stone ledge. May called up that the freed people were ready, but her voice carried a second meaning. She was asking if he was ready to come down from the place where anger had put him. Grant took one more look across the roads and found no answer there. When he descended, she was waiting with 2 canteens and a piece of hard bread. She tossed him the bread as if feeding a difficult dog and told him heroes still had to chew. He told her not to use that word. May asked which word, though both knew. He said heroes sounded like a story people told when they needed someone else to stand where they were afraid to stand. May thought about that while rain dripped from the chapel roof in slow silver lines. Then she said, maybe people needed the story first and the standing came after. Grant had no use for that kind of hope, which did not keep him from remembering it. A young woman among the freed captives asked for a rifle from one of the dead guards. Grant almost refused out of habit. Weapons in frightened hands could create new graves. May spoke before he did, asking the woman if she knew how to use it. The woman said her brother had taught her before. Men with black cloth took him. Grant handed over the rifle, 3 cartridges, and a warning to save the last shot for the worst moment. The woman accepted both gift and burden without blinking. That exchange followed Grant down the road. He had spent years collecting weapons because a weapon in his hands meant 1 more hour alive. He had forgotten that arms could also be permission, a way for a person who had been handled like cargo to become dangerous again. May had not forgotten. She carried the red heat of her own loss in a way that made room for other people to find theirs. Grant respected it, and respect made attachment easier to hide from himself. They reached a culvert by late afternoon and let the captives rest under its shade. Children drank first because May made the order and Grant enforced it with a look. A man with a cracked voice wanted to turn back and search the chapel yard for his sister. Edna's ledger showed the sister had been moved 3 weeks earlier. Grant gave him the page because truth was better than comfort from a stranger. May stayed with the man after he read it, saying nothing until silence had done what words could not. The route to the safe farm became a procession of little failures and stubborn recoveries. A sandal broke. A child vomited from fear and spoiled water. An old woman's knees gave out, and Grant carried her for a mile while pretending the weight meant nothing. May saw the strain in his jaw and said not one word about it. Instead, she walked beside the old woman and asked what songs people sang before the collapse. Soon the old woman was humming, and the line moved better. By the time the safe farm's watchers whistled from the brush, Grant had counted 12 chances for the freed people to give up and 12 chances they had refused. He wondered if survival was not a hard thing inside a person, but a thread passed from hand to hand. Alone, it snapped. Shared, it held. The thought was dangerous enough that he buried it under practical orders while May negotiated entry with the farm guards. The farmer at the gate recognized the mark Edna used, but not Grant. He did recognize the chapel captives when they began telling what had happened. The man's wife crossed herself, then touched Grant's sleeve as if to make sure he was real. He stepped back too fast, and May smoothly moved between them, turning gratitude into logistics. She asked for blankets, clean water, and a list of roads still watched by the black cloth men. Grant had never been more relieved to hear someone take command. When they finally rode away from the farm, the sun was red behind them and the road ahead looked briefly washed clean. Grant knew better. The world did not wash clean. It dried, cracked, and waited for the next blood. Yet the chapel cages were empty. A child had laughed once in the culvert. A woman had taken a rifle. Small things, May would have said. Then she would have argued that small things were the only things big enough to rebuild from. Chapter 17. What Fear Admits. The road to the cattle underpass ran through farm country that had forgotten how to be green. Wind pushed dust over furrows where nothing had grown in years. Irrigation frames stood like giant dead insects in the fields, their pipes stripped and their wheels frozen in place. Grant rode ahead for the first hour, then slowed until May came beside him. He told himself he needed another set of eyes on the road. May let him keep the lie because she had her own uses for quiet. They found a creek at midday, little more than a silver thread between cracked banks. May knelt and tested it with a cloth before filling the canteens. Grant kept watch from a cottonwood stump, but his focus kept drifting to the way she moved. She had been all sparks and sharp humor when he found her, grief wearing attitude like armor. Now the grief was still there, but skill had gathered around it. She had become dangerous without becoming empty. That difference troubled him. The wasteland rewarded emptiness. Empty people ate what others saved, took what others loved, and slept because conscience no longer had a voice. Grant had spent years cutting pieces away from himself so he could survive among them. May seemed determined to survive with pieces still attached. She could laugh after a gunfight. She could mourn a stranger. She could flirt while cleaning blood from a knife, and the contradiction made him feel clumsy. She caught him watching and smiled. There was mischief in it, but not only mischief. She asked if he was checking her gear or admiring the view. Grant looked back to the road and said her rifle sling was fraying. May laughed softly and told him that was the most romantic thing any man had said to her since the world ended. He muttered that romance had poor standards now. She answered that standards had to adapt or die, same as people. The joke should have ended there. May did not let it. She came up the bank, sat on the stump beside him, and held out the sling. Grant took it because fixing a strap was easier than holding a conversation. He worked the leather with his knife, trimming the worst split and threading wire through a punched hole. May watched his hands. She said hands told the truth about a person. Grant said hands could lie if the person trained them well enough. May shook her head. She told him his hands were careful even when he was angry. She had seen him lower dead men so they would not make noise. She had seen him guide frightened children with a voice that sounded rough but never careless. She had seen him leave judgment to captives when he could have taken it for himself. Grant pulled the wire tight and said she saw too much. May answered that he hid badly for a man who wanted to be invisible. A long silence opened. The creek moved in thin ripples. A crow hopped along a fence rail and gave them both a hateful look. Grant expected May to fill the quiet with another joke, but she did not. That made it harder. Her patience put pressure on him without force. He had known people who demanded secrets as payment for companionship. May simply made room, and room was worse because it allowed a man to step forward by choice. He told her about the last morning before he lost his family, but he did it badly. The words came out flat and broken in places, like boards pulled from an old wall. He did not give names at first. He described the smell of coughing made too weak because grounds were precious. He described his daughter drawing circles in dust with a stick. He described his wife laughing at him because he had traded 2 tins of beans for a cracked music box that played only half a tune. May's face changed, but she did not soften it into pity. That saved him from stopping. He told her the raiders came after noon. They wore army coats with no army left behind them. They had a truck, a belt gun, and the confident cruelty of men who had learned that decent people hesitated. Grant had been checking snares past the ridge. He heard the first shots while he was too far away to matter. He ran until his lungs burned, and he arrived late. He did not describe everything. Some images did not deserve air. He said enough that May understood why the captives in every camp looked like ghosts from his own door. He said enough that his voice became gravel. When he finished, he kept his eyes on the creek because looking at her felt impossible. He expected her to touch him, and he feared that more than he feared any bullet. Touch could break a thing that had been holding itself together by pressure alone. May did touch him, but only by placing the repaired sling between his hands. She said she was sorry in a voice that did not try to fix what could not be fixed. Grant nodded once. It was the best answer he had. Then she told him about her family, and the day turned around them as if the road had decided to stop. Her father had sold seed before seed stopped meaning anything. Her mother could make soup out of almost nothing and insults out of everything. May had two brothers. One was loud and sweet. One was quiet and sharper than people expected. They had been traveling toward a river settlement when the kidnappers hit them. She told it with her chin lifted, as if daring grief to drag her down. The men killed her father first because he reached for an axe. Her mother died because she would not stop clawing at the man who grabbed May. Her brothers died trying to be brave before they were grown enough to know how costly bravery could be. Grant listened with his jaw locked. He had known the bones of her story, but bones were not a body. Now the story had hands, voices, soup, seed sacks, brothers, and a mother with a sharp tongue. The people she lost became more than fuel for her anger. They became people he could almost hear. May wiped her cheek with the heel of her hand and cursed herself for crying. Grant said tears were not weakness. The sentence surprised both of them. May looked at him through wet lashes and asked when he had learned that. Grant said he had not learned it, but it sounded like something Edna would say. May laughed, and the laugh broke halfway, turning grief into breath. Then she leaned against his shoulder. Not much. Not enough to trap him. Just enough to say she was there and would remain unless he told her to move. Grant did not tell her to move. They stayed beside the creek longer than caution allowed. Grant repaired the sling and checked the map. May dried her eyes and pretended to be annoyed by the dust on her boots. When they finally stood, something between them had shifted without being named. Names made things fragile. Names invited fate to notice. Grant preferred unnamed things, but May had never been gentle with his preferences when they got in the way of truth. The cattle underpass proved empty except for old bones, rat nests, and two children hiding in a drainage tube. Their mother had sent them ahead while she distracted road thieves, and she had not returned. Grant searched the nearby gullies and found enough tracks to know the woman had been taken alive. May carried the smaller child on her hip while the older one clung to her belt. The boy stared at Grant as if he might become either rescue or danger, depending on which way the wind turned. They followed the tracks until dusk and found the road thieves arguing over stolen tins beside a grain silo. There were 6 men and 1 woman, all hungry, all armed, none of them wearing the boss's mark. Grant gave them one chance to release the mother and walk away without their guns. May stood slightly to his right, close enough to cover his blind side. The thieves saw 2 travelers and thought numbers mattered more than resolve. The fight lasted less than a minute. Grant dropped the first shooter through the cheek before the man's rifle cleared his hip. May shot the woman in the leg when she raised a pistol toward the bound mother, then kicked the pistol into the dirt. A thief rushed Grant with a crowbar, and Grant stepped inside the swing, drove his knife upward, and turned the man so the body shielded him from a shotgun blast. Blood sprayed across the silo wall in a bright fan. May's rifle barked twice more. One man fell against a grain chute. Another spun into the dust and clawed at his throat. The last thief threw down his weapon and begged. Grant looked at the bound mother, then at the 2 children watching from behind May. He did not execute the man in front of them. He tied him to a pipe, left him with water, and told the rescued woman the choice could be hers when her hand stopped shaking. The mother held her children so fiercely that the small one squealed. May looked away, and Grant saw what the sight did to her. She had saved a family she could not become part of. He understood that ache too well. When the mother thanked them, May smiled and said the children had done most of the saving by hiding smart. Grant watched the boy stand taller because May had given him a piece of courage he could carry. They escorted the family to a hidden farm by moonrise. The farmer knew Edna and nearly shut the gate before he recognized the token Grant carried, a brass button with a line cut through it. Safe farms were never truly safe, only safer than the road. Still, there was bread, a pump that worked, and a lamp burning behind a covered window. The little girl fell asleep with her fist tangled in May's sleeve and would not let go until May promised to visit if the world ever behaved long enough. Outside the gate, Grant and May walked their horses down the road rather than ride. The night felt too human for speed. May said saving that mother felt different from killing slavers. Grant asked how. She said killing could empty anger for a minute, but saving filled a place she had thought dead. Grant understood and hated that he understood. Full places could be emptied again. That was why he had lived so long with locked rooms inside him. May stopped walking and faced him. She told him he could keep pretending he did not care, but he needed to stop insulting her by expecting her to believe it. Grant looked at the moonlit road, at the horses breathing steam, at the far black line of trees. He wanted to say caring got people killed. He wanted to say loneliness kept the math simple. What came out instead was the truth. He said caring made him afraid. May took that in without triumph. She stepped closer and said fear was not a chain, unless a person wore it that way. She was afraid too. She was afraid of sleeping, of waking, of forgetting her brother's voices, of remembering them too clearly, of wanting him when the world punished wanting. Grant felt the last word strike harder than any accusation. He turned to her, and the space between them became small enough to matter. She kissed him first, but barely. It was a question, not a claim. Grant went rigid for a heartbeat, every old alarm inside him waking at once. Then he kissed her back with a tenderness that frightened him because it did not feel stolen from the dead. It felt alive. May's hand closed around the front of his coat. His hand came up to the side of her face and stopped there, careful, almost unbelieving. When they parted, May studied him as if she expected him to bolt. He nearly did. The urge came from the deepest part of him, the part that survived by leaving before grief found his name. Instead, he stayed. He said he was not good at this. May smiled and said she had noticed. He said he could not promise he would become easy. She answered that easy had never interested her much. They made camp in a drainage hollow where the wind could not see them. May slept sooner than he did, her bedroll close to his, but not touching. Grant stared at the stars through a gap in the brush. For years, the sky had been a lid over a grave. That night, it seemed wider and more dangerous. He had let someone in. Worse, he wanted her there. The desire felt like warmth and like a target painted on both of them. Near dawn, he woke from a dream of fire and reached for his rifle. May was already awake, sitting with her pistol across her knees. She had heard something on the road. Grant listened and caught it too, a soft clink, a horse tack sound where no traveler should be. They moved without discussion. The intimacy of the night did not dull the work. It sharpened it, because neither one wanted the other paying the price for distraction. Two scouts passed the hollow at first light. They wore no black cloth, but one had the boss's mark tattooed behind his ear. Grant let them pass, then followed long enough to see them meet a rider at the ridge. May watched through the spyglass and read lips better than Grant expected. She caught one word twice, hero. The rider pointed east, then south, then made a cutting motion across his own throat. May lowered the glass with all the softness gone from her face. The bosses knew enough to send feelers. That meant the raids were no longer surprises. Grant felt the old cold return, but it could not settle cleanly because May stood beside him. She asked if he regretted bringing her along. He told her regret was not the word. She asked what the word was. Grant looked at the riders fading into dust and said the word was risk. May loaded her rifle and answered that risk was honest at least. By full morning, they had a new rule. They would assume every tip might be bait, every empty road might have eyes, and every stranger who said the word hero might be counting the seconds until a trap closed. May wrote the rule into the margin of the map because she liked seeing Grant annoyed by sensible paperwork. He pretended not to notice her smile. Inside, a part of him that had been frozen for years kept aching as it thawed. They rode south toward Dovetail with the underpass behind them and storm clouds building ahead. Grant could still taste May's kiss, could still feel the confession hanging between them. He feared it would make him weak. Then May shifted in the saddle, scanning the hills, and caught a glint of glass before he did. She saved them from riding into a scout's sight line by a matter of seconds. Grant realized the truth with bitter relief. Loving her might destroy him someday, but trusting her was keeping him alive now. The kiss did not make the road gentler. If anything, it made the road more honest. Grant noticed every ridge where a shooter might wait, every blind wash where riders could gather, every stranger who looked too long at May's hair or rifle. Concern sharpened his senses until the world seemed etched in hard lines. He had always watched for danger. Now danger had a favorite shape, and that shape was anything pointed at the woman riding near him. May noticed, of course. She noticed everything when he least wanted her to. Near a stand of dead pecan trees, she told him he was starting to look at the whole world like it had personally insulted her. Grant said the world had done enough insulting for one lifetime. May answered that she appreciated the sentiment, but she had no interest in becoming a porcelain cup on a shelf inside his skull. He asked what that meant. She said it meant he was not allowed to protect her so hard he stopped trusting her. That struck close enough to hurt. Grant wanted to deny it, but denial required a lie she would hear before he finished speaking. He said trust did not cancel fear. May said she knew because she trusted him and feared for him every hour. She did not follow behind because she thought he was fragile. She followed because the space at his back mattered. If he turned her into something to guard instead of someone to fight beside, he would be taking away the thing she had earned. They made a bargain beside those dead trees, not a romantic one. Romance, May said, was for people with clean sheets and doors that locked. This bargain had rules. He would not rush into fire because he thought his life was already spent. She would not hide an injury to keep him calm. He would listen when she saw a better angle. She would listen when he smelled a trap. Both would speak before anger made decisions for them. Grant distrusted spoken bargains because the old world had been full of signed papers that did nothing when the sky went white and cities burned. Still, he gave his word. May gave hers. They touched knuckles over the map like two outlaws agreeing how to rob fate. The gesture should have been foolish. Instead, it steadied something inside him. A promise did not make loss impossible, but it made fear share the room with duty rather than ruling alone. Later, when the rescued mother and her children slept at the hidden farm, May stood outside the gate and listened to the sounds of ordinary life guarded by rifles. A kettle clinked. Someone whispered a bedtime story. A goat complained from a shed. May said those were the sounds she missed most, not music or market noise or engines on a highway. Grant understood. After collapse, peace no longer sounded grand. It sounded like dishes being washed by someone who expected to use them tomorrow. He told her about the music box then. Not the death around it, but the box itself. It had been blue once, with a painted bird on the lid and a dancer inside who spun crookedly because the mechanism had been damaged. His daughter loved it because the tune failed in the same place every time, and she would sing the missing notes with great seriousness. May smiled at that. Grant realized he had offered a memory without turning it into a weapon first. May offered one in return. Her mother had kept a jar of buttons sorted by color, a ridiculous treasure after stores vanished. When people came to trade, her mother would ask if they wanted food or fashion, then hold up the jar like she was selling royal jewels. May said the memory had annoyed her for years because it was too small to carry grief properly. Now she thought small memories were the strongest because raiders could kill people but could not easily kill the exact sound of a mother's joke. They did not say love. The word would have looked absurd sitting in the dust with their weapons across their knees, but something like it moved between them in plain clothes. It carried ammunition, checked the road, remembered children, and made bad coffee. Grant felt it and fought the instinct to shove it away. May felt the fight in him and let him have it, knowing some battles ended faster when nobody crowded the field. When the scouts appeared near dawn, Grant almost welcomed the interruption. Danger, he understood. Men could be counted, tracks could be read, bullets traveled in lines, feelings did not. Yet as they followed the scouts from a careful distance, he found that the conversation at the creek had changed the way they moved. May no longer waited for permission to act. Grant no longer mistook that for a challenge. Trust had become an extra weapon, quiet and loaded. The three bosses met in the gutted lobby of an old county bank where the vault still stood, but the money had become kindling years ago. They did not sit together. Power had made them allies, not friends. Silas Venn, the skinny one with a narrow face and restless teeth, paced on top of cracked marble and cursed every guard who had died at Chapel Yard. Rourke Dane leaned against the telecounter, broad as a door and twice as ugly. Calder Pike sat near the vault, clean coat buttoned, eyes pale and still. Calder let Silas spend his anger first. It was useful to let small men exhaust themselves. Silas called Grant every name he could invent, called him a ghost, a butcher, a campfire lie with a rifle. He slammed the ledger copy against the wall and said the freed captives had cost him roots, money, labor, and fear. Rourke laughed at that last word. He said fear was easy to breed again. Silas told him to shut his rotten mouth, and Rourke laughed harder. Calder raised one hand, and the room settled. He had never needed to shout. His cruelty was quiet, which made men lean in to hear it. He asked for the map. A clerk with shaking hands spread it across a desk. Red marks showed lost outposts, Chapel Yard, Salt Junction, the second camp near the dry wash, the holding sheds by the old ferry. One by one, Grant had cut into their trade, freed their stock, and left bodies as punctuation. Silas jabbed a finger at the map. He said the man was guessing, chasing rumors, and getting lucky. Calder said luck did not explain timing. Luck did not cut alarm ropes. Luck did not hit holding sites within days of route changes. Luck did not recover ledgers hidden under floorboards. There was a leak. Calder watched the clerk flinch when he said it, and the clerk flinched harder because he knew Calder had noticed. Rourke wanted to hang camp bosses until somebody confessed. Silas wanted to burn the safe farms Grant had used. Calder wanted the leak found without teaching the leak to hide better. He touched one red mark, then another, then another. The pattern formed a crooked line around the camps, but not through the richest routes. Grant was not hunting cargo. He was hunting them. That distinction mattered. Men chasing cargo could be bribed. Men chasing blood had to be turned or buried. Calder asked what they knew. Silas said Grant rode with a woman now, a lean, red-haired hellcat from the road north of Harlow. Rourke said she had killed 3 of his men at the Chapel Yard, maybe 4 if the throat shot counted. Silas sneered that, of course it counted because dead men did not argue about style. Calder ignored them both. A companion changed the hunter. A companion gave the hunter strength and a lever. They had heard the name Wasteland hero in 3 markets and 2 brothel stations. Calder hated the title less than the effect. Names traveled farther than men. A nameless killer frightened guards. A named hero stirred captives before chains were unlocked. He had seen it in reports. Pens had become harder to keep quiet. Bought men asked for more pay. Towns that once looked away now watched the roads with dangerous interest. Hope was a disease when it spread among useful people. Silas wanted to kill every singer, every whisperer, every child who scratched the mark May had carved into the chapel door. Calder said terror used too broadly became expensive. People needed to fear the bosses more than Grant, but they also needed to work, trade, carry messages, cook, mend, sell, and keep the machine moving. Slaughter without design was just weather. Calder preferred architecture. He would build a room and let Grant walk into it. The clerk brought in the prisoner from Chapel Yard, the one Grant had left tied for judgment. The captives had not killed him. They had cut one ear, broken 2 fingers, and sent him crawling with a message carved into a strip of leather. The message said the hero was coming for the men above the men. Silas read it and spat. Calder read it twice. Grant's mercy had not softened him. It had made the freed people participants. That was worse. Calder questioned the guard gently at first. He asked about Grant's habits, May's weapon, their horses, their direction, the way they spoke to captives. The guard shook so badly his teeth clicked. He said Grant barely spoke in a fight. He said the woman watched everything. He said they moved like 2 halves of the same knife. Rourke mocked the phrase, but Calder wrote it down. Romantic fear could make fools poetic, and poetry sometimes carried truth. When the guard ran out of answers, Silas shot him in the side and let him bleed on the bank floor. Rourke complained about the mess. Calder did not look down. He was studying the map, imagining Grant studying another map somewhere else. A revenge man had momentum. Momentum could be guided. Grant followed harm, especially harm done to women and children. Grant trusted messages from somewhere inside the network. Grant wanted the bosses enough to ignore clean air when he smelled them nearby. Calder ordered 3 false routes seeded at once. One would point toward Dovetail, one would point toward the underpass, one would point toward a place no sane hunter could resist, the old rail yard outside Mercy Station, where 100 captives had once been sold in a single week. The rail yard had towers, culverts, sheet metal fences, and enough broken freight cars to hide 50 gunmen. Better yet, it had a central killing lane with no cover except what Calder allowed. Silas liked the rail yard because he pictured himself standing over Grant's body while the hero myth emptied through holes in his chest. Rourke liked it because he wanted to test the woman. Calder liked it because the place had entrances that looked secret and exits that could be locked from outside. He told them they would let the leak carry the truth. They wanted Grant to believe. A trap worked best when the bait was partly real. They would move a small group of captives through Mercy Station 2 nights from now. Real captives, real guards, real fear. They would make certain the leak heard the bosses had argued there, that Calder had struck Silas, that the 3 of them were forced to regroup before dawn. They would leave signs for a careful tracker. Broken cigar ash for Silas, Rourke's boot nails, Calder's blue thread caught on a fence. Every lie needed texture. Rourke asked about the leak again. Calder said the leak would reveal herself by passing the bait. Silas asked what made Calder so sure it was a woman. Calder said, men in their camp sold secrets for coin and safety, but this leak had sold secrets for pain. Every message had cost the sender something. Only guilt or love made that kind of math. He had been told about an old woman at the stable after Grant was shot. He wanted her watched. The mention of Edna meant little to Silas. To Rourke, it meant less. Calder remembered every person near a turn in business. A stable woman with gray hair. A survivor who cleaned blood from the floor after Grant fell. A bent back that made men speak freely because they mistook age for absence. Calder had ignored her once because dead men are often made by ignoring things that look harmless. He did not intend to do it twice. He sent riders to the camps with instructions wrapped in wax cloth. No one was to touch Edna yet. No one was to frighten her enough to run. She was to be watched, fed just enough, used just enough, and allowed to hear exactly what Calder wanted carried. If she took the bait, she would lead them to Grant. If she did not, Calder would have learned something almost as useful. Either way, the old woman had moved from shadow to hook. Silas complained that waiting gave Grant time to strike again. Calder agreed, which was why the next camp would be empty before word could travel. Stock would move. Guards would rotate. Decoys would ride. They would let Grant find smoke and footprints until his hunger sharpened into impatience. Impatient men believed the first door that opened. Impatient men rushed because they had missed too many chances already. In a side room, May's description had been scratched onto a slate by men who had survived the chapel yard. Calder studied it after the others left. Young, fast, and bold. Talks more than Grant. Good at getting frightened people to move. Will shoot through smoke. Watches his side. Calder touched that last line with a thoughtful finger. Taking Grant alone might make him reckless. Threatening the woman might make him stupid. Killing her too soon might make him impossible to steer. Calder decided she would be used in the fight, not before it. Don't be, check. Rourke could chase her if the trap broke into close work. Silas could bait Grant with words if Grant reached the yard's center. Calder would remain above where a man with patience could watch the whole board. He had survived the end of nations by refusing to stand where angry men expected him to stand. Grant wanted a duel. Calder intended to give him a maze. The boss's machine began to move by afternoon. Wagons rolled out under canvas. Riders traded horses at blind barns. Men with the black cloth mark carried orders to drinking rooms, ration sheds, and guarded pens. At each place, a rumor was dropped with enough care to seem accidental. The bosses were scared. The bosses were divided. The bosses had chosen Mercy Station because it was temporary. The hero could end it all there if he was fast enough. Rumors moved through the wasteland with the speed of thirst. By evening, a cook at a slaver camp whispered to a woman who scrubbed pots. The woman whispered to an old man who hauled water. The old man grumbled near Edna as if he were only complaining to the air. Edna did not look up from mending a torn sack. Her fingers moved slowly, and her face remained dull with fatigue. Inside, every word landed like a coal against dry grass. Edna had learned to survive by becoming furniture. Men spoke around chairs, tables, mules, and old women with bent backs. They forgot furniture had ears. She had paid for each message with small humiliations, missed meals, bruises hidden under sleeves, and the constant terror that one wrong glance would close a hand around her throat. When she heard Mercy Station, she felt both hope and dread. Hope because the bosses might finally be near. Dread because the rumor sounded too perfect. She tested it the only ways available. She asked a careless question and received an answer too quickly. She dropped a pan near a guard and watched him curse Mercy Station before remembering not to speak. She caught sight of a blue thread on a coat and knew Calder's people loved details. The bait was rich, maybe too rich. Yet Grant had to know. A trap not reported was still a trap, only one he would enter blind by some other road. Edna wrote the message that night on the back of a flour label with charcoal and grease. She did not say certain. She wrote that Mercy Station might hold the 3 bosses and might also hold danger shaped for Grant. She named the rail yard, the towers, the central lane, and the men moving captives as cover. Her hand shook only once when she added that she believed they were watching for the source of the leak. To move the note, she trusted a girl of 14 who had learned to hide fear behind a stupid grin. The girl carried scraps to the pig pen, then passed the label under a loose board to a mule driver who owed Edna his life from before the collapse. The mule driver tucked it beneath a hoof wrap and left before dawn. Edna watched him go without raising her head. She prayed silently, not for safety, because safety was too much to ask, but for usefulness. Calder's watcher saw the mule driver leave. He did not see the note. That was acceptable. Calder did not need to know every thread, only which direction the cloth pulled. By noon, word reached the bank that Edna had moved something. Silas wanted to seize her immediately. Calder said not yet. A hook must be swallowed before the line was jerked. Rourke grinned and said he hoped the hero brought the girl with the fast rifle. The bank emptied by stages as the trap took shape. Silas rode with the decoy captives. Rourke rode with the close fighters. Calder rode last, guarded by men who looked bored because they were paid well enough to pretend fear was beneath them. The old road to Mercy Station passed through fields of burned grass and abandoned cars half buried in dirt. Above them, vultures circled with patient faith. Calder looked up and smiled at the natural order of things. He imagined Grant receiving the message. He imagined the man's anger fighting his caution. He imagined May reading danger in the spaces between Edna's words. The woman might slow him, which made her valuable and troublesome at once. Calder did not underestimate partners. A lone man could be made predictable by obsession. 2 people made new choices. That was why the trap had to offer more than revenge. It had to offer captives too. At Mercy Station, men worked through the night. Sheet metal gates were hung in gaps between freight cars. Sandbags were stacked where they would guide movement rather than stop bullets. Lanterns were placed to blind anyone entering from the east. A false weak point was left near the culvert. A real kill pocket waited beyond it. The captives were chained in the open, visible enough to force speed and far enough from the exits to make rescue expensive. Calder walked the killing lane before sunrise. Silas wanted banners. Rourke wanted pits. Calder wanted quiet. He ordered both men to obey the plan until the plan broke, then kill according to appetite. Silas sulked. Rourke laughed. Calder stood beneath the signal tower and looked across the yard. The place was ugly, practical, and hungry. If Grant came, the myth would bleed there. If he did not, Calder would follow the message line back to the old woman and start with her fingers. By the time the sun climbed over Mercy Station, the trap looked like a chance. That was the true craft of it. Hope in the center, danger at the edges. Just enough proof to tempt the clever, just enough haste to tempt the angry, and just enough suffering to make any decent person step where a colder person would wait. Calder had built it for Grant with almost affectionate care. Then he sent the last whisper down the road and waited for the hero to hear his name. Calder's bank held more than maps. It held a wall of names written on scraps of paper, tags cut from clothing, and bits of ledger torn from camps that no longer existed. The wall was not sentimental. It was inventory. Names of guards who could be bought. Names of settlements that could be squeezed. Names of people with talents useful enough to keep alive and relations useful enough to threaten. Calder stood before it the way priests once stood before altars, calm in the presence of what he served. Grant's name was not written there. Neither was May's. Calder considered that an insult and an opportunity. A written name could be traded, misread, or betrayed. An unwritten name had to be hunted from behavior. He had built empires after the collapse by understanding what people needed before they admitted it: food, safety, revenge, belonging, and permission to be cruel. Grant needed justice badly enough to confuse it with purpose. May, Calder suspected, needed to keep one more family from vanishing. Silas did not understand that kind of thinking. To him, people were mouths, hands, holes, and prices. He had been small before the world ended, a clerk with ink on his fingers and a permanent sense that others had taken the life he deserved. Collapse had given him permission to become vicious and call it importance. He hated Grant, not because of the dead gods, though those mattered, but because every story of the hero made Silas feel small again. Rourke understood people only when they were afraid of him. Before the wars burned everything soft, he had broken bones for whoever paid and laughed at uniforms, because uniforms changed while pain stayed honest. He liked the New World better. It had fewer rules and more people willing to pay for the breaking. Grant offended him because Grant broke men without enjoying the performance. Rourke thought that made him arrogant. Calder thought it made him dangerous. Their differences had kept the three bosses alive. Silas could count and cheat. Rourke could terrify and enforce. Calder could think past the next meal. Together they had turned scattered cruelty into a business that wore roots, rules, and symbols. Together they had convinced towns that looking away was cheaper than resisting. Grant and May were not merely killing guards. They were damaging the agreement that kept decent people quiet. That was why Calder chose a public sort of trap even before the final reckoning to come. Mercy Station had witnesses in cages, witnesses in guard coats, witnesses in the towns that would hear the tale altered by whoever survived. If Grant died there, hope would learn a lesson. If Grant ran, fear would learn one. If Grant saved a few but lost badly, Calder could shape the story into proof that heroes cost more lives than they rescued. Every outcome had use if controlled fast enough. He wrote the aftermath speeches before the fight. One version named Grant a butcher who used captives as shields. One version named him a coward who fled when faced by real men. One version claimed May had betrayed him for safe passage, a lie Calder enjoyed because lies about women traveled eagerly among weak men. He did not know which speech he would need. Preparation, he believed, was simply cruelty, arriving early and folding its clothes. Edna entered those plans as a line beneath the others. Locate source, preserve until useful, break only after extraction. Calder's handwriting was elegant. The words were not. He had no personal anger toward the old woman yet. Personal anger made hands sloppy. Still, he felt a professional irritation. She had sat in his machine like grit in a gear, small enough to miss and hard enough to grind metal. He respected that in the same way a butcher respects a sharp bone. The watcher assigned to her did not share Calder's patience. He saw an old woman and felt foolish spending hours noting her steps from wash line to cook shed. Yet he wrote what he saw. Edna favored her left knee. Edna coughed after carrying water. Edna spoke kindly to children and sharply to men who tried to make her jump. Edna never asked questions when important people were near. Calder read the report and circled the last sentence. That was exactly how a question learned to walk without legs. By dusk, the trap had become more than strategy. It had become a test of the wasteland itself. Could fear be restored once hope had been seen? Could a story be strangled in public? Could a man who had trained himself to be alone survive being made responsible for a crowd? Calder did not phrase the question so poetically, but he felt their shape. Grant's body was not the only target. The idea forming around him had to be shot, burned, and fed back to the dirt. Weeds grew through truck scales and the wind made a loose sign knock against its frame. The mule driver arrived with two tired animals, a limp, and eyes that kept checking the road behind him. He did not know Grant by name. He handed over the hoof wrap, muttered that an old friend had paid in kindness years ago, and rode away before May could offer water. Fear had made him fast. Grant unwrapped the label under the counter of the way station office. May held a lantern close while keeping one shoulder against the wall so no window had a clean line on her. Edna's handwriting crouched across the stained paper. Mercy Station, rail yard, possible bosses, possible trap, captives real. Towers watched. Central lane exposed. Leak suspected. Grant read it once, then again, then a third time because the words kept rearranging themselves into the shape of a choice he hated. May did not reach for the note until he offered it. That restraint mattered. She read slower than he had, lips pressed tight, eyes pausing at the warning about the leak. When she finished, she set the paper down with care. She said Edna was scared. Grant answered that Edna did not scare easy. May said that was exactly why the fear mattered. The room seemed to shrink around them, filled with dust, lantern light, and the old smell of oil. Grant wanted to ride. Every nerve in him had already chosen motion. The bosses might be there. The captives were there. Edna had risked herself to send the information. Waiting felt like betrayal. May knew all of that before he said a word. She planted herself between him and the door, not in challenge but in partnership. She told him a warning was not decoration. If Edna used space to write possible trap, they needed to treat the words like loaded guns. He asked if she wanted to leave the captives. May's face hardened, and he regretted the question before it finished leaving his mouth. She said that was a cheap shot, and he had better not aim it at her again. Grant looked away first. He was used to anger in others. He was less used to being wrong. He said he was sorry, and the apology scraped on the way out because the word had seen little use in his life. May accepted it with a nod, not a smile. Then she spread the map across a cracked desk. Mercy Station lay south and west, where 3 rail lines once met and now went nowhere. Anyone civilized wanted to go. Grant marked the towers, the culvert, the freight lines, and the likely camp placements from Edna's note. May marked the places she would use if she wanted to catch someone like him. Their marks disagreed in several places, and that disagreement kept them alive longer than certainty would have. Grant said the bosses wanted him to see the captives. May said they wanted him to hurry because the captives were real. Grant said Calder would place a false weakness. May asked which boss was Calder. Grant had not used the name often, but Edna had given him scraps. Calder was the clean one, the patient one, the man who smiled least and noticed most. Silas was the mouth. Rourke was the fist. 3 men, 3 kinds of rot. May listened closely to the descriptions. She said the mouth would make noise, the fist would try to rush, and the patient one would sit where he could leave if things turned. Grant looked at her and felt that grim pride again. She had never met them, but she understood men by the holes they left in other people. He told her Calder would not stand in the open unless someone had forced him there. May tapped the signal tower on the map. They planned until the lantern burned low. The plan was not to win. Grant hated that. The plan was to learn, cut what they could, free who they could, and leave before the yard swallowed them. May insisted on that last part. If the bosses were truly there and unreachable, they would not trade both their lives for a clean look. Grant said sometimes a look was worth blood. May said not all blood belonged to him anymore. The sentence hung there. Grant folded the map because his hands needed something to do. May let him have the silence for a time, then asked if he understood what she meant. He said he did, which was not the same as liking it. She told him he had spent years spending himself like bad coin because nobody was around to refuse the purchase. Now, someone was around. He could be angry about it after they survived. They slept in turns, though neither did much sleeping. Grant dreamed of rail tracks stretching into fire. May woke him before dawn with coffee made from burned grain and chicory. It tasted like dirt that had heard rumors of bitterness, but it was hot. She told him it was a luxury. He said the collapse had lowered her standards again. She smiled because the joke meant he had come back from the edge enough to make one. On the road to Mercy Station, they did not ride straight. They cut north, crossed a creek bed, doubled back through an apple orchard grown wild, and left false tracks where the soil would remember them. May tied strips of sacking to thorn bushes in 2 places to make it look like pack cloth had snagged. Grant scattered horse droppings from a sack he had carried for less glamorous reasons. May said romance truly was dead. Grant said strategy had a smell. By afternoon, they reached a ridge that overlooked Mercy Station from the east. The rail yard spread across the flats like a metal graveyard. Freight cars sat at crooked angles. Tankers rusted beside switching sheds. The old station house had lost half its roof. Beyond it stood the signal tower, a black skeleton against the pale sky. Smoke rose from 3 cook fires. Captives sat chained near the center, visible even from distance. The sight hit Grant exactly where Calder had aimed. May put a hand on his arm before he moved. She did not squeeze. She simply anchored him to the ridge. Through the spyglass, Grant counted guards, then counted again. Too few in the open. That meant more hidden. The captives were arranged in a line facing east, as if placed for someone watching from their ridge. One child wore a red scarf. Grant felt his breath change, and hated Calder for knowing that such a small thing could move a man faster than orders. May took the glass and studied the towers. She found 2 rifles in the signal frame, one in the station roof and a glint low near the culvert. She found the false weakness too, a sheet metal gap that looked hurried and sloppy. Nobody who built a trap for Grant would leave a gap that tempting by accident. She said it aloud. Grant nodded. The word steadied him because she had seen it before he had to explain. They circled west before sunset. The movement took hours and cost them water, but it showed them more. On the south side, men had dragged metal panels into a fence line. On the north, a dry drainage ditch ran beneath the tracks and came out near an old maintenance shed. It was narrow, foul, and probably watched. May said probably watched meant definitely watched. Grant agreed. Then he smiled without humor and said, watched routes could be watched back. They found the first scout near the ditch, lying under a tarp with a spyglass and a bored expression. May spotted the man's boot before Grant did. They came at him from opposite sides. Grant covered his mouth. May took his pistol. The scout stopped being bored very quickly. He gave up nothing until May pressed the edge of her knife against the tattoo behind his ear and told him she knew whose mark he carried. Fear loosened what pain had not. The scout confirmed the basics. Silas was in the yard. Rourke was in the yard. Calder had been seen near the signal tower, though the scout did not know if he remained. The captives were real. The lane was bait. The culvert led to a kill pocket. More men waited in freight cars with slotted firing holes. A gate could drop behind anyone entering from the east. Grant listened with a calm so cold, May looked at him twice. They tied the scout in the drainage ditch and gagged him with his own scarf. May wanted to move the captives from outside the yard if possible, but the chains were fixed to a central rail. Grant wanted to draw guards away. May said drawing guards away might draw them toward hidden shooters. They argued in whispers until both were breathing hard. The argument ended when May said they were not fighting about tactics. They were fighting about how many people Grant was willing to lose himself for. That stopped him. He stared past her at the yard, at the child in the red scarf, at the station tower where Calder might be smiling. Then he said there were some debts. A person paid even when the price was stupid. May said she knew because she was standing there with him. She was not asking him to be cold. She was asking him to be alive after doing the brave thing. The distinction landed where it needed to. They shaped a better plan from the wreckage of the first. Grant would hit the west fire with long shots and make the yard believe he was farther north. May would cut the horses loose on the south line, driving chaos across the open ground. When the guards shifted, they would enter through the maintenance shed, not the tempting culvert. If Calder had planned for Grant's anger, Grant would offer him patience instead, at least for as long as patience held. Night fell in layers. The rail yard changed color from rust to black. Fires became the only honest shapes. Grant and May moved separately for the first time since the chapel yard, and Grant disliked the emptiness at his side. He told himself separation was tactical. It was. That did not make it pleasant. May vanished into the grass with a small sack of nails, a wire cutter, and a grin she threw over her shoulder like a dare. Grant crawled into position beneath a tilted tanker and waited. Waiting had once been easy. Now each minute carried May inside it. He could hear distant voices, chain links, a coughing captive, a guard singing the chorus of a dirty song. He found the west fire in his sights and picked the lantern beside it, not the men. Shooting men started a fight. Killing light started confusion. He breathed once, let half the breath leave, and fired. The lantern burst. Men shouted and stumbled. Grant fired again at a bucket near the north fence, then at a hanging pan, then at a bottle on a crate. Noise and sparks bloomed in different places. The yard turned toward ghosts. South of the tracks, May cut the horse line and slapped the nearest animal hard enough to insult it. The horses bolted through the camp, dragging rails, snapping lines, and kicking over a fire barrel. For a brief and beautiful minute, Calder's careful yard became a living mess. Guards cursed. Hidden shooters broke cover to see what had happened. Someone yelled that Grant was north. Someone else swore he was south. Silas's thin voice rose above them, furious and useless. Grant moved from the tanker to the maintenance shed while the yard looked everywhere but the right place. May reached the shed 2 breaths after him, mud on her cheek and delight in her eyes. They entered through the rear wall, where old boards had softened from years of rain. Inside, the shed smelled of creosote, mouse nests, and metal filings. A guard waited there after all, proof that Calder had not been fooled completely. May shot him before Grant could lift his rifle. The report punched the small room full of thunder. Grant caught the falling man and eased him away from the door. May whispered that she had his side. Grant whispered back that he knew. Those 3 words changed something again. He knew, not hoped, not guessed. He knew it. May heard it and smiled for less than a heartbeat before the fight reclaimed her face. They cut through the shed and reached the line of freight cars behind the captives. Grant could see the chain bolts now, too heavy to break quickly. May pointed to the coupling pins on the rail segment. If they could free the whole rail brace, the captives could move together. It was ugly, slow, and possible. Grant covered while May worked the first pin loose. The metal had rusted into stubbornness. She used oil from a dead guard's lamp and cursed under her breath in creative, lengthy ways that made Grant almost smile in the middle of danger. A captive woman saw them and began to understand. She passed the message down the line with tiny movements of her fingers. Heads lifted. Hope began to move before bodies could. The first alarm came from above. A shooter in the station roof saw May's motion and fired. The round hit the rail beside her hand and sprayed rust into her face. Grant shot the roofline twice, driving the shooter flat. Then the freight cars opened. Slotted panels dropped with clanging finality, and rifle barrels appeared in the dark rectangles. Calder had let them reach the captives. He had wanted them there, close enough that every escape route cost life. May looked at Grant through rust dust and smoke. Neither needed to say the plan had failed. Not fully, but enough. The yard lights flared as men uncovered shielded lanterns. The central lane brightened, turning them into figures on a stage. From somewhere beyond the tower, Calder's calm voice carried through a speaking horn. He welcomed the Wasteland hero to Mercy Station and thanked him for arriving almost exactly where expected. The ridge above Mercy Station gave them truth in pieces. Grant counted men. May counted silences. A camp with captives should have crying, muttering, coughs, guards snapping orders, chains shifting as people tried to find less painful positions. This yard had some of that, but not enough. It was too arranged. Pain had been placed like furniture. May said it quietly, and Grant looked at her because he had felt the wrongness without naming it. They watched a guard strike a captive near the center lane. The blow looked real. The captive fell badly and did not rise until another prisoner dragged him upright. Grant's hands tightened around the spyglass. May whispered that Calder knew they would check for theater, so he had used real suffering. A fake scene would have been easier to ignore. Real hurt demanded action even when action was exactly what the trap wanted. It was a crueler hook because it was honest. Grant thought of Edna riding under watch, each word chosen while danger breathed nearby. He wondered if she had guessed how perfectly the bait would fit his anger. She had, of course. That was why she warned him. The knowledge did not make the choice simpler. If he stayed away, Calder would kill the captives and perhaps find Edna. If he entered, he might give Calder exactly the corpse he wanted. May sat beside him in the grass and let the problem remain ugly. The scout they captured gave them one more detail, only after May threatened to leave him tied where ants had already found his boot. A black wagon stood behind the signal tower. Calder used it when he wanted a quick exit. It had steel plates inside the walls and a hidden slot in the rear door. Grant pictured the final boss sitting there, measuring the fight through a slit while other men died loudly for him. The image hardened his resolve into something colder than fury. May said Calder wanted Grant angry enough to chase the wagon if it ran. Grant said Calder might not run if the captives were still useful. May said useful to Calder meant disposable to everyone else. They adjusted the plan again. If the wagon moved before the captives were free, Grant would not chase. If Silas screamed from the platform, Grant would not chase. If Rourke showed himself, May would not chase without a clear field. They repeated the rules until both could hear them over future gunfire. Before separating, they shared a meal of dried beans and hard bread in a ditch that smelled of old rain. May tore her bread in half and gave him the larger piece. Grant noticed and traded pieces while pretending not to. She rolled her eyes and said he was a difficult man to do anything tender for. He said tenderness had poor tactical value. She answered that keeping him fed was highly tactical because a hungry Grant glared at maps like they had betrayed him. They laughed, and the laugh felt dangerous because it belonged to people who might be dead soon. Grant wanted to say something that would matter if the night went bad. The right words did not come. He said her rifle sling was holding. May looked at him for a long moment, then smiled with an understanding that made the clumsy sentence enough. She said his coat was still ugly. He accepted that as affection because he was learning her language too. She touched the side of his face, quick as a match strike. Then she moved away before either of them could make the moment heavy. Grant watched her disappear into grass and shadow. The space at his side emptied, but it did not become loneliness. It became trust stretched across distance. He settled behind the tanker with the knowledge that May was out there making the yard less certain for their enemies. It was not comfort. It was better than comfort. It was a reason to act well. Inside the yard, a captive began to sing under his breath. The tune was thin and nearly swallowed by the guards, but Grant heard the shape of it between metal creaks. Not the chapel hymn, not one he knew, just a line of sound refusing to be owned. A guard kicked the singer, and the song stopped. A minute later, another captive took up the same line from farther down the chain. Grant closed his eyes for one breath and understood why Calder feared stories. When his first shot broke the lantern, Grant was not thinking of revenge. That surprised him afterward. He was thinking of the song, Edna's shaking handwriting, May's hand against his face, and the child in the red scarf. Revenge still lived in him, powerful and hungry, but it no longer stood alone in the room. Other things had entered, and they gave his aim a steadiness anger had never managed by itself. Grant shot the speaking horn before Calder finished the next sentence. The horn leaped from the tower rail and spun into darkness. It was a useless act, maybe even a childish one, but it gave the captives a second of silence and gave Grant a second to breathe. Then Mercy Station erupted. Muzzle flashes opened along the freight cars, station roof, and low barricades. Bullets slapped steel, snapped wood, and tore the dirt into bitter little storms around Grant and May. May dragged the nearest captive flat before the first volley cut across the rail. Grant rolled behind a wheel assembly and fired through the gap beneath a freight car. A gunman screamed and dropped from the other side with both hands pressed to his thigh. Grant shifted before answering fire found him. The air filled with sparks as rounds hit metal. The sound was beyond noise, a hammering wall that made thought break into fragments unless a person forced it back together. The captives could not run because the rail brace still held them. May returned to the pin with her knife and a stolen wrench while Grant kept shooters ducking. She worked under fire with her teeth bared, eyes watering from rust and smoke. A round tore through the sleeve of her coat without touching skin. She did not flinch until Grant shouted her name. Then she glared at him as if his concern were the interruption, not the bullet. Silas appeared on the station platform under two lanterns, waving a pistol and screaming for men to stop wasting shots. His skinny face looked almost gleeful. He saw Grant behind the wheel assembly and started shouting insults across the lane. Grant ignored him. Silas wanted attention. Attention was cover for something else. May heard it too and pointed with her chin toward the south fence, where Rourke's close fighters were moving through shadow with axes, shotguns, and hooked blades. Grant put 3 rounds into the dirt ahead of Rourke's men, slowing them without revealing exactly where he would move next. May freed the first coupling pin. The brace shifted with a groan. Captives gasped as slack entered the chain. 2 more pins remained. Grant changed magazines by touch and saw the child with the red scarf staring at him. The child's eyes were too large in a dirty face. Grant looked away because Calder had placed that child there to make him careless. May did not look away. She smiled at the child and mouthed something Grant could not hear. The child nodded. Then, with astonishing courage, the child tugged the chain in rhythm when May pulled at the brace. Other captives followed. The rail brace moved another inch. Grant felt the old ache rise and become something other than pain. Calder had used suffering as bait. May was turning it into labor. Everyone trapped in that lane became part of their own rescue. The shooters in the freight cars adjusted, lowering their aim to cut down the captives, helping May. Grant saw the change and made a brutal choice fast. He rose higher than cover allowed and fired into the nearest slot until bodies inside fell back from the opening. Rounds came for him at once. One burned across his ribs like a hot wire. Another punched through the wheel rim beside his face. He dropped before the next volley found his skull. May saw blood on his shirt and went pale with fury. Grant shook his head, telling her without words that it was shallow enough to ignore. She believed him because there was no time not to. The second pin came free. The brace lurched. Captives shifted together, some crawling, some pulling, all moving as one chained animal trying to become many people again. The sight shoved courage into the open where terror had been a moment before. Rourke reached the lane with 6 men. He was bigger than Grant expected, dressed in a leather coat patched with metal plates, his head shaved, his beard braided with bits of wire. He carried a shotgun in one hand and a butcher blade in the other. He laughed when he saw May at the chain. The sound had appetite in it. Grant fired at him, but Rourke turned sideways and the shot sparked from a plate under his coat. The man kept coming. May abandoned the 3rd pin and drew her pistol. Rourke's first shotgun blast chewed a hole through the crate beside her. She fired twice, forcing him behind a rail signal box. Grant killed one of Rourke's men, then another, but the rest came hard. A blade caught Grant's coat and ripped it open. He smashed the attacker with his rifle stock, felt teeth break under the blow, and shot the man through the chest as he fell. The fight collapsed into close-range chaos. Steel rang against steel. Men slipped in mud made slick by rainwater, spilled oil, and blood. May moved like a spark in dry grass, never where a hand closed, never where a barrel expected. She shot one man through the knee, kicked another into the chain line, and took a knife across the outside of her arm. Blood ran to her wrist. She grinned at the man who cut her, then hit him with the wrench hard enough to cave his temple. Grant reached the 3rd pin and put his shoulder against the brace while May covered him. The metal would not move. He shoved harder. Pain burst along his side where the bullet had grazed him. The brace gave half an inch, then stuck again. A captive man on the chain understood and threw his weight the same way. A woman followed. The child with the red scarf braced both feet in the dirt and pulled with everything inside a small body. The pin screamed free. The rail brace dropped. The captives surged, still chained together but no longer fixed to the ground. May pointed them toward the maintenance shed. Grant fired over their heads, driving shooters away from the path. For several seconds, rescue existed. People moved. Hope moved. Calder's trap bent under the weight of bodies refusing to remain bait. Then the east gate slammed shut, and hidden lamps revealed the second barricade behind the shed. Calder had planned for partial success. Grant swore under his breath. May shoved the captives down behind a line of crates as bullets swept the shed door. The escape path was gone, and the yard had tightened around them. Silas laughed from the platform, calling Grant a fool who cared too much. Grant lifted his rifle, but Silas ducked behind a steel sign before the shot could settle. Grant changed targets and dropped the man feeding ammunition to the roof gun. May crawled to Grant with dirt smeared across her cheek and blood dripping from her arm. She said they needed another exit. Grant said north ditch. May said watched and likely rigged. Grant said every other path was worse. She looked at the captives, at the shooters, at Rourke stalking closer through smoke and nodded. Worse was still a road. They began moving the chained people north behind cover that barely deserved the name. Rourke came again, this time from the side, using a freight car as shield. Grant met him at the corner before he could reach the captives. The shotgun roared and missed by inches as Grant crashed into him. The impact felt like hitting a wall with a heartbeat. Rourke drove a knee into Grant's ribs. Grant drove his knife into the seam beneath the metal plates. Rourke bellowed, slammed Grant against the freight car, and nearly crushed the air from him. May shot Rourke in the back of the leg. The big man staggered, but did not fall. He swung the butcher blade at her, and she threw herself backward, landing hard. Grant used the opening to rip the knife free and stab again, higher this time. Rourke punched him with a fist like a hammer. Grant's sight flashed white. May fired from the ground and hit the shotgun, breaking the stock. Rourke cursed and retreated into smoke, hurt but alive. The north ditch waited beyond a line of tanker cars. The scout had told them it was watched, and the scout had told the truth. 2 men rose from a tarp with rifles. May killed one, Grant killed the other. Then the ditch itself spat fire from a culvert mouth, a gun hidden low and shielded with scrap. The first burst cut down 2 captives before anyone could move. Their bodies pulled the chain sideways, dragging others down with them. Grant felt the whole night tilt toward slaughter. He dropped flat, sighted through sparks, and fired at the muzzle flash. The hidden gun stopped, started again, then stopped for good when May threw a lantern into the culvert and the oil burst across the shield. A man crawled out, burning and screaming. May shot him once because mercy could still exist in a place built to murder it. Her face afterward was hard enough to crack stone. The captives had to be unchained now, or the dead would anchor the living. Grant took the key ring from a guard and worked locks while May held the line. His fingers slipped with blood and grease. People begged, prayed, cursed, and tried to help. He unlocked the child first because Calder's red scarf had done its work too well. Then the mother beside him. Then the old man with shaking hands. Each freed link made the group less controllable and more alive. Calder's voice returned from somewhere higher. No horn this time, just calm carrying across chaos. He told Grant that every person he freed created another place to aim. Grant did not answer. May did not answer. May did. She shouted that Calder talked too much for a man hiding behind boys with rifles. Several captives heard it and laughed. Sharp little sounds of terror turned sideways. The laughter angered the guards more than bullets. It meant fear was no longer obeying properly. Silas lost patience. He charged from the platform with 3 men, trying to reach the captives before Grant freed the last locks. Grant saw him and finally gave the skinny boss the attention he craved. He fired twice. The first shot broke Silas's pistol hand. The second tore the hat from his head and left a red line across his scalp. Silas dove behind a crate screaming curses. Grant wanted to finish him. May shouted that the ditch was open. He chose the living. They pushed the freed people into the ditch in clusters. Some crawled, some carried others. One woman refused to leave a dead man until May took her face in both hands and told her the living could honor him only by surviving. The woman went. Grant stayed at the rim and fired until the barrel smoked. The rail yard blurred into flashes and shapes. His ribs hurt. His shoulder ached from recoil. His throat tasted of iron and smoke. Rourke's men tried to flank the ditch from the west. May took 3 captives who could still fight and put them behind a tanker with stolen guns. She did not ask whether they knew how. She showed them where to point, when to breathe, and how not to close their eyes. The first volley was wild. The second made Rourke's men dive for cover. May whooped once, fierce and bright, and the captives looked like they had grown taller. The success cost time. Calder used it. A line of riders appeared on the south track, cutting off the route to their horses. Grant saw them and understood the trap's final teeth. They could free captives, but they could not leap mounted. They could run into the scrub and be hunted, or stand and be surrounded. May reached him at a crouch, breathing hard. Her arm dripped steadily now. She asked for the ugly truth. Grant said they had won the people and lost the yard. May accepted it because denial wasted seconds. She said then they needed to lose the yard on their feet. Grant almost smiled. They set charges with powder tins taken from the maintenance shed, crude little gifts placed under a fuel cart and beside the sheet metal fence. May lit one fuse with shaking hands while Grant covered. The first blast rolled fire across the south track and sent horses screaming away from the riders. The second ripped a hole in the fence big enough for desperate people. The retreat became a running fight. Grant and May moved last, pushing stragglers ahead. Bullets followed through the fence gap. A man fell, rose, and was dragged by two others. The child with the red scarf lost the scarf and kept running. May grabbed her from the dirt without knowing why, then shoved it into her coat. Grant saw the motion and felt something twist inside him. Even in retreat, she saved pieces of people. They crossed the scrub under moonlight with 23 freed captives, 7 of them hurt badly and too many missing. Behind them, Mercy Station burned in patches. The bosses still held the yard. Calder still lived. Silas still screamed somewhere in the smoke. Rourke still had breath in his huge chest. Grant had wanted a clean strike and found a butcher's maze instead. He had not reached the men he hunted. He had not even seen Calder's face close enough to shoot. At the dry creek 2 miles out, pursuit found them. Grant expected it and had chosen the ground. He and May put the captives in the creek bed, then used the banks as cover. The pursuers rode fast, angry from embarrassment. Fast, angry men enter bad ground without counting shadows. Grant shot the first horse's tack to tangle the line. May dropped the lead rider. Captives with stolen guns fired from the creek. The pursuers broke after 6 brutal minutes. When the last rider fled, May sat down hard and pressed a cloth to her bleeding arm. Grant knelt beside her, his hands clumsy with urgency. She told him it looked worse than it was. He told her not to lie badly. She smiled with blood on her teeth from a split lip and said she would practice. The humor nearly undid him. He wrapped her arm tight and felt how close he had come to losing the thing he had sworn not to need. The freed captives watched them with a mixture of awe and fear. Grant hated both. He sent 2 able men to scout for water and told the rest to keep low. May leaned against a stone and closed her eyes for only a moment. Grant touched her cheek before he could stop himself. Her eyes opened. She did not tease him. She covered his hand with hers and let him shake where no one else could see. They had escaped, but the truth sat cold between them. Calder had known their hearts well enough to aim at them. He had used captives, rumor, Edna's courage, Grant's guilt, and May's compassion like pieces on a board. Grant wanted to call it defeat. May said it was not defeat because people were breathing who would not have breathed by dawn. Grant said the bosses were still alive. May answered that alive enemies could still die later. Before dawn, they moved the captives toward a safe farm marked in Edna's older notes. Grant walked despite the pain in his side because riding felt too exposed. May walked beside him until he told her to ride. She refused with a look. The road behind them glowed faintly from Mercy Station's fires. The road ahead vanished into pale dust. They had lost the battle Calder wanted them to fight. Now they had to decide what war they were actually in. Grant looked back once from the ridge. Smoke covered the rail yard, hiding the tower. He imagined Calder standing somewhere inside it, pleased but not satisfied. Grant touched the ledger in his coat, the map in his pocket, and the place where May's blood had dried on his sleeve. He had gone into Mercy Station as a hunter chasing 3 men. He left it as something more dangerous, though he did not yet have the word for it. He left with people walking behind him. The first minutes after the fence blast were worse than the trap itself because hope and panic ran in the same direction. Freed captives stumbled through smoke, some barefoot, some bleeding, some carrying children who had gone limp from terror. Grant moved along the rear line and shoved people toward the dark gap while firing at any muzzle flash that rose above the rail cars. May was everywhere at once, a hoarse voice in the smoke, turning chaos into motion by sheer stubborn will. A boy of maybe 15 froze at the fence hole with a pistol in his hand and no idea how to move. Grant grabbed him by the collar and nearly threw him through, then saw the boy's face and stopped just short of cruelty. He pointed to a woman carrying a baby and told the boy she needed a guard. The boy blinked, found the task, and ran beside her. May saw it happen and gave Grant a look that said he was getting better at saving people without breaking them first. Behind them, Silas tried to rally the yard by promising double pay for Grant's head and triple for May alive. The last word sharp in the air. Grant turned so fast May had to catch his sleeve. She said that was bait, and he knew it was bait, and every part of him wanted to take it anyway. Silas kept screaming. May held Grant's sleeve until the worst second passed. Then she released him and shot the lantern above Silas, showering him with sparks instead of giving him the duel he wanted. The decision saved them. While Silas cursed and slapped fire from his coat, 3 hidden shooters revealed themselves trying for a clean line on May. Grant cut 2 down. A captive with a stolen rifle fired at the third and missed by a yard, but the shot made the man duck. May finished him. The captive stared at the rifle as if it had become a living thing. May told him missing was allowed if he lived long enough to learn. The man nodded like she had handed him scripture. At the creek bed after the retreat, the free people did not become calm. Freedom did not work that quickly. Some shook, some vomited, some stared toward Mercy Station as if chains still held them by the eyes. Grant knew that look. The body could leave before the mind received permission. May moved among them with water and short instructions, refusing to let fear settle into permanent shape. She gave people jobs because jobs made the next minute smaller. Grant wanted to scalp back toward the rail yard, but his side had begun to throb and May's arm needed cleaning. She caught him looking south and said absolutely not in a full sentence that allowed no argument. He almost argued from habit. Then he remembered the bargain by the dead pecan trees. He stayed. May noticed the choice and did not make a joke of it. That Mercy, small and private, did more to hold him in place than any command could have. They cleaned injuries with boiled water and liquor that smelled like paint thinner. People hissed and cursed. One old man apologized for making noise until May told him the next person who apologized for hurting would be assigned to latrine duty for a week. The old man laughed despite himself. Grant used strips torn from a guard coat to bind cuts and burns. He had done such work alone for years, but never with so many eyes watching him, as if his hands might decide their fate. The child with the red scarf found May near dawn. The scarf was smoke-stained now, folded in May's pocket because she had not known what else to do with it. The child asked for it back in a voice too steady for the night just lived. May knelt and returned it. The child tied it around one wrist instead of the neck, then asked if the bad men would come again. May looked to Grant. Grant wanted to promise they would not. He refused to start the child's freedom with a lie. He said the bad men might come, but they would find people ready this time. The child considered that, then asked if being ready meant being brave. Grant said being ready meant being scared with a plan. May smiled at that. The child accepted the answer and went to sit beside the woman who had helped pull the chain. Grant watched the red scarf move through the creek bed and felt Calder's manipulation lose a little of its poison. When the captives were able to travel, they did not move like rescued property. They moved like a rough militia protecting its own injured. May placed those who could shoot at the edges. Grant gave the map to a school teacher who knew the old county roads and asked her to choose alternates if pursuit came. The teacher looked shocked, then squared her shoulders. Calder had built a lane to make people helpless. Grant and May answered by giving choices back wherever they could. The sun rose pale and hard. Mercy Station smoke thinned behind them, revealing pieces of the tower still standing. Grant looked at it often until May told him staring would not make Calder fall off. He said it might if the world was fair. May said the world had filed for bankruptcy on fairness years ago. The exchange steadied the line more than either expected. People heard them talk like living people, not statues from a story, and the impossible night became a little more survivable. By noon, they reached a stand of cottonwoods and hid there while scouts checked the road. Grant finally sat because May stood in front of him with both hands on her hips and stared until he obeyed. She cleaned the graze along his ribs, jaw tight at the sight of it. He told her it was nothing. She said nothing did not bleed through 2 shirts. He said she had promised not to hide an injury. She answered that he had promised not to be stupid, so both of them were still working on improvement. The argument ended with her forehead resting briefly against his. No kiss this time. They were too tired, too dirty, too surrounded by people who needed them upright. The touch carried more than a kiss would have. Grant let himself lean into it for one breath. When she stepped back, he felt steadier and more afraid. He could survive pain. He could survive hunger. He could survive men like Rourke. He did not know if he could survive needing someone and continuing anyway. A scout returned with word that riders were searching east, not north. May's false tracks in the blown fence had bought time. Grant looked at the freed people and counted how many could make another 10 miles. Not enough, but the answer did not matter because they had to. He gave orders, then asked May if she saw a better way. The question was quiet, practical, and enormous. May heard all of it. She looked at the map and began improving the plan. As they moved again, Grant finally understood the scale of what had changed. He had gone to Mercy Station expecting either victory or death. Clean words for a simple mind. The Wasteland had given him a third thing, responsibility that survived failure. The bosses had not fallen. The battle had been lost by every measure he used before May. Yet behind him walked people who would carry a different measure into every town they reached. Calder had trapped the hero. He had also accidentally made witnesses. Near the next ridge, the schoolteacher found a culvert not marked on Grant's map. It ran beneath the old road and opened into mesquite scrub thick enough to break the line of sight from horseback. Grant would have missed it because he had been reading the hills for ambush, not escape. He admitted that with a nod toward the teacher. Her tired face changed when she realized the nod was respect. People who had been treated as cargo remembered quickly when treated as mines. May saw that too and leaned close enough to murmur that he was starting to build an army by accident. Grant said he did not want an army. She said nobody sane wanted one, which was why sane people had to be careful when broken people began following them. He asked if that was a warning. May said it was a compliment wearing boots, and he should not look so offended by manners. He almost corrected the word, then saw her grin and let it pass, because the grin was worth more than precision. They used the culvert to shift the whole group west, then scattered tracks with branches until the road behind them looked confused. Two captives who had once worked horses showed others how to walk on stone and step through brush without snapping every dry twig. A girl who had not spoken since the rail yard found a spring seep under reeds. Each small skill became a plank laid over panic. Grant watched the group become less like survivors being escorted and more like people rescuing themselves in public. That mattered because he could not be everywhere. Mercy Station had proved that. A trap could make even his rifle too slow, his anger too narrow, and his body too easy to spend. May's way had saved more lives than his first instinct would have. The teacher's map choice saved time. The horse handler saved tracks. The girl found water. The truth settled on him with the weight of a pack full of stones. A hero alone was a target. A people in motion was a problem too large for one gun to solve. At twilight, the Safe Farm's outer watch found them and nearly fired before recognizing Edna's button. Grant stepped into view first with both hands visible and his rifle hanging loose. It went against every habit he owned. May stood half a step behind, ready if trust failed. The watchman saw the captives, the blood, the smoke stains, and the child with the red scarf tied around one wrist. His face folded. He lowered his gun and opened the brush gate without asking who had won. Grant knew the answer anyway. Nobody had won at Mercy Station. Calder still held his breath. Silas still had his filthy voice. Rourke still carried enough strength to hurt people. Edna was now in sharper danger than before. Yet the farm filled with freed captives by lantern light, and every person who entered carried a piece of the truth. Grant sat outside the gate long after dark, listening to May organize blankets inside, and understood that losing the battle had not ended the fight. It had made the war honest. Chapter 21. Ashes Behind Them. The canyon behind Grant and May kept shouting long after they escaped it. Every rifle crack chased them through the broken wash, bouncing off stone ribs and rusted truck husks, until the whole dead land seemed to be firing at their backs. Dust rolled over them in hot folds. It filled Grant's mouth with iron grit and coated the sweat on his face. The world had narrowed to breath, pain, footfalls, and the sharp promise of death behind every rock. May ran ahead for 10 steps, then fell back without being asked, then cut sideways and fired once at a glimmer of movement high on the ridge. The man up there vanished with a cry that did not last long. Grant did not tell her she had saved him. There was no room for words yet. He only grabbed her sleeve when she nearly ran into a stretch of old wire, strung low between two shattered fence posts. The wire had been blackened with oil so it would not flash in the sun. A lazy trap, but a cruel one. May saw it at the last second and hissed through her teeth. Grant pulled her down, pressed 2 fingers to his lips, and listened. The hired killers behind them were not sprinting anymore. They had learned fear. That meant the bosses had given them orders to herd, not merely chase. May's eyes found his. A streak of blood ran from the cut at her temple to the corner of her jaw. Her hair had come loose from its tie and clung to her cheek in dark ropes. She looked half feral and completely alive. "They are pushing us somewhere," she whispered. Grant nodded once. "They want the dry bridge." "Then we do not go there." "No," he said. "We make them think we did." She smiled despite the blood and dust. It was not a pretty smile. It was all teeth and anger. "That sounds like us." The old highway bridge lay a quarter-mile east, a cracked concrete span over a ditch that had not carried water in years. Grant had seen the pattern during the fight. The boss's men had left gaps where no scared men would leave, gaps unless told to leave them. Those gaps all leaned toward the bridge. Past it, the land flattened into open salt and white glare. A man caught there could run until his lungs tore and still die in full view. Grant had not survived 5 years by accepting the doors his enemies opened for him. He took May down into a drainage culvert thick with stink, sand, and the brittle bones of small animals. The culvert was so low they had to move bent over, rifles held close, shoulders scraping concrete stained by old flood marks. May's breathing rasped near his ear. Outside, boots hammered over the culvert mouth, and a voice shouted that the pair had gone toward the bridge. Another voice laughed and said the bosses wanted the woman alive if possible. Grant felt May go still beside him. He put his hand over hers before she could lift her rifle. Her fingers were hot, tight, and shaking with rage. "Not here," he breathed. The boots moved on. A few pebbles fell through a crack above them and tapped Grant's neck. He waited until the sounds thinned and the first flies returned. Then he led May through the culvert toward the western wash, where the ground folded in on itself like a broken fist. By the time they crawled out, the bridge behind them erupted with gunfire. Men were shooting at shadows, at dust, and at the idea of the 2 ghosts they had failed to catch. May looked back and let out a weak laugh. "I hope they waste half their ammunition." "Hope they waste all of it." "That is almost cheerful coming from you. Do not get used to it." They kept moving until the sun bent low and red. The chase lost shape. Men called to each other from a distance, then stopped calling when Grant planted a stolen blasting cap under a loose strip of sheet metal and tied the striker to a length of wire. The explosion was small, but the sound spread wide. After that, the pursuit slowed. Fear did what bullets could not always do. It made men imagine every empty place as a mouth with teeth. Grant's back burned from strain, and the old scar where the traitor's shot had entered him years before seemed to remember every ounce of pain. He did not give it attention. Pain was not command. Pain was only noise. May watched him anyway. She watched too closely, as if she had started to read the parts of him he had spent years hiding. When his left step dragged, she shifted their path downhill without mentioning it. When his hand shook as he reloaded, she took the rifle from him, fed rounds into the magazine, and handed it back as if that had been her task all along. That kindness bothered him more than the blood on his shirt. They reached a dead service station after nightfall. It had once sold fuel, coffee, cheap maps, and the kind of smiling trash people bought when the world still pretended tomorrow was guaranteed. Now the windows were blind with boards. The pumps had been stripped to metal bones. Someone had painted prayers across the restroom wall, and someone else had shot holes through every word. Grant circled twice before he let May slip inside through the rear door. He followed, shut it with care, and braced it with a metal rod. The dark smelled of rat dust, sun-baked plastic, and old smoke. Moonlight seeped through gaps in the boards and laid pale bars across the floor. May sank down behind the counter and pressed both hands over her face. Her shoulders shook once. She stopped them by force. Grant stood near the door, listening to the open land. "You can sit," she said. "I will not tell anyone the great Wasteland hero has knees." "I do not like that name. Nobody asked whether you liked it. That is the trouble with names people give you. It will get people killed." "People are already getting killed, Grant. Listen, some of them because nobody came." He did not answer. The silence that followed was not empty. It had all the people he had not saved inside it. May lowered her hands. Her voice changed. The sharp edge left it, and something softer took its place. I thought we were dead back there. We were close. That is your comfort speech. I am not good at those. You are not good at most speeches. I noticed. He looked at her then. In the moonlight, she looked younger than she acted and older than anyone her age should have been. The Wasteland did that to people. It stole clean years and gave back hard ones. Her cheek was swollen, her lips were split. Still, her eyes held steady on his, bold enough to make him want to look away. You should have left when I told you to, he said. May gave him a tired stare. You told me that before the shooting started, during the shooting, after the roof fell in, and when we crawled through the culvert. You are becoming predictable. You had a chance. So did you. This fight started before you. It belongs to me now. They killed my family. They tried to take me. They have Edna trapped in their rot. They have children in cages and women bought and sold like busted tools. You do not get to stand in the middle of all that and tell me I'm outside it. Grant felt the words hit places he did not want touched. He turned toward the boarded window and watched the dark beyond it. A distant light flickered on the eastern rise, then vanished. Maybe a torch. Maybe a trick of memory. Either way, men were still out there. You almost died because of me, he said. I almost died because rotten men wanted us dead. That is not the same thing. It feels the same. To you, maybe. She pushed herself up and crossed the ruined store. He had no room to retreat without looking afraid, and that irritated him because part of him was afraid. Not of bullets, not of knives, not of the bosses or the men they bought. He was afraid of how easily she closed distance. May stopped a handspan away. She smelled like dust, powder smoke, and the faint, bitter leaf she chewed when she wanted to stay awake. Listen to me, she said. I did not follow you because I thought you could keep me safe. I followed because I watched you stand up when everybody else looked away. There is a difference. His throat tightened. People who stand near me die. People die standing far from you too. That does not make distance holy. He almost smiled. It hurt too much to let it happen fully. A sound scraped outside. Both of them moved at once. May dropped low behind a rack of rusted oil cans while Grant slid beside the door, rifle angled at the crack. The scrape came again, followed by a soft whimper. Not a man's voice, not boots. Grant waited. May shifted just enough to see the lower board by the front window. A dog nosed through a gap beneath the boards. It was ribs, mud, and yellow eyes, one ear torn almost in half. It froze when it saw them. May let her breath out in a rough whisper. Well, she said, there is your scout. Grant lowered the rifle. He's quieter than you. That was almost a joke. You really did hit your head. The dog backed away, then paused when May pulled a strip of dried rabbit from her pocket and tossed it gently across the floor. It landed short. The animal stretched forward, snatched it, and fled. For a moment, the room felt less like a tomb. Then the night pressed back in. They used torn cloth and boiled water from Grant's canteen cup to clean the cuts they could reach. May worked on Grant's shoulder where a splinter of brick had sliced him. He sat stiff as stone, jaw locked. Her fingers were careful, and that made him feel worse. I have seen men with more meat on a fence rail complain louder than this, she said. Complaining does not stop bleeding. Neither does acting like a fence rail. You talk when you are nervous. I talk when I am awake. You were quiet in the culvert. May's hands paused. Because I heard what they said. About wanting me alive. Grant's eyes lifted. She forced the cloth to move again. I know what that means. I am not a child. I know. Do you? Sometimes you look at me like I am something you have to hide from the weather. I look at everyone that way when slavers are near. You do not look at everyone the way you look at me. The room changed then. No sound had entered it. No enemy had touched the door. Still, the air shifted. Grant stared at her hands because her eyes would be worse. May finished tying the cloth, then did not step away. You do not have to say anything, she told him. That is the mercy I am giving you. May, please, look at that. You know my name after all. I am dangerous to care about. Her humor faded. Everyone is dangerous to care about now. That is not special. He had no answer. That would not sound small. They slept in turns. though neither truly rested. Grant took the first watch by the door. May curled behind the counter with a rifle under one hand. At some point, her breathing steadied and he let himself look at her. He saw the fighter first, because that was safer. The capable hands, the quick mind, the stubborn line of her mouth. Then he saw the woman who had stood in fire beside him and chosen to stay. That part frightened him so badly he turned away. Before dawn, he woke her with 2 fingers against the floorboards. She came awake without a sound, rifle already half raised. "Riders," he whispered. They listened. Far away, engines coughed. Not horses, not anymore. The bosses moved men in chopped trucks, low-fuel machines with wood gas tanks bolted like tumors to their beds. The engines sputtered and roared in turns, ugly enough to be heard across 2 miles of still air. May crawled to the rear gap and looked out. "North Road," she said. "At least 3 vehicles, searching wide. For us. For proof. For proof. Proof of what? That the trap worked or failed." May turned from the gap. "It failed. Not for them. They learn we can bleed." He hated saying it. He hated more that it was true. Until yesterday, the bosses had only stories. A ghost with a rifle. A rumor with boots. A ghost with a rifle. A rumor with boots. After the canyon, they knew Grant and May were flesh. They knew May mattered because Grant had gone bad for her under heavy fire. They knew Edna's information could be touched, twisted, poisoned. May read the rest in his face. "You think they will look for the person feeding us?" "Yes, I know. It will be Edna." Grant did not answer quickly enough. May stood, all tiredness gone. "We have to move. We will. I mean now. Running blind gets us killed before we help her. Waiting gets her killed while we discuss the neatest way to be careful." Grant stepped close, voice low and hard. "I am not leaving her." May's anger struck the wall between them and broke against the truth in his tone. She closed her eyes and nodded once. "Then tell me the plan. First, we vanish from the line they think we are on. Second, we find clean water and ammunition. Third, we get a message from the East camps if Edna still has a way to send one. And if she does not, then we go to the town where men buy and sell pain, and we burn through every liar until somebody tells us where she is." May looked at him for a long second. "That was the best comfort speech you have made. It was not meant to be comforting. That is probably why it worked." They left the service station before sunrise, taking only what did not slow them. Grant scattered their tracks with a piece of corrugated tin dragged behind him for 30 yards, then cut across stone where no footprint would hold. May moved behind him, placing her boots where his had been when dirt could not be avoided. The sky paled over the wreckage of the old world, and the wasteland opened ahead like a page written in smoke. Behind them, the bridge trap kept its dead. Ahead of them waited Edna, or the lack of Edna, and every road between seemed suddenly too long. Grant did not say what he feared most. May already knew. That was becoming the problem and the mercy both. They did not leave the service station as quickly as fear wanted. Grant would have, once. The older version of him, the loner who counted attachment as a slow poison, would have taken the road in the dark and trusted exhaustion to become discipline. May made him wiser by refusing to mistake motion for progress. She found a dented road atlas beneath a collapsed shelf, shook mouse droppings from it, and spread it across the counter between 2 dead flashlights. Most of the pages had been torn out for fire starter, but 3 remained, and one showed the rail spur near Mercy Junction in faded blue ink. Grant marked their position with a shell casing. May leaned over the map, hair falling around her face. "This road is suicide," she said, tapping the straight line east. "It is too easy, and men like Cray buy easy roads." "The ridge trail is slower. Slower means fewer bullets. I have recently become fond of that." He studied the route. The ridge trail would take them past old limestone cuts and a burned school bus lodged in a dry creek. He knew the place. Too many blind turns. Good for hiding from engines. Bad if a patrol got ahead of them. Every option carried teeth. May watched his face. "You are doing that thing where you punish the map because the world is rude. I am checking angles." "You can check angles and still admit I am right. You are partly right." Her hand pressed to her heart with theatrical injury. "A festival day. Grant has given half praise. It was partial praise. I will take what I can steal. The exchange should not have helped, but it did. Humor did not erase fear. It gave fear a shape they could step around. Grant folded the map and let May keep the dried peaches because she made a better show of hating them. They divided ammunition by weapon, not by pride. He carried more rifle rounds. She carried 2 smoke tins and the wire. They both carried water because thirst could ruin bravery faster than fear. Before they went, Grant crossed to the wall where old prayers had been shot to pieces. He could not read most of the words, but one line remained under a spray of bullet marks. "Keep my house through the night." The sentence had survived by accident. He touched it with 2 fingers before he realized May was watching. "My grandmother used to say something like that," she said. She believed the house remembered every person who had ever been kind inside it. "This place must have a short memory. Maybe we just added one." Grant looked around the ruin, the dust, the broken shelves, the small place where they had not died. It was a poor house, but it had kept them for a few hours. In the wasteland, that was not nothing. Outside, the dog waited near the pump island. It stood thin and wary, but it did not run when May stepped out. She tossed another strip of rabbit. The animal caught it and backed away, chewing with suspicious dignity. "Do not name him," Grant said. May looked offended. "I was not going to name him. You had a naming face." "I do not have a naming face." "You do," she pointed at the dog. "His name is not yet decided, which is different." Grant shook his head, and for one breath the morning seemed almost gentle. Then a gunshot cracked far behind them, answered by 2 more. The ridge search had found some false sign or some unlucky wanderer. Gentleness folded itself away. They moved out through the wash. Grant placed their path through stone beds and dead grass that would spring back. May followed with the tin sheet for the first 100 yards, smearing what few marks remained. At the top of the rise, she paused and looked back at the service station. "Do you ever get tired of leaving every place like it is already a grave?" Grant considered the question longer than he wanted. "Yes, I know." May nodded, accepting the single honest word because it was not a one-word sentence in the way that mattered. "Then maybe, after this, we find a place we do not leave like that. After this." The phrase was dangerous. It suggested a future with furniture, repaired windows, ordinary arguments, and mornings where gun oil was not the first smell in the room. Grant almost told her not to build pictures the world could tear apart. He did not. The world had taken enough from her without borrowing his mouth. "Maybe," he said. May smiled at the road ahead. "There it is again. Tomorrow, not having earned certainty. You sound like Edna." "I hope so. That woman has better courage than both of us and worse knees." The sun rose. The chase faded behind them. Their footprints vanished where Grant meant them to vanish. Each mile carried them toward danger, but for the first time since the canyon, he did not feel only hunted. He felt accompanied, and the difference was large enough to frighten him again. At the ridge crest, May turned once more and studied the smoke behind them. "One day," she said, "I want to look back and see a kitchen chimney instead of a warning." Grant followed her gaze. "That sounds quiet." "It sounds earned." He did not answer right away. Quiet had once felt like a thing stolen from other people, but the word did not hurt the same when she said it. It sounded like a place they might fight toward rather than a place that had vanished. "Then we earn it," he said. Chapter 22. The Shape of Trust. By mid-morning, the land turned meaner. The hills broke into shelves of shale that slipped underfoot and cut the soles of boots already patched too many times. The sun rose clean and white above the ridgeline, stripping away the last mercy of night. Grant chose the hard ground because no engine could follow them there, but each mile took payment from their bodies. May did not complain. That annoyed him at first, then worried him. Complaints meant breath and temper. Silence meant either focus or the kind of pain a person tried to hide. They climbed until the flat land behind them seemed like a dirty map. Smoke hung above the canyon where the trap had been sprung. It rose in 3 thin fingers and bent east with the wind. Grant studied it through a cracked field glass. He could see men still moving near the bridge. He could see the dots of trucks along the old road. He could not see the bosses, but he felt them in the arrangement, in the way lesser men waited rather than scattered. May crouched beside him. They are not chasing hard anymore. No, not that. That feels worse. It is. She took the field glass when he offered it and peered down. They are gathering pieces, counting bodies, deciding which lie makes them look strongest. Grant glanced at her. You have been around men like that. Everybody has now. Some just learned to name them faster. They moved again. The shale gave way to a narrow cut where an old pipeline had once crossed the hills. Most of the pipe was gone, stolen from metal years earlier, but its trench remained. Grant followed it west. It carried them into a hidden hollow of gray brush, mesquite, and thorn. At the far end stood a stone pump house with no pump left inside. Its roof sagged, but the walls were thick, and someone had once dug a cistern below it. Grant had used the place twice in the last year. He had not told anyone. Telling people about safe places was how safe places died. May stood at the entrance and looked at him with one eyebrow raised. You have a secret little house. It is a hole with walls. That is what rich people used to call a starter home. You knew rich people? No, but I stole from one after the fall. His pantry had 3 kinds of mustard and no bullets. That told me everything about the old world I needed to know. Grant pushed through the door, but this time the smile made it to his mouth before he killed it. May saw it. Of course she saw it. Her grin warmed the cold room more than the sun did. Inside, Grant checked the corners, then lifted a rusted grate with both hands. Beneath it, a ladder descended into dry shadow. May leaned over the opening. Please tell me there are not 20 angry men hiding down there. Only 12. That joke was better. We are making progress. The cistern chamber held 2 sealed jars of water, a tin of cartridges, dried beans wrapped in wax cloth, and a rolled blanket sealed in oilskin. Grant had hidden them months earlier in case of a bad day. This qualified. They descended into the cool dark and shut the grate above them. The quiet pressed close. But this quiet was not dead. It had purpose. It gave them time. May drank first because Grant made her, though she glared at him over the jar. The water tasted of stone and metal. It was still sweet. Grant drank after her, then counted cartridges with the solemn care of a man counting breaths. May checked their weapons. Her hands moved quick and sure, clearing dust, reseating parts, feeling for cracks. When she found a chipped screw on her rifle's rear sight, she used the edge of a knife to tighten it and muttered ugly things about the man who had built it. "Your father teach you that?" Grant asked before he could stop himself. May did not look up. "My mother." He waited. "My father was good with animals and bad with machines. My mother could make anything run if she could threaten it properly. She said tools like confidence. People too, though she trusted tools more. She sounds wise." She was meaner than Rain and twice as useful. May's mouth twitched, then settled. The chamber seemed smaller. Grant set the cartridges down, slower now. "You do not have to talk about them," he said. "I know. I am not asking. I know that too. That is why I might." She sat against the stone wall with her knees drawn up and the rifle across them. Dust floated through a slit of light above. For a time she said nothing. Grant did not fill the silence. He had learned long ago that grief hated being pulled by the arm. It came when it came. "We were moving south," May said at last. "Not because south was better, just because north had burned and east had gangs running toll gates. My mother thought the coast might still have fish. My brother said he would learn to sail even though he got sick in a bathtub. My father kept pretending he believed both of them. That was his gift. He could pretend hope until the rest of us borrowed it." Grant looked at the floor. "The kidnappers hit us near the feed mill," she continued. "Not the same men as the bosses, I do not think. Same sickness, different faces. They came in laughing. That is the part I keep hearing. Not the guns, not my brother. The laughing, like we were entertainment they found on the road." Her hands tightened on the rifle. Grant kept his voice low. "I am sorry. I hated when people said that before the world died. It always sounded like a plate being set down empty. Now I know sometimes empty is all anyone has. It is not enough. No, but it is something." He wanted to touch her hand. The wanting itself felt like stepping near a cliff edge. He looked away instead, and May saw that too. "What about yours?" she asked. His body shut a door before his mind agreed. "They are dead. That is not an answer. It is the one I have. It is the one you use." Grant stood and began repacking the cartridges. We should move before noon heat settles. May stayed seated. You do that. Do what? Reach for a task when the talk gets close. Count bullets, check doors, walk the room. You make busy hands look like a religion. Busy hands keep people alive. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes they keep people alone. The word struck too cleanly. Grant turned on her faster than he meant to. Alone is simple. Alone does not get taken from you. Alone does not scream your name from a burning house while you are pinned under a beam and cannot move. Alone does not have small shoes by the door when raiders come through because you were gone looking for medicine. Alone does not leave a little blue cup sitting on a table for 5 years in your head because your boy liked it more than the others. May stared at him, and the room went silent enough to hear grit slide from the ceiling. Grant's chest heaved once. He had not meant to open that door. He had not meant to show her the room behind it. He bent his head, ashamed by the force of his own voice. Her name was Claire, he said quieter. My wife. Our son was Jonah. He was 6. He thought every lizard was a dragon and every storm was personal. Claire had a laugh that made people turn around in stores. I have not heard it in years, and sometimes I am afraid I am forgetting the edges of it. May's anger had left. In its place was something that hurt him more. Compassion, clean and unsentimental. What happened? She asked. A fever came through our settlement. Not the old kind where people took medicine and slept. This one hit hard. I went out with 2 men to find antibiotics at a clinic beyond the interstate. We were gone 2 days longer than planned because the roads were blocked. When I came back, raiders had found the place first. Some were dead, some were gone. Our house burned after they searched it. Claire and Jonah were inside before it fell. He swallowed. The cistern air had turned thin. For a year I hunted the raiders, found 4, killed 4. It did not bring them back. After that I stopped believing any road led anywhere but more graves. May rose slowly. Grant, listen. Do not. I am not pitying you. It feels the same from here. Then come closer. He almost laughed because the request was so simple and impossible. May stepped toward him instead, giving him time to refuse. He did not. She placed her hand against his chest, not soft, not coy, just present. His heart beat hard beneath her palm. You did not kill them by leaving, she said. The men who came did that. The fever did what fever does. The world broke. You were trying to save them. Trying failed. Trying is not a sin. It does not matter. It matters to me. He looked down at her hand. His own rose, slow as if moving through water, and covered it. She did not smile. He was grateful for that. A smile might have made him run. I do not know what to do with this, he admitted. With what? You do. Start by not treating me like a mistake waiting to happen. That may take work. Good, because I like a project. This time the laugh escaped him. Small, rough, and almost startled. May's face changed at the sound. Not triumph. It was relief. She leaned closer, then stopped, asking without words. Grant was a man who had faced rifles, knives, hunger, and madness with steady hands. That moment frightened him worse than any of them. He leaned the rest of the way. The kiss was brief because both of them were too tired and too bruised for grace. It still changed the room. It tasted of dust, blood at the lip, and the fierce decision to remain alive. When May pulled back, her eyes shone, but her voice stayed teasing because that was her armor. Well, she said, you are not terrible at everything. Do not spread rumors. I will tell the dog first. He seems discreet. A faint tremor moved through the floor above them. Grant's hand left hers and reached for the rifle. May was already listening. The tremor came again, followed by the low cough of an engine rolling somewhere beyond the hollow. Search party, Grant said. Are they close? Close enough. They climbed without speaking. Grant lifted the grate a finger's width and watched through the slit. A truck crawled along the ridge above the pump house, its wood gas tank belching smoke. 3 men walked ahead of it with rifles low, scanning brush. A 4th rode in the bed behind a mounted gun made from a scavenged military piece bolted to a farm bracket. It had looked ridiculous in another life. In this one, it could cut a stone wall apart. May crouched beneath him. Can we let them pass? Grant watched the lead man stop. He had found a scrape on stone, maybe nothing, maybe enough. The man raised a fist. No, Grant said. May's expression settled into the hard calm he admired. Then we make them pass faster. The pump house had 2 firing slits where blocks had fallen loose. Grant took the left. May took the right. They waited until the first 2 men stepped into the hollow and the truck rolled downhill with brakes whining. Grant fired at the driver first. The windshield jumped red and the truck lurched sideways. May fired twice, and the men on foot folded into the brush. The mounted gunner swung the barrel toward the pump house, but the truck hit a stump, bucked, and threw him against the side rail. Grant put a round through the bracket before the gun could settle. Metal shrieked. The weapon tilted uselessly. The 4th man dove from the bed and crawled behind the rear tire. "We got them!" he screamed. "They are here!" May shot the radio box strapped to the cab before he could reach it. Sparks spat. The man flinched, then tried to run. Grant's shot took him in the back of the leg and dropped him hard. He screamed into the dirt. May glanced over. "You left him alive! For a question!" They moved fast. Grant covered while May stripped ammunition from the fallen men. Then he dragged the injured survivor behind the truck, far enough from any weapon. The man was young, red-haired, and terrified in a way that came late to people who had spent too long making others terrified. "Who sent you?" Grant asked. The man spat dust. "Go to hell." Grant knelt close enough for the man to see his eyes. "I came from there. Who sent you?" The young man looked at May, then back at Grant. "Listen. It was Cray. Boss Cray. Boss Cray. He said you were bleeding and tired and stupid for the woman." May's mouth tightened. Grant did not react. "Where is Edna?" The man swallowed. May stepped closer. "The old woman from the camps. Where is she?" "I do not know." Grant pressed the muzzle lightly against the dirt beside the man's face and fired. The shot kicked dust into the man's eyes. He shrieked and tried to crawl through the truck tire. "Try again," Grant said. "Town," the man gasped. "Mercy Junction." They were talking about Mercy Junction. The bosses think someone old has been passing word. Cray said they were going to squeeze the camps until a rat squeaked. That is all I heard. A market, a gallows, a brothel row, and a church with no preacher unless someone paid for one. Public pain drew crowds there. The bosses would choose it for exactly that reason. May's face had gone pale under the dirt. "They have not taken her yet. He said they were going to squeeze." "Maybe, maybe not. Maybe is enough." Grant looked at the young man on the ground. "Run south. If I see you near a camp again, I will not ask questions first." The man blinked through tears. "You are letting me go?" "I am letting fear carry a message." The man dragged himself away, sobbing and limping. May watched him until he vanished in the brush. "What message?" she asked. Grant looked toward the east, where the smoke trail from the truck stained the sky. "That the trap failed. That we are coming." "That tired does not mean finished." May took his hand once, squeezed hard, and released it before he could decide whether the gesture made him weak. Then she climbed into the truck cab and checked the fuel rig. "This ugly thing might run," she called. "My mother would insult it, threaten it, and maybe persuade it." Grant walked to the cab. "Can you?" May bared her teeth in a grin that carried grief, love, and violence together, tools like confidence. "Do you remember?" By dusk, the truck limped out of the hollow with Grant beside May and a stolen map spread across his knees. Its engine coughed smoke like a dying beast, but it moved. The road to Mercy Junction waited beneath the sky turning red. Somewhere ahead, Edna was still breathing. Grant chose to believe that because the alternative would make him careless, and carelessness belonged to men who had already accepted loss, he had not accepted it. Not this time. The truck did not run clean when May first coaxed life from it. It lurched, spat smoke, and rolled backward nearly a yard before she found the right balance of throttle, clutch, and threats. Grant walked beside the cab at first with his rifle raised, expecting the engine noise to pull every hungry eye for miles. May shouted at the machine as if it were a mule with opinions. It answered with a cough that sounded like laughter and then crawled forward. Grant climbed in only when the hollow fell behind them. The bench seat had springs poking through the torn cover. Every bump drove one into his thigh. May noticed his shifting and grinned without taking her eyes off the rutted trail. The royal carriage displeases you? It has character. It has diseases. It moves. That is the nicest thing anyone has said about it. They kept the truck off the main road, using fence breaks and dry irrigation lanes. Twice, Grant got out to guide May through gullies deep enough to crack an axle. Once, they stopped under a line of cottonwoods stripped nearly bare by goats and drought. There, May used the stolen map to mark every place Cray's men might set watchers. Grant marked water sources. They compared the marks and found the same pattern: control. The bosses had not built an empire. They had built a net. Roads, wells, markets, women, children, labor, fear. Everything tied to everything else, every knot pulled tight by hunger. May traced one finger across the map. This is why they move so much. Not because they are brave, because stillness gives people a target. And moving lets each town blame the next. Do you think killing them breaks the net? Grant looked at the marks. A year ago, he would have said no. Men like that grew like mold in damp places. Cut one patch out and another bloomed. But the outposts he and May had hit were not only smoking ruins, they were stories. Freed captives carried names. Traders carried rumors. Guards carried fear. Edna carried fire in old hands. Maybe a net could fray if enough knots were cut at once. It starts the break, he said. May looked at him with quiet approval. That is not nothing. No, not that. Careful, you are becoming hopeful in public. This is a truck cab, not public. The truck is listening. Grant glanced at the dashboard, where 3 gauges hung dead and one needle trembled for no useful reason. The truck can keep secrets. They drove until late afternoon and found a cistern beneath an abandoned grain scale. The water was shallow and bitter, but filtered through cloth, it would keep them alive. While May filled canteens, Grant checked the perimeter. He found a child's slate under a sheet of metal. Someone had scratched numbers on it in chalk before the rain stopped coming through the roof. 2 + 2. 4 + 1. A crooked house with smoke from the chimney. He stood there too long, slate in hand. May came up behind him slowly. Was it Jonah? Grant shut his eyes. The name did not hit as hard as he expected. It still hurt. It also felt less alone in the air when she said it. He liked drawing ladders, Grant said. Not houses. He drew ladders, said he was going to climb onto clouds and ask who painted the sky. May leaned her shoulder against the grain scale. That is a strong question. He had many. Children do. Adults just pretend we outgrow them because nobody answers. Grant set the slate back where he had found it. I do not want Cray's world to be the only answer left. May's voice softened. Then it will not be. The promise was too large for 2 tired people beside a bitter cistern. But promises did not need to be large because they were likely. Sometimes they needed to be large because the world was small and mean. Grant accepted it without argument. At sunset, they saw 3 lanterns moving along the road below, riders heading west fast. May killed the truck's engine and let it coast behind a stand of brush. Voices carried up. Cray's men were laughing about Mercy Junction, about the crowd expected, about a public lesson no one would forget. One rider said the old woman had a mouth on her. Another said Cray planned to shut it with a rope if the hero did not show. May's hand closed on the steering wheel until her knuckles paled. Grant put a hand over hers. The touch did not calm her. It reminded her that rage could wait 5 more breaths. The riders passed. May looked at him. We could take them. Yes, I know. But the noise would warn the town. Yes, I know. I hate the correct answer. So do I. She breathed through her nose, then started the truck again with less threat and more control. As they rolled into the dark, Grant realized she had done what he often failed to do. She had spared the nearest enemy for the larger fight. Not out of mercy, out of discipline. That, too, was trust taking shape between them. Edna had learned early that old age could be a cloak if worn correctly. Men who feared young blades and strong backs often ignored a bent spine and gray hair. They spoke over her, around her, sometimes through her, as if she were a cracked chair left in the corner. Before the world fell, that had made her angry. After, she turned it into a tool. A tool did not need pride. A tool needed a sharp edge. She sat beside the wash barrels in the East Camp, with her hands sunk wrist deep in gray water, pretending to scrub blood from a shirt that would never come clean. Around her, the camp lived its daily misery. Chains clicked. Children whispered with the discipline of hunted animals. Women carried buckets from the pump under the eyes of guards who lounged with rifles across their knees. Men who had once been farmers, mechanics, clerks, husbands, and sons moved in lines to repair wagons, dig latrines, and unload trade goods that had probably been stolen from someone who was now either dead or missing. Edna kept her face dull. Her mind stayed busy. 2 guards near the cook fire argued over a missing pouch of tobacco. Neither mattered. A wagon boss with a black beard counted sacks of grain and said a convoy would leave after moonrise. That mattered. A girl with a bruised cheek had been moved from the rear pen to the infirm shed. That mattered more. A lean messenger in a coat too fine for camp work arrived just before noon and did not speak to the camp captain in the open. That mattered most. Edna wrung out the shirt, hung it over a rope, and shuffled toward the infirm shed with a bucket that looked too heavy for her. It was not. She had put more water in one side than the other, so it would swing poorly and make her seem weaker. The guard at the shed door waved her through without looking up. Inside, the air smelled of fever, lie, and fear. The girl with the bruised cheek sat on a pallet, eyes empty until Edna touched her shoulder. "Drink," Edna murmured, passing her a cup. "Small sips, child. Do not give your belly a reason to fight you." The girl obeyed. "Are they selling us today?" "Not if God remembers where this place is." "Does he?" Edna glanced toward the door. "Some days I think he needs directions." The girl almost smiled. That was something. Through a crack between boards, Edna could hear the camp captain's office on the other side of the wall. The messenger's voice came thin and sharp. "Cray is done being made a fool." The old man with the red scarf was not the leak. Neither was the cook. He says strip the camp again and watch who cries for who. The captain answered in a lower voice. "We already hung 2. If I hang more, work stops. Work stops if the Wasteland hero keeps burning stations. Your choice." Edna's hand stilled on the cup. The messenger continued. "Cray thinks the leak is close to the pens. Somebody who sees transfers. Somebody. Nobody bothers to search hard. Could be a woman, could be old, could be one of the sick. He wants names by sundown. If you cannot give names, he will come collect them himself." The girl looked at Edna, confused by the sudden change in her face. Edna set the cup down. "You listen to me," she whispered. "If men start asking who talks too much, you say I mostly complain about my knees and the soup. Nothing else." "What did you do? Something useful, I hope." The door slammed open before the girl could answer. The guard filled the doorway, and behind him stood the messenger in the fine coat. His face was narrow, his eyes pale, his smile without warmth. "Old woman," he said, "Captain wants you." Edna lifted the bucket. "Then he can wait while I finish this." The guard struck the bucket from her hands. Water splashed across the floor. The girl flinched across the floor. Edna did not. "Captain wants you now," the messenger said. Edna looked at the spilled water. "That was clean enough to drink. You boys waste more than you steal." The guard grabbed her arm. His grip bit deep, but she let him drag her because fighting too soon wasted strength. Outside, heads turned. Edna did not look at the prisoners. If she looked, they would understand. If they understood, their faces might betray her. The camp captain waited near the grain shed. He was broad, sweating, and frightened enough to be cruel. Men like him were worst when they knew they had disappointed worse men. The messenger stood to one side and watched everything with the bright interest of a crow. "Edna Price," the captain said. "You remember my last name now? I am touched." He hit her across the mouth with the back of his hand. Pain flashed white. She tasted blood. The camp went very still. "You've been busy," he said. Edna worked her jaw and smiled with red on her teeth. "I am old. Busy keeps me limber." The captain nodded to a guard. The guard brought out a tin box and dumped its contents on a crate. Inside were scraps of paper, bits of charcoal, a twist of blue thread, and a small carved button. Edna recognized them all. Hiding places found. Dead drops broken. The blue thread had marked safe messages. The button had belonged to a boy Grant saved at the South Pen. She had kept it because the boy had pressed it into her palm and said heroes should have tokens. Foolish sentiment, dangerous sentiment, human sentiment. The messenger picked up the button. This is not yours. My coat lost buttons before your mother lost patience with you. He laughed softly. Cray said you had a mouth. Cray collects mouths because he has no spine of his own. The captain's fear turned to anger. He stepped close. Who is the shooter? Where does he hide? Who carries your notes? Edna blinked at him. Which question do you want me to ignore first? The second blow knocked her to one knee. The prisoners made a sound together, a low, involuntary murmur. The captain turned on them. Back to work. They moved because rifles moved with them. Edna pushed herself upright. Her knees shook, but she made them hold. You hit like a man trying not to cry. The messenger's expression sharpened with delight. She will do. The captain frowned. Do for what? It means bait. Cray wanted a rat. We found one. Rats draw snakes, and heroes are only snakes with better stories. Edna kept her smile, but inside something cold passed through her. You think Grant will walk into your hand because you shake me in the street? The captain froze at the name. The messenger saw it. So did Edna, and she cursed herself for spending the word too easily. Grant, the messenger repeated. There it is. Not ghost. Not hero. Grant, listen. Edna shrugged. Could be any Grant. Listen. World had plenty before it misplaced itself. The messenger leaned close. His breath smelled of mint stolen from people who had grown it. You care whether he comes. That means he will. You do not know him. I know men. They run toward what hurts them and call it honor. Edna looked beyond him, across the camp. A small boy near the pump stared at her with tears he was trying not to shed. She gave him the tiniest shake of her head, not for sadness, not for fear. Hold steady, child. Hold steady because the story is not done. They locked her in a supply wagon for the ride. Her hands were tied in front because the guards thought age made her harmless. She spent the first hour rubbing the rope against the nail-head hidden under the bench. It frayed one thread at a time. The wagon wheels struck every rut in the road. Each jolt sent pain through her ribs and face. She counted jolts until counting became pointless. Then she counted breaths. At dusk, the wagon stopped near a ruined toll booth where the three bosses had gathered. Edna knew them by description before she saw them. Cray stood in the center, tall, handsome, in the hard-polished way of a knife kept for show. He wore a long tan coat too clean for travel and a pistol at each hip. He had the stillness of a man who enjoyed making others move. To his right paced Fitch, the skinny one, all sharp nose, wet lips, and restless hands. To Cray's left leaned Hollis, thick-necked, broad, and smiling as if he had never met pain he did not wish to pass along. Fitch pointed when they pulled Edna from the wagon. That is the old crow? That is who cost us 3 outposts? Edna looked him up and down. You must be the mouse-looking one. Hollis barked a laugh. Fitch went red. Cray did not laugh. He studied her as if she were a map. You know Grant? Listen. I know a lot of men named Grant, apparently. The man hunting us. Then I know him better than you do. He is still breathing. Fitch lunged, but Cray raised one hand. Fitch stopped so fast Edna understood the order of power. Cray did not need to shout. That made him more dangerous. You passed him our locations, Cray said. You fed him paths and schedules. You helped him kill my men. I fed him scraps. You men supplied their own stupidity. Hollis stepped close enough that his shadow covered her. Old women break easy. Edna looked at his boots. So do toes. Everybody has soft parts. Cray's mouth curved. I like her. I do not, Fitch snapped. You do not, Fitch snapped. You do not like mirrors either. That does not make them useless. Fitch looked ready to spit. Cray ignored him and walked a slow circle around Edna. Here's what will happen, he said. Tomorrow, we take you to Mercy Junction. We put you on the platform in the middle of town. We announced that the Wasteland hero can trade himself for you. People will come because people are hungry for theater. My men will be on roofs, behind shutters, in alleys, beneath carts, in alleys, beneath carts. If Grant comes, he dies where everyone can see it. If he does not come, you die and the myth dies with you. Edna listened. She let him see neither fear nor hope. You think killing him in front of people ends it? Of course. That is because you think fear is stronger when it has witnesses. Sometimes courage learns the same trick. Cray stopped in front of her. For the first time, annoyance touched his eyes. Courage is just fear with better manners. Then you should try manners. You seem eaten up with fear. Fitch slapped her before Cray could stop him. This time she fell. Pain swam black at the edges of her sight. She made herself laugh from the dirt, not because anything was funny, but because men like Fitch hated laughter they did not own. Cray crouched beside her. You are spending strength you will need. I have outlived 2 husbands, 1 plague, 3 governments, and food made from powdered eggs. Do not lecture me about strength. Hollis hauled her up. Cray stepped back. Bind her better. Feed her enough that she stands tomorrow. I do not want a corpse on the platform before the curtain rises. And if Grant does not come? Hollis asked. Cray looked toward the darkening road. He will come. Men like him always need one more chance to fail the dead. Edna said nothing, but the words lodged in her. Not because Cray was wise, because cruelty sometimes guessed near the truth by accident. Grant carried his dead like hidden iron. May, if the girl still lived, carried hers more openly. Edna had no wish to add her weight to either load. They put her in a guard tent with 2 men outside and 1 inside. The inside man was young, broad-faced, and unable to look at her bruised mouth for more than a second. His hands shook when he set a cup of water near her. Your mother alive? Edna asked. He flinched. Do not talk. That is a yes. I said quiet. Does she know what work you do? His jaw hardened. Work is work. That is what cowards say when pay weighs more than souls. He kicked the cup over, but his face twisted as he did it. Edna watched the water soak the dirt. She had lost nothing. She had gained a measure of him. Hours passed. The camp settled. Outside, the bosses spoke in low voices. Edna could not catch all of it, but she caught enough. Roofmen, South Alley, bell tower, powder barrels as a distraction, public challenge at noon. They intended not only to kill Grant, listen. They intended to butcher the idea of rescue. Edna shifted her wrists. The rope had been changed, tighter now, but the nail in the wagon had done its work. A single strand was weak, not enough to free her. Enough maybe to move when movement mattered. Near midnight, the young guard inside the tent whispered, Is he really coming? Edna opened one swollen eye. Who is coming? You know who. Maybe, maybe not. Cray says he is a butcher pretending to be a saint. Saints are hard to find. Butchers are common. Grant is neither. What is he then? Edna thought of the man she had found half dead in straw, body torn and eyes still burning. She thought of him asking how to repay her, as if standing for strangers had not already paid a debt the world owed itself. She thought of May, though she had not met the girl, because messages had started to carry traces of 2 minds instead of 1. He's a man who got tired of evil walking in straight lines, Edna said, so he decided to stand in the road. The guard swallowed. That sounds stupid. Most brave things do from a distance. He looked toward the tent flap. If he comes, Cray kills him. Maybe, maybe not. You keep saying maybe, maybe not. You keep saying maybe, because tomorrow has not earned certainty yet. The guard said no more. Edna leaned her head against the pole and closed her eyes. Sleep came in scraps, each one torn by pain. In one dream, she was young again, standing in a kitchen before dawn while bread rose under a towel. In another, children in the camp ran through tall grass that no longer grew anywhere near them. In the last, Grant walked down a street alone, and May walked beside him, and the town itself seemed to hold its breath. Edna woke before sunrise. Her mouth hurt, her ribs hurt, her hands had gone numb. Outside, men were already breaking camp. Fitch came to watch them drag her out. You look worse today, which is good. Edna squinted at him. You look the same. Life is unfair. His hand twitched toward his pistol. Cray appeared behind him and clicked his tongue. Fitch stepped away, muttering. They loaded Edna into the wagon from Mercy Junction. As the wheels began to turn, she looked back at the East Camp. Prisoners stood in lines, faces blank for the guards and alive underneath. The little boy by the pump raised one hand no higher than his waist. Edna raised 2 fingers against the rope around her wrists. It was not a goodbye. It was an order. Hold steady. The road carried her toward town, toward the platform, toward the trap. With every mile, the bosses believed they were pulling Grant by the heart. Edna hoped they were wrong in one way and right in another. She hoped Grant came smart. She hoped May came mean. She hoped Mercy Junction remembered, even for 1 hour, that a crowd was made of people and people could become more than witnesses. Above the wagon, vultures circled in the high, pale sky. Edna watched them and smiled through split lips. "Not for me," she muttered. The guard beside her frowned. "What did you say?" "Those birds," she said. "They are not for me." Mercy Junction had a jail cellar because the town had once had a bank, and the bank had once had a vault. After the collapse, the vault door was removed for scrap, and the basement became a place to keep people who were worth more alive than dead. Edna learned this from the guards during the ride, not because they explained anything to her, but because men love to brag near captives they think powerless. They brought her in before full daylight through the North Street, past shuttered shops and staring faces. Mercy Junction smelled of frying grease, manure, old smoke, and fear scrubbed thin with commerce. A butcher paused with a cleaver in his hand. A girl carrying laundry stopped beside a trough. A man on the hotel porch looked at Edna, then looked away too quickly. That look told her more than pity would have. He knew shame. Shame could sleep for years and still wake hungry. The jail cellar sat beneath the old bank, beside a market stall selling nails, salt, and soap cut with ash. 2 guards pulled her down the stairs. Her knees protested every step. She complained loudly about that because pain described aloud sometimes hid the pain a person kept for later. At the bottom, they tied her to an iron pipe with enough slack to sit and not enough to stand without asking permission. Fitch came down an hour later with a lantern and a grin that had grown uglier in the dark. "Are you comfortable?" "I have slept near snoring hogs and one husband with a broken nose. This is peaceful by comparison." "You think jokes help? They help me. I am not responsible for you." He crouched in front of her. "I could make you beg before noon." Edna looked at his narrow face, at the damp shine on his lip, at the need in him. It was not strength. It was hunger for proof that he mattered. That made him easy to anger and hard to predict. "Child," she said, "men who can make people beg do not have to announce it in cellars." His hand flashed. The slap rocked her head sideways. She let it. When she faced him again, she smiled. "You will die first," Fitch hissed. "Before Cray, before Hollis. I want you to know that. If you are making appointments, write legibly. My eyes are not what they were." He stood too fast, striking his head on a low beam. The guard at the stair tried not to laugh and failed in a small cough. Fitch turned on him, and Edna watched the guard's fear rise. That is useful. A cruel man who spent anger on his own allies always weakened a room. Cray visited next. He did not come with a lantern because a man behind him carried one. He stepped carefully around puddles and stopped beyond the reach of Edna's tied hands. "You keep needling, Fitch," he said. "One day he will stop waiting for my order." "Then your chain is too long." Cray smiled. "You see people clearly. I have had years of watching fools repeat themselves." "And Grant? Do you see him clearly?" Edna's face did not move. "Clear enough. He will come for you. Maybe he will come for the people you have lined up behind me. That is the story you prefer. It makes you noble bait instead of a frightened old woman." "I am frightened. I am also old. Neither condition makes me yours." Cray studied her, and Edna let him. She knew men like him were offended by any soul they could not purchase. He wanted a crack, a plea, a confession that would make his plan feel like fate instead of theater. "You think the crowd matters," he said. "All crowds matter. That is why tyrants gather them and fear them. People do not rise for strangers. Not at first. What changes that?" Edna leaned back against the pipe. "A first hand. A first hand. A first hand. A first stone. A first fool who laughs when he should kneel. Then everybody remembers they have hands too. Cray's expression cooled. If the crowd moves, my men fire. Then you will show them exactly what you are. I already rule them. No, you tax their fear. Ruling is harder. For a moment, the cellar held only the drip of water and the sound of Cray's glove creaking as his hand closed. Then he turned to the guard. No one speaks to her. No food except water until noon. That is still speaking, Edna said. Cray left without looking back. Alone again, Edna shifted her wrists and felt the weakened rope strand. Not enough. Not yet. She listened to the town above her through the floorboards. Wagons arrived, boots crossed, voices traded rumors. Somewhere a child asked whether the hero was real, and a woman's hushed answer came back too soft to hear. Edna smiled in the dark. Real was a poor word for what people needed. Grant was real, painfully so. May was real too, if all Edna had heard was true. But the hero the town whispered about was bigger than any person. That kind of thing could not shoot straight or bleed, but it could stand in 10 hearts at once. Near dawn, the narrow-faced woman from the clinic came down with a bucket. The guard allowed it because she said Cray wanted the old woman presentable. When she knelt, she pressed a crumb of bread into Edna's palm and whispered, "They are here." Edna did not ask who. Asking would waste breath. The woman wiped Edna's face with a damp cloth. "I cannot get you loose. Did I ask you to? No, not that." "Good then. Do not do heroic things in cellars. Save them for daylight where they can spread." The woman blinked back tears. "I am scared. That means your mind is working." "What should I do?" Edna closed her fingers around the crumb. "When smoke starts, move children west. When a man throws the first stone, make room for the second. And if you see Grant looking like he wants to carry the whole town on his back, tell May to kick him." The woman choked on a laugh. "I do not know May, please." "You will. She will be the one who looks scared and dangerous at the same time." The guard shifted at the stair. The woman rose, taking the bucket. Edna ate the crumbs slowly after she left. Bread had never tasted so much like rebellion. Chapter 24, Mercy Junction. Calls the stolen truck died 12 miles from Mercy Junction with a cough, a bang, and a final insult of smoke through the floorboards. May kicked the pedal once after the engine stopped, then leaned back in the driver's seat and stared at the cracked windshield as if she could shame the machine into repentance. "My mother would have kept it running," she said. Grant opened the passenger door and stepped down into the road. "Your mother had better material. My mother once fixed a thresher with wire, a spoon, and a curse so foul it made my father leave the barn." "Then curse at it." May climbed out, planted both hands on her hips, and unleashed a string of language that made 2 crows lift from a fence post and flee. Nothing happened. The truck ticked as it cooled. Grant looked at the crows. They were impressed. "The truck is stubborn. It is dead. That is stubborn taken too far." They stripped it before leaving. Ammunition, water, a short pry bar, a half roll of wire, 3 smoke tins, 2 road flares, a cracked mirror, and a packet of dried peaches, so old the sugar had turned white on the edges. May ate one and made a face of pure betrayal, then ate another. Grant packed the rest because sweetness had become rarer than bullets in some places and more dangerous in others. The road west ran between dead fields where irrigation rigs stood like long-legged skeletons. Wind moved through dry weeds and made them whisper against the truck's abandoned tires. Grant checked the horizon often. May checked them. He knew she was doing it and pretended not to. Since the pump house, pretending had become harder. She had reached a place inside him he had not meant to leave unlocked, and now every quiet moment seemed to carry her hand against his chest. He did not regret the kiss. That worried him. At noon, they reached a cluster of ruined farm sheds where a family had once sold eggs from a painted stand. The sign still hung crooked by the road, its cheerful yellow letters faded to the color of old teeth. Grant lifted his fist, and May froze. Voices carried from the largest shed. Not many. 2, maybe 3. One of them was crying. They approached through weeds high enough to hide their legs. Grant eased up beside a gap in the wall. Inside, 2 traders knelt on the dirt while a road scout searched their packs. The scout wore Cray's red mark on his sleeve. a strip of dyed cloth tied just above the wrist. He was young, nervous, and greedy. A dead man sat against a far wall with flies already finding him. "I paid at the last gate," one trader said. "I swear it." "This is a new gate," the scout replied. "Prices change." May's eyes hardened. Grant touched 2 fingers to the ground, then pointed left. She slipped around the shed without a sound. Grant waited until the scout turned toward the crying trader with a knife in his hand. Then he stepped through the gap. "Drop it," Grant said. The scout spun. His knife hand twitched, but his eyes recognized Grant before his body made the wrong choice. Fear hollowed him. "Oh, hell," he whispered. "Knife first." The knife hit dirt. May entered behind him. "Rifle too, slow enough that nobody gets excited." The scout obeyed. Grant kicked the rifle away. The trader stared as if a story had climbed through the way. The trader stared as if a story had climbed through the wall. The scout swallowed. "I do not know that name." May picked up the red sleeve strip between 2 fingers. "People who wear craze color and lie badly tend to age fast around us." The scout looked between them. His youth showed fully then. He could not have been more than 19, but 19 was old enough to choose. "Mercy Junction," he said. "They brought an old woman in this morning, put her in the jail cellar until noon tomorrow. They are saying the Wasteland hero can trade himself for her." The traders made a soft sound. Grant ignored it. "How many men?" he asked. "A lot." May stepped closer. "Numbers make better answers. 30 in town already, more coming. Roof posts at the hotel, the feed store, the church. Men under the platform too. Cray has powder barrels in the east alley. Hollis has a crew by the stock pens. Fitch is running his mouth at everyone and making them wish they were deaf." Grant absorbed it. "Noon tomorrow? That is what they said. Why not today? Cray wants a crowd. He sent riders to the smaller stops. He wants people there to see." May looked at Grant. Listen. In her face he saw anger and calculation fighting for space. The scout began to tremble. "I did not touch the old woman. I only heard." Grant pointed east. "Start walking." "What did you say?" "Walk away from Cray. Leave the red mark. Find worth that does not put knives over scared people." The scout tore the cloth from his sleeve as if it burned him. "You think that makes me clean?" "No, but walking the other direction is a start." The scout backed out with both hands raised, then ran across the field until the weeds swallowed him. May watched him go. "That is 2 you have let run," she said. "Fear spreads faster when it has feet. So does mercy if it limps hard enough." Grant looked at the traders. "Can you move?" One nodded. The other kept staring. "Are you him?" "No, not that." May sighed. "He means yes, but he is emotionally opposed to simple answers." The trader blinked. "They said you were taller." "Everybody says that," May said. "Disappointment is part of meeting legends." Grant gave the traders directions to a dry creek route that would take them around Mercy Junction. The crying one tried to offer a silver watch. Grant refused. May accepted a folded strip of cloth instead because her bandage had come loose and she was too proud to say it. When they left the shed, the dead man's flies rose, circled, and settled again. They walked until evening. Mercy Junction appeared first as a smudge, then as broken rooftops along the old rail line. Before the collapse, it had been a truck-stop town with a motel, a feed store, a church, a clinic, and a row of houses built for people who drove to better places for work. After the collapse, it became useful because roads met there. Useful places attracted trade. Trade attracted guards. Guards attracted men like Cray. Grant and May watched from a ridge as torches came to life one by one. Wagons rolled through the north gate. Pedestrians drifted in from the east road, drawn by rumor, fear, and the sick curiosity that made people gather for punishment as if watching made them safer from it. A platform had been raised in the square. Even from the ridge, Grant could see the post at its center. May's voice was low. "There it is." Grant did not need her to point. Edna was not on the platform yet, but her absence had shape. The whole town had been arranged around the place they meant to put her. He studied the roofs. The hotel gave the best firing view, which meant Cray would put men there and expect Grant to notice. The feed store roof was lower, with a false front good for hiding 2 shooters. The church tower had slats, narrow but enough for a rifle. The stock pen sat south of the square, close enough for Hollis to run men through the alleys. East Alley was tight with stacked crates and barrels. Powder there could turn panic into slaughter. May lay beside him, still as a stalking cat. It is not a trap. It is 5 traps wearing one coat. Yes, I know. Good thing the coat is ugly. Grant glanced at her. You are angry. I am always angry. I am just arranging it. How do you mean? Neatly for now, messy later. He looked back at town. We cannot fight 30 men in the open. We do not have to. Say it. May took the cracked mirror from her pack and turned it in her hand. Cray wants a crowd, which means the crowd is part of his plan. That makes it part of ours too. We need people moving at the right times. Not fighting maybe, moving would help, blocking lines, knocking things over, making his men hesitate because killing everyone in the square ruins his theater. Grant listened without interrupting. We need the powder barrels gone or turned against the wrong alley, she continued. We need the roof men blind. We need Edna loose before Cray puts a gun to her head. That last part may not be possible. Then possible can improve itself before noon. He almost smiled. You sound like your mother threatening a machine. Good then. The town is a machine and it is badly made. They waited until full dark, then moved down. Grant knew a drainage ditch west of town from old maps, but the ditch had partly collapsed and reeked of sewage where Mercy Junction dumped waste. It still offered cover. They crawled through it under a sky full of thin clouds. Twice, patrols crossed overhead on plank bridges. Once, a guard stopped to relieve himself into the ditch, and May's expression in the dark nearly broke Grant's concentration. When the man moved on, she whispered that if they survived, she was declaring war on all human noses. They entered town through the back of an abandoned clinic. The windows were boarded, but the rear door hung loose. Inside, moonlight fell across overturned chairs, cracked tile, and a faded poster telling people to wash their hands. May stared at it. That advice aged strangely. Still good advice. You would say that right now. They moved room to room. Grant found old gauze in a sealed cabinet and tucked it away. May found a jar of pain tablets that had gone soft, but not useless. They took only what they could carry quietly. From the front room, they could see the square through a crack. Men moved around the platform with lanterns. Fitch stood near the steps, waving his hands as he argued with the carpenter about the height of the post. May's lips curled. Mouse-looking suits him. Do not get focused on him. I am focused on all of them. He just irritates me extra. A soft knock sounded from the rear door. Grant and May turned, rifles raised. The knock came again. 3 taps, a pause, 1 tap. Not a code, Grant knew. He slid to the door and opened it an inch. A woman stood outside with a basket on her hip and terror in her eyes. She was middle-aged, narrow-faced, and shaking badly enough that the cloth over the basket rustled. "Please do not shoot," she whispered. "I saw you come from the ditch." Grant said nothing. "I am not with Cray," she rushed on. "My sister is in the East Camp. Edna carried a message for me once. She told me if I ever saw a man with dead eyes doing kind things, I should not scream." May looked at Grant. "Listen, dead eyes doing kind things. She nailed you." The woman swallowed a laugh that nearly turned into a sob. "They have her in the jail cellar. 2 guards at the stair, 1 outside. Cray's men are drinking at the hotel. Cray's men are drinking at the hotel. The town men hate them, but hate does not make them brave." "Sometimes it makes them ready," May said. The woman looked at her then, really looked. "You are the woman with him." "I am May, please. People are saying he dragged you into this." May's face became very calm. "People say many stupid things when they are not busy helping." The woman nodded as if that settled something. She set the basket down. Inside were bread, a small jar of lamp oil, and a folded map scratched on brown paper. "Jail cellar, roof posts, guard shifts. I do not know if it helps. I cannot do more. I have 2 children." Grant took the map with care. "This is enough." "No," the woman said, voice trembling. "It is not, but it is what I have." She vanished into the alley before either of them could answer. May touched the basket cloth, then looked at the map. "Edna did more than send coordinates," she said. "She planted courage like seed." Grant studied the map by lantern glow muffled under his coat. "Seed needs time. Noon is time. Not much. Then we stop wasting it." They spent the night inside the clinic, planning in whispers. Grant marked angles on the paper. May listed distractions in order of noise, smoke, and panic. They argued quietly over whether to attempt the jail before dawn. Grant wanted Edna free before the square filled. May said Cray would expect that. The cellar might be another trap. If they sprung it too soon, Edna could be moved or killed away from witnesses. Witnesses, ugly as the thought was, were a shield as much as a danger. Cray wants control, May said. The crowd gives him control until it does not. Crowds crush people. So do men with guns. We use the danger we have. Grant rubbed a hand over his face. This is bad. I know. Even for us, I know that too. You should not be here. May stared at him across the dim room. He knew before she spoke that he had stepped on a line. I am going to give you one free chance to choose better words, she said. He breathed out. I am afraid you will die here. Her anger softened, but it did not vanish. That was better. I'm afraid you will die here too. We can either sit with that honestly or keep insulting each other with protection. I do not know how to sit with it. Then stand with it. Fight with it. Let it make you careful, not cruel. He nodded slowly. May came to him, touched his cheek with 2 fingers, and kissed him once. It was not like the kiss in the cistern. This one was quicker, fiercer, almost a promise made against borrowed time. Tomorrow, she said, we get Edna. Then we kill the men who made her bait. Then you can panic about feelings later. That is your plan? The emotional part, yes. The tactical part has more smoke. Before dawn, they slipped out to place the first pieces. Lamp oil on a stack of trash behind the feed store, not lit yet. Wire across the alley where a mounted gun team might run. The cracked mirror set above the clinic roof to catch morning glare toward the church tower. Smoke tins hidden under a fruit cart. A wedge driven into the rear wheel of a wagon near the east alley, so one push would turn it sideways and block the path. Small things, human things. Enough, maybe, to make a perfect trap stumble. As sunrise touched Mercy Junction, bells rang from the church tower, not for worship but announcement. People came into the streets. Cray's men took their places. The platform waited. Grant and May watched from an upstairs room above an empty cobbler shop. Through broken shutters, they saw Edna brought from the jail cellar. She walked between 2 guards. Her face was bruised. Her back was straight. May inhaled sharply. Grant's hands closed around the rifle until his knuckles paled. Edna lifted her head and looked across the square. For one impossible second, Grant thought she saw exactly where they hid. Then she smiled, small and fierce, as if noon belonged to her. May whispered, "She knows." Grant sighted along the square, counting every man between them and the platform. "Then we make sure she's right," he said. The cobbler shop had a loft filled with things too broken to sell and too useful to throw away. Grant found boot nails, cracked lenses, 2 lengths of cord, and a coil of copper wire so fine it had probably come from a radio. May found a pair of boots that almost fit, then decided the soles were too loud and left them for someone with less urgent work. They moved through the loft by touch, setting each useful piece into groups on the floor: noise, smoke, cut, block, burn, blind. May crouched beside the piles. "That looks like the saddest holiday table I have ever seen. It is inventory. It is trash with ambition. Same thing sometimes." She held up the cracked lens. "Could flash the hotel if the sun clears, or draw a shot. Both are useful." Grant looked at her then, not as a liability, not as a woman he feared losing, but as a partner whose mind had become part of the fight. That realization should have made him uneasy. Instead, it settled something. He did not need to carry every angle alone. May would see some. Edna would see some. The town, if it remembered its hands, would create others. A soft scrape came from the room below. Grant moved to the ladder with his knife out. May lifted her rifle. The narrow-faced woman stepped into view with both hands raised, a boy of perhaps 12 behind her carrying a sack. His eyes were huge, but he did not run. "I brought what I could," the woman whispered. "His name is Peter. He knows the roofs." The boy swallowed. "I clean chimneys." May lowered the rifle first. "That is useful work." Cray's men put 2 shooters on the hotel and 1 in the church. Feed store had two last night. There was a ladder behind the telegraph office, but the bottom rung breaks if you put weight on the left side. The hotel roof has a soft patch near the sign. My friend fell through it last winter and got yelled at for bleeding on blankets. Grant knelt so he did not tower over the boy. Can you draw it? Peter nodded. May handed him charcoal in the back of a crate label. His hand shook at first, then steadied as the work took him. Lines became roofs. X marks became men. A circle became a loose stovepipe. A jagged shape became a hole no adult would fit through, but a thin child could use. Grant did not ask him to climb it. The fact that the boy waited to be asked told him enough about what Mercy Junction had demanded from children. No roof work today, Grant said. Peter looked up sharply. I can help. You already did. The boy's mouth tightened with frustration. They took my uncle to the East Camp. May sat back on her heels. Then stay alive to meet him when he comes back. What if he does not? Then stay alive to remember his name correctly. Dead children make poor witnesses. The words were hard, but May's voice made them kind enough. Peter nodded and wiped his nose on his sleeve. The woman gave them a sack, 2 onions, a twist of salt, 3 stub candles, a sewing kit, and a small pistol with only 4 rounds. My husband hid that before he died, she said. I never fired it. May checked the pistol, then returned it grip first. Keep it. I thought you needed weapons. We do. So do you. Grant nodded toward the west lane. When smoke starts, take children that way. Do not wait to see who is winning. The woman looked at the pistol in her hand as if it had become heavier. And if someone stops us? May's answer came without hesitation. Make them regret choosing you. The woman left with Peter. The loft seemed different after they were gone. Not safer, more crowded with responsibility. Grant sorted the wire, but his thoughts stayed on the boy's roof map. You did right, May said. I did not do anything. You did not use him. Grant tied the wire around a smoke tin. There was a time I might have. No, there was not. You are generous. I'm observant. You are hard on yourself because you think it keeps you honest. Sometimes it just keeps you bleeding inside. He looked at her sharply. May held up one hand. No banned word. I said bleeding, not the other one. Despite himself, he laughed under his breath. You are keeping track too? You made it sound important for the voice reader. Besides, the forbidden word is ugly. Most words are. Not most. Listen is good. Shelter is good. Shelter is good. Coffee is holy. Sunrise is decent. May is unforgettable. May is your name, not a word. It can be both if I am memorable. You are that. The humor faded slowly, leaving warmth behind. Grant wanted to tell her more, but the square below began to stir again. Fitch was shouting at a carpenter. Hollis was moving men near the pens. Cray stood very still on the porch, looking at every window as if he could feel eyes behind them. Grant took the small pistol the woman had offered only after May convinced her to keep it. The gesture stayed with him. Mercy Junction was not rising all at once. It was handing over scraps, a map, a basket, a warning, a laugh, a child's knowledge. Scraps were how fires started when the wood was dry enough. May touched the line of their plan with her finger. If the crowd shifts west, Peter and his mother have a lane. If the east alley blocks, Cray loses his loudest distraction. If Hollis charges too soon, the south pens become his maze instead of ours. And if Fitch loses control, May looked toward the platform. Then we adapt. That was not a plan. It was the truth beneath every plan. Grant accepted it. Just before dawn, they moved to the cobbler's shop roof and lay flat behind the sign. The town smelled of ashes and anxious bodies. The horizon lightened. Grant could see the church tower now, every slat, every possible muzzle gap. May pointed with 2 fingers. Peter's drawing had been right. A loose stovepipe leaned near the hotel sign. One good shot could drop it across the roof hatch. Can you make that shot? She asked. Yes, I know. No false modesty today? Not today. Good, because I need the arrogant version of you for about 6 hours. He chambered around. I do not have an arrogant version. May smiled without looking at him. That is what makes it so convincing. Chapter 25. Before noon morning in Mercy Junction moved like a held breath. The square filled slowly, person by person, until the dust between the buildings disappeared beneath boots, skirts, cartwheels, and restless feet. Some came because Cray's riders had ordered every trader and resident to witness the challenge. Some came because fear pulled harder when it was dressed as law. Some came because the Wasteland had taught them that seeing danger early was better than hearing about it late. A few came with hidden knives, hidden anger, and no idea yet what courage might require. Grant watched all of them from the cobbler shop window. He did not trust crowds. A crowd could save a person or trample one. It could become a wall, a weapon, or a grave. This one murmured under the rifles on the roofs. Mothers kept children close. Traders looked toward exits and found them blocked. Men who might have stood tall in private bent their heads in public because Cray's people were counting faces. May crouched beside Grant, back against the wall, checking the load in her rifle for the third time. "Your jaw's doing the stone thing again? What stone thing?" "The one where you look like you were trying to bite through a church bell. That is not a thing. It is absolutely a thing." Edna would agree if she was not busy being heroic in the middle of town. Grant glanced toward the platform. Edna stood tied to the central post with her hands in front of her. Cray had allowed that much because he wanted her visible, not because he was kind. Her hair had come loose from its pins, and silver strands whipped across her bruised cheek. She looked small from this distance. She also looked impossible to move. Fitch paced near the front of the platform, practicing speeches under his breath. Hollis stood near the stock pens with 6 men, thick arms folded, grinning at anyone who stared too long. Cray waited in the chair set in the shade of the hotel porch, hat low, gloved hands folded over his belt. He had arranged himself like a judge and dressed the town like a courtroom. May saw Grant studying him. That one thinks stillness makes him deep. He is patient. So is Rot. I do not admire it. Do not underestimate him. I am not. I am disrespecting him accurately. Despite everything, Grant felt the corner of his mouth move. Then the bell rang again, and the moment passed. A man in a gray coat climbed onto the platform, not one of the bosses. A town speaker, probably forced into the role because a familiar face made poison easier to swallow. His hands shook as he held a paper. He looked once at Edna, then at Cray. Cray nodded. The speaker's voice carried thinly. By order of the Lawful Security Council of Mercy Junction and Allied Road Protection Companies, this woman is charged with aiding murder, theft, sabotage, and the destruction of private property. May whispered. Private property? They mean people. Grant kept his eye on the roofline. Stay focused. I am focused. I am also furious. I can do both. The speaker continued, voice cracking. The outlaw called the Wasteland hero is invited to surrender himself by noon. If he does so, this woman's life will be spared pending judgment. If he does not, sentence will be carried out in public as a warning to any who aid terror against lawful trade. Edna turned her head toward Cray. Her voice was not loud, but the square had gone quiet enough to catch it. You boys keep dressing slavery in clean shirts. It still stinks. A ripple passed through the crowd. Fitch spun toward her. Shut that mouth. Edna smiled. I've tried. It keeps finding work. Somewhere near the fruit cart, someone choked back a laugh. It was small. It was dangerous. It mattered. Cray did not rise, but his gaze swept the crowd. The laugh died. Grant saw the pattern of fear tighten again. He will not bring her down before noon, May murmured. He wants the full show. Good then. That gives us time. Not much. You say that like I do not enjoy pressure. Grant looked at the paper map spread between them. Their plan had 3 phases, all of them fragile. First, blind or remove the roof shooters without starting the whole fight too early. Second, set the crowd moving away from the east alley before Cray's powder distraction could turn the square into slaughter. Third, reach Edna when Cray's control broke. After that, planning became hope with sharper edges. The first chance came when 2 roofmen shifted posts on the feed store. One had to cross a plank laid between the feed store and the old telegraph office. May had oiled that plank in the dark. Not enough to shine. Enough to betray a careless boot. The first man crossed safely. The second slipped, caught himself, and cursed. While he looked down, Grant fired from deep shadow. The shot was muffled by distance and the square's noise, but the man dropped behind the false front and did not rise. May fired a half-breath later through a gap in the shutters. The first man jerked and collapsed beside him. The crowd flinched, uncertain. Cray's men looked toward the wrong roof because May had angled a broken mirror there earlier to flash in the sun. A shooter in the church tower fired at the glint and shattered glass. Panic stirred, but not fully. Cray stood at last. "Hold positions!" he called. "No one fires into the crowd without order!" Grant exhaled. That order mattered. Cray still wanted witnesses alive. For now, May was already crawling toward the rear stairs. "I am going for the smoke tins. Too early. Only the first one. We need people restless before the main push." "May, please." She looked back. "Careful, not cruel. Do you remember? Think she was gone. Do you remember? Then she was gone." Grant hated the split the moment it happened. He trusted her. That did not make distance easy. He moved to the second window and watched her slip through the alley below. Coat turned inside out so the dusty lining made her look like any other town woman in motion. She bent near the fruit cart as if tying a bootlace. A moment later, thin gray smoke began to curl from beneath it. The fruit seller, who had been warned by the narrow-faced woman, began shouting about fire. He kicked the cart sideways at exactly the right angle. Smoke rolled across the lower square. People coughed and shifted. A mother pulled two children away from the platform steps. A trader bumped into one of Hollis's men, apologized too loudly, then backed into another man. Confusion spread in a widening ring. Cray's voice cut through it. "Stand still! Nobody leaves!" People tried. Smoke made them fail. May reached the clinic alley and vanished from Grant's view. He moved again, tracking roof lines. A man in the hotel window lifted a long rifle toward the smoke. Grant shot through the window frame. The man fell backward, dragging the curtain with him. Another appeared at the church tower slit. Grant held fire because the angle was poor. The shooter fired toward the fruit cart and hit a water barrel. The barrel burst, and the crowd surged from the splash as if it were blood. A bell clanged once from below. Not the church bell. The little handbell from the woman's basket. Signal 2. May had reached the east alley. Grant shifted to the rear stairs. Two men were coming up, boots heavy, rifles ready. He waited behind the landing wall until the first man's barrel cleared the turn, then drove the pry bar down across the man's wrist. Bone cracked. The rifle fell. Grant hit the second man with the butt of his own weapon, hard enough to break teeth. The first tried to draw a pistol with his offhand. Grant slammed him into the wall and drove a knife under the edge of his vest. The man dropped with a wet gasp. The second crawled for the stairs. Grant caught him by the collar. "How many below?" The man spat blood. "All of them." Wrong answer. "There are 3. Back room, 1 outside." Grant struck him with the rifle stock and left him breathing but still. He moved down because May needed the alley covered. The back room of the cobbler shop opened into a narrow lane stacked with crates. 3 men waited there, just as promised. Grant shot the first through the door before the man saw him. The second fired wild, punching holes through leather scraps hanging from the rafters. The third charged with a hatchet. Grant ducked, felt the blade tear his coat, and drove forward. They hit a workbench together. Tools scattered. The man smelled of sour beer and panic. Grant struck him twice in the throat with the heel of his hand, then threw him into the second shooter as the rifle came up. May appeared at the alley mouth and fired once. The second shooter went down. Grant finished the hatchet man with a hard strike that left him still. May lowered her rifle. "You took your time. You started early. And beautifully. That is debatable. Alive means I win the debate." They ran the lane together. The east alley lay ahead, where the powder barrels had been stacked under canvas. May had not lit them. She had done something better. She had rolled 3 away from the square and cut open the 4th. So black powder spilled in a dark line toward a drainage hole. If Cray tried to use that alley, his own trap would choke rather than explode. "Nice work," Grant said. May blinked. "Was that praise? Do not let it slow you." "Too late. I am savoring it forever." A shout rose from the square. Fitch had mounted the platform. His face was red, his pistol out, his patience gone. "Enough hiding," he screamed. "You hear me, hero? I have your old hag right here. You think smoke and tricks make you brave? Come out before I start cutting pieces off her. Grant stopped so suddenly May almost ran into him. On the platform, Fitch grabbed Edna by the hair and yanked her head back. The crowd made a collective sound of disgust and fear. Cray shouted something from the hotel porch, but Fitch was beyond discipline now. His need to be seen had outrun Cray's plan. May's voice was tight. Grant, listen, I see him. No clean shot from here. I know. Fitch pressed the pistol to Edna's temple. I said, come out. Edna's eyes moved across the square. She still looked less afraid than most of the people watching her. When she spoke, her voice cut through Fitch's shouting. He is not deaf, you stringy fool. He is deciding where to put the first bullet. Fitch snarled and struck her. The square erupted. Not into battle, not yet, into anger. A man near the stock pens shouted for Fitch to leave her alone. Hollis's crew turned on him. Someone threw a stone. It hit a guard in the cheek. Another stone followed. Then a crate toppled near the fruit cart, and smoke thickened as if the town itself had exhaled. Cray fired once into the air. Hold positions! For 1 second, everyone did. Grant stepped into the mouth of the alley. May caught his sleeve. Not straight through. No, not that. He looked at the square, the roofmen, the platform, Edna, Cray, Fitch, Hollis, the crowd beginning to understand its own weight. The plan had not survived contact. Plans rarely did. But pieces remained, smoke remained, anger remained, blocked alleys, roof shooters thinned, a crowd that had laughed once and thrown twice. We go around the south pens, he said. Take Hollis's crew from the side, clear a lane to the platform, you stay left. May's face hardened. Do not start the old speech. Which one? The one where I should run if it gets bad. I was going to say stay where I can see you. That is almost sweet and still bossy. May, please. She touched his chest once, right over the place where his heart had betrayed him into feeling alive again. I will be there. They moved. The south pens were a maze of rails, rope, and animal stink. Though the animals sold there now were rarely animals. Grant's anger sharpened as they passed holding stalls with chain marks on the posts. Hollis's men had formed a line facing the square, ready to push into the crowd if Cray ordered it. They did not expect death from behind. Grant and May hit them like a door blown off its hinges. Grant fired first, then dropped low as May fired over his shoulder. 2 men went down before the others turned. A third swung a shotgun toward May, please. Grant drove into him, slammed the barrel aside, and felt the blast tear splinters from a rail. May cut past him and put a round into the man's chest. Hollis turned at the far end, eyes bright, grin widening. There you are, Hollis shouted. Grant shot the man beside Hollis. May shot the lantern hanging above the pen gate. Oil splashed and flared, not enough to trap them, enough to make Hollis's crew recoil. Smoke and firelight broke the line. Grant used the brake. He drove through the nearest guard, knife in one hand, rifle in the other, a terrible rhythm taking him. He shot, he struck, he moved, he breathed. May stayed left, exactly where he had asked, and somehow everywhere he needed. When a man rose behind him from a stall, her shot punched him backward before Grant saw the threat. When her rifle clicked empty, Grant stepped across her and covered while she reloaded. Hollis laughed through the chaos. Cray said you were good. Cray talks too much, May snapped. Hollis lifted a heavy revolver toward her. Grant fired, but a running guard struck his arm and the shot went wide. May threw herself behind a rail as Hollis's bullet smashed through the wood where her face had been. Grant killed the guard with a short, brutal motion and turned back. Hollis was retreating toward the square, not fleeing, repositioning. Smart enough to be dangerous, cruel enough to enjoy delay. Later, Grant said. May looked furious. I hate later. Edna first. That steadied her. Together they reached the lane beside the platform. The crowd had become a living storm, not fully free, not fully captive. People shoved, ducked, threw, screamed, and pulled children away from rifle angles. Cray's men tried to restore order without turning the square into a massacre. That restraint was cracking. Roof shots snapped overhead. Smoke blurred edges. The bells rang because someone had climbed halfway up the church rope and would not stop pulling. Grant saw Edna through it all. Fitch still held her, but his attention darted everywhere. Cray had left the porch and was moving toward the platform with 4 men around him. Hollis emerged from the south lane, bleeding from one ear, grinning like a butcher at market. May pressed close to Grant's side. "This is the last quiet breath, isn't it?" Grant looked at her. Dust streaked her face. Her eyes were bright, afraid, and unbroken. "Yes," he said. "Then take it with me." For one breath, they stood at the edge of the square while Mercy Junction roared. Grant let the fear in. Fear for Edna. Fear for May, please. Fear of failing the dead and the living both. He did not push it away. He held it where courage could reach it. Then Edna saw them. She did not shout. She did not point. She only smiled, bruised and bloody, as if they were late to supper. May smiled back. "I love that old woman." Grant lifted his rifle. "Then let us go get her." They stepped from the lane into the square together, and every gun in Mercy Junction seemed to turn toward them. The first shot changed the morning, but the second changed the crowd. Grant had expected people to drop and crawl away. Some did. Fear was honest, and honest fear usually moved toward the ground. But others did something stranger. They looked up. They saw one roof shooter vanish and another fall. They saw Cray's men search the wrong angle. They saw that the men with rifles could be touched. Not defeated yet, not even close. They were touched. A blacksmith near the wagon line took off his hat and slowly set it over a child's face so the child would not see the body on the roof. Then the blacksmith looked at the man beside him. No words passed. The second man shifted his cart 6 inches into the lane. 6 inches became a foot when a woman pulling a laundry barrel pretended one wheel had stuck. A trader dropped a crate of tin cups, and the noise covered May's movement to the fruit cart. The town was not fighting yet. It was misbehaving with purpose. Grant saw it and felt something dangerous open in his chest. Hope. Again. Hope was becoming reckless around May and Edna. From the church tower, a rifle muzzle slid through a slat. Grant had a poor angle and worse timing. The shooter was aiming not at the smoke, but at the crowd near the west lane, where children had begun to move. Grant breathed once, shifted, and fired through the wooden slat rather than the gap. The bullet punched old wood into splinters. The muzzle vanished. A man screamed inside the tower, and the bell began ringing wildly as he fell against the rope. The sound rolled over Mercy Junction. People flinched, then moved faster. Cray's order to stand still became impossible under a bell that sounded like alarm, funeral, and uprising at once. May returned to the alley with soot on one cheek and a grin she had no time to enjoy. "The fruit seller deserves a medal. He alive. Angry and alive. He says Cray owes him peaches. Tell him to collect after." That was his plan. They shifted to the lower room, and the fight began leaking into every corner of the town. A guard ran past the clinic and slipped on spilled lamp oil that May had not lit. He hit the ground hard enough to lose his rifle. An old man in a chair put one foot on the rifle and stared straight ahead as if he had no idea where it had gone. A girl barely older than Peter snatched cartridges from the fallen guard's belt and tossed them into a rain barrel. None of it looked like battle in songs. It looked like ordinary people ruining a machine one small gear at a time. Grant and May crossed through the back of the clinic as Cray's men pushed toward the square. May paused by the faded hand-washing poster and tore it from the wall. Grant stared. "Why take that?" She folded it and stuffed it in her pocket. "For later." "Later when? When we have a house that remembers us kindly, I am putting ridiculous old advice on the wall." The answer struck him harder than it should have. A house. Later mattered. She said it while loading her rifle, as if the future were another weapon she refused to drop. They reached the south lane and found the first body there, one of Cray's men with a stone beside his head and surprise still on his face. The stone had not killed him. The fall had. The fact mattered less than the choice that came before it. Someone in Mercy Junction had thrown not to distract, but to stop. May looked at the body, then at Grant. "Listen. The second stone. Edna called it." "Of course she did!" A shout burst from the square, Fitch's voice rising above all others. The words were ugly. His panic made them uglier. Grant moved faster. May kept pace. They passed a stall where chains hung in bunches. Grant tore one length free and wrapped it around his left forearm. May gave him a look. "That your new bracelet? Stops blades. Try diamonds next time. If we find diamonds next time." If we find diamonds, you can have them. She nearly stumbled. Careful, Grant, listen. That sounded like courtship. It sounded tactical. It did not. Before he could answer, 3 men burst from a side gate. One carried a shotgun. Grant lifted the chain-wrapped arm as the blast came. Pellets hammered metal and tore his sleeve, numbing his forearm but not opening him. May fired under his arm and dropped the shotgun man. Grant slammed the chain into the second man's face and kicked the third backward through the gate. The third landed among pigs that had broken from a pen and were now contributing to the collapse of civic order with great enthusiasm. May stared for half a breath. I refuse to die in a town where pigs are helping. Then move. They moved. In the lee of the stock pens, they paused only long enough to breathe and reload. The square was close. Grant could see the platform through rails and smoke. Edna stood at the post. Fitch had her by the hair. Cray was no longer still. That mattered. His theater had become work. Hollis was shifting his crew, trying to turn the south lane into a killing line. May pressed fresh rounds into her rifle. Her hands shook once. She saw Grant notice and did not hide it. I am scared, she said. So am I. Good, because I did not want to be the only sensible one. He looked at her. After this, if we live, we find the dog. After this, if we live, you are letting me name him. That seems like a high price. Hero work is costly. Grant leaned forward and kissed her forehead because there was no time for anything else, and because there might never be time if he waited for permission from fear. May closed her eyes for the length of it. When she opened them, tears stood there without falling. Now you are just trying to make me impossible to kill, she said. Is it working? Terribly well. They rose together. Grant gave the chain one more wrap around his arm. May took the left angle. Their plan had burned down to its bones, and the bones were simple. Reach Edna. Break the bosses. Leave the town with more courage than it had when they entered. Everything else was smoke and aim. When they stepped from the lane, people saw them. The recognition moved across the square like wind through dry grass. Not cheers. Not yet. A gasp, a whisper, a hard intake of breath from hundreds of throats. The Wasteland hero had come, and he had not come alone. Chapter 26. The Street That Chose. The first step into the open felt like stepping into the center of a furnace. Grant could feel every eye before he could sort every face. The square spread ahead in a wide, hard-packed hollow between the town's sun-bleached buildings. Smoke crawled over the ground from barrels that had been tipped into the dust. The hanging platform rose beyond it, ugly as a gallows and twice as proud. Edna stood tied to the post at its center, thin shoulders squared under her torn shawl, chin lifted as if she was not the one with a gunman close enough to breathe on her neck. May moved at his left side, low and fast, rifle held tight. Her mouth had gone flat with focus. The woman who teased him by campfires and made jokes when fear pressed too hard was still there, somewhere behind her eyes, but the street had called the killer forward. Grant saw it and trusted it. The townspeople lined porches, carts, windows, horse troughs, and the broken frames of old fuel pumps. They were not one crowd. They were 100 separate fears gathered into one place. Some stared as if Grant and May were already dead. Some stared as if they had been waiting 5 years for this moment and could barely stand the terrible hope of it. Children clung to skirts. Old men held hats to their chests. Women who had learned to make their faces empty now watched with hard tears standing in their eyes. At the far end, Cray Fitch lifted his pistol and fired once into the air. The sound slammed against the storefronts and rolled back in pieces. "That is far enough," Fitch called. Grant kept walking. A line of hired gunmen shifted in front of the platform. There were more than he liked. Men in patch coats, men in slaver leather, men with rifles at shoulders and pistols tucked into belts. Some were steady. Some were already breathing too fast. He counted them without wanting to. 8 in the main line. 3 on the feed store roof. 2 behind the burned wagon. 4 at the jail wall. Hollis Rusk stood near the left flank, broad and heavy, hat pulled low, one hand resting on the grip of his revolver as if the whole square belonged to him. Silas Cray waited near the platform steps, thin as wire and sharp-faced, smiling with bad little teeth. Fitch stood behind Edna, clean coat dusty now, face pinched with anger because his planned execution had become a fight in front of witnesses. May murmured, "Roof first?" "Roof first," Grant said. The three rifles above them flashed almost together. Grant shoved May toward a water trough and dropped behind a stack of salt sacks. Splinters ripped from the storefront behind him. The townspeople screamed and ducked. May fired from one knee, not aiming long, not wasting breath. A man on the roof jerked backward and vanished over the far side. Grant rose, fired twice, and sent the second roof man spinning into a chimney pipe that cracked loose and clattered down with him. The third roof gunman crawled back from the edge. He thought hiding low would save him. A woman standing in an upper window across the street had other ideas. She grabbed the clay water jar and hurled it with both hands. The jar burst on the roof tiles beside him, showering him with shards. He flinched up. May's next shot punched him through the chest. He slid down the roof pitch, boots scraping, and dropped into the alley behind the bakery. For half a breath, the square went silent. Then someone in the crowd laughed. It was not a joyful sound. It was shock breaking open. Grant moved before Fitch could regain control. He crossed the first stretch of open ground in a low run. May kept pace, firing past him when a man at the jail wall lifted his rifle. The man folded sideways into the hitching rail, blood spraying across his shirt. Grant reached the burned wagon and drove his shoulder into it. The wagon shifted just enough to give them a shield with wheels. He grabbed the rim, May grabbed the other side, and together they shoved it forward through the dust. Bullets hammered the wagon boards. Old fire-black wood burst in dry chunks. Grant felt one round cut through the space near his cheek. Another punched through the boards and struck the chain around his forearm, sending a hot spark against his sleeve. He ignored it. May leaned around the left side and fired into the line near Hollis. One hired man collapsed with both hands pressed against his stomach. Another stumbled backward, tripped over a rain barrel, and fell hard enough to knock the breath from himself before a woman on a porch hit him with a shovel. The woman looked startled by her own courage. May shouted, "Good swing!" The woman blinked at her. Then she swung again at the man's rifle hand, and this time the sound was wet and final. Grant did not smile, but something in his chest shifted. The town had not risen all at once. It did not have to. Courage was not a bell that rang from one tower. It was a spark that jumped from one piece of dry kindling to another until fear began to burn. Fitch saw it too. His face sharpened. He grabbed Edna by the hair and pressed his pistol under her jaw. "Anybody helps them again and she dies," he shouted. "I will start with her and then I will start choosing children." The square froze. Edna lifted her eyes and found Grant across the smoke. Her face was pale. Her mouth moved once. He could not hear the words, but he understood the shape of them. Keep going. Not keep me. Not keep safe. Just keep moving. Grant shoved the wagon again. Fitch snarled and fired toward him. The shot struck the wagon rim. Hollis barked in order, and his men began to spread. They were trying to flank the wagon before it reached the center lane. Grant kicked through a loose board and fired through the gap. One man went down clutching the ruin of his knee. Another lost his nerve and ran toward the tannery. A door opened as he passed. A butcher stepped out and drove a cleaver into the man's gun arm. The rifle dropped. The man screamed. The butcher did not. May glanced at Grant. "This town is getting friendlier." "They are scared," he said. "Scared people can still choose." A bullet tore through the wagon and slapped May's shoulder hard enough to twist her. Grant caught her by the back of her coat before she fell. She shook him off at once, anger in her eyes. "Vest caught it," she said. "Keep your hands on your own panic." He checked the dent in the leather over her collar. It was ugly but dry. He nodded once and returned fire. A gunman near the well took the shot in the throat. He spun with both hands flying up, dark blood pouring between his fingers, and collapsed into the dust beside the rope bucket. The sight made two men behind him step back. Grant used their hesitation. He rushed the space between wagon and trough, slammed the chain-wrapped arm into the nearest rifle barrel, and drove the muzzle down as the man fired. The round blew dust from the ground. Grant's knife came free and crossed the man's ribs. The hired gunman sagged against him, eyes wide, breath bubbling. Grant let him fall. The second man lunged with the short blade. Grant caught his wrist with the chain and twisted until the bones gave. May fired past Grant's ear. and dropped a third man who had tried to angle behind them. The second man was still screaming when Grant hit him with the butt of his rifle. He stopped screaming and hit the dirt. The crowd had begun to move again, not in a rush, but in small acts. A boy dragged two smaller children beneath the porch. A gray-haired woman tipped a flour sack into the road, turning the dust slick and pale. A cart driver cut his mule free and sent the animal bolting across the path of three men trying to reload. A storekeeper shut one set of shutters, then opened another with a shotgun barrel resting across the sill. Fitch had wanted witnesses. He had created accomplices instead. Hollis Rusk strode into the road with both revolvers drawn. He fired like a man ringing a hammer on an anvil, steady, heavy, brutal. Each shot forced Grant and May to break rhythm. One tore a strip from Grant's coat. One smashed the wagon hub. One hit a man in the crowd who had been reaching for a fallen pistol. The man dropped with a cry, and the crowd recoiled. Hollis shouted, "Stay down and live!" May's face changed. Grant saw the change and hated that he understood it. Hollis had made the mistake of thinking the crowd needed only fear to be obedient. May had watched her family die. She did not tolerate men who shot the helpless as a lesson. She rose from behind the wagon before Grant could stop her. Hollis fired. May had already shifted. The bullet took a strip from the edge of her coat. She fired once, missed by less than an inch, and dropped again as Hollis's second pistol cracked. Grant fired at the same moment, aiming for Hollis's shoulder, but a hired man shoved into the line and took the shot in the side of the face. He went down in a red spray. Hollis ducked behind a water cart. May crawled to Grant, eyes furious. "He is mine when we get there." Do not make promises to anger. I am making promises to memory. Memory is worse. She looked toward the platform. Edna was watching them with an expression that managed to be frightened, proud, and irritated at the same time. May wiped dust from her cheek with the back of her hand. "Then I will let memory stand behind me while sense holds the gun." Grant stared at her for one breath longer than was safe. "That is better." That was almost praise. It was praise. Terrible delivery. He would have answered, but a bottle of lamp fuel flew from a balcony and shattered beside the water cart. A second bottle followed with a burning rag stuffed in its neck. It burst against the wheel. Flame crawled over spilled fuel. Hollis cursed and stumbled away from the cart as the heat climbed fast. A young man on the balcony pumped both fists once, then ducked as two slavers fired up at him and blasted holes through the railing. Grant and May used the flame. They crossed another 20 yards under its smoke. The air grew thick, full of ash and screaming metal as the cart hoops heated and popped. A man rushed Grant from the right with a hatchet. Grant stepped inside the swing, felt the blade scrape along the chain on his forearm, and slammed his forehead into the man's nose. Bone snapped. May kicked the man's knee sideways, and Grant finished him with a short shot at the ribs. The street was no longer a line. It had become pockets of violence. A slaver fired from the barber shop until someone inside yanked him backward. The front window painted itself red from the inside. A second man ran from the alley with both hands high, begging to be let through. A townsman with a shovel let him run, then kicked his rifle into a drain. Grant did not chase the ones who ran. He had come for the men who built this place and sold fear like grain. Silas Cray noticed that too. The skinny boss stepped onto the platform stairs and lifted a polished pistol. He looked offended by the disorder, as if everyone had ruined a party arranged in his honor. His voice cut through the gunfire because it was too high and too cruel. "You people think this changes anything," Silas shouted. "He dies, she dies, then you all crawl back where you belong." Grant fired at him. Silas dropped behind the rail before the round reached him. The bullet tore a chunk from the post beside Edna's head. Edna did not flinch. Fitch did. The coward jerked and nearly dragged her off balance. Edna snapped something at him that even the gunfire could not swallow. Fitch hit her with the back of his hand. Grant's vision narrowed. May's hand clamped around his sleeve. "Not blind. Not now." He breathed once through his teeth. The square came back in pieces. Smoke, roofline, platform, Hollis near the left awning, Silas on the stairs, Fitch behind Edna. 8 bodies in the street, 5 active threats he could see, and more beyond the platform. May squeezed his sleeve harder. We get her by living long enough. I know. Say it like you mean it. We get her by living long enough. That is good. A bell began ringing from the tiny chapel at the far side of the square. No one had rung it in years except to warn of raids or fire. Now it rang slow and hard. A girl no older than 12 stood under the rope with both hands wrapped around it, pulling with all her weight. Each note rolled through the town like a judgment. The sound rattled the hired men. It gave the townspeople a rhythm. Someone shouted from the feed store. Someone else answered from the livery. Stones began to fly from windows. Not enough to win, enough to distract, enough to make the line of rifles twitch and look away. Grant and May moved with the bell. They crossed the final stretch before the square broke fully open. Grant fired twice into the jail wall. May fired once into the shadow under the awning. The man there pitched forward with his hat falling first. Grant stepped over him. A slaver lunged from the smoke, and Grant met him with the chain, wrapping it over the man's gun and yanking him close. May cut across with the butt of her rifle. Teeth scattered into the dust. Grant shoved the man into the path of another shooter, fired through both, and felt hot blood splash across his knuckles. They reached the base of the platform stairs with the bell still ringing. Reaching the stairs did not mean reaching Edna. The platform had been built wide, and the ground before it was layered with crates, benches, and the splintered remains of the boss's theater. 2 hired guards came from beneath the boards where they had been waiting like rats. One swung a shotgun up toward May's middle. Grant hooked the chain around the barrel and yanked it aside as it fired. The blast tore through a crate of turnips, filling the air with dirt, pulp, and wooden splinters. May stepped close and drove her knife under the guard's ribs, then shoved him off the blade with the heel of her hand. The second guard dropped his rifle and reached for Grant with both hands. He was huge, scarred, and desperate enough to be dangerous. Grant let the man grab his coat, then drove his forehead into the bridge of the man's nose. The man staggered but did not fall. He wrapped Grant in a crushing grip and tried to lift him from the ground. Grant felt stitches from older injuries pull. He also felt the man's belt knife pressing against his hip. He took it, reversed it, and slammed it into the man's thigh. The guard howled. Grant struck him twice more, then shoved him into the platform leg. The beam cracked. The platform shivered. Edna swayed above them but stayed upright. May looked up. Careful with the building. It is poorly built. I am on your side, but that is not an engineering plan. A round struck the stair rail and sent splinters across both of them. Grant grabbed May by the back of her coat and pulled her behind the wide post. The shooter stood above the jail awning with a long rifle and a white scarf over his mouth. He had waited, patient and smart, until they were pinned close to the stairs. Grant could not see enough of him for a clean shot. May looked around the post once and jerked back as another shot tore through the edge of her sleeve. "He is good!" Grant crouched, picked up a fallen pistol, and tossed it to a boy hiding under the blacksmith's wagon. The boy stared at it as if Grant had handed him a snake. "Do not shoot," Grant told him. "Throw it." The boy understood. He threw the pistol as hard as fear allowed. It clanged across the street beneath the awning. The rifleman looked down by instinct. Grant fired before the man looked back up. The shot hit the rifleman's shoulder and spun him from the roof. He landed on the awning, rolled off, and crashed through a table stacked with tin cups. May stared at the boy under the wagon. "You have a future in distractions." The boy looked as if he might either cry or brag forever. The hired men were losing their line now. That made them no less deadly. A line could be aimed at. Panic came from all sides. One slaver fired wildly into the crowd, then tried to claim he had surrendered when 3 townspeople rushed him with farm tools. A woman struck him behind the ear with a skillet, and the others took his gun. Another slaver crawled toward Silas's fallen pistol, fingers stretching. Edna saw him from above and kicked the weapon through a crack in the boards. It dropped into the dirt below where Mercy would later find the scent and growl at it for an entire afternoon. Grant did not know that future yet. In that moment, he only knew that Edna had just denied a dead man's weapon to a living coward while tied to a post and bleeding from the mouth. He looked up at her. She looked down at him and mouthed, "Stop admiring me." May said, "She is frightening. She is on our side. That has never made her less frightening." The last active guards near the platform tried to form a shield around the stairs. 4 men, 2 rifles, 1 shotgun, 1 old cavalry saber polished bright by someone who thought shine could replace skill. Grant and May moved without discussing it. Grant fired at the shotgun man first because a spread shot near Edna could ruin everything. May took the rifleman on the left. The saber man charged, yelling as if noise could thicken his skin. Grant caught the blade on the chain, sparks biting the air, and stepped inside it. May shot the second rifleman over Grant's shoulder. Grant twisted the saber loose and rammed the hilt into its owner's throat. The man fell choking. Grant kicked him down the steps. The path to the bosses opened. It opened in blood, smoke, and the stunned courage of a town that had just seen the impossible move from rumor to fact. The town roared then, not in triumph, but in fear, finally finding a voice. Fitch pulled Edna tight against him. Silas Cray rose from behind the rail, eyes shining with vicious disbelief. Hollis Rusk stepped from the smoke on the left with both pistols ready and soot streaking his broad face. Grant and May stood at the foot of the stairs, dust-covered, blood-marked, breathing hard. May said quietly, "This is the part where your legend gets inconvenient." Grant looked at Edna first. She looked back with one eye swelling and a smile that was small, crooked, and fearless. Then Grant looked at the 3 bosses. "It was always inconvenient," he said. Chapter 27. No Speech for Monsters. Silas Cray was the first to laugh. It was the wrong sound for the moment. Too thin, too eager, too much like a hinge on a cage door. He stood on the second step of the platform, pistol loose at his side, dust clinging to the cuffs of his fine black pants. Behind him, Fitch held Edna by the hair, using her slight body as a shield and a threat. Hollis Rusk kept to the left, half in smoke, broad shoulders making him look like a piece of the burned street had learned to walk. Grant could feel the whole town listening. The hired men who still had nerve were spread around the square. Some hid behind barrels. Some crouched along porch rails. Some had stopped shooting because they did not know if the bosses wanted the moment quiet or bloody. The townspeople had stopped throwing stones. Even the bell slowed. The girl at the rope stared toward the platform, arms trembling, waiting to see whether she should pull again. Silas raised his free hand as if greeting an audience. "So this is him," he said. "The famous man! The ghost with a rifle, the saint of dust and fools!" May's rifle stayed on Hollis. Grant stayed low, not because he was relaxed, but because Silas wanted him to point it. Silas wanted him to point it. He wanted a picture in the minds of the crowd, 2 men facing each other with speeches between them. Grant did not like pictures made for crowds. He liked angles, distances, and the amount of pressure needed to make a trigger break clean. Silas took another step down. "You have been expensive," he said. "Do you know that? Outposts burned, buyers lost, men dead, product gone. Every little act of mercy you thought you bought with bullets cost more than you understand." Grant said nothing. Silas smiled wider. "Nothing at all? Not even a threat? I was told you liked to leave messages." The wind pushed smoke between them. It smelled of burning oil, blood, horse sweat, and the sour stink of fear. Grant's shoulder ached from old damage. His forearm throbbed under the chain. The left side of his jaw had a cut he did not remember earning. May was breathing a little too fast beside him, but her rifle did not shake. Edna's eyes moved from Grant to Silas and back again. She knew. Grant could tell she knew. She had watched men like Silas talk for years, had watched them make words into ropes and contracts and excuses. She had heard sweet voices sell children and call it trade. She had heard laughing men divide mothers from daughters and call it inventory. She knew how long monsters could talk when no one stopped them. Silas pointed toward the bodies in the street. "Look at what you brought here. Look at these citizens. They think they are brave because a few slavers died. By sundown, they will remember what happens when supply roads close. They will remember hunger. They will remember that men like us do not disappear because one angry drifter has a talent for murder." Grant's thumb eased the safety. May heard the tiny click. Her eyes flicked sideways for less than a blink, then returned to Hollis. Silas kept talking. "I could use a man like you. I offered once to friends, but you were stubborn then. You are stubborn now. You think because you got shot in the back and lived, the world owes you meaning. Fitch shifted behind Edna. "Silas, finish it." Silas snapped his teeth shut for a second, irritated. Then he stepped one more stair lower. Now he was almost level with Grant. He lifted his pistol, not aiming yet, just showing it. "You ruined business because you saw a few sad faces and decided to play hero," Silas said. "You think those people loved you?" Silas said. "You think those people loved you? They will forget you when the next hard winter comes. They will trade your story for bread. They will call you brave until bravery costs something. Then they will kneel to the next man with guns." The square held its breath. Silas looked to May. "And you? Pretty thing with ashes in her hair. How long before he leaves you too? Men like him do not build homes. They haunt roads. You might warm his bed until he decides caring is a trap. Then you wake up with empty blankets and a lesson." May did not answer. Her jaw flexed once. Silas enjoyed that. He leaned into it. "There it is. You know I am right. He has dead people in him. You cannot kiss a grave warm." Grant raised his rifle. Silas smiled, as if he had finally pulled the right string. "There he is, the hero with a temper. Let us hear him. Tell the town why you came. Tell them about justice. Tell them about revenge. Tell them how much blood makes you clean." Grant shot him in the center of the forehead. The sound cracked through the square and left no room for the speech Silas had expected to finish. His smile vanished before the rest of him understood he was dead. The back of his skull opened in a dark burst against the stair rail. His pistol dropped from loose fingers, hit one step, bounced to another, and disappeared beneath the platform. Silas folded backward, as if yanked by a rope, and hit the boards hard enough to shake dust from the post that held Edna. For one perfect second, no one moved. May exhaled. "That was your best conversation yet." Grant worked the bolt. He talked enough. The square erupted. Hollis fired first. May had already moved. His round tore through the place her chest had been and shattered a crate behind her. She rolled under the platform rail and came up behind a support post. Grant turned toward Fitch, but Fitch dragged Edna tighter and shoved the pistol under her chin. "One more step and I kill her!" Fitch screamed. Grant stopped because Edna's life had weight, not fear, but weight that held him in place like a hand against his chest. Hollis fired twice at Grant. The first shot sparked against the chain on his arm. The second cut across his upper side, hot and shallow. Grant dropped behind the stairbase. May returned fire from under the platform, forcing Hollis behind a pile of barrels. Two hired men tried to rush her from the right. She shot one through the hip and kicked the other's knee as he slid close. The man fell screaming. She drove her knife into the side of his neck, pulled it free, and rolled away as Hollis's bullet tore through the space above her. Fitch tried to shout orders, but the town had stopped obeying silence. The chapel bell began again, faster now. Men and women scattered, ducked, shoved, and struck. A crate of empty bottles came raining from a balcony. They burst among the hired guns, shards flashing like ice. A mule screamed somewhere behind the livery. Someone fired a shotgun from inside the barber shop. A slaver flew backward through the doorway and landed with both boots kicking until they stopped. Grant looked through the stairs. Fitch had Edna on the platform, backing toward the far steps. He wanted to reach the rear alley. If he got Edna out of the square, everything became harder. Grant could not allow it. May saw the same thing. "Go under," she shouted. Hollis stepped from behind the barrels and fired at her. May snapped back behind the post. Chips of wood spat across her cheek. Grant slid under the stairs. The space below the platform stank of old hay, dust, spilled beer, and rat droppings. Silas's blood dripped between the boards above him in slow, dark drops. He crawled past the thin boss's fallen pistol, ignored it, and listened to the gunfire. Fitch's boots moved overhead, dragging. Edna's feet scraped, moved overhead, dragging. She was fighting him in the small way she could, making him work for every step. Grant reached the far side and saw Fitch's boots near the rear rail. He also saw two guards waiting in the alley beyond the platform, rifles raised toward the gap where anyone following would appear. May could not see them from her angle. Grant could not see them from her angle. Grant could. He pressed his shoulder into the dirt, aimed through a broken board, and fired. The first guard spun backward into a rain barrel. The second fired wildly into the platform, blasting a fist-sized hole through the boards 2 feet from Edna's legs. Fitch cursed and hauled her sideways. Grant fired again and struck the second guard in the chest. The man collapsed against the rear wall and slid down it, leaving a red smear on the plank siding. Fitch screamed, "Rusk! Kill the woman!" Hollis answered with gunfire. May was still under the platform's left side, trapped by angle and smoke. Hollis moved like a patient butcher, firing whenever she shifted. He did not rush. He had fought before. He knew what panic did to aim, and he was trying to make her spend hers. May fired twice and missed both times because he gave her nothing but coat edge and shadow. Grant had to choose, Fitch with Edna, Hollis with May. The town with chaos all around them. Then Edna made the choice uglier. She drove her heel backward into Fitch's shin. It was not enough to break free, but it made him howl and jerk his pistol away from her throat for one heartbeat. Grant rose from beneath the platform and fired through the rail. The shot caught Fitch in the outer thigh. Fitch staggered, almost fell, and smashed Edna sideways into the post. She hit hard, gasping, but stayed on her feet. Fitch fired down at Grant. The bullet punched through the board inches from his face. Splinters cut his cheek. Grant dropped and rolled as two more shots tore through the platform floor. Hollis used the distraction and rushed May. Grant heard it more than saw it. The heavy boots, the grunt, the crack of a pistol fired close, May's sharp breath. He twisted from under the platform. Hollis had reached her. He kicked her rifle aside and slammed one revolver down toward her head. May caught his wrist with both hands, barely stopping the barrel from dropping low enough to finish her. Hollis was stronger. His arm descended inch by inch. May drove her knee up into his ribs. Hollis grunted but kept pressing. She freed one hand, grabbed a fistful of dirt, and threw it into his eyes. He cursed and flinched. She rolled under him, pulled the small pistol from her belt, and fired into his boot. Hollis roared. His weight shifted. May kicked the injured foot and sent him stumbling sideways. Grant came up with his rifle, but two hired men crashed into him from the stairbase. One wrapped arms around his waist. The other swung a metal pry bar. Grant turned just enough that the bar hit his chain-wrapped arm instead of his skull. Pain flashed white. He drove the chain into the first man's ear and felt the side of the man's head cave under the metal links. The second swung again. Grant ducked, stabbed upward with his knife, and opened the man's belly. The man dropped the bar and tried to hold himself together as he fell. May and Hollis circled in the smoke. Hollis wiped dirt and tears from his eyes with the back of one hand, his face twisted with rage. May retrieved her rifle with 2 fingers and a boot, never taking her eyes from him. Blood from a cut on her cheek ran along her jaw. She smiled anyway, small and sharp. "You shoot people who cannot shoot back," she said. "You must feel very strong," Hollis spat. "You talk too much. I learned from the skinny one." Grant almost looked at Silas's body. He did not. Fitch dragged Edna toward the far side again. Grant started after him, but Hollis fired at him, forcing him back. May fired at Hollis. Hollis lurched behind a support beam. The beam shredded under bullets. Above them, Fitch shouted until his voice cracked, calling for men who were either dead, fleeing, or too busy being beaten by the town to obey. A townswoman in a blue dress crawled to Edna's fallen shawl near the stairs. She lifted it like a flag for reasons Grant did not understand. Maybe she did not understand either. Then she stood, shaking, and hurled it over a hired man's face as he tried to aim at May. The cloth blinded him just long enough for a blacksmith to drive a hammer into his ribs. The man hit the ground, making sounds that did not last. The bell rang faster. Hollis screamed and charged from behind the beam. He fired one revolver at May, one at Grant, splitting aim because pride made him think he could own both. Grant dove behind the stairbase. May ran straight toward him, too close for his long guns. Hollis tried to adjust. She slid in the dust, rifle across her chest, and her boot swept one of his legs. He slammed down on one knee. She fired from the ground into his left side. Hollis did not fall. He turned with a sound that was not human enough and backhanded her with the heavy pistol. May rolled across the dust, rifle spinning away. Grant rose to fire, but Fitch shot from above and forced him down again. Hollis stood over May. Grant's whirl tightened to the width of a trigger. May moved first. She pulled the knife from her boot and drove it into Hollis's calf. Hollis screamed and jerked back. May rolled to her knees, grabbed her rifle, and fired into his chest at close range. Hollis staggered. She fired again. His coat jumped. He tried to lift both pistols, but his hands no longer agreed with him. May rose, eyes bright with tears and fury. "For my family," she said, not as a speech, but as a truth he had to hear before he died. Her third shot hit him above the heart. Hollis Rusk took one backward step, then another. His heel struck Silas Cray's fallen hand. He looked offended by that too, as if death had poor manners. Then he dropped beside the stairs with a sound like a sack of wet grain. May turned toward Grant. For a moment after Hollis dropped, the fight should have ended. Many battles did. Men saw their strongest fall and decided courage was a poor investment. Several hired guns did exactly that. One threw his pistol into the dust and put both hands high. Another crawled beneath a porch and began praying to every saint he remembered, and several he invented under stress. A third ran toward the north gate so fast that no one chased him, though Ruth's mother tripped him with a broom handle and then apologized to the broom. But the loyal ones, the cruel ones, and the terrified ones remained dangerous. A pair of slavers near the jail dragged a freed man in front of them and tried to use him the way Fitch used Edna. The freed man was young, his head shaved in the camp style, wrists still marked from irons. He stared at Grant with more anger than fear. Grant could not shoot. May could not either from her angle. The slavers began backing toward the alley. The young freed man solved it himself. He slammed his head backward into the nose of the man holding him, then dropped so fast his knees hit dirt. The second slaver fired over him and struck his own partner in the chest. The young man rolled, grabbed the brick, and brought it down on the second slaver's wrist until the pistol fell. May shot the slaver before he could reach for it with his other hand. The freed man picked up the pistol and turned in a full circle, shaking, searching for more enemies. Grant called, "Breathe and find cover!" The young man looked at him with wild eyes, then obeyed as if the words had found a place in him that still understood order when it was not cruel. Smoke thinned enough for Grant to see Fitch clearly again. The final boss had lost the shape of command. His hair had fallen into his eyes. Blood from his hand ran across Edna's shoulder. His leg buckled whenever he put too much weight on it. Yet the pistol and Edna gave him power enough to stretch the day into another nightmare if Grant made one wrong move. May saw the same and shifted closer to Grant, pressing her injured arm to keep it from swinging. "He is unraveling." "Unraveling men pull triggers." "I know." From the west end of the square came a new shout. 3 riders, who had been kept outside as reserves, tried to force their way in through the gate. They must have heard the bell and come late, or perhaps they had waited to see which side would win and chosen poorly. Their horses plunged into smoking bodies, eyes rolling. The first rider fired down at a townsman and missed. The second swung a club at a woman near the trough. The third turned his horse straight toward the platform as if he could reach Fitch and break him free. Grant had no clean angle. May did. She raised her rifle with one hand and grimaced when pain tore through her arm. The barrel dipped. She steadied it against the post, breathed through her teeth, and fired. The lead rider slid sideways from the saddle. The horse bolted past the well. The second rider ducked behind his horse's neck. A blacksmith's hammer flew from the crowd and struck him in the temple. He dropped like a cut rope. The third rider kept coming. Grant stepped into the road and fired into the horse's path, not at the animal but at the dirt before it. Dust leapt. The horse reared. The rider cursed and lost the reins. May limped forward and drove the butt of her rifle into his knee as he fell. Grant caught him by the coat and threw him against the platform steps. The man reached for a knife. Grant broke his wrist with the chain and left him sobbing in the dust. The horse ran free through the square until the boy with the bucket caught its reins with both hands and a look of absolute terror. When the animal stopped, the boy stared at Grant as if seeking permission to keep breathing. Grant nodded once. May whispered, "Good nod." Wrong time. Still good. The square was no longer a battlefield in the old sense. It had become a reckoning made of dozens of small choices. A door opened and sheltered someone. A hand pulled an injured stranger from the road. A boot pinned a dropped rifle. A frightened man decided not to run. A grieving woman decided to pick up a gun. Those choices gathered around Grant in May until Fitch stood almost alone, despite the crowd behind him. That was what made him most dangerous. Men like Fitch did not accept loneliness. They punished it. Fitch shot her. The bullet tore across her upper arm and spun her halfway around. She fell to one knee, clutching the rifle against her chest. Grant's heart tried to tear loose from him. He fired at Fitch, but Edna was between them again, Fitch dragging her up and using her smaller body with desperate precision. May forced herself upright. Blood ran down her forearm and dripped from her fingers. Grant looked at her, then at Edna, then at Fitch. The square was still full of noise, but for him it became very quiet. 2 bosses were dead. 1 remained, and the last one had chosen the oldest coward's trick in the world. Chapter 28. May's Line. May did not fall a second time. She wanted to. Grant could see that in the way her knees took the shock, in the way her mouth opened without sound before she clenched it shut. Blood ran from the crease near her upper arm, soaking through torn cloth and sliding down to her wrist. It did not pour like a fatal hit, but it was enough to make his stomach twist. Enough to remind him that every person he let close had a body that could be broken. Fitch laughed from the platform, wild and thin, almost as ugly as Silas had been. "There she is! That is what happens to anyone near you, Grant." May turned her head slowly and looked up at him. "I am still standing, you overdressed rat." Somewhere in the crowd, despite everything, someone gave a broken laugh. Fitch's face reddened. Grant kept his rifle aimed at the space beside Edna, not because he had a shot, but because lowering it felt like giving Fitch the street. Edna stood in front of the final boss, her hands tied, her hair half torn loose, one cheek swelling where he had hit her. He had his left arm hooked around her chest and his pistol in his right hand, the barrel shifting between Grant and May. He was bleeding from the leg, but the injury had not slowed his fear. Fear had made him stronger for the moment, more cruel, more likely to pull the trigger because he could not imagine any world after losing. Around the platform, the battle was dying by pieces. A few hired men still fought, but most were dead, down, or running. The town had come too far to stop. Men who had once looked at their boots when slavers passed, now blocked alleys with carts. Women who had hidden children behind crates, now held pistols taken from dead hands. The butcher stood near the well with a cleaver red to the wrist. The storekeeper had a shotgun and a face like stone. The girl at the chapel rope kept ringing the bell until an older woman wrapped arms around her and held the rope with her, turning the labor into something shared. Fitch saw the same ending closing around him. He yanked Edna backward toward the center of the platform. "I leave this town alive," he shouted. "I get a horse, I get water, I get open road, anyone follows, and the old woman dies." Grant did not answer. If he answered, Fitch would feel engaged. He would feel as if terms existed. Terms did not exist. May stepped closer to Grant, keeping her injured arm tight against her side. Her rifle was in her other hand now. She could still use it, but badly. Her face had gone pale beneath dust and blood. She glanced at the 2 bodies near the stairs, Silas folded wrong, Hollis broad and still, then looked at Fitch. "He's not going to leave her," she said. "I know. He is going to keep using her until he can shoot one of us clean." "I know." May swallowed. Grant saw the tremor in her jaw and hated that love had made him notice every small sign of pain. "You need an angle," she said. "I do. I can make him look at me." "Not happening." That was one word in spirit, but you stretched it. "Listen, May." She looked at him then, truly looked, and everything loud in the square seemed to move far away. "You do not get to lose your head because I am bleeding. I am not losing it." "Then listen, I am not offering to die. I am offering to stand where I can still be useful. Useful is not enough. It has to be today," he wanted to argue. He wanted to drag her behind the wagon and bind her arm and tell the world to wait, while he chose the impossible. There was no time. The world had never cared for what he wanted. Fitch fired into the crowd. The bullet hit the porch rail inches from a boy's face. People screamed and ducked. Edna drove her tied hands backward, trying to hit his injured leg. Fitch struck her in the side of the head with the pistol. Grant took one step and stopped only because Fitch jammed the barrel against her temple. May's voice lowered. "Grant, look at me." He did. "This is not the stable," she said. "This is not the field where they shot you. This is not the house where your family died. This is now. I am here. Edna is here. You are here. We win by being in the moment that exists." His throat tightened. "You sound like Edna," she would say it meaner. Edna somehow heard enough. Her swollen mouth curved. "I would!" Fitch shook her. "Shut up!" The words had barely left him when a stone flew from the crowd and struck the platform rail. Fitch fired toward the thrower without aiming. Grant raised his rifle, but Edna's head was still between them. May moved before anyone could predict it. She walked out from the base of the stairs, limping only slightly, injured arm pressed tight, rifle hanging low in her right hand. Not aimed, not lowered enough to be harmless. Her hair had come loose from its tie. Dust clung to the sweat at her neck. The line of blood down her arm looked black in the smoke. Fitch swung the pistol toward her. "Stop there!" May stopped. Grant took a slow step right, using her movement to change his own. Fitch noticed and snapped the gun back toward Edna. Grant stopped. May smiled at Fitch. "You remember me?" Fitch's mouth twisted. "Should I? You took enough families that faces blur, I suppose. I hired men for a living. Do not flatter yourself." "You did not hire the men who killed mine," May said. "Not directly. They worked a road crew north of the dry creek. 4 wagons. They worked a road crew north of the dry creek. 12 people. 2 children hidden under flour sacks. A woman with a red scarf who begged you to let her bury her husband before you sold the rest." Fitch blinked with memory rather than guilt, briefly and irritably searching through his own catalog of harm. May took a shallow breath. Grant could see pain flashing through her. She kept talking anyway. "You rode in after," she said. "Clean coat. Clean gloves. You looked at us like a trader looking at cracked pots. You said some were worth feeding and some were not. My mother spat at your boots. You laughed!" My brother tried to run. Hollis shot him in the back. Hollis lay dead 6 yards away. Fitch flicked one glance at the body despite himself. Grant moved another half step. May saw it and raised her voice, pulling Fitch back. "I was under the wagon. You did not see me because cowards never look under what they break. You sold the people who survived. You left the dead for birds. I crawled out after dark and held my mother's hand until it went cold. So yes, you should remember me." The crowd had gone still again, but not as before. This silence was not fear. It was witnessing. The town was listening to a bill being read aloud. Fitch sneered. "Then you should thank me. It made you tough." May's face did not change. "It made me honest." Grant moved another step. A post now blocked part of Fitch's view of him. Not enough, but almost enough. May lifted her rifle a fraction. Fitch tightened his arm around Edna. "Do not," he said. "I will kill her." May's eyes shifted to Edna. "You ready, ma'am?" Edna gave the smallest nod she could manage. Grant did not like that nod. It had plans in it. Fitch saw something pass between them and snarled. "Whatever you think this is, it ends with me breathing." May smiled then, and it hurt Grant because the smile was so fierce and so alive. "You were bargaining with people who already survived you." Fitch fired at her. May had baited him, but the shot still came too fast. She twisted. The bullet tore across her side, cutting cloth and skin, not deep enough to drop her, but hard enough to make her stumble. Grant fired at the same instant. The round struck Fitch's pistol hand. The weapon flew from his grip. The crowd roared. Fitch screamed and grabbed Edna tighter with his bleeding hand. Grant rushed the stairs. May dropped to one knee and fired at a last hired man who tried to come up behind him. Her shot took the man through the mouth. He hit the platform face first and slid down the boards. Grant reached the first step. Fitch drove his knee into Edna's back and shoved her toward the edge, trying to send her tumbling into Grant. Grant caught her. Fitch used the moment to yank a hidden derringer from inside his coat with his damaged hand. His fingers were slick, clumsy, but the barrel still came up. May shouted his name. Grant twisted, shielding Edna with his body. Fitch fired. The small pistol cracked like a snapped bone. Pain hammered into Grant's shoulder, deep and hot, spinning him half sideways. He stayed on his feet because Edna was in his arms and there was no world where he let her fall. May fired from below. The shot missed Fitch by inches and tore splinters from the rail. Fitch ducked and staggered backward, clutching the derringer. Edna shoved herself away from Grant, eyes blazing. Put me down, boy. You are not steady. I am madder than I am old. Grant tried to hold her, but she twisted with surprising force and stomped on his boot. Pain shot up through his foot. He let go because shock beat sense for half a heartbeat. Edna lurched toward Fitch before Grant could grab her again. Fitch saw her coming and laughed, even bleeding, even trapped. Old woman, you have nothing. Edna lowered her head and charged him like a furious goat. The move was so absurd that Fitch did not shoot. He tried to shove her aside. Edna drove her tied hands upward between his legs, grabbed with both fists through cloth, and squeezed with every scrap of rage a body could hold. Fitch's scream cut above the bell, above the crowd, above every shot that had come before. It was high, stunned, and pure. Edna leaned close to him. That is for every girl you priced. Then she dropped flat. Grant fired. The bullet struck Fitch between the eyes. The back of his head snapped against the rail, and for a heartbeat he stood there, surprised by his own ending. Then his knees folded. He struck the boards beside Silas's blood and slid down the steps until one hand hung over the edge, twitching once before going still. The bell stopped. No one in the square spoke. Grant lowered the rifle. His shoulder burned. His side stung. Blood, his and not his, spotted his hands. Edna lay on the platform boards, breathing hard, still gripping the air as if she had not yet forgiven it. May knelt below, one hand pressed to her arm, the other against her side, rifle laid across her thighs. 3 bosses lay dead. The town stared at the bodies, as if expecting them to rise and explain that this had all been theater. They did not rise. Silas Cray's clever mouth was open and silent. Hollis Rusk's heavy hands were empty. Cray Fitch's clean coat soaked up dust and blood without preference. Edna began to laugh. It was not gentle laughter. It was cracked, breathless, half pain and half victory. It turned into a cough. Grant went to her at once, nearly stumbling as his shoulder screamed. He cut the ties from her wrists. Her skin beneath was raw. You should not have done that, he said. She looked up at him. You should have shot straighter while I was young enough to enjoy this properly. May made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a groan. I love her. Edna tilted her head toward May. You are bleeding on my dramatic moment. May looked down at herself. I seem to be doing that. Grant moved to descend the steps, but Edna caught his sleeve. Her grip was thin and iron. Help her first, Edna said. You are hostage. She is leaking. Listen, Edna. Do not argue with me after I saved your whole plan with my bare hands and poor manners. Grant stared at her. Then, for the first time in longer than he could remember, he laughed in the middle of blood. It startled him. It startled May. It startled the town. Edna looked satisfied. There he is. The laugh did not last, but it opened something. A breath found room inside him. He stepped down from the platform and went to May. She tried to stand before he reached her because pride and pain were both poor teachers. He caught her around the waist. She leaned into him for one breath. Only one, then looked up with a pale smile. Before you say anything tragic, I am not dying. I was not going to say anything tragic. You look tragic. I looked concerned. Same face on you. He pressed his hand over her arm. Blood seeped between his fingers, slower now but steady. We need cloth. Half the town moved at once. That was when Grant realized the danger had changed shape. No rifles pointed at him. No men charged from alleys. No boss shouted orders from a platform. Instead, people came toward him with bandages, water, shaking hands, gratitude, questions, tears, and faces full of expectation. They came as if he knew what to do with being thanked. As if hero was not a word forced onto a man who had only been trying to kill the people who ruined his life. He backed half a step without meaning to. May felt it. Even hurt, she felt it. Her good hand found his coat and held him in place. Stay with me. I am here. No, Grant. Stay with me in the part after the shooting. He looked at the crowd. The butcher had tears in his beard. The woman in the blue dress held Edna's shawl against her chest. The bell girl stood with red palms and wide eyes. The storekeeper was trying to hand Grant a clean cloth while shaking so hard water sloshed from the cup in his other hand. Grant could face armed men more easily than this. May pressed her forehead briefly against his chest. Just take the cloth. He took the cloth. The storekeeper burst into tears. Grant froze. May whispered,
Say thank you. Thank you,
Grant said. The man nodded too many times and backed away as if he had been blessed. May looked up at Grant, despite the blood and pain, with a smile that was going to get her in trouble one day if the world ever became gentle enough for trouble to be small.
See,
she said.
Nobody died. Many people died.
Not from your manners. He held the cloth to her arm and looked over her head at the platform. Edna was sitting up now with two women fussing over her and no visible patience for either of them. The three bosses remained where they had fallen. The town remained around them, scared and stunned and alive. Grant breathed in. For once, the air did not feel like ash alone. The records changed the day more than the gunfight had. They were found in the back room of the office beside the jail, stacked in oilcloth bundles, neat as church books and colder than any grave. Cray Fitch had kept everything: payments, routes, names of buyers, names of sellers, and names of people treated as if they were crates of salt or lengths of rope. The pages were covered in tidy handwriting and small marks that meant age, health, skill, obedience, risk. Grant stood over the table while May sat beside it, her injured arm bound close, reading until her face went white with a rage too deep for shouting. Edna read only one page before she slapped her palm down so hard the ink bottle jumped. "We do not burn these." The butcher, who had wanted the entire office put to the torch, frowned. "Why keep poison?" "So we know where it spread," Edna said. "So we carry names farther than chains carried bodies." Grant touched the edge of a ledger. The paper was smooth and expensive. Fitch had spent good trade on books that made cruelty easier to count. Grant imagined all the hands that had not been allowed to write their own names, all the voices reduced to marks and columns, and something colder than anger moved through him. May turned a page with care.
"Here is the road crew that hit my wagons."
Grant looked at her. She did not cry. Her eyes were dry in a way that frightened him more. "Hollis signed for ammunition 2 days before. Fitch signed for 6 captives after. My mother is not listed." "Listen, May. That means she was never for sale." May closed the ledger slowly. He had her killed because she was inconvenient. Grant put his hand over hers on the book. The room was full of people, but the space between them grew private for one breath. She turned her hand under his and held on. Edna's voice softened, but only a little. "Then we write her name ourselves." May looked up. Edna pushed a blank sheet across the table. "All of them. The ones not listed especially. Let the record be corrected by people with souls." That began another kind of labor. Names came from memory, from scraps, from camp tattoos, from half-remembered songs, from children who knew only a nickname, from women who could identify a sister by the beads sewn into a torn sleeve. The gray-braided woman wrote because her hand was steady. When she tired, the storekeeper took over. When he cried too hard to see, Ruth's mother continued. The list of corrected names grew beside Fitch's ledgers, not as neat, not as complete, but alive in a way his columns had never been. Grant gave the names he knew. Not enough. Never enough. A man freed from the South Pen. A girl with a scar over one eyebrow who had carried a baby through smoke. Twin boys from the Creek camp. A woman called June who sang while he cut locks because she said silence made fear bigger. He had not allowed himself to keep all those names at the time. Now he searched for them like water. May listened, and every name seemed to place another stone in the foundation of whatever came next. It had spent too long being threatened. Even with the bosses dead, the place twitched at every noise. A barrel popped in the last of the fire, and half the crowd ducked. A mule knocked against the post, and 3 men reached for weapons they no longer needed. Somewhere beyond the jail, a fleeing slaver fired once in panic, and a dozen townspeople screamed before they understood the shot was moving away from them. Grant understood that kind of fear. A body did not believe in safety just because danger had fallen down. He sat on the lowest platform step because May had ordered him to sit, and Edna had backed the order with a glare. He hated sitting while other people moved, but the hit in his shoulder had soaked his shirt dark and made his left hand less reliable. A woman with gray braids cut his sleeve away. She had been a seamstress before the collapse and a grave digger after it, she told him in a voice too calm for the shaking of her fingers. She cleaned the area around the bullet hole with boiled water that felt like fire. Grant stared at the dead bosses instead of her hands. May sat on a crate facing him. Her arm had been wrapped tight. Her side had a long cut under the ribs, painful but shallow. She had argued about sitting until Edna asked if she wanted to faint in front of children. That had worked better than reason. Now May watched Grant with narrowed eyes as if she expected him to escape the moment someone looked away. Edna sat between them in a chair dragged from the barber shop. Someone had placed a blanket around her shoulders. She wore it like royal insult. Her wrists were wrapped. Her cheek had swollen, but her eyes were clear and more dangerous than most weapons in the square. The gray-braided woman pressed cloth against Grant's shoulder.
This needs stitching,
Grant said. Do what you can. May leaned forward.
He means thank you.
I know what he means, the woman said. She threaded a needle by touch, then looked at him over the rim of her spectacles. You are allowed to make noise. I will try not to. That was not an order to be stupid. Edna nodded.
I like her.
The needle went in. Grant's jaw tightened. He looked at May. She was pale but steady. She mouthed, Stay! He almost smiled. She had decided the word could be a leash if she used it enough. The stitching took time. Time was the strangest part. Gunfights broke the world into seconds. Pain stretched it long again. Grant watched people move among the fallen, separating dead townfolk from dead hired men, tending the injured, gathering weapons into piles under watch. No one asked Grant what to do with the bodies at first. Then the butcher approached, hat in both hands, eyes red. Sir, the butcher said. Grant looked up. The word sir struck him harder than it should have. The butcher swallowed. What do we do with them? He pointed without pointing towards Silas, Hollis, and Fitch. Grant's first instinct was simple. Burn them outside the wall. Let coyotes argue over what remained. Leave their names to rot with them. But the town waited. Not just the butcher. Dozens of people had slowed to listen. They thought his answer would tell them what kind of day this had become. Grant took too long. May saved him from the silence. What did they do with the people who died under them? The butcher looked down. Sometimes pits. Sometimes nothing. Edna's face hardened. Then we do better because we are not them. Grant looked at her. She met his gaze without softening. Better does not mean gentle. It means clean. The butcher nodded slowly. There is ground beyond the chapel. Hard, but we can open it. Grant said. Bury the townspeople by name. If you do not know a name, ask until someone does. Bury the hired men outside the wall. Mark nothing unless a family comes looking. The three bosses go in the deepest pit you can cut. No marker, no story on wood. The butcher nodded again, relief and grief mixing in his face.
Yes, sir.
Grant flinched at the title. May saw it and nearly smiled. The gray-braided woman tied off the last stitch. Try to tear that open and I will do worse work next time. I will avoid that. You seem like a man who says that often and means it rarely. Edna made a pleased sound. Very good. A boy came carrying a bucket of clean water, sloshing most of it onto his boots. He could not have been more than 10. His face was streaked with soot. He stopped in front of Grant and held the bucket out with both hands. For washing, the boy said. Grant reached for it, but the boy did not let go at once. My sister was in the North Pen, he said. You got her out 2 months ago. She came home thin, but she came home. Grant could not speak for a moment. The boy's eyes were too direct, too full. Grant had freed many people while missing the bosses. He remembered gates, chains, panicked faces, blood on doors. He did not always remember where those freed people went. He had tried not to. Names made ghosts heavier. What is her name? May asked gently. The boy looked at her. Her name is Lena. Grant forced the word out. Is Lena safe? She is hiding in the cellar because loud noises still make her sick. The boy glanced toward the platform. But she wanted me to say she remembers your coat. Grant looked down at the ruined coat. Torn, burned, blood-stained, ugly. He had used it like armor for years, a piece of himself that smelled of smoke and distance. Tell her I am glad she got home, he said. The boy nodded, let go of the bucket, and ran back through the crowd. Grant stared after him. May's voice softened. That is why the wrong camps mattered. He shook his head once. I kept missing the men I wanted. You kept finding people who needed you. I did not go for them. They know what you did after you got there. Edna leaned back in her chair. Intentions are seeds. Deeds are the harvest. Grant looked at her. You have been saving that one. I am old. I have cupboards full of sayings. A town meeting formed without anyone calling it. People gathered before the platform because it was the only raised place and because fear had trained them to look there for orders. Grant did not like standing on it, but the crowd kept turning toward him anyway. May saw the panic building behind his eyes. She pushed herself to her feet with a wince and took his good hand. Come on, she said. Not happening. You cannot sit and look hunted while they are waiting to breathe. I do not know what to say. Then say little. That is my best skill. It is why I remain impressed. Edna rose with effort. Both of you help me up there before everyone starts making speeches about destiny and I bite someone. Grant helped Edna climb the steps. May took the other side. The boards were sticky in places. Grant avoided looking down at Silas's dried blood, but stepped over it all the same. A few townsmen had covered the bosses with feed sacks. It helped only a little. From the platform, the town looked smaller, more human, less like a crowd, and more like bruised faces, cut hands, tired shoulders, children peering from behind adults, and people who did not yet trust that no one would punish them for standing upright. Edna took the front. Grant nearly thanked every dead thing in the dust for that. She looked over the square and spoke in a voice that cracked but carried. I am not your mayor, preacher, judge, or mother. I will not become any of those unless the pay improves. Today the men who held chains here are dead. That does not mean tomorrow will be easy. It means tomorrow belongs to the people who wake up and do the work. A murmur moved through the square. Edna lifted one wrapped hand. Do not cheer yet. Cheering is cheap. Work is dear. You have injured to tend, graves to cut, children to calm, doors to mend, food to count, and cowards to watch for. Some who serve those men will try to become useful now that usefulness is safer than loyalty. Be careful with them. Mercy is not blindness. The storekeeper nodded as if receiving instruction from a general. Edna turned slightly and jabbed a thumb toward Grant. This man did not save you so you could kneel to a different shape of fear. Do not make a statue of him while he is still bleeding. Do not chase him with thanks until he bites. He is bad at being thanked. The crowd looked at Grant. Grant wanted the platform to swallow him. May whispered, She is not wrong. Edna continued, This woman beside him has more courage than sense, which is the right mix for days like this. She bled for you too. Remember both facts, not because you owe them worship, but because you owe each other better than what you have accepted. May's fingers tightened around Grant's hand. He did not look at her because if he did, something visible might happen to his face in front of the town. Edna took a breath that rattled. Those bosses made you think survival meant looking away. Today, you looked. Tomorrow, you keep looking. That is all. She stepped back. For a moment, silence held. Then the girl from the chapel robe began clapping. Her palms were wrapped in cloth now, but she clapped anyway. The sound was small, stubborn, and alone for 3 beats. Then the woman beside her joined. Then the butcher. Then the blacksmith. Then the square filled with clapping that was not quite celebration and not quite grief, but something between them, something bruised and alive. Grant hated it. Grant needed it. May leaned close. Do you want to run? I do. Will you? He looked at Edna, who was pretending not to lean heavily against him. He looked at the boy with the bucket. He looked at the crowd that had stopped kneeling not because fear had vanished, but because they were angry enough to stand through it. Not yet, he said. May smiled. Look at you, growing in public. Do not make me regret it. I make no promises. The clapping faded when the first body was carried past the platform. A young townsman, not much more than 20, wrapped in a tablecloth because there had been no time to find proper linen. His mother followed with one hand on the cloth over his chest. The crowd parted for her. The applause became quiet as rain. Grant stepped down from the platform and helped lift the stretcher. The mother looked at him once. She did not thank him. She did not blame him. Her grief was larger than both. Grant accepted that as a mercy. They carried the dead to the chapel yard until the sun bent west. Graves opened under picks and shovels. Earth came up hard and dry. The town worked in shifts, tending injuries, cutting wood, searching buildings, pulling terrified people from locked rooms behind the brothel station and the jail annex. Some had been taken that morning to make the crowd obey. Some had been held for weeks. A woman found her daughter in a storage room and made a sound that brought May to tears, even though she turned away before Grant could see. Grant saw. He did not speak of it. By late afternoon, the three bosses lay in a pit beyond the wall, far from the chapel yard. No prayer was said over them. No name was carved. The feed sacks came off before they went in, because Edna said cloth was useful, and the dead had no manners to offend. Silas's face was covered in dust. Hollis looked smaller without rage holding him up. Fitch stared at the sky with nothing left to bargain. A man asked if they should burn them. Grant looked at the pit. Bury them deep. Why do that? Fire draws eyes. Dirt forgets. So they buried them deep. When the last shovelful hit the pit, Grant felt something leave him. It was not peace. Peace seemed too clean a word. It was not forgiveness. He had none to offer those men. It was the unclenching of a fist he had carried inside his ribs for so long that he had mistaken it for bone. May stood beside him, one arm in a sling made from a torn curtain. Edna stood on his other side, wrapped in the blanket she still pretended not to need. Grant looked at the bare ground. I thought I would feel more, he said. Edna nodded. Revenge is loud before it is done. Afterward, it mostly leaves a room. May slipped her good hand into his. Rooms can be used. He looked at their joined hands. He did not pull away. Behind them, the town began lighting lamps. One by one, small gold squares appeared in windows that had been dark under occupation. The lamps made the dust look softer than it was. Grant breathed in. The air hurt. His shoulder hurt. His past hurt, but he could breathe. That was new enough to be frightening. It had known drunken shouting from slavers, crying from locked rooms, wagon wheels at bad hours, gunshots meant as reminders, and the thin music of men who could celebrate while other people were afraid. Now the silence arrived carefully, like an animal sniffing at a hand. It settled first over the square, then over the alleys, then over the chapel yard where fresh graves lifted dark against the moonlit dust. Grant sat on the edge of the well with his bandaged shoulder tight under his shirt and a cup of water untouched beside him. He had washed blood from his hands 3 times. The skin still looked stained. He knew that was not true, not entirely, but the mind remembered what water could not reach. May slept in the room above the store because the gray-braided woman had threatened to tie her to the bed if she kept trying to stand guard. Edna had been put in the same room and had immediately begun complaining about being supervised by people with no military experience. Grant had stayed until both of them stopped arguing. Then he had come outside because walls made his chest tight and because gratitude kept finding him indoors. A door opened behind him. He knew May's step now, even when she tried to make it quiet. You are supposed to be asleep, he said. You are supposed to be watched. I was not told that. That is how watching works. She came around the well and sat beside him with careful slowness. Her arm was bound in clean cloth. Her face was pale in the moonlight, but her eyes were alert. Someone had washed most of the blood from her hair. Without the red streaks and dust, she looked younger, not weaker. Just closer to the age she might have been if the world had not taken so much so quickly. Grant looked at her bandage. You should be resting. I rested for almost an hour. It was disgusting. Listen, May. Come on, Grant. He let out a breath. You make concern difficult. You make being cared about feel like a crime. That landed too cleanly to dodge. He picked up the cup and turned it in his hands. May leaned her hip against the well stones. Did you come out here to leave? Not happening. Did you come out here to think about leaving? He did not answer fast enough. May nodded. That is what I thought. I have spent years moving when people started expecting things. I know. Expectations become ropes. Sometimes they become bridges. He looked at her. She shrugged with her good shoulder.
I am trying to sound wise. Edna has sayings and I feel outnumbered.
You sound tired.
I am tired. I am also right.
A lamp burned in the store window. The flame shifted behind cloudy glass. Across the square, two men kept watch beside the piled weapons. A woman rocked a child on a porch, both of them wrapped in the same blanket. Somewhere inside the chapel, someone sang under their breath. The tune had no confidence yet, but it existed. Grant said, "They will want me to stay. Some will. I am not built for towns. No one is built for this kind of town. They make one anyway. They will look at me and see something that is not there." May reached for his hand. He let her take it. That still surprised him. Not the touch itself, but the absence of the old reflex to pull back as if warmth was a trap. "They will see the man who came when Edna was tied to a post," May said. "They will see the man who kicked open cages even when he was angry about missing his true targets. They will see the man who carried their dead without making speeches. Those things are there. They will also see a man who wanted revenge. Good. Revenge got you moving. It did not decide everything after." The sentence sat between them. Grant did not know how to argue with it, because the truth was beginning to circle him, patient and unwelcome. He had told himself his hunt was a straight road toward 3 men. Maybe it had begun that way. But every wrong camp, every open lock, every free prisoner, every child shoved behind him while bullets flew, had bent that road into something else. He had not noticed because noticing would have required admitting that he still cared. May squeezed his hand. "You are thinking loudly. I did not know that was possible. You have many talents." The store door opened again. Edna stepped out wrapped in the blanket, hair pinned badly, expression worse. She held a cane someone had found for her, though she carried it more like a weapon than support. Grant stood at once. "You should not be walking!" Edna pointed the cane at him. "If another person tells me what I should not do tonight, I will commit a small crime." May smiled. "Define small. Depends who is closest." Grant sat back down because standing seemed to annoy her more. Edna came to the well and eased herself onto a crate. For a moment her age showed plainly. The lines in her face looked deeper. Her hands trembled until she folded them in the blanket. Then she lifted her chin and became Edna again by force of will.
Both of you look like mourners at your own funeral,
she said. May looked toward Grant. He started it.
I suspected.
Grant rubbed the bridge of his nose.
We're just talking.
That is usually how trouble begins. Edna looked across the square. Her gaze lingered on the platform, now empty, except for stains that would take work to scrub out. The hanging post had been chopped down before sunset. The pieces were stacked beside the smithy for burning in the morning, she said. I need to tell you something before you decide to vanish. Grant went still. May's hand remained in his. Edna saw that and pretended not to. I stayed in those camps because I chose to. Do not put all of that on your back. I am old enough to know the price of a thing before I pay it. You suffered because of my hunt. I suffered because cruel men built cages. You gave my suffering direction. He looked away. Edna tapped the cane against his boot. Look at me when I am being generous. I do not do it often. He looked at her. Her voice softened. You came into that stable half dead and ready to crawl back into violence the moment you could stand. I thought revenge would eat you. Maybe it did for a while. But I watched the stories come back. Men freed from fence camps. Women returned to daughters. Children walking home with shoes taken off dead guards. The Wasteland named you hero before you could argue because people know the shape of help when they see it. I am not sure I know how to be that. Nobody decent does it first. May nodded. That sounds true. Of course it is true, Edna said. I said it. A tired laugh moved through May. Grant felt it in her hand more than heard it. Edna leaned forward. This town will need help, not forever from you. Do not make that face. I know a trapped wolf when I see one. Roads need clearing. Roads need clearing. The last slaver routes need warning signs and graves. There are camps you broke that will need leadership before worse men take them. There are freed people wandering without safe maps. A town like this can become a place between places if it survives the first months. Grant listened despite himself. May looked at him. A place between places. He knew what she was hearing. Not a prison, not a throne, not a throne, not a throne, not a throne. Not a town that demanded he become mayor, preacher, and statue. A place to return to. A place with work that had an end and roads that led away and back again. Grant said, "They may not want that." Edna snorted. "They want water, walls, seed, watch rotations, and no more men selling people behind the jail. They will accept useful help." May tilted her head. "Watch rotations sound romantic, only to you. After today, everything with less gunfire sounds romantic." Grant looked at the square again. The weapons pile, the lamps, the people moving gently around one another because sudden movement still frightened them. The bare patch where the platform post had stood. The chapel yard beyond, newly turned earth under moonlight. He imagined riding out before dawn. It was easy. He knew how to do that. Saddle, rifle, road, distance. Leave before anyone woke enough to ask for promises. Leave May sleeping and Edna cursing and the town telling itself he had never belonged there anyway. The thought hurt. That was new too. May watched him with no mercy and a great deal of patience. "There it is." "What part?" "The part where you discovered running would cost you something." He closed his eyes briefly. "You enjoy being right too much. I had a bad day. Let me have this." Edna adjusted the blanket. "Let me have this." Edna adjusted the blanket. "You do not have to decide your whole life tonight. People who try to fix forever before breakfast usually become tyrants or fools." Grant looked at her. "What do I decide tonight?" "Whether you sleep under a roof with people who care if you wake up." The answer frightened him more than Fitch's pistol had. May's voice became very gentle. "That is all." He looked at their hands. Hers was warm despite the night. His was scarred and calloused and still not pulling away. "All right," he said. May's smile was small because she understood how large the words were. Edna leaned back with satisfaction. "Good," Edna said. "Now help me inside before my knees start a rebellion." They rose together. Grant took Edna's left side. May took the right, even though she should not have been lifting anything. Edna complained about both grips, then leaned on them anyway. They crossed the square slowly. Twice, people sitting on porches stood when they saw Grant. He did not know what to do with that. May whispered instructions without moving her lips. "Nod once." He nodded once. "Do not look like you smelled poison." He changed his face badly. "That is better." Edna chuckled. "Hopeless, but teachable." Inside the store, a bedroll had been placed for him near the door, not in the center of the room. Not upstairs where walls pressed close. Near the door, where he could see exits. May had done that. Or Edna. Maybe both. A plate waited beside it with bread, beans, and sliced apple. Someone had found an apple, polished it, and cut it as if feeding a guest, instead of an armed drifter covered in half the town's history. Grant stared at the plate. May said, "Eat before you start making it symbolic." He sat. He ate because she watched. The apple was bruised, tart, and better than anything he could remember tasting in months. Edna lowered herself into a chair and fell asleep mid-complaint. May sat on the floor across from Grant because climbing stairs again was beyond her, even if pride had not admitted it. The lamp burned low. Outside, the town breathed in broken rhythms. Grant did not sleep for a long time. He listened. May's breathing, Edna's occasional mutter, a guard walking past the door, a child crying, then being soothed, the wind dragging dust along the street. None of it sounded like peace. Not yet. It sounded like a place after pain, trying to learn a new language. Near dawn, Grant woke from a dream he could not fully remember. There had been a field. His wife and son had been far away in it, not calling, not accusing, only standing where sunlight made their outlines soft. For years, dreams of them had ended in fire, gunshots, and the old helpless reaching. This one did not. This one ended with his wife lifting a hand, not farewell exactly, not permission exactly, but something close enough that he woke with tears on his face and did not hate himself for them. May was awake. She had seen. She did not speak. She simply reached across the space between bedrolls and put her hand over his. He held on. Morning came gray and cold. The town woke sore. People moved like survivors of a storm, slow until work reminded them they were alive. The platform post was burned in the center of the square after breakfast. No ceremony, no grand words. The wood cracked, blackened, and collapsed in on itself while townspeople watched. Edna threw Fitch's ruined glove into the flames and looked pleased. After the burning, the first council formed around 3 tables pushed together in the store. Grant tried to stay near the wall. May dragged him to a chair. Edna sat at the head because no one else dared take it. The butcher, the storekeeper, the gray-braided woman, the blacksmith, the chapel bell girl's mother, and 2 freed men from the jail annex joined them. More people crowded the aisles. It was messy. That helped. No one knew how to build a free town in a morning. They argued about guards, food, whether to close the brothel station or turn it into a clinic, what to do with the fields south of the creek, how to warn nearby camps that the bosses were dead, and whether the road crews would come seeking revenge. Voices rose. Tears came. Twice people stormed out and came back because there was nowhere better to take their anger. Grant said little. When asked about defense, he gave plain answers. 2 watches at night. Roof posts only if ladders were secured. No one alone on the North Road. Bells for fire, riders, and raids with different patterns. Weapons counted at dusk and dawn. Powder kept dry, split into 3 stores so one fire could not ruin all of it. People wrote those things down. That disturbed him. May noticed and leaned close. Words are not cages. Those ones might become rules. Good rules keep bad men from improvising. Edna pointed at May. Put that on the wall. The meeting lasted until noon. By then, the town had a watch list, a food list, a burial list, and a list of people missing from records kept by the bosses. The last list silenced the room. It was long. Too long. Some names had marks beside them, sold east, sent south, died unknown. A woman fainted when she saw her husband's name under unknown. Another woman took her hand and stayed with her on the floor until she woke. Grant looked at the list and felt the old road open again. May saw that too. This time she did not stop it. There are more people to find, she said. Maybe so. Not all today. Not happening. Not alone. He looked at her. She raised an eyebrow. Do not act surprised. I bled all over the square for this partnership. I intend to get full use from it. You need to heal. So do you. That was different. It always is when it is your pain. Edna listened from the head of the table, pretending to read a ledger upside down. Grant said, when you are fit to travel, we can check the south route. May's smile started slow. You said we? If you still want it. Grant, I wanted it before you became almost pleasant. I am not almost pleasant. You took the correction about nodding very well. That was survival. So is this. Edna slapped the ledger shut. Good. South route in 2 weeks, if both of you stop leaking and if this town has enough sense not to collapse while you are gone. Until then, you will help train watches and teach people which end of a rifle is not for peering into. Grant blinked. You are giving orders now. Someone has to. May smiled wider. She is our mayor.
I heard that, Edna said. Say it again and I will appoint you sanitation officer.
May raised her good hand, respectfully withdrawn. The room laughed. Not everyone, not loudly, but enough. The first journey south did not happen as soon as pride wanted it to. Grant tested his shoulder every morning and lied about the results until the gray-braided woman learned to check the set of his jaw rather than his answers. May did the same with her arm and was worse at lying because frustration made her honest. Edna used both recoveries as an excuse to keep them close while the town found its feet. She called it practical. May called it suspicious. Grant called it nothing because a part of him was relieved and did not want the others to hear. During those days, he walked the wall at dawn. At first, people moved aside when he approached. Then they began to nod. After a week, they started asking questions. How far should a watchman stand from a lantern so his own light did not blind him? How often should gate hinges be oiled? Where should the child run if riders came from the north? Grant answered because the questions were useful. Usefulness gave him a bridge over awkward gratitude. By the 10th day, people no longer thanked him every time he entered a room. They gave him work instead. Work was easier to carry. He showed the blacksmith how to reinforce the gate with wagon bands. He helped dig a second well pit even though the ground fought every shovel. He took 4 young men and 3 women beyond the South Ridge and taught them to read tracks without inventing stories from every bent weed. He made them follow his trail back and laughed once, very quietly, when Ruth found him in less than an hour by noticing he favored his right side on slopes. May heard about the laugh by supper and looked betrayed. "You laughed without me present." It was a small laugh. "That is worse. I collect rare things." Edna pointed her spoon at Grant. "Give the woman advance notice next time. I will schedule joy." May nodded. "That is all I ask." The room had laughed then, and Grant had not known what to do with being the cause of it without anyone bleeding. He decided to eat beans until the moment passed. At night, however, the town still showed its bruises. Screams rose from sleep. Arguments broke out over scraps of food because hunger had long memory. 2 former guards who claimed they had only obeyed orders were found trying to steal horses. The town wanted to hang them at once. Grant understood the urge. May did too. Edna made everyone sit through the truth first. The truth was ugly. One had beaten prisoners. One had smuggled food to a locked room where 3 children had been held. Neither fact erased the other. The town argued until sunrise. In the end, they were not hanged. They were exiled with no weapons beyond knives, their names written at the gate, their crimes read aloud so no one could later turn them into martyrs. It satisfied no one completely, which Edna said was often how justice proved it was not revenge wearing clean clothes. Grant thought about that for a long time. 2 weeks became a season of small repairs. Grant had known how to mend gear, clean weapons, set snares, read tracks, and kill men who needed killing. He learned other things because the town demanded them. He learned which children lied about doing chores and which lied about nightmares. He learned that the gray-braided woman hummed when sewing, but not when stitching flesh. He learned that the butcher could not read but remembered every debt and kindness in perfect order. He learned that the bell girl, whose name was Ruth, wanted to shoot better than any man in town and had the patience to do it. He learned that free people did not become whole because a gate opened. Some woke screaming, some hoarded food, some sat in sunlight and cried because no one told them to move. He also learned that May was a terrible patient. She slid from bed to inspect watch posts before her stitches were ready. She practiced drawing left-handed until she could hit a bottle at 20 paces and insult it afterward. She flirted with Grant in front of people because she discovered it made him forget how to answer simple questions. She also sat with those who had lost families, not speaking at first, just being near. When words came, hers were plain. "I know," she would say. "Not all of it, but enough to understand." People believed her because grief recognizes its own language. Grant and May did find the dog. It happened 3 days after the fight, near the burned tannery. The animal had wedged himself under a broken cart with a strip of dried meat stolen from somewhere, and an expression of deep suspicion. He was yellow, long-legged, ribby, and missing a small piece from one ear. May crouched with food in her palm and spoke to him for 10 minutes while Grant stood uselessly behind her. "He looks like trouble," Grant said. "He looks discerning," he growled at me. "He has taste." The dog eventually crept out, took the food, and hid behind May's leg as if he had made a binding legal choice. Grant sighed. "You are naming him, then." May looked up with delight. "You remembered." "I remembered. I remembered." She named him Mercy because Grant objected to it, which made the name irresistible. Mercy slept outside their door, followed May, stole from Edna, and tolerated Grant after being convinced that Grant sometimes carried jerky. There were other changes too small for songs and too important to ignore. The brothel station, once the worst-lit building in town, became the clinic because the gray-braided woman said bad rooms could be put to decent use if scrubbed hard enough. The first day they opened its doors, 3 women refused to step inside. May went in first and sat on a cot until they followed. No one spoke for a while. Then one of the women asked if the locks would be removed. Grant took a hammer and broke every lock from every inside door before sunset. The jail annex became a storehouse for grain and blankets. Ruth painted the words "Common Stores" on a board and nailed it above the door. Her letters leaned in different directions, but no one corrected them. The platform boards, scrubbed and cut, were turned into benches for the long supper table. Edna objected until the butcher said people should sit on what once made them afraid. Then she declared the idea hers and supervised the sanding. Freed travelers came and went. Some stayed only long enough to sleep without chains. Some joined the watch. Some left names and directions for relatives. One old man spent 3 days carving small markers for the chapel yard and then walked west with a sack of bread and a borrowed coat. A pair of sisters took over the fields beyond the creek and threatened to outwork every farmer who doubted them. Within a month, sprouts showed in rows where hooves had once trampled the soil. Grant did not call it hope. May did, often, because she enjoyed watching him endure the word. By the end of the second week, the town had changed enough that newcomers paused at the gate. Not because it looked safe, it did not. The walls were patched with mismatched boards. The watch posts leaned. Smoke still stained half the square. The chapel yard was too fresh with graves. But people stood differently. Weapons were carried by more than slavers now. Women walked the street without lowering their eyes. Children played near the well under watchful adults. The platform was gone, and in its place stood a long table where meals were shared at dusk. One evening, after rifle drills, Ruth handed Grant a scrap of carved wood. It was not a statue. He would have refused a statue. It was a simple sign, rough letters cut with a kitchen knife. "N.O. people sold here." Grant held it carefully. Ruth said, "We want to put it on the gate." He looked at the girl, then at the sign, then at the adults pretending not to watch from every nearby angle. "Good," he said. Ruth waited. May, from behind him, whispered, "More words." Grant cleared his throat. "That is a good sign." Ruth beamed as if he had recited poetry. The sign went up before sunset. People stood beneath it and touched the gate as they passed through. Edna pretended it was unnecessary sentiment and then touched it when she thought no one saw. Grant saw. He did not tell. The south route waited. So did other towns, other camps, other hard roads where men who missed the old cruelty would try to build it again under new names. Grant did not fool himself. Killing 3 bosses had not healed the Wasteland. It had made one place harder to poison. That mattered. It had to matter, or nothing did. On the morning Grant and May finally rode out, the whole town came to the gate despite his specific request that they not do that. Edna stood in front with Mercy sitting on her foot, the dog apparently divided in loyalty but united in his interest in breakfast. May sat her horse with her arm healed enough to use and her smile bright enough to be dangerous. Grant adjusted his rifle, checked the road, and tried to look as if a farewell crowd did not make him consider fighting the horizon. Edna handed him a folded map. Routes, names, rumors, and 3 places you should avoid unless you want fleas with political ambitions. Grant took it. "Thank you." May leaned down from her saddle and kissed Edna's cheek. Edna tolerated it for almost 2 seconds before waving her away. "Come back with useful news," Edna said. "And with all your pieces." May grinned. "That is the plan." Edna looked at Grant, the humor thinned, leaving the old steel. "Come back because you choose to, not because guilt drags you." He nodded slowly. "I can try. Trying is for opening stuck jars. Do better." May murmured, "There she is." Grant looked at the town. Faces he knew now. Not all well, but enough. Ruth by the sign. The butcher with his arms folded. The storekeeper wiping his eyes and pretending dust had attacked him. The gray, braided woman holding a basket of bandages she had forced into May's saddlebag. Freed people, grieving people, angry people, living people, living people. The word hero still did not fit him. It felt too bright and too heavy. But another word had begun to fit, rough at the edges and strange in the mouth. The word was neighbor. He raised one hand because May had made him practice. The town answered with raised hands of its own. Then Grant and May rode south. The road beyond town cut through cracked fields and low scrubs silvered by morning light. Mercy chased them for half a mile before Edna's whistle brought him reluctantly back. May laughed until she had to hold her side. Grant tried not to smile and failed. After a while, The town shrank behind them, not disappearing, only becoming a place on the horizon that existed whether he looked at it or not. That was different from a memory. Memories could burn, twist, vanish, or haunt. A place could wait. May rode beside him. "You are quiet." "I am often quiet. This is a thinking quiet, not a brooding quiet." "There are categories now?" "I have been studying." He looked toward the south, where heat already trembled above the road. "I was thinking the wasteland is still ugly." "It is. Still cruel. That too. Still full of men who will need killing." May checked her rifle with a practical glance. Unfortunately for them, he looked at her then. She rode with one hand easy on the reins, hair tied back, eyes forward, alive. The sight struck him with gratitude so sharp it nearly became pain. "But not only that," he said. May turned her head. Grant searched for the words. They did not come easily. They never had. But he had learned that silence could be another kind of fear if a man hid inside it too long. "There are towns that can stand," he said. "People who will help if someone gives them a first push. Roads that can be cleared. Names that can be carried home." "Maybe that is enough to keep going for." May's expression softened. That was dangerously hopeful.
"I can take it back. You will not."
"Not happening." She smiled, and the morning caught in it. They did not ride fast at first. Neither body allowed pride to set the pace. The horses picked through broken road and mats of yellow grass while the sun climbed above the old power towers. Those towers had once carried light across counties, or so Edna claimed. Now they stood with lines hanging loose, great black ribs against the sky, useful mostly to crows and men who needed landmarks. May rode with her hat tipped low, but Grant saw her looking back more than once. The town had vanished behind the ridge, yet her eyes kept returning to that empty line. "You missed them already," he said. She made a face. "I missed the apple slices. That all? And the dog. Mercy bit my saddle strap." Affection presents differently in difficult creatures. Grant looked at her. She smiled. "I include you kindly in that category." They passed an old road sign shot full of holes. The letters had faded until only fragments remained. Grant remembered signs from before the collapse. Clean paint, arrows, numbers that promised distance meant certainty. Now the roads had to be read by cuts and dust, the age of ashes in a fire ring, the way birds lifted from scrub. The world no longer told a man where he was going. He had to decide and then keep deciding. At mid-morning they stopped near a dry covert. May changed the cloth on her arm with stubborn efficiency and refused help until the knot required a second hand. Grant tied it without comment. She washed his fingers. "You are getting better at accepting that other people remain alive after you care about them," she said. "That is a very specific accusation." "I have had time to prepare it." He finished the knot. "I am not better. I am practicing." May's teasing softened. "Practice counts." He looked out across the flat, ruined fields. "My son used to ask if practicing made him good or only tired. What did you tell him? Both, if he was doing it right." May smiled, but she did not push him for more. That was one of the reasons he could say anything at all. She knew when a door had opened and did not try to kick it wider. She simply sat beside it and let light come through. Grant packed the cloth away and stood. In the distance, dust lifted where the tracks bent south. Maybe wagons, maybe trouble, maybe nothing but wind. He found he could move toward it without feeling that the past had its hand around his throat. May mounted first and offered the same unnecessary hand again. This time, after staring at it long enough to satisfy both pride and ritual, Grant took it. He did not need the help. That was not the point. May's grin spread slowly. "Be careful. People will talk. Let them." Her grin changed into something quieter. They rode on. By noon, they found tracks cutting across the old highway. 3 wagons, several riders, one dragging wheel moving south-southeast. Grant dismounted to read the ground. May watched the ridgeline. The habits had settled between them without command. His eyes on dust, hers on distance. Trust did not always need words. Sometimes it was the angle of a rifle and the certainty that someone guarded the place you could not see. Grant touched a mark in the dirt. 2 days ahead. Maybe less if the wheel keeps failing. Could be slavers, maybe traders, maybe raiders, maybe people running, may shifted in the saddle. "We check?" Grant stood and looked back once. The town was no longer visible. He knew where it was anyway. "We check," he said. May offered him a hand up because she enjoyed pretending he needed help. He ignored the hand and mounted on his own. She looked offended. One day you will accept assistance gracefully. I accepted bandages, under threat. Still counts. She laughed. The sound moved across the broken road, light but not fragile. They followed the tracks into the afternoon. Dust rose. Somewhere far off, a hawk circled above a dry wash. The wasteland stretched wide around them, scarred by old wars, old fires, old greed, and the endless stubbornness of people who refused to disappear. Grant rode through it with pain in his shoulder, a map in his coat, May at his side, and a town behind him that expected him to return. For years he had thought survival meant staying empty enough that loss could not find anything left to take. He had been wrong. Grant let that truth settle as the horses moved. It did not make him lighter. Nothing honest did. Instead, it gave Wade a place to sit other than the center of his chest. He had carried grief so long that setting it down felt like betrayal. Now he began to understand that setting it down was not the same as abandoning the dead. It meant having two hands free for the living. May rode close enough that their stirrups nearly touched. She did not ask what had changed in his face. Perhaps she knew. Perhaps she was only kind enough to let him keep one thought private. The road ahead shimmered. The tracks continued through it. Somewhere beyond the cottonwoods, someone shouted again, and the sound pulled them forward. Grant checked the rifle, then eased his grip. He was ready for violence if violence waited. He was ready for something else too, though he did not yet know its shape. He did not mistake that readiness for peace. It was only a beginning, rough and uncertain, but beginnings had value in a world that kept trying to end. The world could still take. It could take with teeth, bullets, hunger, sickness, and the hands of cruel men. It could take without apology and without meaning. But emptiness was not armor. It was only another grave, one a man carried before he was dead. Grant had stepped out of that grave without noticing, one fight at a time, one rescued stranger at a time, one hard conversation by firelight at a time. Edna had named his path before he understood he was walking it. May had walked beside him until the path became wide enough for more than revenge. Near sunset, the tracks bent toward a line of cottonwoods marking water. Voices carried faintly from beyond them, fear in the voices, anger too. Grant lifted a hand, and May reined in beside him. They listened. A man shouted. A woman shouted back. A child cried. Metal clanged. May looked at Grant. The old spark lit behind her eyes. "Trouble!" she said. Grant checked his rifle and felt the familiar weight settle into his hands. It no longer felt like the only honest thing. It felt like a tool, necessary, but not the whole of him. "Likely," he said. "Do we have a plan?" He thought of Edna's map, Ruth's sign, the boy with the bucket, the graves, the apple slices on a plate, the hand May placed over his in the dark. He thought of 3 bosses buried deep with no markers. He thought of the word neighbor and did not flinch from it. "Start quiet," he said, "and loud if we have to." May grinned. "That sounds like us." They moved toward the cottonwoods as the sky turned copper. Grant took the right side of the wash. May took the left. They did not need to speak again. The world ahead was broken, but not empty. Neither was he. Behind them, miles away, a town with a new sign closed its gate for the night. Ahead, someone needed help. Grant went to see.